Chapter 1. The Warning of the Ruined Temple. The cold wind howled mournfully as snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, cascaded down in abundance. This snow had been falling for a day and a night, showing no signs of abating. In the snowy expanse, a boy, around 11 or 12 years of age, lay prostrate, fixated on a small hole ahead. His entire body was blanketed in a layer of white, save for his face. He had been lying there for a full hour, as the wind and snow began to diminish. Suddenly, his eyes flickered with excitement. A rabbit cautiously poked its head out from the hole, glancing around for any signs of danger before emerging to seek food. The boy did not act immediately. He waited until the rabbit was a fair distance from the hole before leaping into action, hurling a dart with precision. Thud! The rabbit, startled by the sound, tried to flee but had barely made it a few paces before it was struck in the head by the swiftly flying dart, collapsing to the ground and thrashing about for a brief moment before lying still. Upon seeing the fallen rabbit, a gleam of joy illuminated the boy's youthful face. He stepped forward, picked up the rabbit, extracted the dart, and carefully wiped away the blood before stowing it away. Only then did he look at the rabbit he was holding. "I can help grandfather regain his strength now," the boy exclaimed cheerfully to himself as he made his way down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, within a dilapidated temple, an elderly man lay motionless on a pile of hay in the corner, his complexion pallid, seemingly devoid of life. Not far from the old man, a small bonfire flickered, its flames waning, akin to the old man's life force, which seemed on the verge of extinguishment. "Grandfather, I'm back? Look, I caught a rabbit." The boy's bright voice rang out from outside the temple. As the words fell, he entered the ruined temple, carrying the rabbit. Hearing the voice, the old man slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within them as he murmured, "Sure San." Noticing the fire was nearly out, the boy set down the rabbit and deftly added some dry twigs to the fire. The flames quickly surged, and the interior of the temple gradually warmed up. "Grandfather, I caught a rabbit. It can help you regain your strength." After replenishing the firewood, the boy squatted beside the old man, joyfully speaking. "Sure San." The elderly man trembled as he lifted his frail hand to grasp the boy's. "In 2 months, the Qingyun sect will commence its recruitment. You must participate in the entrance examination. Grandfather, once your health improves, we will go to the Qingyun sect together," Sure San firmly stated, holding his grandfather's icy hand. "Sure San, I am old and cannot walk anymore." A smile graced the old man's face, tinged with both loss and acceptance. "I can carry you. Once I join the Qingyun sect and learn the ways of immortality, I will seek the elixir of youth, and we can be together forever." Sure San's expression was resolute, his eyes filled with longing as he spoke of mastering the ways of immortality. This continent was home to numerous sects of cultivation, with the nearest being the Qingyun sect nestled in the Qingyun Mountains. The sect opened its gates every 5 years to recruit disciples from the mortal realm. Sure San's parents had perished in an accident years ago, leaving him and his grandfather to rely on one another, hunting for sustenance in a small mountain village. Since childhood, his grandfather had regaled him with tales of immortals vanquishing demons and upholding justice. February of the following year marked the Qingyun sect's 5-year recruitment period once again. Sure San yearned to try his luck. If he demonstrated the aptitude for cultivation, he could embark on the path of an immortal, earning the admiration of all. Yet, he had never voiced this desire, unwilling to leave his grandfather alone in their home. To his surprise, his grandfather had suggested sending him to the examination, stating that if he succeeded in joining the sect, he would settle in a small town at the foot of the mountain, allowing them to reunite whenever he had free time. Thus, the grandfather and grandson set off from their small mountain village, having journeyed for over half a year. Unforeseen circumstances, however, had led to his grandfather's health deteriorating drastically. They had spent over 10 days in the ruined temple, and if they lingered any longer, they would miss this year's entrance examination. Yet Sure San had no time to ponder such matters. His foremost priority was to care for his grandfather. Missing this entrance examination would mean he could try again in 5 years, but losing his grandfather would mean losing his only family. "Sure San, I believe you will surely pass the examination and join the Qingyun sect." As he spoke, the old man's expression turned fervent, his spirit seemingly reinvigorated. He trembled as he reached into his robe and produced a small wooden box. "Sure San, do you know why I named you this?" The old man caressed the box, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Grandfather," Shursen queried, puzzled. "Centuries ago, our Lin family produced an ancestor with a spiritual root, Lin Yuan." The old man seemed to have no expectation of a reply, continuing his tale without pause. "He successfully joined the Qingyun sect and became an outer disciple at that time. Our Lin family was in its prime. Even the county magistrate would show deference to us. Yet, the good times were short-lived. The ancestor was ambushed during an expedition and gravely injured, passing away shortly after returning to the sect." "Who was it that ambushed the ancestor?" Shursan inquired anxiously upon hearing this. "I do not know. The Lin family learned of this when Elder Zhou Xing returned the ancestor's belongings." The grandfather spoke sorrowfully as he stroked the box. "If you can successfully join the Qingyun sect this time, you must express your gratitude to Elder Zhou for returning the ancestor's relics." "Grandfather, I will." Shursan silently committed the names Lin Yuan and Zhou Xing to memory. For many years, every generation of the Lin family has come to the Qingyun Mountains for the entrance examinations, yet none have shown the talent for cultivation since. As he spoke, the old man's eyes were filled with profound disappointment. "You are the 13th generation, thus I named you Shursan at birth, hoping you would inherit the ancestor's talent and successfully join the Qingyun sect. Grandfather, rest assured, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will remain in the Qingyun sect, embarking on the path of cultivation and avenging our ancestor." Shursan grasped the old man's frail hand, resolutely declaring, "Good, good, good." The old man repeated thrice, then turned serious. "But do not be too hasty. Those who ambushed our ancestor have at least cultivated for over a century. Until you possess sufficient strength, refrain from taking action. Preserving your life is of utmost importance." "Grandfather, I understand. I also want to ensure that we can live well together." The boy's voice was youthful yet resolute. "Good child, with your words, grandfather is content." Looking at the boy's innocent face, the old man's eyes were filled with both pride and sorrow. He trembled as he placed the wooden box into Shursan's hands. "Shursan, today I entrust you with the ancestor's relics. This box bears the seal set by the ancestor. Only a drop of blood from our Lin clan can unlock it. Once you begin your cultivation, a drop of blood upon it will open it, allowing you to retrieve the ancestor's relics. Grandfather, you should keep it. Once I pass the entrance examination, you can give it to me then." Shursan insisted, returning the box to his grandfather. "Since I have entrusted it to you, you must keep it safe. Do you still not heed your grandfather's words?" The old man sternly placed the box back into Shursan's hands. "I will listen to grandfather." Surprised by his grandfather's sudden sternness, Shursan hastily tucked the box into his robe. "That's my obedient grandson. Remember, safety must always come first. Grandfather is tired and needs to rest," the old man said with a forlorn expression. "Grandfather, they'll remember. You rest a while, we'll go roast the rabbit," Shursan replied as he picked up the rabbit from the ground and turned to skin it. The grandfather watched the boy's retreating figure, slowly closing his eyes. "Shursan, grandfather cannot accompany you any longer." Chapter 2. An Encounter at the Inn. After Shursan had dealt with the rabbit, he skewered it over the fire to roast, glancing back at his grandfather lying there. Seeing that his grandfather had fallen asleep, he softened his movements, fearing he might disturb his grandfather's rest. The enticing aroma of roasted meat began to waft through the dilapidated temple. Although he was famished, Shursan first tore off a rabbit leg and took it over to his grandfather. "Grandfather, the rabbit is ready. You should wake up and try it." He held the rabbit leg in one hand, while gently nudging the old man. Grandfather soon. He sensed something was amiss with his grandfather, panic spreading across his face. The rabbit leg slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as he clutched his grandfather, shouting loudly. No matter how much he called, his grandfather did not open his eyes to look at him. In the midst of the heavy snow, Shursan knelt before his grandfather's grave, tears staining his cheeks. "Grandfather, do not worry. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will enter the Qingyun sect and cultivate diligently." Having spoken, he performed 3 deep bows before standing up and resolutely heading towards the direction of the Qingyun sect. Along the way, Shursan sustained himself through hunting, and when he encountered towns, he exchanged the furs he had skinned for coins to buy provisions, varying his diet. Thus, after another month and a half, The snow began to melt gradually, the weather warming day by day, and the earth donned a verdant garb. It was already mid-January, and in half a month's time, the Qingyun sect would commence its recruitment anew. Lin Shisan had already inquired about the situation. At his pace, he would reach Qingyun town at the foot of Qingyun mountain in no more than half a month, ensuring he would not miss the entrance examination. Traversing through this thicket would lead him to Nyoto town. He felt the furs in his pack on his back with the recent warming of the weather. More small animals had ventured out in search of food, and his collection of furs had also increased. By selling these furs, he would be able to enjoy a comfortable night's rest at an inn in the town, and the remaining funds should suffice for a few days' worth of provisions. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Finally, as the sun began to set, he spotted the town ahead. Lin Shisan entered the town just before nightfall, dealt with the furs he had accumulated during this period, and carefully tucked away the 721 he received before inquiring of the innkeeper. "Uncle, could you direct me to the inn in town? Are you also heading to Qingyun Gate to participate in the entrance examination?" The innkeeper looked at him with a hint of surprise. Typically, individuals of his age were accompanied by family members, making it rare to see someone venturing alone. "Indeed, I have reached the appropriate age. I must give it a try," Lin Shisan replied with a smile, his demeanor displaying a maturity that belied his years. "Exit the shop and turn right when you see a fork in the road. Take a left, and you will find the only inn in town, Nyoto Inn," the innkeeper instructed. Having witnessed all manner of people throughout his years in business, the innkeeper refrained from prying further, recognizing that this boy had likely experienced some upheaval at home. "If you wish to secure a room, do so quickly. There has been a surge of visitors heading to Qingyun Mountain, and accommodations are filling up. Arriving late may leave you without a room," the innkeeper added, unable to resist offering a word of caution. "Thank you, uncle." Although it would not significantly impact him if he could not secure a room, Lin Shisan sincerely expressed his gratitude to the innkeeper. Exiting the shop, he swiftly followed the direction indicated by the innkeeper and soon arrived outside the inn. The entrance of the inn proudly displayed the characters Nyoto Inn. The lobby was already brimming with guests. As Lin Shisan entered the inn, he made his way directly to the counter and addressed the innkeeper. "Good sir, I would like a low-tier room." "My young friend, we have no low-tier rooms available today. We only have one mid-tier room and 2 high-tier rooms left," the innkeeper replied kindly, not showing any disdain due to Lin Shisan's tattered clothing. "How much is the mid-tier room per night?" Lin Shisan hesitated before asking. 101 per night, the innkeeper answered courteously. "I will take a mid-tier room," Lin Shisan said, producing the money from his pocket and placing it on the counter. Previously, a night in a low-tier room cost only 21, but considering he had been camping in the wild for over 10 days, his body was utterly exhausted, and his spirit had been under constant strain. He decided it was best to rest properly for the night. "Very well, here is the key to room 3 on the upper floor. Do you require any food?" the innkeeper asked, handing over the key with a warm smile. "Please prepare a large bowl of noodles for me," Lin Shisan replied as he accepted the key. At this moment, a steaming bowl of soup noodles would alleviate much of his fatigue. "Certainly, will you be dining here or—" "Good sir, we require 3 high-tier rooms." At that moment, 4 individuals entered through the door. A young man and a young woman walked in side by side, followed by 2 middle-aged men. Before the innkeeper could finish speaking, the young man at the front exclaimed loudly. The innkeeper offered Lin Shisan an apologetic smile, turning his attention to the newcomers. "Dear guests, we only have 2 high-tier rooms left." "What about the mid-tier rooms? Are there any left?" the young man paused before inquiring. "There are no mid-tier rooms available. The last one was just reserved for this young man," the innkeeper said cautiously, bending slightly in deference. The young man before him was dressed in opulent attire, clearly hailing from a prominent family. The young woman beside him, though silent, exuded an extraordinary presence that was not something a commoner like Lin Shisan could afford to offend. "Innkeeper, please bring the room to me," Lin Shisan stated before turning to leave. "There's no room left. I will find my own." The young man was about to lose his temper when he suddenly called out to Lin Shisan. Ignoring the innkeeper, he shouted at Lin Shisan, "Hey, kid, give up your room. I will pay you double." Lin Shisan was preoccupied with thoughts of how much provisions to buy for his departure the next day. He intended to save some money to thank Senior Zhou Xing after joining Qingyun Gate, and he did not notice the young man calling him, continuing on his way. "I'll give you double the room price if you let me have it. Are you listening?" When he received no response, the young man, furious, rushed in front of Lin Shusan and commanded imperiously, "I don't need the money for the night. Find someone else. I want to rest, so please do not block my way." Lin Shusan replied, feeling irked by the young man's condescending attitude, and directly refused. "Do you know who I am?" "I am Qian Shu," the young man said, his pride wounded by the public rejection, and he was about to instruct his accompanying guards to teach Lin Shusan a lesson. "Zhang Feng, since he is unwilling, why must you force him?" A clear, cold voice interjected, belonging to the girl who had entered with him. "Kid, consider yourself lucky this time in the future. Be cautious with your words and actions." Zhang Feng shot Lin Shusan a fierce glare before approaching the girl with a smile. "Shuer is right. Since he is unwilling, I will inquire with others." With that, he turned and loudly asked the diners in the lobby, "Is there anyone willing to give up a room for us? I will pay 3 times the price." He even provocatively glanced at Lin Shusan. Lin Shusan had no intention of engaging with him, clutching the room key as he ascended the stairs. He was simply too fatigued and needed a proper rest. Once in his room, he performed a quick wash and, after finishing the noodles brought by the waiter, collapsed into a deep slumber. Chapter 3. The testing begins at the break of dawn on the following day. Lin Shusan awoke, invigorated and ready to descend the stairs. He returned his room key and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Before purchasing provisions for 3 days from the innkeeper, setting off towards the outskirts of the town. After careful consideration, he opted for 3 days' worth of supplies, mindful of the rising temperatures that could spoil an excess of provisions. For the next 3 days, he resolved to refrain from hunting in the jungle or resting in town, thereby hastening his journey. February 1st marked the day of the Qingyun sect's entrance examination. Even before dawn, Qingyun town buzzed with excitement. Crowds emerged from every corner of the town, surging towards the square like a tide. Some who could not find lodging were hastening in from nearby villages, either by horse-drawn carriage or on foot, converging upon Qingyun town from all directions. The Qingyun sect recruited disciples every 5 years, open to anyone under the age of 20, since cultivation not only depended on one's innate talent, but also on the steadfastness of one's resolve. All participants approached the assessment voluntarily. Some had even embarked on their journey to Qingyun sect a year in advance, driven by a fervent belief in the path of cultivation. Despite this, many still arrived for the test. Lin Shusan had reached the town 2 days prior, but by then, the nearby villages were already fully occupied. Consequently, he had to, as he had on his way there, choose a large tree in the woods outside the town to rest. Upon his arrival at Qingyun town, he had inquired with the locals about the location of the examination. As the throng surged within the town, Lin Shusan leaped down from the tree and joined the flow towards the square. Soon, he found himself alongside the crowd at a vacant plot of land outside the town. At that moment, the area remained deserted, with the foremost individuals halting at the entrance, seemingly met by an invisible barrier that obstructed the flow into the square. "Is this the magic of the immortals?" Someone reached out to touch the intangible barrier. "How wondrous! If only I could also learn such celestial arts." Lin Shusan stood amidst the crowd, listening to the discussions around him. His eyes filled with yearning. "Grandfather, I have arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. If I possess even a modicum of aptitude for cultivation and can enter the Qingyun sect, I shall devote myself to the path of becoming a celestial being." Soaring through the skies, as the sun rose, rays of light illuminated the square, where 5 stone tables stood silently. Suddenly, the light intensified, and figures emerged against the radiant backdrop, stepping forth from the brilliance. "It is the immortals. The immortals have arrived." A voice of astonishment arose from the crowd as people turned their gazes towards the light, their faces, young and old alike, radiating excitement and adoration. Some even knelt on the ground, loudly proclaiming, "We welcome the immortals," as others followed suit, kneeling to honor the immortals of the Qingyun sect. Lin Shusan found himself compelled to join the throng in reverence, his heart racing, his eyes fixed on the dazzling light. He beheld 5 figures clad in azure robes, gliding upon clouds, emerging sequentially from the brilliance. The golden cloud patterns on their robes subtly revealed the characters for Qingyun. The 5 figures exuded an ethereal grace. Their features handsome, and though their steps appeared slow, they swiftly reached the stone tables. The leader positioned himself first at the leftmost stone table. As he stood before it, a vibrant cloud drifted behind him, coalescing into a large character. The others followed suit, standing at the table and forming characters, and behind them. Let us see if we can discover any promising talents this time, the leader remarked, surveying the throngs of eager onlookers. This year, there are more participants than ever before. Surely, we shall identify some exceptional candidates. Zhang Shixiang, do save a few for us. A youth standing at the third table chuckled. Brother Tian, how could you say such a thing? It all depends on fortune. None can predict who possesses spiritual roots. Those who stand before a particular peak S testing station will belong to that peak S disciples. I cannot change that rule, Zhang Shixiang replied with an air of self-satisfaction, while the youth at the fifth table wore a bitter expression, and the others nodded in agreement. What Zhang Shixiang says is true. Yet Feilai Peak has failed to receive any promising disciples for several consecutive tests, Brother Tian observed meaningfully, casting a glance at the youth at the fifth table. Let us proceed with the testing. These matters are beyond our control, Zhang Shixiang interjected, casting a sympathetic glance at the fifth peak S disciple, Zhou Shidi, as he produced the spirit testing stone and placed it upon the stone table before him. Brother Tian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further, and also placed his spirit testing stone on the table. The remaining three followed suit, retrieving their stones from their garments and placing them on the table. To prevent disputes over gifted disciples, the Qingyun sect established a rule. Each of the 5 peaks would send one representative down the mountain to conduct spirit root tests. Participants would belong to the peak corresponding to the line they queued in. However, due to the 5th peak's repeated failure to recruit talented disciples, few would choose to test there, and among the unknowing common folk, it was rare to find individuals of exceptional talent. Zhang Shixiang gazed upon the kneeling crowd and waved his hand gently, prompting the thousands kneeling to rise involuntarily. A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Is this the power of the immortals? Witnessing this scene, Lin Shursen clenched his fists in excitement, vowing that if he could enter the Qingyun sect, he too would one day wield such power. Zhang Shixiang, observing the crowd as fervent and adoring expressions, revealed a self-satisfied smile as he proclaimed, "The Qingyun sect's entrance examination officially begins now. Please line up for the spirit root testing." As he spoke, 5 grand doors slowly appeared before the crowd, each marked with the characters, and, though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone, as if whispered directly to them. The waiting crowd erupted in excitement, eagerly forming lines. Lin Shursan, jostled by the throng, found himself in line for the 5th door. In his small stature amidst the crowd, he remained unaware that the 1st and 2nd doors had the most participants, followed by the 3rd and 4th. While the 5th door had the least, he tightened his fists, suppressing his exhilaration, gazing at the swaying heads before him, silently praying for a potential for cultivation. Chapter 4. The deficient spirit root. The line progressed swiftly, and Lin Shursan quietly followed behind. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, a child ahead exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at the first testing platform. Lin Shursan followed the direction of the child's finger, his gaze landing on the first testing platform, which shimmered with a brilliant blue light. An exceptional water spirit root. Zhang Shixiang's voice rang out with delight among the queuing crowd. "Congratulations, Zhang Shixiang. Qingyun Peak has gained another disciple with an exceptional spirit root." As the blue light flared, those nearby cast envious glances at Zhang Shixiang, who beamed with joy as he turned to face the girl before him. If Lin Shursan were present, he would recognize this girl as the one called Shuer at the inn. "What is your name?" Zhang Shixiang inquired kindly. "Disciple Li Shui pays respects to the immortal," she replied coolly, "neither servile nor haughty. Just call me Zhang Shixiang, Li Shimi. From now on, you shall be a disciple of Qingyun Peak. Please wait at the back for a moment." He gestured towards the 2 individuals standing behind her. "Understood, Zhang Shixiang." Li Shui nodded and stepped back to stand behind him. In the distance, atop a mist-shrouded mountaintop, 5 venerable figures, exuding an aura of celestial grace, sat around a stone table, observing the spirit root tests in the square. "Congratulations, Master Zhang." Another disciple with an exceptional spirit root. As Li Shui's testing light flared, the 4 beside him congratulated the elder seated in the main position. "There are still many awaiting testing. Perhaps you too shall receive disciples with exceptional spirit roots." Master Zhang stroked his snowy beard. though his beaming smile betrayed his delight. Next, Zhang Shixiang laughed heartily, calling forth the next participant. Stepping forward was Zhang Feng, who had accompanied Li Shui. He approached confidently, placing his hand upon the spirit-testing stone, which erupted in a blaze of red light. An upper-grade fire spirit root. Please wait at the back, Zhang Shixiang said amiably, in high spirits. Though not as exceptional as Li Shui's spirit root, upper-grade spirit roots were still rare. Moreover, with 4 individuals already standing behind him, other peaks had only tested 1 or 2 with spirit roots, while Feilai Peak had yet to record even a single successful test. Yes, Zhang Shixiang. Zhang Feng joyfully approached Li Shui, taking his place beside her in the 5th team. Meanwhile, Lin Shisan anxiously fixated on the front, having gleaned from the earlier events that only by eliciting a radiant glow from the spirit stone could one qualify for cultivation. Yet, within their row, not a single individual had proven worthy thus far, casting a shadow of apprehension over him. Soon, only a few stood before him, and within this line, only 1 person had been identified with a superior spiritual root and 2 with intermediate roots. At that moment, a small boy with a dark complexion stepped up to the spirit stone. Nervously rubbing his hands together, he trembled as he placed them upon the stone. A faint, earthy yellow glow ascended from the spirit stone. I can cultivate before the tester, Zhou Jing, could utter a word. The boy exclaimed excitedly. Observing the exhilaration of the boy, Zhou Jing hesitated, then remarked, "You possess a low-grade earth spiritual root. Even should you cultivate, your prospects are rather bleak. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The boy, taken aback, paused, gazing at Zhou Jing. With such qualifications, even if you enter the sect, you would likely only reach the foundation establishment stage in your lifetime. With little hope for significant breakthroughs, do you still wish to join the sect? Zhou Jing patiently elucidated, recalling his master's admonition to clarify matters for those with poor qualifications to prevent them from facing disillusionment and succumbing to despair. Can one fly with a sword after reaching the foundation establishment stage and extend their lifespan? The boy inquired hesitantly. Yes, one can extend their life to 200 years and fly with a sword. Zhou Jing answered with a gentle smile upon hearing the question. Then I wish to join the sect, the boy declared resolutely. Then please stand behind. Zhou Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Although low-grade spiritual roots are considered the most common in the cultivation world, for ordinary people, they still represent a significant difference. He then turned his gaze to those still waiting and called out, "Next." Before long, it was Lin Shisan's turn. A trace of anxiety flickered across his composed face. Suppressing the erratic pounding of his heart, he grit his teeth and pressed his hand onto the spirit stone, silently vowing that even if he possessed the slightest aptitude for cultivation, he would enter the Qingyun sect. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his palm, and a hazy, multicolored glow emerged from the spirit stone, though it was exceedingly dim, barely perceptible unless one scrutinized closely. Upon witnessing that faint glow, Lin Shisan's heart leapt with joy. Thankfully, he too possessed the potential for cultivation. He turned to Zhou Jing, brimming with excitement and eager to inquire if he could join the Qingyun sect, only to find Zhou Jing wearing an expression of profound concern. "Master, may I also join the Qingyun sect?" he cautiously asked after a moment's hesitation. "Your spiritual root is far too weak and excessively chaotic. It is nearly akin to having no root at all. Even if you enter the sect, you would likely only cultivate to the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement in your lifetime. I advise against joining the sect, as it would be a waste of time." Zhou Jing urged him earnestly, "Master, even if I can only be a servant disciple, I am willing," Lin Shisan declared firmly. "Then please wait behind me." Zhou Jing sighed deeply, casting a long look at him. "Thank you, Master." With Zhou Jing's consent, Lin Shisan's apprehension dissipated entirely. He joyfully thanked him and moved to stand beside the dark-complexioned boy. Zhang Shixiang and the others looked at Zhou Jing with a mixture of resignation, yet said nothing, for the sect always required some disciples to perform menial tasks. Zhou Jing shook his head and resumed the testing process. The world is often led to believe that cultivation is a glorious pursuit, yet few comprehend the hardships involved. Only when Lin Shisan comes to realize that he has been toiling fruitlessly will he be sent back down the mountain. Standing nearby, Zhang Feng recognized Lin Shisan during his test. Upon witnessing the revelation of a wasteful spiritual root, a look of derision crossed his face. However, Lin Shisan was lost in the joy of possibly entering the Qingyun sect. oblivious to Zhang Feng's disdainful gaze. As Lin Shisan gazed at Zhou Jing's back, gratitude surged within him, secretly vowing to repay the kindness of the master who had allowed him entry into the sect. Chapter 5. The Path of Self-Reflection. Once all the tests concluded, Zhou Jing had discovered 7 individuals with spiritual roots among them, including one named Zhongyu with a superior root, as well as Lin Shisan with his wasteful root. In stark contrast, other peaks such as Qingyan Peak not only identified Li Shui with a supreme spiritual root, but also counted 25 individuals with roots. While Danxia Peak recorded 15. Now, we shall take you into the Qingyun sect and traverse the path of self-reflection. Only those who ascend Qingyun Mountain via this path will officially join our sect. Zhang Shixiang addressed the gathered crowd. Most listeners displayed no particular expression, evidently having anticipated this scenario, while a minority exhibited signs of anxiety, clearly hailing from impoverished backgrounds and unfamiliar with the Qingyun sect. The few disciples from Feilai Peak were notably oblivious to the underlying circumstances, their faces reflecting trepidation. There is no need for concern. Simply follow your true heart, and you will soon traverse the path of self-reflection. Zhou Jing spoke kindly. Yes, master. Upon hearing his words, the group visibly relaxed. Since you have entered the Qingyun sect, we are now brothers in cultivation. Feel free to call me Zhou Shixiang. Understood, Zhou Shixiang. The children chorused in unison, smiles gracing their faces. Lin Shisan silently pondered Zhou Jing's earlier words, reflecting, what is my true heart? I only wish to enter the Qingyun sect and cultivate the ways of immortality. Thus, his spirit invigorated. Dear fellow disciples, let us escort them to the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Zhang Qing proposed, looking towards Tianyu and the others. Please, Zhang Shixiang. They replied with smiles and gestures of invitation. Zhang Qing nodded and invoked the cloud riding technique. Enveloping the 20 or so individuals before him, a mist of clouds rose beneath their feet. Let us go. With that single command, the group was gently lifted off the ground by the clouds, soaring towards Qingyun Mountain alongside Zhang Qing. Tianyu and the others followed suit, employing the cloud riding technique to hasten their disciples onward. Lin Shisan stood atop the clouds, his face a mixture of anxiety and excitement, while the dark-complexioned boy trembled closer to him. Oh, not fear. The cloud riding technique is a remarkably stable form of magic. Zhou Jing's soothing voice reached his ears, so this is called the cloud riding technique. Lin Shisan mentally noted, as his fear gradually ebbed away. Filled with curiosity, he gazed around, only to realize they had arrived at the base of a towering mountain. Before them lay a staircase 10 zhang wide, alongside which a stone stood bearing the inscription Path of Self-Reflection. The majestic peaks loomed high, shrouded in mist, emanating an air of authority that instilled a sense of submission within the newcomers. A few individuals even instinctively knelt, only to rise in shame moments later. Zhang Shixiang and the others observed the kneeling individuals, shaking their heads in silence. They were merely disciples of poor aptitude. Lin Shisan too felt the weight of the imposing presence. Straining to lift his gaze toward the mountain peak veiled in clouds, his eyes shone with defiance, and a surge of ambition welled up within him. One day, I shall rise above you. This child possesses a commendable spirit. On the mountain, Feng, the master of the 5th peak, smiled as he observed Lin Shisan. Are you truly considering making an exception for this wasteful spiritual root as a disciple? Brother Feng, Zhang, the sect leader, inquired, astonished. The other 3 peak masters regarded him with equal surprise. Every individual has their own path to tread. We should not interfere excessively. If one day he meets the standards for my acceptance, I would not mind taking him as my disciple, Feng replied with an air of nonchalance. How could one with such a wasteful spiritual root possibly break through to the foundation establishment stage? No amount of admirable character will suffice, Zhang dismissed with skepticism. Brother Feng, do not fixate on those lacking aptitude. Rather, consider how to recruit more capable disciples. The number of disciples admitted by Feilai Peak has dwindled in recent years. Li, the master of Yuntai Peak, remarked meaningfully. The other 3 masters shared similar expressions as they looked at him. The number of disciples is not what matters. Having a few who align with my ideals is sufficient. Qian, the master of the 2nd peak, replied dismissively. This is the path of self-reflection. You shall ascend this staircase to the summit, thereby officially entering the sect. You may begin your ascent now, at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Qing addressed a group of children, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and excitement. Upon hearing that they could ascend the mountain, most of the children eagerly dashed towards the path of inquiry, while a few, such as Li Shui and Zhang Feng, strolled leisurely, exuding an air of confidence. They clearly understood the nature of the assessment on the path of inquiry. Lin Shisan, adhering to the cautious instincts of a hunter, chose to walk last, unhurried, as there was no stipulated time limit. He wished to observe the reactions of others as they proceeded. Having already ascended 30 steps, the individuals ahead encountered nothing particularly extraordinary. It appeared to be merely an ordinary path leading upwards. However, as Lin Shisan placed his first foot upon the stone steps, he felt a sudden jolt coursing through him, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. He withdrew his foot, only to find no discernible change. Observing that those in front had moved far ahead without any remarkable incidents, Lin Shisan resumed his ascent. This time, the sensation he felt earlier was absent. It felt akin to walking on ordinary stone steps. I should hasten my pace. Once I reach the summit, I will officially become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. With this thought, he quickened his steps. Yet, after only a few strides, he realized he was the sole occupant of the stone staircase, with an endless flight of steps ahead and a veil of mist shrouding his rear. Lin Shisan's eyes widened in astonishment. The wonders of the celestial arts were undeniably remarkable. He instinctively quickened his pace. Seeing everyone ascend the path of inquiry, Zhang Qing and the others employed the cloud riding technique, swiftly reaching the mountain's peak. They respectfully bowed to several peak masters seated at a stone table before taking their places behind them, quietly observing the happenings below. The foremost individuals had traversed half the distance, and gradually, expressions of confusion began to appear on their faces. Some started to laugh uncontrollably as they walked, while eventually, only a handful remained steadily progressing upwards. At that moment, memories of joyful times spent with his grandfather flooded Lin Shisan's mind, when his grandfather had taken him to town to buy candy figures. And the first time he had successfully caught prey, presenting it to his grandfather, who had affectionately stroked his head with a warm smile as he walked. He seemed to see his grandfather ahead, beckoning him and calling out, "Shisan, come here, grandfather," he whispered, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. "Rest assured, grandfather, once I enter the Qingyun sect, I will dedicate myself to my training." Lin Shisan wiped away the fallen tear, the nostalgia in his gaze dissipating, his mind clear and focused. The vision of his grandfather vanished in an instant, and as he regained clarity, he found himself still on the stone steps. Only a few more to reach the summit. Internally, he marveled at the prowess of the celestial arts, and with determination, he ascended several more steps. Upon reaching the peak, the first sight that greeted him was the several peak masters seated at the stone table. Zhou Jing and the others stood respectfully behind them. Undoubtedly, these were the venerable elders of the Qingyun sect. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elders," Lin Shisan exclaimed, kneeling deeply in reverence. The sight of Lin Shisan kneeling bewildered the peak masters, astonished that the first to arrive was this seemingly inept individual. "Rise. There is no need for such elaborate courtesy," Master Feng said with a gentle smile, gesturing for Lin Shisan to stand. "Thank you, esteemed elder." As Lin Shisan beheld Master Feng's kind smile, memories of his grandfather resurfaced, and a shadow of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "Lin Shisan, very well, since you have entered my Qingyun sect. Henceforth, you shall train diligently," Master Feng said, stroking his beard with a smile. "Esteemed elder, may I become your disciple?" Lin Shisan blurted out, captivated by Master Feng's benevolence. "Yes, as long as you place in the top 50 of the outer sect competition in 4 years. I will take you as my disciple," Master Feng replied, his eyes gleaming with kindness. Tianyu and his companions cast disdainful glances at Lin Shisan, secretly mocking him. "You, a mere waste of spiritual roots, wish to become Master Feng's disciple. If you manage to cultivate to the first layer of qi refinement in 4 years, that would be commendable. Esteemed elder, I will train diligently and strive to become your disciple in 4 years." Lin Shisan declared resolutely, his eyes shining with determination. "Very well, I shall await your arrival. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Do not seek shortcuts. For now, please wait to the side," Master Feng instructed, gesturing for him to stand aside. Lin Shisan nodded, suppressing his excitement as he moved behind Zhou Jing, gazing down the path of inquiry. From above, the scene unfolded clearly. Some individuals frolicked joyfully on the stairs, while others sat lost in blissful laughter, seemingly entranced by the experience. After a quarter of an hour, Li Shui suddenly regained her clarity and quickly descended from the path of inquiry. Disciple Li Shui, I pay my respects to the esteemed elders, she greeted, her demeanor composed and voice steady. Splendid. You shall henceforth be a disciple of my Qingyun Peak. Come forth, Master Zhang exclaimed, delighted by Li Shui's steadiness and talent. Knowing she possessed both aptitude and resolve, upon seeing Lin Shisan standing there, Li Shui's eyes widened in surprise, but upon recalling his spiritual roots, she silently shook her head, dismissing him as merely a waste of talent. Regardless of his determination, after another half-hour, more individuals reached the peak, and it wasn't until 2 hours later that everyone had arrived. The peak masters led those with medium-grade spiritual roots back to their respective main peaks, while Zhang Qing and the others guided the low-grade spiritual root disciples to the outer Qingyun Mountain S Qingxi Hall for registration. They exchanged brief greetings as they made their way to the outer Qingyun Mountain. Come, I shall escort you to Qingxi Hall for your registration, Zhou Jing announced, waving his hand and employing the cloud riding technique, with Lin Shisan and the dark-faced boy following closely behind. The dark-faced boy was visibly thrilled to soar through the clouds once more, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the peaks rushing by beneath them. Lin Shisan, however, felt a diminished excitement compared to his first experience, for he knew that one day he too would soar freely through the skies on his own clouds. Senior brother Zhou, what is Qingxi Hall? He inquired, curious about the unfamiliar destination. Qingxi Hall is where the Qingyun sect manages its outer disciples. With your qualifications, you are not yet eligible to train at the inner peak. You must initially cultivate for 4 years outside, and only if you achieve a commendable ranking in the upcoming outer disciple competition may you enter the inner peak for training, Zhou Jing explained, providing an overview of the Qingyun sect structure. Once you join the outer sect, Qingxi Hall will allocate each outer disciple a plot of spiritual farmland to cultivate spiritual grains. You can exchange your harvest for contribution points and cultivation resources. If you desire more resources, you will have to venture to the back mountain to collect spiritual herbs or hunt demonic beasts for contribution points. What are contribution points? The dark-faced boy asked. Intrigued. Contribution points can be exchanged for items within the sect, including the spiritual stones we require for cultivation, Zhou Jing patiently elucidated. If you wish to earn more contribution points, you must go to the back mountain to gather spiritual herbs. Qingxi Hall will also periodically issue special tasks, which can also yield contribution points upon completion. And what are spiritual stones? Lin Shisan queried, his curiosity piqued. Spiritual stones contain pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth. They not only assist in quickly replenishing our spiritual energy, but can also enhance our cultivation speed to a degree. Simply holding a spiritual stone while cultivating will yield effective results. Zhou Jing explained further. As outer disciples, you will receive 3 low-grade spiritual stones each month, and 10 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Zhou Jing continued without waiting for their questions. Contribution points can not only be exchanged for spiritual stones, but also for other items you may need within the sect. Understood, Senior Brother Zhou. Contribution points are akin to currency within the sect, enabling us to procure spiritual stones to aid our cultivation. The two nodded in agreement. That is approximately correct, Zhou Jing affirmed. If you plan to venture to the back mountain for spiritual herbs, it is best to wait until your cultivation has progressed before forming a party, as areas where spiritual herbs grow are typically guarded by demonic beasts. With your current strength, you would merely be offering yourself as sustenance to them. As they conversed, they soon arrived at Qingxi Hall. Due to the time spent discussing the sect's basics, their pace had slowed. Upon entering Qingxi Hall, the other disciples from various peaks had already completed their registration and proceeded to their assigned spiritual farmlands. Senior Brother Zhou, a middle-aged man within Qingxi Hall, greeted upon noticing Zhou Jing leading the 2I and Li steward. These are my newly recruited outer disciples for this year. Please assist them with their registration. Zhou Jing nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for Lin Shisan and the dark-faced boy to step forward. Very well, Senior Brother. You may rest assured in leaving them to me, Stewardly responded with a nod. But when he turned to face Lin Shisan and the dark-faced boy, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. What are your names? He inquired, pulling out a jade tablet and directing his question at the dark-faced boy. Stewardly, I am He Daniud. He Danyo stepped forward with a beaming smile as he witnessed Li Jisher forming a hand seal towards a wooden plaque, upon which the characters for He Dinyo materialize. This is your identity jade token, which will serve as your identification henceforth, and your earned contribution points will be recorded within, Li Jishur explained, handing the jade token to He Dinyo. He then retrieved a jade slip and a small pouch from a nearby cabinet. This is the jade slip containing the cultivation techniques for the Qi refinement stage, which also includes our Qingyun sect's foundational martial art, Qingyun Fist, along with the sect's rules and important considerations. Tio absorbed the information. Simply concentrate and press the jade slip against your forehead, Li Jishur instructed, passing the jade slip to him and finally lifting the small pouch. This is a storage pouch containing 50 pounds of spirit rice, sufficient for your sustenance over the next 3 months. After that, should you require more spirit rice, you will need to exchange for it with your contribution points. Inside, you will also find some spirit rice seeds and 3 low-grade spirit stones. The method of utilization is recorded within the jade slip. Upon finishing his words, he gestured for Lin Shursan to step forward. Bestowing upon him the same 3 items, Brother Zhou, would you prefer to personally escort them to the Ling Tianyuan, or shall I assign a disciple for the task? After distributing the items, Li Jishur turned to Zhou Jing with a flattering smile. You may send someone to escort them. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave, Zhou Jing replied with a smile after ensuring they had received their belongings. Then glanced at Lin Shursan and He Dinyo. From now on, you must rely on your own cultivation. The outer sect elders of Qingxi Hall will hold classes on the 1st and 15th of each month. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to attend the lectures. Yes, Brother Zhou, we will strive to cultivate diligently, Lin Shursan and He Dinyo responded in unison. Zhou Jing nodded to Li Jishur and, employing the cloud soaring technique, departed. Once Zhou Jing had left, Li Jishur's smile vanished. He summoned a disciple and ordered, take them to the 357th and 358th Ling Tianyuan. Upon hearing the command, the young disciple looked up, about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Jishur. Hurry along. There is much to be done. The young disciple had no choice but to lead the 2 out of Qingxi Hall toward the Ling Tianyuan. Master, there is a breach in the formation at the 358th Ling Tianyuan, and Yun Tai Peak has yet to send anyone for repairs. Beasts from the back mountain often enter to steal food. The previous disciple was attacked by a beast and became its meal. Sending them there now is tantamount to sending them to their doom, one disciple remarked, observing Lin Shursan and He Dinyo being led away. Where did the formation sustain a breach? The formation department inspected it just days ago. There were no issues. It is likely that he sought to earn extra contribution points and was attacked by beasts while gathering herbs in the back mountain, leading to his disappearance. Besides, with the innate talent of the miscellaneous disciples being subpar, it is not uncommon for a few to perish each year. Who would remember them? Li Jishur waved his hand dismissively. Sneering, Zhou Jing from Fei Lai Peak insists on personally delivering resources to the miscellaneous disciples, leaving me with no opportunity to reap any benefits. What use are so many spirit stones for a few miscellaneous disciples anyway? Chapter 7, Guardian of the Ling Tianyuan. The young disciple led the 2 for over an hour before they finally arrived at the 357th Ling Tianyuan. Which of you will guard the 357th Ling Tianyuan? It will take another half hour to reach the 358th, the young disciple said, looking at them with difficulty. Due to his insufficient cultivation, he could not fly with them and was reluctant to part with the flying talismans allocated for guiding others. Thus, they had walked the entire way. After over an hour of walking, they were somewhat fatigued, especially since he had heard that the formation at the 358th Ling Tianyuan had some issues and had not yet been repaired. Yang Shixiang, I will take the 357th Ling Tianyuan. He Dinyo, eager to halt his journey, quickly declared upon hearing the question. Along the way, they had exchanged names, and since Yang Ming had entered the Qingyun sect before them, they addressed him as Yang Shixiang. Yang Ming looked at Lin Shursan and proposed, then you shall guard the 358th Ling Tianyuan. I have no objections. Lin Shursan, accustomed to hunting, felt his physical condition was quite robust. Although he was somewhat weary from the long walk, he believed he could manage another half hour without issue. Seeing his agreement, Yang Ming explained the method to enter the Ling Tianyuan and offered a few words of caution before leading Lin Shursan toward the 358th Ling Tianyuan. After another half hour of walking, they finally reached the 358th Ling Tianyuan. Yang Ming spoke meaningfully to Lin Shursan. Wild beasts often roam these mountains. This place is on the very edge of the outer sect. You must exercise great caution while residing here alone. Thank you, Yang Shixiao. I will be careful. Lin Shisan thought little of it, assuming it was merely a standard admonition for a new disciple. Watching Yang Ming depart into the distance, he turned to enter the Ling Tianyuan. As he stepped inside, a ripple spread around him, indicating he had entered the protective formation. His identity jade token allowed him to enter and exit the Ling Tianyuan without hindrance. The Ling Tianyuan spanned approximately 5 acres, and this particular plot had fallen into disrepair. Among the vast patches of weeds, a few spirit grains grew sporadically, and at one corner of the Ling Tianyuan stood a small courtyard. It was already quite late, so Lin Shisan headed directly toward the courtyard. Upon pushing open the courtyard door and stepping inside, he found the place somewhat disordered, with weeds having overgrown in certain areas. Entering the bedroom, he found it relatively tidy, with a kitchen adjacent to it. Upon opening the rice jar, he was pleasantly surprised to discover it still contained a little more than half a jar of rice. Having not eaten all day, he was ravenous and went to the courtyard's well to fetch some water, quickly cleaning the kitchenware. He scooped some rice from the jar. Each grain was plump and glistening, seemingly emanating a faint sheen. Lin Shisan marveled inwardly at how exquisite the rice consumed by immortals looked, and he felt a surge of joy at the prospect of being able to eat such beautiful rice in the future. After cooking the rice, he first tidied the bedroom. Once he finished, the aroma of the cooking rice wafted from the kitchen. The fragrant scent intensified his hunger, and he could hardly contain himself as he eagerly filled a large bowl and devoured it voraciously. With each mouthful, the rice was delicious, and a warm sensation spread throughout his body, alleviating much of his fatigue. Indeed, the rice consumed by immortals was extraordinary, Lin Shisan thought, as he continued to shovel rice into his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, the spirit rice contained spiritual energy. When consumed by cultivators, it could enhance their spiritual power, while mortals could enjoy prolonged life. Although it was merely plain rice, Lin Shisan relished it, and after satisfying his hunger, he felt revitalized and energetic. Initially intending to rest early after his meal, he found himself wide awake. After pondering for a moment, he took out the jade slip and, following Li Zhishi's instructions, sat cross-legged, cleared his mind of distractions, and gently pressed the jade slip against his forehead. A light hum resonated in his mind as segments of text surged into his consciousness, causing Lin Shisan to feel dizzy. Nearly collapsing onto the bed, just as he felt his mind was about to burst, the influx of text ceased. Once the strange sensation in his head dissipated, he calmed himself to absorb the newfound knowledge. 3 books floated quietly in his mind, and Lin Shisan focused on one, noting the characters for the Qingyun sect's regulations on its cover. Having long dreamed of entering the Qingyun sect, his grandfather had sent him to a private school to study since he was 5 years old. So he recognized the words on the cover. Lin Shisan silently recited the characters in his heart, pondering how he might access the contents of the book. A miraculous scene unfolded as the book automatically opened in his mind, and a melodic sound began to play, as though someone was narrating the book's contents in his ear. The Qingyun sect was established by the Qingyun ancestor and has existed for 36,573 years. Lin Shisan's heart trembled slightly. Thus was the method to peruse the book's contents. He settled down to listen attentively as the book detailed the history and regulations of the Qingyun sect, along with various important notes. The text also explained the procedure for retrieving items from the storage pouch, requiring a cultivator to establish their spiritual awareness and imprint their spiritual mark onto the pouch to access its contents with their thoughts. Lin Shisan couldn't help but silently commend his good fortune. Had there not been any rice remaining in the jar, he would have had to rely on hunting for sustenance until he developed his spiritual awareness. In these celestial mountains, wild beasts often roamed, and with his current strength, venturing out to hunt posed a constant danger to his life. Once the voice in his mind ceased, the book vanished without a trace. Lin Shisan hurriedly searched for it but could not find it no matter how hard he looked. He quickly recited the characters for the Qingyun sect's regulations in his heart, yet his mind remained unresponsive. Could it be that this jade slip only allowed for a single study of the book? How could he possibly remember all that content? Lin Shisan hastily recalled the contents of the book in his mind and was astonished to discover that he had memorized everything within it. Although some passages remained unclear to him, he could indeed recall them at will whenever needed. It appeared that merely opening the book could engrave its contents into one's memory, allowing for leisurely comprehension at a later time. With this realization, Lin Shusan couldn't help but exhale in relief. He had previously worried about his inability to retain the information, fearing that he would have to wait until the 1st and 15th days of the month for the Qingxi Hall classes to continue his studies, which would waste a considerable amount of time. Having settled these thoughts, Lin Shusan eagerly turned his attention to the other two books in his mind, the Qingyun Ju and the Qingyun Fist. The Qingyun Ju was likely the qi cultivation technique mentioned by Elder Li, while the Qingyun Fist, as its name suggested, was a foundational martial art. Lin Shusan couldn't wait to silently recite the Qingyun Ju in his heart. Only by first developing his spiritual consciousness could he retrieve items from his storage bag, plant spiritual grains, and await the harvest to exchange for cultivation resources. The pages swiftly opened, and the enchanting melody resonated once more in his mind. He immediately held his breath, focusing intently on the voice reciting the text. Chapter 8. The Ancestors' Relics. This time, the voice recited for approximately a quarter of an hour before concluding. The book explained the cultivation methods from the 1st to the 10th layer of the body refinement stage and how to develop spiritual consciousness, accompanied by a diagram illustrating the flow of spiritual energy within the body. Only those with spiritual roots could perceive the existence of spiritual energy. They must then guide it into their bodies, allowing it to circulate completely around their meridians before entering the sea of consciousness to develop spiritual awareness. It seemed that developing spiritual consciousness was a crucial step. Without it, not only could he not access the items in his storage bag, but he would also be unable to embark on the path of cultivation. He pondered this quietly in his heart, then calmed himself to carefully reflect on the contents of the book, striving to understand the text word by word. Although the Qingyun Ju was not lengthy, comprehending it was no easy feat for someone like Lin Shusan, who had no prior cultivation experience. After silently reciting the Qingyun Ju several times in his mind and memorizing the diagram of the energy flow, he began to practice meditation according to the breathing methods outlined in the book. In his room, Lin Shusan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly closed, hands resting naturally on his knees. His chest rising and falling gently, he first dispelled distracting thoughts, mentally reciting the contents of the Qingyun Ju, striving to enter the profound state described within it. Time passed unknowingly. He felt a cool, thread-like stream of energy penetrating his skin and entering his body. Lin Shusan's heart jolted. Had he successfully guided the qi into his body? He began to direct the energy within him according to the instructions of the Qingyun Ju. But before he could guide it very far, the energy dissipated quickly, leaving no trace behind. He did not feel discouraged. At least he had succeeded in attracting spiritual energy into his body, indicating that he was indeed capable of cultivation. With more practice, he believed he would one day successfully develop his spiritual consciousness. His greatest concern was that his spiritual roots might be too weak to sense any spiritual energy at all. Opening his eyes, he noticed that the day had brightened considerably, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Despite having gone a night without sleep, he felt remarkably refreshed. After stretching his stiff limbs, he stepped outside and gazed at the sun in the sky. Realizing it was already midday, he had often heard his grandfather say that time in cultivation was irrelevant. He had been somewhat skeptical, but now it seemed that his grandfather was right. He had yet to begin his training, and merely sitting in meditation for 7 or 8 hours had already passed. After having a meal, he began to weed the spiritual fields. Given his current aptitude, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to successfully develop his spiritual consciousness in the short term. Without having developed his spiritual consciousness, he could not take out the seeds of the spiritual grains to plant. However, there were still some spiritual grains that he had previously sown but not yet harvested. By weeding and properly managing the fields, he hoped to gather some spiritual grains in due time, which he could then exchange for spiritual rice at the Qingxi Hall, ensuring that he would not go hungry. As he weeded, he reflected on the sensation of spiritual energy entering his body. He planned to resume his cultivation after dinner. During the weeding, Lin Shusan noticed tracks of wild beasts in the spiritual fields. Ordinarily, there should be a protective formation in place, preventing any beast from entering. Was it possible that it was a pet left behind by a previous disciple? He searched the entire field but found no sign of any beast. For safety's sake, he decided to set a few traps along the edges of the fields. Thus, 7 days passed, and he had completely cleared the weeds in the fields, yet he still had not succeeded in guiding the qi into his body. Once again, he opened his eyes. The sliver of spiritual energy had traveled a short distance before vanishing completely, Lin Shersan sighed. It seemed that his aptitude was indeed lacking. Despite his repeated practice over the past few days, he had only managed to keep that sliver of spiritual energy circulating in his meridians for a brief moment longer. At this rate, to enable the spiritual energy to complete a full circulation within his body would take at least a year. And considering how weak the energy he could draw in was, he could not be sure whether he would even succeed in breaking into the sea of consciousness to develop spiritual awareness. Lin Shersan took out the small wooden box his grandfather had entrusted to him and began to fidget with it repeatedly. This had become his habit over the past few days. Each time he faced failure in his cultivation, he would take out the box and play with it, as if his grandfather were right there beside him, encouraging him. He had never considered opening the box until now. Although his grandfather had said that he could only open it when he was ready to cultivate, he had planned to wait until he developed his spiritual consciousness to do so, believing that would be when he was truly capable of cultivation. However, now he felt as though he were trapped, unable to access the spiritual stones in his storage bag, and his lack of strength prevented him from seeking more cultivation resources. Without cultivation resources, his slow progress was inevitable, given his aptitude. The box left behind by the ancestor might contain cultivation resources, such as spiritual stones or elixirs. Even if it held no resources, but merely information about enemies, it would at least allow him to prepare for potential confrontations. With this in mind, Lin Shersan resolved to open the box left by the ancestor at that very moment. Determined, he placed the wooden box on the table, took out the flying knife he used previously, and gently made a small cut on his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the box before cautiously stepping back a few paces. He nervously fixed his gaze on the box, which appeared seamless and enigmatic. As the blood dripped onto the box, it began to flow slowly, seemingly sketching something. Gradually, the flow of blood quickened, and the patterns taking shape became increasingly familiar. Just as Lin Shersan worried whether the drop of blood could completely delineate the design, a brilliant light erupted from the box. The characters Qingyun formed by swirling clouds materialized, revealing the insignia of the Qingyun sect. At the same time, there was a soft snap from the box. Lin Shersan suppressed his excitement, waiting for the light to fully dissipate before approaching to examine the box closely. At that moment, the wooden box appeared completely transformed. The characters Qingyun depicted by swirling clouds were vividly lifelike, and the box was adorned with silver-white cloud patterns, exuding an air of mysterious elegance. The box was no longer seamless. One could distinctly discern the lid from the body. Carefully opening the wooden box, he found only a storage bag and an unremarkable stone the size of an egg, with a piece of letter paper lying beneath it. Lin Shersan took out the letter and unfolded it for reading. In the letter, Lin Yuan explained the origins of the two items within the box. The storage bag contained the low-grade spiritual stones he had collected over the years. Approximately 50 pieces. The seemingly ordinary stone was something he had acquired during his training in the Xuantiandi's secret realm, and it was because of this stone that he had been ambushed and gravely injured. As for the stone's purpose, he had no knowledge. He only mentioned that when it first emerged from the Xuantiandi's secret realm, it had attracted a rainbow of colors, and it was pure chance that he had obtained it. At the end of the letter, Lin Yuan urged him that upon entering the Qingyun sect, it would be best to join the Feilai Peak, as its master, Chen Feng, was powerful and kind-hearted, treating all disciples equally. Lastly, he cautioned against seeking revenge, as those who had plotted against him were already formidable, having honed their skills over many years. They were not adversaries he could contend with. Chapter 9. Emote Song. After reading the letter left by the ancestor, Lin Shersan turned his gaze to the storage bag and the stone within the box. He still could not open the storage bag, and he was also uncertain of the stone's utility. His hopes of acquiring cultivation resources from the ancestor's relics seemed to have been dashed. Folding the letter neatly and placing it back into the wooden box, Lin Shersan picked up the stone to examine it closely. It was merely a dull gray pebble, showing no signs of anything extraordinary. The ancestor had stated in the letter that when he discovered it, the stone emitted a radiant light of many colors. Yet now, it appeared completely devoid of brilliance. Had it perhaps been swapped during the chaos of the ambush? Was it truly just an ordinary pebble? As Lin Shersan held the stone, he scrutinized it while his mind spun with speculation. Suddenly, he felt an attraction emanating from the pebble. The cut on his finger began to itch, as if something was being drawn out. That moment, the dull gray pebble emitted a dazzling array of colors and vanished in an instant. A soft crack echoed in his mind. as if something had burst forth from the earth. Who dares to disturb my tranquil meditation? At the very moment the stone vanished, a wisp of ethereal shadow abruptly materialized from thin air, performing 2 graceful somersaults before gently floating in midair. Lin Shursen stood in astonishment, utterly speechless at the unfolding spectacle. Young man, it is you who has caused me to be expelled from the Xian stone. The wisp of shadow stabilized, gazing at Lin Shursan, who was pale with fright, and queried in astonishment, "Are you human or ghost? You should leave at once. This is the territory of the Qingyun sect. If the immortal on the mountain learns of your presence, you shall not escape unscathed." Initially, Lin Shursan felt trepidation, his words stumbling out in a stutter, but as he continued speaking, he grew increasingly convinced of the validity of the warning. He straightened his posture and boldly regarded the apparition before him. The figure before him was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. At that moment, his form appeared exceedingly insubstantial, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse him. "Qingyun sect. What is your connection to that scoundrel Zhang Qingyun?" The old man circled Lin Shursan, stroking his snowy beard, and inquired. "Who do you think you are, old man, to so audaciously speak the name of the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect?" Lin Shursan's face flushed with indignation upon hearing the old man directly reference the name of the revered ancestor. To Lin Shursan, the ancestor of Qingyun was akin to a deity. The rudeness displayed by this stranger, who had suddenly appeared, ignited a spark of hostility within him. "Ah, so you are a disciple of that Zhang Qingyun. I have encountered him once. He possesses decent talent, yet I never anticipated he would establish his own sect. However, judging by your current state, you are still an ordinary mortal and have yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Hence you have likely not yet met him." The old man ignored Lin Shursan's outburst, muttering to himself as he scrutinized him. Lin Shursan felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. Casting a doubtful glance at the old man, the ancestor of Qingyun had passed into the void over 10,000 years ago, yet this elder claimed to have seen him. Could it be that this man was several millennia old? "I am merely a lowly servant disciple, unworthy of gazing upon the visage of the ancestor of Qingyun," Lin Shursan self-deprecatingly remarked. "A servant disciple? The 5 elements Xian stone has chosen a mere servant disciple as its master? Are you perhaps a wielder of the 5 elements spiritual root?" The old man gazed at Lin Shursan in astonishment, then shook his head as he continued his musings. "But as a servant disciple, your spiritual root must be of low quality. How could the 5 elements Xian stone select you as its master?" As he spoke, the old man paced the room, his brow furrowed in contemplation. 5 elements Xian stone, Lin Shursan mused, glancing curiously at the old man lost in thought. Could he be referring to that inconspicuous little stone that had just vanished? This man had appeared only after the stone's disappearance, and he did not seem malevolent. Furthermore, he had claimed to have met the ancestor of Qingyun, a figure of legendary status. With this thought, a glimmer of hope shone in Lin Shursan's eyes. "Old immortal, the 5 elements Xian stone you speak of, is it a dull gray stone? It vanished in an instant. Do you know where it has gone?" Lin Shursan cautiously inquired. Upon hearing his question, the old man's face revealed an expression of ineffable complexity, followed by a deep sigh. "Alas, it seems you truly lack any foundational knowledge of cultivation. First, tell me, do you possess the 5 elements spiritual root?" "I am unsure. They say I have a waste spiritual root," Lin Shursan replied, embarrassment coloring his features. "A waste spiritual root? Good heavens, the 5 elements Xian stone has chosen a waste spiritual root." The old man banged his chest in exasperation before continuing. "Then tell me, when you were tested for your spiritual root, how many colors of light appeared?" "There should have been 5 colors," Lin Shursan responded uncertainly. "What do you mean should? Wasn't it clear? Did you not even observe the colors of your spiritual roots during the test?" The old man shouted in frustration, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shursan. The light was too faint to discern clearly. "I only saw a hazy array of colors," Lin Shursan awkwardly explained, his voice trailing off as he looked at the old man with hopeful eyes. "Old immortal, with my qualifications, can I still cultivate?" "Your qualifications are nearly non-existent." The old man regarded him with pity. "But they say diligence can make up for deficiencies. I will work tirelessly at my cultivation. While others practice for 5 hours a day, I shall practice for 10. Lin Shersan declared resolutely, undeterred by the old man's words. Diligence can indeed compensate for inadequacies, but if everyone could rely solely on hard work to surpass their natural gifts, then what need would there be for spiritual roots? The old man scoffed at Lin Shersan's assertion. Yet I possess a spiritual root, albeit a weak one. Lin Shersan's voice grew softer under the old man's scrutiny, the light in his eyes dimming. Enough, enough. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Even with a waste spiritual root, I can guide you to unparalleled heights. The old man, seeing the dejection on Lin Shersan's face, waved his hand grandly. Old immortal, can you truly help me ascend to immortality? Lin Shersan exclaimed in excitement, reaching out to grasp the old man's hand, only to clutch at empty AI. Do not call me old immortal. Such titles make me seem exceedingly ancient. You may call me Emote Song, and from now on, refer to me as Grandpa Mo. Emote Song declared with a flourish. Young man, under my guidance, there are no waste talents. It merely depends on your ability to endure hardship. Grandpa Mo, please teach me. I fear no hardship. As long as I can cultivate, I can endure anything, Lin Shersan implored, kneeling and bowing 3 times before Emote Song. Ah, get up quickly. I never said I would not teach you. Emote Song, flustered by Lin Shersan's homage, rushed forward to assist him, only to find himself grasping at nothing, and he had to step aside. Though he spoke with bravado, in truth, he could not accept such reverence from Lin Shersan, for the boy was recognized by the 5 elements Xian stone as its master. Years ago, when he failed to transcend his tribulation, he should have perished, yet a mysterious figure saved this fragment of his soul, allowing him to reside within the 5 elements Xian stone. The condition was that he must assist the stone's master in cultivation until the master reached the foundational period, at which point he could be freed. Chapter 10. The 5 elements Xian stone. Grandpa Mo, Lin Shersan gazed up at Emote Song, puzzled by his reaction. Why do you seem a bit off? Get up quickly, and do not think that after a simple bow, you can cling to me. My assistance comes with conditions. Emote Song, noticing Lin Shersan's bewildered expression, hurriedly explained himself. He was concerned about this boy's temperament. If Lin Shersan were to assume he could command him like a servant upon discovering the truth, to whom would he turn for help then? However, he underestimated Lin Shersan's character. Even if he learned the truth, he would never regard someone who had aided him with disdain. Grandpa Mo, please state your conditions. As long as they do not involve wrongdoing, I am willing, Lin Shersan eagerly declared. Impudent boy, do I appear to be one who would lead you astray? Emote Song retorted, his irritation evident. Not at all, but we are not yet familiar with one another. Should we not clarify matters beforehand? Lin Shersan replied, a touch of awkwardness in his tone. Very well, very well. I shall not quibble with you. First, tell me your name. Emote Song waved dismissively, yet internally mused that although the 5 elements Xian stone had chosen a master of poor qualifications, the boy displayed integrity. However, it was still too early to judge. He would need to observe further to ascertain the boy's true character. Should he find Lin Shersan to be a deceitful person, he would not hesitate to violate the contract he had made with that mysterious figure and eliminate him. Allowing the 5 elements Xian stone to seek a new master. Grandpa Mo, my name is Lin Shersan. You may call me Shersan. What must I do to earn your guidance in my cultivation? Lin Shersan asked earnestly, his eagerness palpable. First, I shall guide your cultivation. However, in times of peril, you must rely on your own wits to survive. I will not intervene, Emote Song stated with a serious demeanor. Though in truth, he was too weak to aid Lin Shersan at present. Rest assured, Grandpa Mo. My grandfather once said that the essence of cultivation lies in courage. If one seeks aid in times of danger, they shall never become strong, Lin Shersan affirmed, his gaze steady and determined. Your grandfather speaks wisely, Emote Song nodded, stroking his beard. Secondly, as you can see, I currently exist in a state of disembodied spirit, yet I can still cultivate and shall not remain in this state forever. During your future adventures, you must unconditionally assist me in seeking out spiritual herbs that can aid in the restoration of my spirit. Grandpa Mo, you teach me to cultivate, and I assist you in finding the herbs for your recovery. This is only fair. Which herbs can help restore your spirit? I shall seek them out on our future journeys, Lin Shersan replied, somewhat astonished by Emote Song's conditions. To him, Emote Song's guidance was akin to a master teaching a disciple. and it was entirely reasonable for him to seek out herbs for his mentor's recovery. Emotsong's kindness truly knew no bounds. To present such a request as a condition, Emotsong nodded inwardly, pleased with Lin Shusan's response. Indeed, the boy's character was commendable. If he could maintain such integrity under Emotsong's mentorship, he would surely achieve great things in the future. Upon contemplating this, Emotsong felt a reluctance to impose further difficulties upon him. A person of good character does not require conditions to be placed upon him. He will naturally consider your interests. Conversely, a person of ill disposition will invariably exploit any restrictions you impose to undermine you. This matter can wait until you possess sufficient strength. However, there is one final request. You must unconditionally permit me to cultivate within the 5 elements mystic stone. Emotsong smiled as he addressed him. Grandfather Emo, I have no objections to your cultivation within the 5 elements mystic stone, but at present, I am unaware of its whereabouts, Lin Shusan replied, his face slightly flushed upon hearing Emotsong mention the 5 elements mystic stone. Seeing Lin Shusan's flustered demeanor, Emotsong could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Shusan, you should enter your consciousness see and check. The 5 elements mystic stone resides within it can enhance your spiritual perception. And you may also test the current strength of your spiritual awareness, Grandfather Emo. I have yet to cultivate my spiritual perception, Lin Shusan responded, a look of helplessness on his face. Just because you have not done so before does not mean you cannot now. The 5 elements mystic stone is a naturally bestowed spiritual treasure. Is it not a significant matter to assist you in cultivating your spiritual perception? Why not attempt it now and see if you can project your spiritual awareness? Emotsong, stroking his beard, looked at Lin Shusan with a warm smile, encouraging him to give it a try. The Qingyun technique mentions this. I shall attempt it now, Lin Shusan declared, closing his eyes, holding his breath, and concentrating, following the method outlined in the text to project his spiritual awareness. Ah, Lin Shusan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Just moments ago, the entire landscape of the spiritual field had vividly manifested in his mind. Did the text not state that newly cultivated spiritual perception can project only about a yard? How then did I encompass the entire spiritual field? Lin Shusan questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The distance one can project their newly cultivated spiritual perception varies according to individual aptitude. The 1-yard projection you mentioned is typical for those with inferior spiritual roots. The 5 elements mystic stone is an extraordinary spiritual treasure. The spiritual perception it assists you in cultivating is certainly incomparable to that of inferior roots. However, do not presume that with the aid of the 5 elements mystic stone, your cultivation will be exceedingly effortless. Cultivating spiritual perception is merely one aspect of your practice. Future cultivation will primarily rely on your own diligence. Assisting you in cultivating spiritual perception is but one of its minor functions. The 5 elements mystic stone embodies the quintessence of the 5 elemental forces of heaven and earth. It contains not only potent elemental power, but also the principles of the universe. Once you possess the 5 elements mystic stone, your efforts in cultivating techniques imbued with elemental power will yield much greater results. And when you eventually practice the 5 elements laws, it will be comparatively easier. Nonetheless, all of this hinges upon your ability to persist in your cultivation. First, when you strive to ascend to the next level, the spiritual energy required will be greater than that of others. Your dantian must be larger than theirs, otherwise, you will be unable to store sufficient spiritual energy, Emotsong earnestly elucidated, analyzing the advantages and disadvantages. Lin Shusan listened, utterly astounded. The 5 elements mystic stone was indeed extraordinary. Yet, with his feeble spiritual roots and slow cultivation speed, how could he possibly hope to amass more spiritual energy than others? After absorbing Emotsong's explanation, Lin Shusan furrowed his brow. With such weak roots, his cultivation speed was already slow, and if it were to be several times slower than others, how many years would it take for him to achieve success? Haha, Shusan, with your grandfather Emo by your side. As long as you are not afraid of hardship or pain, this will not pose a problem. Upon hearing Lin Shusan express his concerns, Emotsong laughed heartily, recognizing that there was indeed a reason the mysterious individual had chosen him. Throughout his thousands of years of cultivation, he had delighted in collecting various cultivation techniques. Although Lin Shusan's spiritual roots were lacking, he still possessed some. He had gathered 2 techniques aimed at improving spiritual roots. One of which, the 9 turns to transcendence, was particularly suitable for Lin Shisan's current situation. Chapter 11. 9 Turns to Transcendence. Grandfather Mo. As long as I am able to cultivate, I fear neither hardship nor pain. Upon hearing Mo Tsang's remarks, Lin Shisan promptly replied, Very well. Here, I possess a set of techniques for enhancing the physical constitution of cultivators, the 9 Turns to Transcendence. This technique initially broadens the meridians, expands the dantian, and enhances the quality of spiritual roots. In the later stages, it refines the flesh, bones, and organs. However, the process will be exceedingly painful. It is entirely up to you to endure. After speaking, Mo Tsang's smile faded, and he approached Lin Shisan, gently touching his forehead with a finger. A delicate glow of spiritual light entered his mind. Lin Shisan felt a faint tremor in his mind as something entered. Having previously experienced the transfer of knowledge through a jade slip, he understood that Mo Tsang was imparting techniques to him and was not overly shocked. He merely closed his eyes and patiently awaited the sensation to conclude. Once the peculiar feeling subsided, he did not hasten to examine the techniques, but instead opened his eyes and approached the small wooden box left behind by Lin Yuan. He picked up the storage pouch from within the box. Using the method taught in the Qingyun technique to imprint his soul mark on the pouch, then removed half of the spiritual stones inside and placed them in the box, turning to Mo Tsang and saying, Grandfather Mo, I still have some spiritual stones left by my ancestors for cultivation. Please take this half for your use. Mo Tsang observed the spiritual stones Lin Shisan presented, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes. Here was a child who understood gratitude. After a moment, he finally spoke. Shisan, I am truly pleased that you thought to share some of your spiritual stones with me. However, you should retain them for your own use. My current state does not permit me to utilize spiritual stones for cultivation. When I do require them in the future, I shall ask again. Then how may I assist you now? Lin Shisan inquired, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he withdrew the spiritual stones. All you need to do is grant me access to the 5 elements mystic stone. Mo Tsang's gaze toward Lin Shisan brightened. What must I do to allow you entry into the 5 elements mystic stone? Lin Shisan asked Mo Tsang. You merely need to use your spiritual perception to issue a command to the 5 elements mystic stone, permitting me to enter and exit freely. Thereafter, I shall be able to traverse the 5 elements mystic stone at will. Very well, Grandfather Mo. Please try to see if you can enter. Lin Shisan promptly focused his mind and directed his spiritual perception toward the floating 5 elements mystic stone in his consciousness sea. All right, I shall give it a try. As soon as Mo Tsang finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light and shot toward Lin Shisan's brow, swiftly vanishing from sight. Grandfather Mo? Lin Shisan called out. Feeling somewhat awkward, it felt peculiar to see Grandfather Mo, a person of such stature, disappear from before him, especially as he had seemingly darted into his own body. Shisan, I have successfully entered. Mo Tsang's voice resonated in Lin Shisan's mind. Now, allow me to explain the 9 turns to transcendence. This technique is primarily designed to enhance the quality of spiritual roots for individuals like yourself with weaker roots, in the later stages. It is also a formidable body refinement technique, so you must commit to continuous practice. It will greatly benefit your future cultivation journey. The first layer focuses on the meridians and dantian. The reason the light manifested so dimly on the testing stone during your spiritual root assessment is that the innate space of your dantian is quite limited, resulting in a minimal amount of innate spiritual energy, which could not evoke brilliance on the testing stone. This technique teaches you how to utilize spiritual energy to expand the meridians and dantian. With broader meridians, you will be able to draw in more spiritual energy during cultivation. With an expanded dantian, you will be able to store more spiritual energy, enhancing the quality of your spiritual roots. This technique is truly remarkable, Lin Shisan exclaimed, filled with excitement and eager to begin cultivating the 9 turns to transcendence immediately. Yet, he understood that to cultivate a technique effectively, one must first comprehend its content and grasp its principles. Only then would the practice yield optimal results. Thus, he patiently listened to Mo Tsang's explanation. The 9 turns to transcendence consists of 9 turns in each layer. This first layer can triple the size of your meridians and dantian with each turn. Once you master the 9 turns, will you still worry about your poor aptitude? However, it does have a drawback. The process of cultivation will be exceedingly painful, and you must refrain from using any drugs to alleviate the suffering during this time. Otherwise, the effects will be significantly diminished. Take some time to review the contents of this technique. Once you are familiar, you may begin your cultivation. I will be within the 5 elements mystic stone. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Emotsong paused at this point. Understood, Grandfather Emo, you may rest easy. I will inquire if I encounter anything unclear, Lin Shisan replied. When conversing with me, there is no need to vocalize. Within the 5 elements mystic stone, we can communicate directly through thought. Seeing Lin Shisan speaking to the air in confusion, Emotsong reminded him, I'm still not quite accustomed to that manner of communication. But I will strive to adapt, Lin Shisan replied awkwardly through thought. Yes, that is correct. It is manageable when alone. However, should others be present, such behavior would expose my existence, which would not bode well for either of us. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. You should focus on your cultivation for now. After Emotsong's words, he fell silent. His spiritual essence was exceedingly fragile. Having spent so many years within the 5 elements mystic stone, he could barely manifest. The recent transfer of knowledge had drained much of his spiritual energy, necessitating a period of recuperation. Taking Emotsong's words to heart, Lin Shisan resolved to quickly adapt to this mode of communication to avert any unnecessary complications. He settled himself on the bed, crossed his legs, and calmed his mind as he descended into his consciousness. This moment, he finally had the inclination to scrutinize the 5 elements mysterious stone. It now hovered quietly within his sea of consciousness, crystalline and translucent. A stark contrast to its previous dull appearance, it now displayed a spectrum of vibrant patterns, emanating a gentle glow, composed of 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, corresponding to the 5 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Were it not for its unchanged shape, one would hardly discern any resemblance to its former self. After observing for a considerable time, Lin Shisan shifted his gaze to the 9 transformations of the mysterious canon that floated nearby. Softly murmuring the title of the book, a voice began reciting its contents within his mind, and he listened intently. Once the initial reading was complete, Lin Shisan revisited the first layer of content multiple times, ensuring he had memorized it before commencing his cultivation. He calmed his mind and, following the prescribed technique, began to attract spiritual energy. Before long, a layer of multicolored orbs surrounded his body. Upon activating his spiritual awareness, he could perceive the radiant glow of the surrounding elemental energies. With these orbs clinging to his body and casting a hazy luminescence, his task now was to open his body's acupoints and draw in this energy. Employing the 9 transformations of the mysterious canon's techniques, he sought to refine his meridians with the absorbed spiritual energy. Once the meridians attained a certain resilience, he would utilize the explosive nature of fire energy to expand the originally narrow pathways. Following that, he would employ both water and wood energies to repair and fortify the meridians, ultimately using metal energy to nurture the refined pathways, completing one full cycle with each turn. Chapter 12. Commencing cultivation. Lin Shisan glanced at the multicolored spiritual energy enveloping his body and began to absorb it as described in the technique. Previously, without the activation of his spiritual awareness, he had only sensed a thin strand of energy entering his body. Now, with his spiritual awareness awakened, he understood that the narrowness of his meridian pathways was akin to a single hair's width, thus only allowing the tiniest strands of energy to be absorbed. As a slender thread of energy entered his body, Lin Shisan refrained from guiding it forward as he had before. Instead, he cautiously followed the teachings of the 9 transformations of the mysterious canon, using this minuscule energy to refine his meridians and enhance the resilience of this small section. A slight ache radiated from the refined meridian, not overly painful, Lin Shisan mused. However, a momentary lapse in focus led to a miscalculation in the energy's refining intensity, resulting in a sharp sting. Ouch, Lin Shisan exclaimed, as the small strand of energy escaped his control, dissipating into the ether. Disruptions and distractions during cultivation are perilous. A moment's negligence could lead one astray. Fortunately, you managed to capture only a small amount of energy this time. Otherwise, a backlash could have harmed your meridians, came the stern voice of Emotsong from the 5 elements mysterious stone. I understand, Grandfather Emo, Lin Shisan replied, feeling a flush of shame. He once more gathered energy to refine that small segment of meridian, resolutely avoiding any distractions until the last vestige of energy fully dissipated. He then drew in new energy from the outside to continue his refining efforts. This process repeated itself time and again until the surface of that small section of meridian glimmered faintly. Now I can proceed to the next step, Lin Shursan exhaled, beginning to extract fire energy as per the 9 transformations of the mysterious canon's instructions. After several attempts, he successfully refined a pure strand of fire energy, carefully shaping it into a form that was narrow at the front and broader at the back. Having accomplished this, Lin Shursan felt the tension manifest as perspiration beaded on his forehead. He steadied his breath, knowing that the success of this final step would determine his progress. Earlier, Grandfather Imo had warned him that this step required the fire energy to expand the minuscule meridian, akin to a nail slowly embedding itself into flesh, and the process would undoubtedly be accompanied by intense pain. At this moment, he would not only endure the agony of his meridian being forcefully expanded, but also needed to maintain his focus and control over the technique to manage the energy's expansion. Should the pain cause him to lose focus, the energy could spiral out of control, inflicting damage upon his meridian. Although, given his current aptitude, he could only draw in a small thread of energy, the resulting harm would not be too severe. Nevertheless, recovering from any injury would require considerable effort. Once his breathing normalized and his heartbeat steadied, Lin Shursan concentrated on maneuvering that small strand of fire energy slowly into his body. The moment the front end of that energy entered, he guided the internal fire energy to rotate gently, harnessing its volatile nature to gradually increase its volume. A sharp pain surged through him as the energy expanded, akin to a drill boring into his flesh, intensifying the discomfort. Lin Shursan grit his teeth, refusing to allow any relaxation, maintaining his focus on propelling the energy further. Before long, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Time seemed to blur as his clothes became drenched in perspiration, and the small strand of energy erupted with its final surge of power, vanishing within the meridian he had nurtured. Yet Lin Shursan did not relent. Swiftly, he drew in more energy from the external environment to fill that small segment of meridian, preventing it from contracting back. He then extracted both water and wood energies from the incoming energy to repair the damaged meridian. Once the pain subsided, he began to extract metal energy to nurture that section of meridian. Only after completing this step did he allow himself a moment of respite. At this juncture, his effort to widen the meridian had been successfully accomplished. Grandfather Imo, I have succeeded. Lin Shursan wiped the sweat from his brow, and despite a throbbing headache, he exclaimed excitedly toward Imo Tsang within the 5 elements mysterious stone. At that moment, a pure and innocent smile illuminated his face. Befitting his age, this initial success heralded a significant step forward on his path of cultivation. In contrast to the despair he felt upon discovering his wasteful spiritual root, his current state of mind brimmed with hope for cultivation. This filled him with profound gratitude toward Imo Tsang, and he silently resolved to treat Imo Tsang with the utmost filial piety henceforth. Indeed, Imo Tsang's voice emerged, laced with amusement before turning serious. However, you must understand that you have only completed the first turn, the simplest phase of the 9 transformations. The deeper you delve into your cultivation, the more intense the pain you will have to endure. Your eventual achievements will hinge upon your capacity to persevere. Grandfather Imo, I understand. I will certainly persist in mastering the 9 transformations of the mysterious canon, Lin Shursan affirmed with unwavering determination. This technique tests your resolve. If you can endure to the 6th turn, your meridians will rival those of individuals with superior spiritual roots. Should you persist to the 9th turn, your meridians will be akin to those with extraordinary spiritual roots. However, as your dantian expands concurrently, unless you encounter a unique fortuity, your cultivation speed will still lag behind that of those with exceptional spiritual roots. Yet, with equal strength, your internal reservoir of spiritual energy will surpass theirs, rendering you stronger than others of the same level. Moreover, cultivation demands a grounded approach. Only by solidifying your foundation can each realm be secured, ensuring a smooth path in your future cultivation endeavors. Grandfather Imo, I understand I will not rush for immediate results. I will cultivate diligently, Lin Shursan solemnly assured Imo Tsang. I have faith that you will succeed. Take a moment to rest. Although your spiritual awareness is more formidable than that of the average person due to the 5 elements mysterious stone, you must avoid overexertion. Engaging in some basic martial arts practice can help alleviate mental fatigue, Imo Tsang suggested. Noting Lin Shursan's evident exhaustion at seemed that the 9 transformations of the mysterious canon was not a path for just anyone. It demanded not only unwavering willpower but also a robust spiritual awareness. Typically, novice practitioners without strong spiritual awareness struggle to control spiritual energy effectively, often leading to mishaps during cultivation. Conversely, individuals with formidable spiritual awareness were already considered strong practitioners. Having firmly established their cultivation foundations, making the 9 transformations of the mysterious canon an unsuitable endeavor for them. Mo-tsang mused silently. Chapter 13. Practicing the Qingyun Fist. Grandfather Mo, I have a manual for the entry-level Qingyun sect's fist technique. I will begin practicing it tomorrow, Lin Shisan remarked as he gazed at the darkened sky outside. Very well, I shall review it with you tomorrow. For now, you should rest, Mo-tsang nodded. The techniques he had gathered were advanced and not suitable for Lin Shisan's current stage of cultivation. At this moment, it was up to Lin Shisan to find ways to acquire the techniques he needed. After changing out of his soaked garments and relishing a refreshing bath, he headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a restful night, he resumed his practice of the 9 transformations of the mysterious canon the following morning. Due to the narrowness of his meridians, he could only draw in a small thread of energy, yet he managed to widen a small segment of his meridians by a similar length to the previous day. After lunch and a brief rest, he began learning the Qingyun Fist. This set of techniques is excellent and well-suited for your current circumstances, Mo-tsang noted. After listening to Lin Shisan's complete recounting of the Qingyun Fist, Mo-tsang nodded and remarked, although there are only 3 punches, mastering the first punch allows one to unleash 18 phantom fists in a single blow. Perfecting the second punch enables one to produce 36 phantom fists, while the third punch, when fully cultivated, can generate 108 phantom fists. Although you have yet to cultivate spiritual energy and cannot achieve this level of power, focus on diligent practice and solidify your foundation. Once you have opened the meridians within your body and cultivated your own spiritual energy, you may also experiment with infusing various attributes of spiritual energy into your fist techniques, at which point the power of this set of punches will double. Understood, Grandpa Mo. I shall diligently practice this set of fist techniques, Lin Shisan proclaimed, beginning to practice the fist technique in the courtyard. He tirelessly followed the prescribed movements of the Qingyun Fist, executing punches with unwavering determination. Although he had not yet cultivated spiritual energy, and the power of his punches was limited, his recent diet of spirit rice had indeed improved his physique. By the end of the afternoon, he had gained a certain level of proficiency in the technique. The throbbing pain in his head had long since dissipated, and after dinner, he resumed his practice of the 9 turns of the mystical transformation scripture, only stopping when the pain in his head returned. Upon exiting his meditative state, he collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. After a month of arduous practice with the 9 turns of the mystical transformation scripture, he finally established a connection between the meridian that absorbs spiritual energy and his dantian, completing a circulatory pathway. Grandpa Mo, I can now practice the Qingyun technique, Lin Shisan exclaimed joyfully to Mo-tsang. Indeed, you may now allocate some time to practice the Qingyun technique. However, the most important task is to quickly refine the other meridians. The human body possesses more than just one meridian to absorb spiritual energy. Once you have opened all the meridians, your cultivation speed will significantly increase, Mo-tsang replied with a knowing smile, stroking his beard. He had been closely observing Lin Shisan's diligent efforts. Although Lin Shisan had only managed to open small sections of meridians during this time, the pain experienced during the expansion paled in comparison to what lay ahead. Yet for a youth like him, it was already an impressive achievement, especially when he opened the meridian near the heart, enduring the excruciating pain while maintaining focus to prevent the spiritual energy from dissipating. He successfully opened that section in one go. Furthermore, he managed to continue practicing the fist techniques after completing the 9 turns of the mystical transformation scripture. Such a child, as long as he remains true to his heart, will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Grandpa Mo, can I now use spirit stones to assist in my cultivation? Lin Shisan asked. His eyes filled with anticipation. He had heard from Zhou Jin that spirit stones could help cultivators absorb spiritual energy more rapidly, and he had previously contemplated holding a spirit stone during his cultivation. Mo-tsang halted him, explaining that at that moment, he could not circulate the spiritual energy within his body into the dantian to transform it into his own spiritual power, and he could only absorb a minuscule amount of spiritual energy. Even the most abundant spiritual energy would be of no benefit to him. Now that he had finally expanded the meridian connecting the dantian, allowing spiritual energy to circulate fully within his body, he yearned to experience the sensation of rapidly increasing spiritual power. "You may attempt it now," Emotsong said, seeing his excitement and not wishing to deter him. With permission granted, Lin Shusan eagerly retrieved a spirit stone. Holding it in his hand while calming his mind to channel the Qingyun technique, he observed the spirit stone intently. As he began to circulate the technique, the stone exuded a translucent mist that enveloped his body. "Ah, so the spiritual energy within the spirit stone is transparent," Lin Shusan mused in astonishment. With the spirit stone's assistance, a layer of spiritual energy quickly gathered around him. Regaining his focus, he began to absorb the spiritual energy into his body according to the technique. However, he was astonished to discover that the amount of spiritual energy entering his body was diminishing. By the time that wisp of energy flowed into his dantian, only about 1/10 of the original amount remained. Moreover, a portion of it dissipated from the dantian, leaving only 1/20 of the total spiritual energy initially absorbed. "Grandpa Mo, why is the spiritual energy I can retain in my dantian so scant?" Lin Shusan urgently inquired upon recognizing the issue. Point 13. This is yet another reason why those with weak spiritual roots have slow cultivation speeds. It is not only due to the small amount of spiritual energy they absorb, but also because they retain even less. "Now, do you understand what you should prioritize?" Emotsong said, looking at Lin Shusan with a serious expression. "I should be refining my dantian to enhance the quality of my spiritual roots." Rather than hastily practicing the technique, Lin Shusan quickly responded, "Correct. Sometimes, being overly eager for success leads us to take more detours," Emotsong replied, his voice filled with satisfaction at Lin Shusan's answer. "I will begin refining my dantian right away," Lin Shusan declared, preparing to circulate the 9 turns of the mystical transformation scripture. "Oh, not rush. The dantian is the foundation for cultivators, and you must invest extra effort into refining this area. Additionally, the pain experienced during the expansion of the dantian will be several times greater than that of the meridians, so you must not be hasty." Emotsong cautioned meticulously. "I understand, Grandpa Mo," Lin Shusan replied earnestly. Thereafter, he dedicated 3 full days to refining his dantian, beginning the expansion on the 4th day. The pain during the expansion of the dantian was indeed incomparable to that of the meridians. At the onset, he felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him, rendering his face pale and nearly causing him to lose focus. "Control the spiritual energy. I must maintain control," Lin Shusan gritted his teeth, trembling as he struggled against the pain, yet his mental focus remained unwavering, guiding the energy entering the dantian to slowly expand. As the pain intensified, he was drenched in sweat by the time he was only halfway through the process. Lin Shusan persevered, concentrating all his mental energy on controlling the spiritual energy entering his dantian. Gradually, his vision narrowed, fixating solely on the swirling fire spiritual energy within the dantian. Success is within reach. "Just a bit more. Expand further," Lin Shusan urged himself, only releasing control of the fire spiritual energy when he felt he could no longer endure, guiding new spiritual energy to flow in. By this point, he was in such agony that his body convulsed, collapsing onto his bed. He persevered, completing the final steps, but the moment his consciousness withdrew from the dantian, he fainted. After he lost consciousness, Emotsong emerged from the 5 elements mysterious stone. Observing Lin Shusan's pale face and trembling form, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes as he waved his hand, releasing fire spiritual energy to dry Lin Shusan's clothes, and then with spiritual energy to alleviate his pain, only stopping once his body ceased to convulse. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous, and to cultivate with a waste spiritual root requires greater effort than that of others. I can only assist you to this extent. The rest must rely on your own diligence, Emotsong murmured to himself as he returned to the 5 elements mysterious stone. Chapter 14. The beginning of forming a foundation. Lin Shusan slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky the following day. Upon waking, he was delighted to discover that the range of his spiritual sense seemed to have expanded. He could now perceive the scenery beyond the Ling Tianyuan with his spiritual sense. He joyfully shared this news with Emotsong. "This indicates that your spiritual sense has strengthened," Emotsong said, stroking his beard with a smile. "However, My cultivation level has not increased. How could my spiritual sense become stronger? Lin Shusan asked curiously. Your spiritual sense was developed with the assistance of the 5 elements mysterious stone, rather than through your own spiritual power. Thus, when your spiritual energy can form a cycle within your body, the range of your spiritual sense will also increase. The distance gained corresponds to the range your spiritual sense should naturally possess, Imotsang explained with a smile that I see. I thought it was due to my continuous practice of controlling spiritual energy with my spiritual sense during this period. Lin Shusan said, somewhat disappointed. Your consistent use of spiritual sense to control spiritual energy has indeed honed your control over it in the future. When you learn to use your spiritual sense to control weapons in battle, it will be considerably easier. Moreover, as your strength increases, the range of your spiritual sense will also expand, Imotsang reassured him, noticing Lin Shusan's disappointed expression. Can spiritual sense also control weapons? Lin Shusan's disappointment vanished, replaced by curiosity. Absolutely. The most common example is that cultivators require sufficient spiritual sense to wield flying swords for flight, Imotsang illustrated. Grandpa Imo has mentioned in his stories that cultivators can fly through the sky on flying swords. With my current strength of spiritual sense, can I control a flying sword? Lin Shusan asked eagerly. Your current spiritual sense strength is indeed sufficient, but your spiritual energy still falls short. A cultivator must possess not only powerful spiritual sense, but also an ample amount of spiritual energy to sustain flight on a flying sword. Imotsang replied cheerfully in other words, while spiritual sense merely facilitates the control of the flying sword, it is the spiritual energy that propels it. Lin Shusan quickly grasped the key point without feeling disheartened. Correct. You may also attempt to use your spiritual sense to control small weapons like throwing darts for combat. Imotsang's gaze traversed the almost ripened spiritual grains in the Ling Tian garden, settling on a corner of the protective formation where a subtle crack had formed. The immaturity of the spiritual grains posed no immediate threat, but once they reached maturity and began to exude spiritual energy through that fissure, the mountain's demonic beasts would be drawn to the emanating aura, thereby invading the garden. If Lin Shusan had not acquired effective means of defense by then, he would surely become prey for these beasts. Contemplating this, he began instructing Lin Shusan on how to manipulate objects with spiritual awareness, advising him to dedicate time to practicing the Qingyun technique. However, he refrained from disclosing the imminent danger to Lin Shusan. Every formidable cultivator has forged their path through relentless trials and tribulations. From that day forth, Lin Shusan dedicated an hour each day to practicing the manipulation of nearby objects with his spiritual awareness, while also expanding his meridians twice daily. After the evening session of meridian expansion, he would practice the Qingyun technique. He soon discovered that each time he completed a session of the Qingyun technique, his spirit felt remarkably invigorated. On a whim, he attempted an all-night practice of the technique, resulting in him feeling exceptionally refreshed the following day. Grandpa Imo, can I substitute practicing the Qingyun technique for sleep? That evening, Lin Shusan shared his experiences with Imotsang, his voice tinged with anticipation. Indeed, cultivators can use meditation as a substitute for sleep, Imotsang replied, stroking his beard with a sense of satisfaction. He chose not to directly inform Lin Shusan of the impending crisis, wishing for him to maintain his spirit of continuous exploration and experimentation. Each individual's path is unique. One cannot forever tread the paths laid by predecessors. It is only through persistent exploration that one can carve their own way, and only by creating a path uniquely their own can they journey further. After that day, Lin Shusan ceased to sleep at night, opting instead to meditate until dawn. Time in cultivation passed swiftly, and the spiritual grains in the garden were nearing maturity. Grandpa Imo, I have succeeded. Lin Shusan's voice rang out with excitement from the small courtyard. He dashed to a large stone where 2 flying daggers were embedded, their handles the only visible part. Imotsang floated beside him, smiling as he spoke. This is the effect of golden spiritual energy. When infused into a weapon, it enhances the weapon's hardness. Without the enhancement of golden spiritual energy, those 2 daggers would likely have shattered, unable to penetrate this stone. After this period of practice, Lin Shusan had become adept at manipulating the 5 flying daggers with his spiritual awareness. Though his cultivated spiritual power was still limited, sufficient only to empower 2 of the daggers. Grandpa Imo, please take a look at my Qingyun fist. Lin Shusan sheathed the daggers and began to unleash his punches against the stone. His Qingyun fist had reached an initial level of proficiency. With the first punch, he could create 3 phantoms, the second punch produced 6, and the third generated 12. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of 3 muffled impacts echoed as a flurry of phantom fists assaulted the stone, resulting in a shower of stone fragments across the courtyard. The power was commendable. The first punch left an imprint, the second caused cracks, and the third shattered the stone entirely, marking the emergence of this martial technique. Imo Tsang nodded approvingly. Grandpa Imo, how proficient must I become to be considered somewhat accomplished? Lin Shisan inquired, surveying the scattered debris. Before practicing this technique, he could never have imagined possessing the strength to shatter a large stone with mere punches. Yet, in Imo Tsang's eyes, this was merely the beginning. When the day comes that your third punch no longer shatters the stone but merely leaves it intact, your Qingyun fist will be considered small success. However, do not rush. Cultivation is not achieved overnight, especially as you have only been practicing for a few days. Imo Tsang chuckled heartily. I understand. Grandpa Imo, I will persevere in my training. Lin Shisan nodded earnestly. The spiritual grains in the garden are nearing maturity. Please be vigilant in monitoring the situation. Imo Tsang could not help but remind Lin Shisan one last time. Of course, Grandpa Imo, Lin Shisan replied eagerly. Even without Imo Tsang's admonitions, he intended to keep a close watch over the garden in the past. While tending to the crops at home, he always kept a keen eye as harvest time approached. Although the garden was protected by formations, he felt a sense of reassurance by overseeing it personally. After all, what was the purpose of the disciples assigned to guard the garden if not for this? Chapter 15. A first trial of skills. The spiritual grains in the Ling Tian garden began to emit a faint aura, and within 3 to 5 days, they would reach maturity. Lin Shisan employed his spiritual awareness to scan every corner of the garden multiple times each day, and during breaks, he would personally inspect various areas. As he walked through the garden, inhaling the subtle spiritual energy, his heart brimmed with the joy of harvest. Despite the poor growth of the grains upon his arrival due to a lack of management, after more than 3 months of diligent care, they now thrived abundantly, yielding 300 to 400 pounds per acre. Oh, what is that over there? A wild boar? Fresh wild boar meat awaits. Lin Shisan exclaimed as he spotted a massive wild boar grazing on the spiritual grains in the northeastern corner. Rushing toward where the boar appeared. For the past 3 months, he had focused solely on cultivation, surviving primarily on spiritual rice and some wild vegetables. While the spiritual rice was delectable, it had grown monotonous, and he longed for a change in flavor. However, his senior brother Zhou had warned them against venturing into the back mountains without at least the strength of the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement. As the demonic beasts, there were formidable adversaries now. With a wild boar presenting itself, he was uncertain how it had entered the garden, but since it had, it was certainly his quarry. Shisan, that is no ordinary wild boar. It is a junior demonic beast, a golden attribute sword pig, Imo Tsang reminded him, noting his excitement. Lin Shisan began to scrutinize the sword pig more closely, quickly recognizing its differences from regular wild boars. First and foremost, this sword pig was enormous, 3 times the size of an ordinary wild boar. Additionally, it sported a pair of razor-sharp tusks over a foot long, glinting with a faint golden hue, akin to 2 unsheathed swords, hence its name. Grandpa Imo, what characteristics does this sword pig possess? Lin Shisan cautiously inched closer to the beast, silently seeking Imo Tsang's counsel. This sword pig is of the golden attribute. Notice how its tusks glimmer with a hint of gold. They have been tempered by absorbed golden spiritual energy, allowing them to pierce through ordinary iron plates with ease. Furthermore, its skin, reinforced by golden spiritual energy, possesses a hardness comparable to regular iron plates, and its strength exceeds that of an ordinary wild boar by 10-fold. However, every demonic beast has its weaknesses. You must observe carefully to identify and exploit them. Imo Tsang detailed the sword pig's traits. Grandpa Imo, I believe I can give it a try, Lin Shisan declared, weighing his strength against that of the sword pig. He had hunted wild boars alone before. Although the sword pig was stronger, his own strength had increased significantly over the past few months, especially with his mastery of the Qingyun fist. Go ahead, Imo Tsang encouraged, trusting Lin Shisan's observational skills to uncover the sword pig's vulnerabilities, even if he might sustain some injuries in the process. Lin Shisan approached the sword pig with utmost caution. When he was approximately 8 zhang away, the sword pig, engrossed in its meal, paused and raised its head. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Shursen halted, a wave of tension washing over him as he watched the sword pig. Its heightened alertness was evident. Despite his careful approach, he had nonetheless caught its attention. The sword pig glanced about. But upon finding no anomalies, it resumed its feeding. Lin Shursen exhaled in relief, lightening his footsteps as he continued his stealthy advance. 5 zhong, 2 zhong. He paused to observe the sword pig closely. Being nearer allowed him to see the sharpness of its tusks more clearly. The beast frequently raised its head to survey its surroundings, only lowering it to continue eating once it was certain all was well. The tusks shimmered with a faint golden glow in the sunlight. Its skin, obscured by the dense black fur, concealed its true color. As Song had mentioned, the pig's skin had been tempered with golden spiritual energy, indicating that its weaknesses would not be easily visible. Lin Shursan's gaze shifted to the sword pig's eyes and the soft flesh of its neck hidden beneath the thick fur. The eyes of most demonic beasts are often their weak points. However, the wild boar's eyes were small, and its head constantly moved, making it challenging to hit with any precision. The neck was covered in a patch of dark fur, but Lin Shursan did not overlook it. He focused intently, observing that this particular patch of fur was duller than the surrounding areas, lacking luster. Could it be that this small region had not yet been fortified with spiritual energy? He discreetly relayed this observation to Song. Shursan, your analysis is astute. The eyes and throat are indeed the vulnerabilities of this sword pig. Song had unknowingly emerged from the 5 elements mysterious stone and was now hovering beside him. Affirmed in his resolve, Lin Shursan prepared to take action. He devised a plan to first attempt to blind the creature with flying daggers. Should that fail, he would engage it with the Qingyun fist. Seeking an opportunity to strike at its vital neck, the sword pig raised its head once more, scanning its surroundings without detecting any anomalies, then lowered its head to resume its gnawing. It was at that very moment. Whoosh! Golden spiritual energy enveloped 2 flying daggers as they shot towards the sword pig's eyes. Clang! In a critical moment, the sword pig shut its eyes, and the daggers ricocheted off its eyelids with a resounding clash. A howl erupted from the enraged sword pig, which immediately charged towards Lin Shursan's hiding place. Simultaneously, Lin Shursan, who had launched the daggers, leaped to the left to evade its frontal assault and swiftly threw a punch towards its jaw. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the sword pig's head merely tilted slightly from the impact, while Lin Shursan was pushed back 2 steps by the recoil. Oh no! How strong! I refuse to believe I cannot slay this wild boar today. Lin Shursan shook his slightly numbed arm and charged towards the sword pig. Enraged by the punch it had received, the sword pig let out a roar and barreled towards Lin Shursan. 1 punch pierced the clouds, 2 punches shattered the clouds, 3 punches crumbled the clouds. Lin Shursan leaped once more to evade the sword pig's frontal attack, delivering 3 consecutive punches to its jaw. This time, the impact caused the sword pig to see stars, and it rolled over, flattening a swath of spiritual valley. Although the sword pig possessed great strength, it lacked agility. Lin Shursan offered no respite, pressing the assault as he continued to swing his fists towards its head. If I cannot break your skin, I will daze you. I refuse to believe that even your mind has been tempered with golden spiritual energy. However, the sword pig seemed to sense his intentions, tilting its head to evade the blow aimed at its head, causing Lin Shursan's fist to collide with its shoulder. It was akin to striking a thick iron plate, producing a resonant thud. Successfully dodging this wave of attacks, the sword pig turned and charged at Lin Shursan, its sharp tusks aimed at his chest and abdomen. Lin Shursan rolled away, narrowly escaping the sword pig's assault. It appeared that he would have to find a way to sever its throat with a dagger. Lin Shursan flicked his slightly sore arm and focused on the unpolished black fur beneath the sword pig's neck. The creature guarded that area diligently, always keeping its head lowered. It seemed he could only find a way to climb onto its back. A roar erupted from the sword pig as it missed its strike. Charging at Lin Shursan with its tusks bared, its small eyes gleaming with fury. Lin Shursan was forced to retreat repeatedly, once again evading the sword pig's attack, both man and beast glaring fiercely at each other. Huff, huff! The sword pig spared Lin Shursan no moment to catch his breath, panting heavily as it charged at him once more. Lin Shursan glanced behind him. This time, he did not evade as before. seemingly resolved to confront the sword pig head-on. He watched as the creature charged towards him, silently calculating the distance. Only when the sword pig was less than 3 feet away did he roll to the left. Narrowly avoiding its onslaught, bang! The sword pig tumbled into a large pit, creating a thunderous noise. This was a trap Lin Shursan had dug when he first arrived. He had not anticipated it would come in handy today. He had attempted several times to leap onto the sword pig's back, but had been unsuccessful until he remembered the trap he had set. Though the wooden stakes within the pit posed no harm to the sword pig, the confined space would allow Lin Shursan to leap onto its back if it fell in, enabling him to deliver a fatal blow. A furious roar escaped the sword pig as it landed in the pit. Attempting to leap out, quick to react, Lin Shursan sprang from the ground, brandishing a flying dagger, and without hesitation, jumped into the pit. As the sword pig leapt upward, caught off guard, Lin Shursan mounted its back. Wrapping his arms around its neck, the creature thrashed violently, attempting to throw him against the pit's walls. Thud! Lin Shursan was struck and spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he did not relent. Swiftly raising the dagger to plunge it into the sword pig's throat, a heart-wrenching shriek erupted from the sword pig as it fought desperately against him. Lin Shursan coughed up more blood, enduring the agonizing pain as he drove the dagger downward with all his strength. The sword pig's throat was completely severed, blood gushing forth, its struggles growing weaker until it finally collapsed, twitching a few times before falling still. Chapter 16. Seeking the rift. Lin Shursan did not release his grip on the sword pig's neck until he was certain it had ceased moving, sliding down its lifeless body, utterly drained. Shursan, quickly channel the Qingyun method to heal. Song's anxious voice resonated in Lin Shursan's ears as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness. All right, Grandpa Mo. Lin Shursan struggled to rise, settling cross-legged at the bottom of the pit to begin channeling the Qingyun method for healing. 2 full hours passed before he slowly opened his eyes. Shursan, how are you? Are your injuries healed? Song, who had been vigilantly watching over him, eagerly inquired upon seeing him awaken. Grandpa Mo, I'm fine. Just a few minor injuries that are nearly healed. Lin Shursan gazed at Song's worried face, a warm current flowing through his heart, and a fond smile graced his features. Ahem. Song felt somewhat uneasy under Lin Shursan's gaze, clearing his throat twice to suppress his anxiety. Stroking his beard with an air of nonchalance as he remarked, You performed well this time, but there are still many areas for improvement. Take some time to reflect on it. After saying this, he leaped back into the 5 elements mysterious stone, pacing back and forth within, muttering to himself, I have truly spent too long in the mysterious stone. After all, he is just a child I have known for 3 months. Previously, I witnessed him unhesitatingly leap into a trap, and I foolishly followed him. Lin Shursan is indeed a good child. Is it not natural for me to care for him? Furthermore, did I not promise the mysterious figure to teach the master of the 5 elements mysterious stone well? If he were to sustain a disability, how would he continue to cultivate? Would I not be trapped in the 5 elements mysterious stone for an indeterminate amount of time? With these thoughts in mind, Song recalled the rift in the protective array. Today, it was merely a low-level beast, but if a second-tier beast were to appear tomorrow, Shursan would certainly be unable to cope. Hesitating for a moment, Song ultimately decided not to inform him, allowing him to discover it on his own. He could not remain by Lin Shursan's side indefinitely. The child would one day need to embark on his own journey. Should an insurmountable beast enter, he would merely remind Shursan to flee. With this resolution, Song settled down, utilizing the energy of the 5 elements mysterious stone to restore his soul. Lin Shursan dragged the sword pig back to the small courtyard. The teeth, bones, and hide could be exchanged for contribution points, while the flesh would be kept for himself to enhance his meals. After completing these tasks, he followed the trail left by the sword pig to a corner of the protective array. From this vantage point, he could clearly see a series of footprints extending beyond the array, yet despite numerous attempts, he found the array to be intact. During this time, Song had taught him some basic principles of formations during their moments of rest. However, not only did he lack sufficient spiritual energy within his body, but he also did not possess enough materials to craft a formation plate, so he could only claim to understand some theoretical knowledge. Perhaps he should consult Song. Grandpa Mo, the sword pig's footprints entered the array from here, but I haven't found any breaches in the formation. calm yourself and release your spiritual awareness to follow the flow of spiritual energy. Song did not provide him with a direct answer but instead instructed him on what to do. Lin Shursan complied, settling cross-legged as he released his spiritual awareness to sense the flow of spiritual energy. He closely observed the direction of the spiritual energy's movement and maneuvered his awareness to follow suit. Soon, his spiritual awareness circled the spiritual field along with the surrounding spiritual energy but yielded no discoveries. Since Song had advised him to proceed this way, it was clear that this method could indeed unveil the formation's breach. Could it be that my eagerness to find the breach prevented me from fully calming my mind, resulting in no fruitful outcome? Lin Shursan pondered, and as he relaxed his mindset, he ceased fixating on the search for the breach, allowing his spiritual awareness to drift slowly with the colorful fluctuations of spiritual energy. He noticed that some of the spiritual energies moved in small clusters, while others wandered alone, and some playfully chased each other in a frolicsome manner. As he observed, Lin Shursan began to contemplate whether these energies possessed their own consciousness. With this thought, he extended his spiritual awareness and gently touched a nearby crimson spiritual energy point. It immediately erupted in a dazzling display, akin to a vibrant firework. Lin Shursan was momentarily taken aback. The fire spiritual energy truly did explode. Instantly, he was filled with a playful spirit. Only the wealthy townsfolk would set off fireworks during the New Year celebrations. He carefully approached several solitary fire energy points, touching them one by one, and they indeed burst forth like fireworks. However, when he reached the last fire energy point, it nimbly evaded his touch. Lin Shursan was stunned. Could it be that spiritual energy possessed its own consciousness? Cautiously, he approached and made a friendly request. "Can we be friends?" The fire energy point circled around Lin Shursan's spiritual awareness, swaying as it flew a short distance ahead. Lin Shursan stared in bewilderment, uncertain whether it was willing or unwilling. Observing that it did not follow him, the fire energy point quickly darted back and forth, as if beckoning him to join in play. Lin Shursan inquired with confusion. Upon hearing his words, the flickering point of fire spirit energy came to a halt, gracefully hovering in place. Elated, Lin Shursan followed the radiant point of fire spirit energy, which led him into a cluster of fiery energy, where they frolicked and played together. As they reveled, some earthy yellow earth spirit energy joined their merriment, followed subsequently by golden, wooden, and watery spirit energies. Observing the ever-growing congregation of spirit energy from outside, Song noted their erratic movements, drifting left and right. Shursan? As the spirit energy continued to amass, even the energy contained within the spiritual valley of the spiritual fields began to waft out. Drawn together, if this continued, a spirit energy storm would likely ensue. Unable to contain his concern, he gently called out with his consciousness, "Oh no, Grandfather Mo tasked me with finding the flaw in the formation. Yet I have become so engrossed in play. Xiaohong, I have matters to attend to today and cannot join you. I shall play with you next time." Xiaohong was the name he had given to the first flickering point of fire spirit energy that had brought him joy, as he felt it possessed a unique consciousness unlike the others. After speaking, Lin Shursan withdrew his consciousness, intending to continue searching for the flaw in the formation. However, Xiaohong, accompanied by a multitude of spirit energy points, encircled him once more before drifting off in a particular direction. "Are you leading me to find the flaw in the formation?" Having played alongside Xiaohong for a considerable time, he began to grasp its intentions. Upon sensing his understanding, Xiaohong joyfully led the way toward a corner of the protective formation. Lin Shursan, surrounded by the throng of spirit energy points, followed Xiaohong to that corner. There, Xiaohong, accompanied by a flurry of fire spirit energy, collided with the corner, revealing a small crack to Lin Shursan's eyes. As more fire spirit energy surged forth, the crack widened. The fissure appeared directly above the footprint of the sword pig. Just as Lin Shursan comprehended the scene, Xiaohong brought the group of spirit energies back. It turned out that the spirit energy in this location was exceedingly thin, likely due to Xiaohong leading these energy points out to play, inadvertently attracting the sword pig. "Xiaohong, thank you. I must return," Lin Shursan said, gently stroking Xiaohong. Xiaohong bounced lightly, seemingly delighted by the contact. Upon hearing him, Lin Shursan swiftly retracted his consciousness. Xiaohong, seeing his departure, promptly followed, with other spirit energy points trailing behind. rushing toward Lin Shisan. Soon, the dense spirit energy enveloped Lin Shisan entirely. Xiaohong anxiously circled around his body, while the incoming spirit energy joined in, forming a colossal vortex that intensified in size. Lin Shisan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Shisan, quickly meditate to absorb the spirit energy. Absorb as much as you can. Anything you cannot absorb, refine your meridians and dantian. Song, equally taken aback by the scene, quickly regained his composure and shouted to Lin Shisan. Upon hearing the call, Lin Shisan immediately employed the Qingyun decision, opening his acupoints to draw in the spirit energy. As soon as his acupoints opened, Xiaohong eagerly dove in, but instead of following Lin Shisan's guidance into the dantian, it directly entered his sea of consciousness, darting towards the five elements' mysterious stone. With a resounding thud, it collided with the red patterns of the five elements' mysterious stone, then settled quietly, ceasing all movement. Lin Shisan observed this but had no energy left to intervene, as the remaining spirit energy surged into his body, compelling him to focus inward, guiding the influx of energy to circulate through his body before converging in the dantian. Before long, Lin Shisan's small dantian was filled to capacity, a sensation of fullness and pain signaling that he could no longer absorb more spirit energy. Otherwise, his dantian risked bursting. Yet, the spirit energy continued to force its way into him, and he found himself unable to halt his cultivation, as the later influx of energy no longer required his guidance, instead circulating autonomously within him. In a flurry of urgency, Lin Shisan directed the incoming spirit energy to refine his meridians. Soon astonished to discover that the energy instinctively sought out various meridians for refinement, he had no choice but to immediately cease the refining process, and the spirit energy followed suit, pausing until he resumed. Chapter 17. Xiaohong, this time, if I don't die, I'll be gravely injured. Lin Shisan lamented inwardly. At that moment, Xiaohong hopped down from the five elements' mysterious stone, gently swaying before Lin Shisan, as the once overwhelming influx of spirit energy transformed into a gentle, compliant stream. No longer in a rush to enter Lin Shisan's body, the energies remained close by. Song, observing the ever-increasing spirit energy swirling around Lin Shisan, wore an expression of shock. We cannot allow more spirit energy to gather like this. The energies from the spiritual valleys in the spiritual fields have already been completely drawn in, turning into ordinary rice. The next step will be for the spirit energy in the protective formation to be attracted, leading to its collapse, not only inviting the mountain's beasts, but also drawing the attention of the experts from Qingyun's sect. At that point, both he and Shisan will be in peril. With this thought, Song gritted his teeth and waved his hand, setting up a small isolation formation to sever Lin Shisan's aura. Once the formation was established, the distant spirit energy ceased to flow toward them. Song's already translucent figure became even more ethereal. Without careful observation, one could hardly discern his presence. He swiftly melded into the formation and plunged into the five elements' mysterious stone, falling into a deep slumber. Fortunately, the power accumulated over the years was sufficient for him to establish a formation. This thought flashed through Song's mind before slumbering, with the external spirit energy no longer surging in wildly. Lin Shisan let out a silent sigh of relief. He began to cultivate the 9 turns of the mystical transformation in earnest. The spirit energy that had entered his other meridians resumed their refinement alongside him. Lin Shisan attempted to halt the process, but Xiaohong obstructed him. Are you saying they all obey you? Can you instruct them to follow my method and assist in my cultivation? Lin Shisan asked Xiaohong in astonishment. Since Xiaohong had entered his sea of consciousness, he found himself better able to interpret its every action. Xiaohong swayed affirmatively in place. First, let the spirit energy from one meridian attempt it. If it succeeds, then allow all the energies to assist. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shisan conveyed this to Xiaohong. If only one meridian were injured, he could recover swiftly. However, if the majority were harmed, he would be bedridden for quite some time. Xiaohong nodded in agreement. Lin Shisan then confidently activated the 9 turns of the mystical transformation. Indeed, this time only the spirit energy from one meridian accompanied him in cultivation. Upon completing the first segment of the 9 turns of the mystical transformation, he paused to examine the meridian through which the spirit energy flowed. He discovered that it had flawlessly completed the first turn without any mishaps. Lin Shisan signaled to Xiaohong, permitting the spirit energies to simultaneously assist in refining his meridians. With Xiaohong's aid, his cultivation of the 9 turns of the mystical transformation would proceed at an accelerated pace. Lin Shisan began refining his dantian, while the spirit energies coursing through his body commenced the refinement of his other meridians. At that moment, an intense, biting pain coursed through him. He had anticipated such a result when he consented to Xiaohong refining all his meridians. Remaining calm and focused, he concentrated on refining his dantian, dismissing the searing pain from his mind. After completing 1 turn, he progressed to the next. This cultivation continued uninterrupted for a full 7 days, depleting the spirit energy that had encircled him. His 9 turns of the mystical transformation advanced directly to the 6th turn, with the width of his meridians reaching the level of superior spiritual roots, while his dantian attained the pinnacle of spiritual roots. Grandfather Mo, my 9 turns of the mystical transformation has reached the 6th turn. My aptitude will now be on par with those possessing superior spiritual roots, Lin Shisan jubilantly communicated in his heart to Emotsong. However, this time, he received no reply from Emotsong. Grandfather Mo? Grandfather Mo, Lin Shisan called out anxiously to the 5 elements mysterious stone. Shisan, what is it? I merely took a nap. After a while, Emotsong's frail voice emerged. Grandfather Mo, are you injured? Lin Shisan inquired urgently upon hearing Emotsong's weakened tone. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Emotsong replied, rallying his spirits. You can now focus on cultivating the Qingyun decision. Once you reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement, you may venture to the back mountain to hunt low-tier beasts. However, you currently lack a weapon and a movement technique. Understood. Grandfather Emo, please take your time to rest. I will figure out these matters myself. Lin Shisan had intended to inquire further about Xiaohong, but upon hearing Emotsong's frail voice, he decided to postpone the conversation. Are you looking down on this old man? First, tell me about the spirit energy from that day. Emotsong feigned anger, though his true concern lay in the potential aftereffects of this incident on his body, which could impact his future cultivation. Realizing that Emotsong was genuinely concerned for him, Lin Shisan hurriedly recounted the events involving Xiaohong in detail. Only after Lin Shisan finished speaking did Emotsong notice Xiaohong clinging to the 5 elements mysterious stone. On that day, he was exceedingly weak and, upon entering the 5 elements mysterious stone, immediately succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the presence of Xiaohong. He meticulously observed Xiaohong, who was affixed to the 5 elements mysterious stone. It seemed she had also sensed his existence. She descended from the stone and began to circle around it, exclaiming, bad person, you are stealing my home. Lin Shisan perceived the message Xiaohong was conveying. Ever since her entry into the 5 elements mysterious stone, a subtle connection had seemingly formed between them, allowing him to distinctly feel her thoughts. Xiaohong, Grandfather Mo is my benefactor. He is merely recuperating his spirit inside. Once my strength has grown, I will seek a method to restore Grandfather Mo's true form. At that time, he will no longer need to remain within the 5 elements mysterious stone, Lin Shisan explained with amusement. He recalled stories his grandfather had shared, mentioning that powerful cultivators could assist others in restoring their true forms. From the very first day Grandfather Mo imparted his teachings to him, he resolved to help him find a way to restore his true form once he became powerful. Upon hearing his words, Xiaohong ceased her circling and pressed against the 5 elements mysterious stone. Shisan, restoring a physical body is exceedingly difficult. You should merely assist Grandfather Mo in finding some herbs to rejuvenate his spirit. Emotsong had not anticipated that Lin Shisan would wish to aid him in restoring his physical form. Grandfather Mo, let us discuss these matters later. For now, please rest, Lin Shisan urged, his voice laced with concern as he listened to Emotsong's feeble tone. All right. Xiaohong should be a newly birthed spirit of fire. Do not concern yourself with her, just allow her to cultivate upon the 5 elements mysterious stone. It seemed Shisan was indeed a person of great fortune, managing to attract a spirit of fire even in such a humble place. Very well, Grandfather Mo, please proceed with your cultivation. I have set up a barrier formation around you. You must dismantle it before you can leave. Emotsong carefully explained how to disassemble the formation. Lin Shisan followed Emotsong's instructions to dismantle the formation and swiftly made his way towards the small courtyard. After several days of continuous cultivation, he was not only hungry but also emanated an unpleasant odor. Upon returning to the courtyard, he first took a thorough bath before preparing a meal. Chapter 18. Forging weapons. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Lin Shursan proceeded to inspect the spiritual field, eagerly awaiting the maturation of the spiritual grains to exchange for contribution points to acquire techniques and weapons. However, upon entering the spiritual field, he discovered that all the spiritual grains had lost their luster. Picking one and sensing it carefully, he found it devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Reflecting on the vast amount of spiritual energy he had consumed during his recent cultivation, he wondered if it had been drained by his practices. Yet, the spiritual energy from the grains was not as easily extracted as that from spiritual stones, as he had previously attempted to draw energy directly from the spiritual rice without success. Could it be Xiao Hong? With this thought, he turned to inquire of Xiao Hong, who was still affixed to the 5 elements mysterious stone. Xiao Hong proudly declared, "They are all your subordinates, of course. They will follow you wherever you go." It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Lin Shursan mused, contemplating whether Xiao Hong could command all the spiritual energy. Only that which is here. This is my territory. In other places, I can only summon a portion of the scattered energy in the world, Xiao Hong clarified, indicating her abilities had their limitations. Nonetheless, this revelation was enough to astonish Lin Shursan. The spiritual grains in the field had transformed into ordinary rice, rendering them worthless for contribution points. Lin Shursan had no choice but to harvest the rice and replant. Having completed these tasks, he decided to visit Qingxi Hall, as he needed to report the cracks in the protective formation of the garden. He took with him the hide and tusks of the sword pig to present at Qingxi Hall. Upon arrival, he first reported the issue of the protective formation to the array department before proceeding to the main hall to examine the techniques available for purchase. The main hall bustled with activity, teeming with people. After wandering for a while, he realized that it functioned as a marketplace, amalgamating task reception and item transactions. To the left of the hall stood a row of stone tables, each equipped with a bronze mirror. By placing an identity jade token in the groove of the table, one could view the items available for purchase in the mirror. However, all the tables were currently occupied, with some individuals waiting in line. Lin Shursan patiently queued at the back. In the center was a row of windows distributing items. After selecting desired items in the mirror and paying the requisite contribution points, one could directly collect them from the central window. To the right was a window for recycling spiritual herbs and demonic beasts. Before long, it was Lin Shursan's turn. He quickly approached and placed his identity jade token into the groove of the stone table. The bronze mirror promptly displayed options for pills, spiritual herbs, techniques, and weapons. He first entered the techniques category to browse. Emotsong had previously informed him that all techniques were classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each grade further divided into superior, medium, and inferior levels. Most techniques accessible to external disciples at Qingxi Hall were of the lowest yellow grade. The contribution points required for these techniques were not excessive, often amounting to merely 10 points, equivalent to a low-grade spiritual stone. After a cursory glance, he formulated a plan to wait until the spiritual grains were harvested before purchasing techniques. He did not intend to use spiritual stones for this. As a newly arrived servant disciple, drawing attention by presenting several spiritual stones to purchase techniques would surely invite unnecessary trouble. Although the sect explicitly forbade harm among disciples, the vastness of the sect's territory meant that patrolling disciples could not monitor every corner at all times. If an incident occurred, who would care about a minor figure like him? Having perused the techniques, he then began to examine the spiritual herbs. He gradually browsed from the lowest tier upwards, growing increasingly disappointed. Suddenly, the word soul-replenishing herb caught his eye, and his heart leaped with joy as he meticulously read the description. Soul-replenishing herb, a 7th-grade spiritual herb, remarkably effective for mending the soul, is a primary ingredient in crafting soul-replenishing pills. Typically found in places rich in spiritual energy, guarded by formidable soul beasts, a single herb was valued at 500,000 contribution points. Upon reaching the end, Lin Shursan couldn't help but furrow his brow. 500,000 contribution points was an astronomical sum for him. It became evident that the most pressing matter was to enhance his strength. Only by doing so could he seek the resources he required. Finally, he turned his attention to the weapons section, where a variety of low-grade magical tools were available, requiring contribution points ranging from 50 to 300. while medium and high-grade magical tools demanded even greater contributions. After thoroughly scanning through, he found 2 weapons he coveted, but the required contribution points were far too high. Nevertheless, he remained patient and continued to browse until a line at the bottom caught his eye. Materials and designs can be provided to the weapons department for custom weapon crafting, with processing fees based on the weapon's quality. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Shursan's mind. Why not custom make a weapon? The sword pig he had hunted possessed metallic attributes, which could enhance weapon hardness. Furthermore, his 5 flying knives were his preferred weapons. Why not use the tusks and hide of the sword pig to reinforce them? The materials he provided would likely incur minimal processing fees. With this thought in mind, Lin Shursan retrieved his identity jade token and made his way to the weapons department. Senior brother, I wish to add materials to my weapon and have it reforged. How many contribution points will it require? Lin Shursan inquired politely upon entering the weapons department, addressing a disciple seated at a table, engrossed in his writing. What kind of weapon and what materials do you wish to add? The disciple glanced up, scrutinizing Lin Shursan before returning to his writing. Seemingly disinterested, I wish to incorporate the hide and tusks of the sword pig into my flying knives to enhance their hardness. Senior brother, could you inform me of the required contribution points? Lin Shursan remained unfazed by the disciple's demeanor. In the realm of cultivation, strength spoke volumes, and as someone devoid of power, he was accustomed to being looked down upon. He placed his 5 flying knives along with the sword pig's tusks and hide on the table. These flying knives are made of ordinary iron, and these tusks are merely from a low-level demonic beast. Even if they are all forged into these 5 flying knives, it would only marginally enhance their hardness, and they may not even qualify as low-grade magical tools. The disciple examined the tusks and flying knives Lin Shursan had placed on the table, frowning slightly as he offered a kind reminder. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will return to upgrade once I find better materials, Lin Shursan replied with a smile. That will be 10 contribution points. The disciple stated, shaking his head and offering no further comment. Can I pay with spiritual stones? Yes, 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Thank you, senior brother. When can I come to collect it? Lin Shursan inquired, placing a low-grade spiritual stone on the table. Come back in a month and use your identity jade token to collect it, the disciple replied, accepting the stone without lifting his head. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter with Hidaniu. Thank you, senior brother, Lin Shursan said as he accepted his identity jade token and tucked it away, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave. Lin Shursan, just as he had not walked far, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him. Lin Shursan turned around, puzzled, to see where the voice had come from. Hidaniu. He hesitated as he watched Hidaniu approach him. Compared to 3 months ago, Hidaniu had grown significantly taller, his skin no longer dark, and he was clad in the azure disciple robes of Qingyun's sect. He appeared utterly transformed, leaving Lin Shursan momentarily unable to recognize him. Lin Shursan, is that truly you? Have you come to listen to the elders' teachings as well? Hidaniu inquired, his face brimming with joy. I came over to attend to some matters, Lin Shursan replied, somewhat unaccustomed to Hidaniu's enthusiasm. Are you here seeking help from the senior brothers? Hidaniu, with a cautious glance around to ensure no one else was present, quietly asked Lin Shursan. Seeking help from the seniors? Lin Shursan replied, confusion evident on his face. Aren't you here to find someone to help you open your storage bag? Noticing Hidaniu's puzzled expression, Lin Shursan carefully inquired, is it possible to seek assistance in opening a storage bag? Indeed. For disciples like us with limited aptitude, it takes at least 3 to 5 months to cultivate spiritual awareness to open our storage bags. Some with particularly poor talent might take a year or more. Naturally, we can only seek help from the senior brothers. You haven't still not opened your storage bag, have you? Hidaniu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Shursan. Lin Shursan contemplated revealing that he had already opened his storage bag, but recalling Hidaniu's earlier statement about their aptitude requiring months to accomplish the task, he hesitated for a moment. Seeing his uncertainty, Hidaniu assumed it was due to embarrassment and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, I haven't developed my spiritual awareness either. Would you like me to take you to Brother Qin to help you retrieve the items from your storage bag? After everything is out, you only need to give Brother Lin a low-grade spirit stone. Perhaps it's best to hold off for now. I don't need the items inside at the moment. Lin Shursan thought to himself. Realizing that Hidaniu had not yet developed his spiritual awareness and that his own aptitude was even more lacking, He couldn't allow anyone to discover that he had already unlocked his spiritual awareness. Come now, it seems you're just reluctant to part with that one spirit stone, Hidaniu remarked, looking disappointed. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and excitedly turned to Lin Shu-san, asking, Lin Shu-san, today is the day to collect spirit stones every 3 months. Have you gone to collect yours? Is today the day for collecting spirit stones? Lin Shu-san asked, astonished. Yes. You haven't gone yet, have you? You must hurry. If you arrive late, the brother distributing the spirit stones will leave. And you'll have to wait another 3 months to collect them, during which time they will deduct a stone as a storage fee, Hidaniu exclaimed, pulling Lin Shu-san along swiftly in the opposite direction. Time had passed so quickly. 3 months had already gone by. Lin Shu-san mused as he followed Hidaniu towards the distribution hall, silently lamenting his fortune in encountering Hidaniu. Otherwise, he would have lost a spirit stone. Brother, please wait a moment. He hasn't collected his spirit stones yet. As they entered, Hidaniu hurriedly called out to the disciple who was preparing to leave with the spirit stones. Why are you so slow to collect? You should be more proactive, the disciple remarked impatiently upon seeing the 2 newcomers, yet he paused his packing. Lin Shu-san did not take offense at the disciple's attitude, as he was no important figure. He stepped forward and presented his identity jade token. The disciple roughly snatched the token from Lin Shu-san's hand, checked it, confirmed he hadn't collected his spirit stones, and after registering, tossed 3 low-grade spirit stones along with the identity token onto the table. Waving his hand dismissively, hurry up and leave. I have many tasks to attend to. Lin Shu-san silently gathered the identity token and spirit stones, turning to leave. Thank you, brother. We'll be sure to come earlier next time. Hidaniu added, bobbing his head in deference as he quickly followed Lin Shu-san out. Shu-san, do you want to exchange the spirit stones for Peiyuan pills? Peiyuan pills? Lin Shu-san asked, looking at Hidaniu in confusion. Yes, you haven't heard of Peiyuan pills? They can help us expel impurities from our bodies, improving our constitution and allowing us to become cultivators more swiftly. Hidaniu eagerly explained the benefits of Peiyuan pills. Upon hearing that it was a pill to enhance cultivation aptitude, Lin Shu-san immediately lost interest. The 9 transformations of the Yishuan scripture he was currently cultivating was far more beneficial than any pill. I think I'll pass. I prefer to cultivate at my own pace. With your poor aptitude, how long will it take to develop your spiritual awareness if you rely solely on yourself? Trust me. You should buy a bottle of Peiyuan pills. We entered the sect together. Would I harm you? Hidaniu insisted, pulling out a porcelain vial and presenting it to Lin Shu-san. Look, this is the Peiyuan pill I bought from Brother Qian. The quality is assured that I'm planning to take the pills and cultivate. Perhaps I'll successfully develop my spiritual awareness and become a cultivator. Oh, are you 2 disciples looking to buy Peiyuan pills? A loud voice interrupted their conversation from behind. Lin Shu-san turned to see 3 individuals clad in Qingyun sect disciple robes approaching them. The one at the forefront wore a smile, yet his eyes were fixed intently on the porcelain vial in Hidaniu's hand. It's Brother Yang. Hidaniu's expression stiffened as he beheld the trio, quickly stowing the vial in his robe and forcing a smile as he greeted. Ah, Brother Yang, are you here to assist Qian Hui in selling Peiyuan pills? As Brother Yang approached, he scrutinized the 2 of them with a teasing smile and inquired, Brother He, Lin Shu-san has yet to unlock his spiritual awareness. Given his current state, he desperately needs Peiyuan pills to enhance his constitution and assist him in developing his spiritual awareness. Hearing Brother Yang's comment, Hidaniu's face flushed with embarrassment, though he quickly adopted a sincere demeanor and stated, What use are Peiyuan pills? Having a good weapon is far more crucial, considering your poor aptitude. You should practice a few martial arts to strengthen your body and lay a solid foundation. Brother Yang, speaking with authority, retrieved 2 dark stones from his storage bag, displaying them to the 2. These are rare ores I obtained during my recent adventures. Why not each buy 1 to forge a sharp weapon? Lin Shu-san frowned at the stones, finding them to appear rather ordinary. Brother Yang, thank you for your kindness, but I still wish to develop my spiritual awareness first. Hidaniu shrank back slightly, forcing a smile. To develop spiritual awareness is not so simple. Listen to me. Practice a martial art first and forge a good weapon. You'll have some means of self-protection, Brother Yang insisted with a smile, holding up the 2 stones. These 2 stones are not just any stones. They are black ore. Adding them to your weapons can significantly enhance their hardness. Brother Yang vigorously promoted the ores. Is this indeed black ore? Lin Shu-san pondered, recalling the characteristics of various ores and spiritual herbs that old Emo had once shared with him during his rest. Among them, black ore was a low-grade material for weapon refinement, capable of increasing the hardness of weapons. If incorporated into a forged weapon, it would yield at least a low-grade magical artifact. Black ore was not only characterized by its dark color, but it also weighed 5 times more than other ores of the same volume. Seeing Brother Yang effortlessly lifting the 2 stones, Lin Shisan mused about purchasing one to test its weight. Despite being fellow disciples, one must always be cautious. Brother Yang, may I examine your black ore? Lin Shisan politely inquired. Upon hearing his request, Hidania's face turned anxious, and after a moment of hesitation, he gently tugged at Lin Shisan's sleeve. Lin Shisan glanced at Hidaniu, puzzled, but he refrained from asking questions. Hidaniu, however, turned his gaze elsewhere, seemingly pretending he hadn't pulled on Lin Shisan's clothes. What is there to see? Do you think Brother Yang would deceive you out of a few spirit stones? Do you want it or not? 3 low-grade spirit stones for one? Brother Yang's expression darkened as he abruptly stowed the 2 stones back into his storage bag. Lin Shisan instantly understood that the 2 stones were questionable. Evidently, Brother Yang specialized in deceiving newcomers. He promptly dismissed the idea of purchasing the stones and said to Brother Yang, I don't have that many spirit stones. Perhaps I will return when I have enough. Are you playing games with me? Didn't you just collect spirit stones? Upon hearing Lin Shisan declare his refusal to make a purchase, Brother Yang immediately adopted a fierce and menacing demeanor. Today, both of you must each buy a piece of ore. Otherwise, you are merely toying with me. After uttering this, Brother Yang exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 figures behind him, who approached with malicious intent, aligning themselves with him. Brother Yang, I have already spent my spirit stones on Peiyuan Dan. Perhaps I could buy your or another time? He Dinyo observed the encroaching trio, his expression darkening considerably. He touched the Peiyuan Dan concealed within his robes, forcing a smile as he addressed Brother Yang in a submissive tone. Even without spirit stones, Peiyuan Dan can be exchanged. Brother Yang offered a nonchalant smile. Yet the 3 continued their advance towards the Tude. Brother Yang, the sect's regulations explicitly forbid disciples from acting on their own accord. Are you intending to violate the sect's rules? Lin Shisan remarked coldly. His expression hardened as he surveyed the approaching trio. It appeared that these individuals, realizing deception was futile, opted for a more forceful approach to seize what they desired. Haha, engage in combat. You have only just entered the sect, and you dare speak of fighting. How many techniques have you mastered? Brother Yang laughed heartily, disdain evident in his eyes. He pressed one hand against Lin Shisan's shoulder while the other reached directly for his waist. The 2 accomplices also laughed, one seizing He Dinyo as if capturing a chick, while the other made a move towards the Peiyuan Dan at his waist. He Dinyo, grimacing, dared not voice his objections, allowing the assailant to take away his carefully stowed Peiyuan Dan before placing a piece of the so-called black stone or into his pocket. Lin Shisan's gaze flickered with a glint of cold determination as he observed Brother Yang's advancing hand. Although this location was remote, any ensuing skirmish would quickly draw attention from others. This individual likely possessed a low cultivation level. Otherwise, he would not target disciples who had only recently joined and possessed minimal resources. If Lin Shisan could endure just a few exchanges, he would surely attract the notice of others. At that point, Brother Yang could not forcibly seize his spirit stones. With this thought in mind, he swiftly gathered the scant spirit energy within him, converting it into golden spiritual energy that enveloped the surface of his fist. Brother Yang, I currently have no desire to purchase or for weapon forging. As Brother Yang's hand neared his shoulder, Lin Shisan agilely retreated a considerable distance, declaring his stance. Junior brother, I assure you that I am only looking out for your best interests. Brother Yang's brow furrowed upon witnessing Lin Shisan's audacity to evade him. A fierce glimmer flickered in his eyes, yet his expression remained deceptively gentle as he continued to extend his hand towards Lin Shisan. This time, however, he infused 3 parts of his spiritual energy into his palm. Unleashing a scorching gust aimed at Lin Shisan's abdomen, it seemed that Brother Yang possessed a fire attribute spirit root. Lin Shisan assessed silently, while his actions remained swift. With a low shout, he executed a punch piercing the clouds. As he called out, his fist created a flurry of shadows, meeting Brother Yang's incoming palm. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a dull thud. Brother Yang's face registered astonishment as he staggered back 2 steps from the impact of Lin Shisan's blow. You utilized the Qingyun fist? You have actually mastered the Qingyun fist? Brother Yang halted his retreat, annoyance flashing in his gaze as he regarded Lin Shisan. He had not anticipated that Lin Shisan would learn the Qingyun fist within mere months of joining the sect, causing him to lose face among his peers. Yet, despite this newfound skill, Lin Shisan was still far from his level. Brother Yang had been too careless. Today, he would ensure this young disciple understood that one must remain humble upon entering the sect. Meanwhile, Lin Shisan was propelled backward by Brother Yang's palm, stumbling 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing. Rubbing his slightly scorched fist, he calmly met Brother Yang's gaze and stated, "Brother Yang, I do not wish to purchase the black stone or at this moment." "You say you will not buy? Today, you shall learn that certain matters are not yours to dictate." Brother Yang's smile vanished, replaced by a cold tone. Without waiting for Lin Shisan's response, he advanced with a swift stride, channeling 7 parts of his spiritual energy as he reached for him. Although he was furious that Lin Shisan had embarrassed him, Brother Yang was cautious, knowing they were within the sect. He dared not employ excessive force, lest he accidentally injure or kill the young man and face expulsion himself. There would be ample opportunities to settle the score outside the sect. Thus, he adjusted his approach, intending to merely capture Lin Shisan. A small infusion of spiritual energy would suffice to leave him in agony. Before Lin Shisan could react, Brother Yang was upon him, grasping for his neck. Lin Shisan's heart raced. His speed was astonishing. Yet he displayed no sign of panic, executing the second and third punches of the Qingyun fist towards Brother Yang's torso. Brother Yang, enraged by Lin Shisan's defiance, altered his grip from a capture to a sweeping motion aimed at Lin Shisan's shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Shisan was sent flying from the force of Brother Yang's palm, crashing to the ground with a thud, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "Junior brother, do you still wish to purchase my ore?" Brother Yang approached Lin Shisan with a sinister grin. "I do not wish to buy, or today." Lin Shisan wiped the blood from his mouth and sprang back to his feet, his gaze icy as he addressed Brother Yang. Despite the fiery pain radiating from his shoulder, he refused to yield. The commotion they'd caused had been significant. He was confident that patrolling disciples would soon take notice. If he capitulated now, he would forever be unable to hold his head high in the sect and would lose access to his cultivation resources. "Lin Shisan, it is merely a piece of ore. Why not just buy it?" He Dinyo lamented, his expression one of frustration. "Yang Fei, would you like me to assist you?" The disciple holding He Dinyo chuckled lightly. Turning to Yang Fei, "There is no need for two to deal with a newly initiated junior brother," Yang Fei scoffed, dismissing the suggestion with a wave of his hand as he quickened his pace towards Lin Shisan. The other disciple sneered, falling silent, but inwardly he mused, isn't he merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement? What is so impressive about that? He cannot even handle a junior brother who has only been here for a few months. However, Lin Shisan remained resolute, focusing solely on the approaching Yang Fei, enunciating each word clearly. "I truly do not wish to purchase the black stone or today." In truth, he quietly extended his spiritual sense, checking for anyone approaching their vicinity, while simultaneously circulating his spiritual energy to alleviate the pain in his shoulder. He prepared to unleash a powerful counterattack as soon as Yang Fei drew near, determined to hold out until help arrived. "Junior brother, I assure you that I am only looking out for your best interests. Today, you will obediently purchase this piece of ore, and your days in the sect will be much easier." Yang Fei's expression grew impatient as he spoke, channeling 10 parts of his spiritual energy, his hand radiating heat, as he lunged toward Lin Shisan. Repeated failures had drained Yang Fei's patience, since Lin Shisan dared to resist. He would make him feel the consequences of defiance. If he could not subdue Lin Shisan, he would lose all credibility among his peers. Furthermore, given Lin Shisan's audacity to resist, he must possess some hidden talent. With these thoughts, Yang Fei cast aside all hesitation and unleashed his full strength towards Lin Shisan. Lin Shisan's heart raced as he vigilantly observed his surroundings. Yang Fei's palm drew ever closer. Yet he remained unaware of an approaching figure. Logically, such a commotion should have attracted attention, but it seemed they were confident that no one would come to this remote area, explaining their brazen demeanor. He would have to confront Yang Fei head-on. Even if they ultimately seized his spirit stones, He wanted them to know he was not easily subdued. They would have to weigh the worth of attempting to extort him again. With this resolve, Lin Shishan unleashed the Qingyun fist once more, a flurry of fists striking fiercely towards Yang Fei, exclaiming, "Brother Yang, you are openly defying sect rules." He still clung to a sliver of hope that someone might hear his cry and intervene on his behalf. "Humph," Yang Fei sneered, his movements unceasing. This location was secluded, and few would wander here. Only a handful of new disciples would venture into this territory. Over the years, they had sold countless pieces of or here, and no one had ever escaped unscathed. Yang Fei's relentless advance continued, and Lin Shishan inhaled deeply, launching the third punch of the Qingyun fist without hesitation. Perhaps shedding his final doubts, he unleashed a barrage of 18 punches. Bang! The combined force of 18 punches surged towards Yang Fei's heart. "What are you all doing?" As Yang Fei's hand closed in on Lin Shishan's throat, Lin Shishan's fist was nearing Yang Fei's chest when a stern voice rang out, echoing in their ears. Upon hearing the reprimand, Yang Fei's expression shifted slightly. He reduced his grip's force by half, changing from a grasp to a slap aimed at Lin Shishan's shoulder, forcing a strained smile as he called out, "Junior brother Lin." Bang! A flicker of joy crossed Lin Shishan's face as he realized help had finally arrived. Yet, his fist did not relent, crashing heavily into Yang Fei's chest. "Ugh!" Yang Fei emitted a muffled groan, swallowing back the remainder of his words. His complexion instantly turned ashen, and a glimmer of rage flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, he managed to force a smile, delivering a powerful slap onto Lin Shishan's injured shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans erupted on Lin Shishan's forehead. His face paling as well, however, he stifled his pain. For in comparison to the agony endured while cultivating the 9 transformations of the mysterious technique, this discomfort remained within his tolerable limits. Lin Shishan lifted his gaze towards the swiftly approaching figure on the horizon. Eye in the sky, an elderly man with flowing white hair and an ethereal demeanor descended, standing upon a flying sword as he hastily approached the group. Just as his words fell, he stood before them. Yang Fei, suppressing the pain in his chest, saluted the newcomer and called out loudly, "Elder Zhou." The two individuals restraining He Daniu quickly released their grip, simultaneously bowing to the elder. Lin Shishan and He Daniu also raised their hands in greeting. "What brings you all here, Elder Zhou?" Standing atop the flying sword, inquired with a serious expression. This elder's celestial prowess was formidable. Before his voice reached Lin Shishan's senses, he had already arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the elder on the flying sword, Lin Shishan felt a profound shock, further solidifying his determination to diligently cultivate. One day, he, too, would soar through the heavens and roam freely. "Elder Zhou, we merely inquired whether these 2 junior brothers needed to purchase refining materials." The 2 individuals beside He Daniu wore smiles, hastily explaining. Following their words, they shot a warning glare at Lin Shishan and He Daniu. "Is that so?" Elder Zhou turned to He Daniu and Lin Shishan, gently asking, "Yes, the 2 senior brothers were merely asking if we needed to purchase refining materials." Lin Shishan was about to speak, but He Daniu interjected, anxiously signaling Lin Shishan with his eyes not to speak out of turn. Upon hearing He Daniu's words, Yang Fei and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. As long as one of them refrained from revealing the truth, Elder Zhou could not take action against them. After all, throughout the ordeal, their expressions remained amiable, and Elder Zhou was merely passing by. He likely had not witnessed their aggression. Yet, Elder Zhou turned his gaze back to Lin Shishan, questioning once more, "Is that so?" "However, we do not wish to purchase refining materials." Lin Shishan pondered briefly before speaking, aware that today, they could not be dealt with. He had no evidence to prove that Yang Fei and his companions had forcibly sold or to them. Nevertheless, he would remember this incident, having grasped the truth of what Grandpa Mo often spoke, that the world of cultivation is a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Even within the sect, protected by rules, he could not escape oppression. Outside the sect, such occurrences would only increase. He had to strive to cultivate diligently, continually strengthening himself to survive in the world of cultivation. Chapter 22. He Daniu's Path. Elder Zhou, I voluntarily wish to purchase refining materials. The moment Lin Shishan's words fell, He Daniu hastily spoke to Elder Zhou. Lin Shishan stared at He Daniu in astonishment. Why was he not speaking the truth now that someone had come to mediate? Elder Zhou, it is true. I voluntarily wish to purchase refining materials. I currently lack a suitable weapon and need the materials for refining. He Dainyu ignored Lin Shisan's gaze, continuing to address Elder Zhou. Lin Shisan sighed inwardly. Everyone had their own path to tread. Within the outer sect, individuals of their mediocre talent struggled to survive. He was fortunate to have obtained the 5 elements mysterious stone. While he Dainyu might not share such good fortune, his caution was ultimately a means of self-preservation. Since he does not wish to buy your materials, let it be. You are all new disciples who have come through the trials of cultivation. Each step is arduous. Do not engage in activities that violate the sect's regulations. Elder Zhou lightly admonished Yang Fei and his companions. Although he understood the situation, the victims dared not speak the truth, and he could not pursue them relentlessly. Yes, Elder Zhou, we shall return to our cultivation. Yang Fei and his companions cast lingering glances at Lin Shisan before turning to leave. The world of cultivation is indeed one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. One can rely solely on oneself. As the 3 departed, Elder Zhou glanced at Lin Shisan and He Dainyu, offering a gentle reminder before departing on his flying sword. When will I ever reach the level of Elder Zhou in my cultivation? He Dainyu remarked with a hint of envy in his eyes, watching Elder Zhou disappear into the horizon. With diligent practice, we, too, shall soon soar through the skies like Elder Zhou. Righting wrongs, Lin Shisan straightened his back. His gaze filled with determination as he observed the elder's retreating figure. It seemed that within the world of cultivation, there were indeed benevolent souls who championed the weak against the strong. Elder Zhou was the sole elder among the outer sect who did not discriminate against new disciples like them. Whenever it was his turn to impart teachings, he patiently answered any queries they had. You are fortunate today. Only Elder Zhou would stand up when he discovers that new disciples are being bullied. However, I have heard that if Elder Zhou cannot break through his current realm, he will have only a few years left to live. He Dainyu expressed a tinge of regret as he gazed in the direction Elder Zhou had vanished. How old is Elder Zhou this year? What is his current cultivation level? Upon hearing He Dainyu's words, Lin Shisan could not help but inquire. Had they not encountered Elder Zhou today, he would have undoubtedly had to submit to Yang Fei and his companions. Though it was merely a trifling matter involving a few spirit stones, it would have left an indelible mark on his heart, instilling doubt about the path of cultivation. If cultivators were merely bullies of the weak, what then was the significance of cultivation? Such experiences would surely affect his future mindset towards cultivation. Elder Zhou's appearance revealed a glimmer of hope in the world of cultivation, despite not performing any earth-shattering feats. His willingness to step forward for the sake of a few spirit stones demonstrated his noble heart. Grandpa Mo always cautioned him about the cruelty of the cultivation realm, yet the stories told by Grandpa depicted cultivators as champions of the weak, slayers of demons. If not for this, he would not have been so fervently inclined to cultivate. He wished to cultivate not only to seek the path to immortality, but also to possess the strength to protect those he wished to safeguard when faced with injustice. This had always been his belief. Elder Zhou is already over 190 years old. I have heard that he entered the sect with inferior spiritual roots and has been stuck at the late foundation establishment stage for many years. He Dainyu remarked, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. It is said that those with inferior spiritual roots who reach the late foundation establishment stage are considered fortunate. I wonder if we can cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Over 190 years old and still bearing the surname Zhou, Lin Shisan suddenly pondered whether this Elder Zhou was the same Zhou Xing who returned the ancestral relics many years ago. He Dainyu, do you happen to know Elder Zhou's full name? Lin Shisan inquired, the thought occurring to him. Elder Zhou's name is simply Xing. Why do you ask? He Dainyu looked at him in confusion, but answered his question nonetheless. So he truly is called Zhou Xing. It seems I must find an opportunity to confirm whether he is indeed the Zhou Senior who returned the ancestral relics. Lin Shisan mused inwardly, turning to He Dainyu and saying, it is nothing. I was merely curious. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. Unable to fully ascertain whether this Zhou Xing was the same individual from the past, Lin Shisan chose not to elaborate further. Do you have any pressing matters? If you require assistance, I have made many senior brothers during this time. They can help with minor issues and spare you from unnecessary trouble. He Dainyu eagerly suggested, noticing Lin Shisan's reluctance to continue discussing the matter. I plan to use the spirit stones I just received to purchase a cultivation technique. Only by becoming powerful can I avoid being bullied. Lin Shursen contemplated for a moment but could not help but remind Hidaniu, then turned to leave. The earlier incident had made him realize that in the world of cultivation, strength is the ultimate truth. Previously, he feared that revealing his spirit stones to buy a technique would attract envy, but now he understood that regardless of how little one possessed, there would always be someone coveting it. The best way to safeguard one's resources is to possess formidable strength. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Azure Cloud Fist to a certain extent, he would not have been able to endure until Elder Zhou discovered them. Since he now had sufficient spirit stones, he would first purchase the techniques he needed for cultivation. Lin Shursan, I know a senior brother who has extra techniques for sale. His prices are cheaper than those of the sect. Hidaniu hurried after Lin Shursan upon hearing his intention to purchase a technique. No need. Thank you for your kindness. I have already selected 2 techniques that I intend to buy. I can finally purchase them now that I have received the spirit stones. Once I have bought them, I will return to my cultivation. Lin Shursan interrupted Hidaniu, quickening his pace and swiftly departing. Humph. What is so great about being an inferior spiritual root? Hidaniu did not pursue further. He cast a fierce glare at Lin Shursan's receding figure before turning away. Lin Shursan, with his unwavering spiritual awareness, discerned the discontent etched on Hidaniu's face and inwardly sighed. After all, every individual has the right to choose their own path, and whether they become foes or allies depends on their respective fortunes. Chapter 23. Acquisition of techniques. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Lin Shursan was met with a bustling scene, filled with lively chatter. He positioned himself at the end of the queue, contemplating which techniques he should purchase from those he had just reviewed. Currently, he had learned a set of boxing techniques but lacked a corresponding footwork style to complement his practice. Ideally, he sought to also acquire a weapon-based technique and a stealth technique, both of which would prove useful in his future endeavors. Given his current strength, he could only afford to purchase some low-grade yellow-tier techniques. For footwork, he recalled the Lingbo step he had seen earlier. It was a water attribute technique suitable for those with water spiritual roots. Although others could also practice it, however, even if mastered, their speed would be inferior to those possessing water roots. As for weapon techniques, he yearned to learn a sword technique. The image of Elder Zhou soaring through the skies on his sword had left a lasting impression on him, and he aspired to one day emulate that freedom. The name Qingyun sword technique floated into his mind. He remembered its description: a foundational sword technique devoid of attributes, accessible to anyone. Other techniques bore specific attributes, such as the fire attribute fire sword art, which could only be practiced by those with fire roots, allowing them to unleash fierce flames with every strike. After much deliberation, he resolved to purchase the Qingyun sword technique, and no matter what he chose to learn, a solid foundation was paramount. Establishing a strong base now would facilitate the acquisition of more advanced sword techniques in the future. Furthermore, the Qingyun sword technique was relatively inexpensive, requiring merely 10 contribution points, equivalent to 1 low-grade spirit stone, while attribute-laden techniques demanded a minimum of 50 contribution points. Soon, it was his turn. Lin Shursan produced his identity jade token and placed it down, swiftly navigating the technique selection page to choose Lingbo step, Qingyun sword technique, and the stealth technique. Lacking contribution points, he needed to first pay with spirit stones to receive his purchase techniques. The temporary senior brother, upon examining his identity jade token, displayed an expression of astonishment. This batch of new disciples had already received spirit stones twice, with some opting to save them for purchasing techniques, yet very few managed to retain their allocated spirit stones. 5 low-grade spirit stones, he mused. However, there were always those with favorable backgrounds or good fortune who retained their resources. He pondered what type of individual this junior brother might be with that thought. He forced a smile at Lin Shursan and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Lin Shursan reached into his robe, feigning to extract 5 low-grade spirit stones, when in reality, he retrieved them from the storage pouch concealed within. He placed the 5 stones on the counter. "Take your identity jade token and directly collect your purchased items," the senior brother instructed, performing a hand gesture to input into Lin Shursan's jade token before handing it back to him. Lin Shursan accepted the jade token and approached the collection window, where he received 3 jade slips. Upon returning to the spirit field, he promptly settled onto a mat and began to cultivate the Qingyun technique to heal the injury on his shoulder. Throughout his journey, the searing pain in his shoulder had been relentless, which he had endured without revealing his discomfort. Now, in the sanctuary of the spirit field, he felt secure enough to focus on his healing. However, he soon discovered that the healing process was not as straightforward as he hoped. The site of the bone fracture. A surge of fire spiritual energy lingered, continuously wreaking havoc on the surrounding bone and muscle. Each time his spiritual energy repaired a portion of his injury, the fire energy would undo much of that progress, complicating his recovery immensely. Only by possessing formidable strength can one truly safeguard what they wish to protect. The words often recited by Imo-tsang echoed in his mind. Previously, he had been content with merely being able to cultivate, but at that moment, the desire to grow stronger took root in his heart. Only with great power could he preserve what was dear to him and pursue his aspirations. Had it not been for the lingering spiritual energy at the injury site, he could have fully recovered within half a day. Yet, with that energy's interference, it took him 2 full days to return to his former state. Once healed, he took out the purchase techniques to commence his studies. Lin Shursan began with the jade slip detailing the lingbo step. With the incorporation of footwork, the power of his Qingyun fist could increase by 30%. If utilized effectively, it would yield unexpected results in both offense and evasion. After mastering the lingbo step, he proceeded to study the Qingyun sword technique and the stealth technique. The Qingyun sword technique was indeed, as described, a basic sword art. Lin Shursan crafted a wooden sword and practiced the foundational moves outlined in the technique, such as thrusts, slashes, and cuts. He did not feel overly disheartened, considering he had acquired the technique for merely 1 spirit stone. Imo Grandpa had mentioned he would enter a period of meditation to refine his techniques. Without guidance, he knew he must first establish a solid foundation, as it was critical for any form of learning. After practicing for a while, he noticed that the sword technique seemed to lack a certain connectivity. The moves appeared disjointed and could not be executed fluidly. Initially, he attributed this to his unfamiliarity with the techniques and dismissed it without concern. However, as he continued to practice, becoming increasingly familiar with each move, he found that transitioning between them remained awkward. He assumed this was due to his insufficient proficiency and dedicated himself to earnest practice. During the day, he practiced the Qingyun fist, Qingyun sword technique, and lingbo step. At night, he devoted an hour to the 9 transformations of the profound scripture, followed by training in the Qingyun technique. A year swiftly passed, and the spirit grains in the fields had been harvested twice. Yet Imo-tsang remained in slumber. Lin Shursan had many questions he wished to pose to Imo Grandpa, particularly regarding his inability to complete the final transformation of the 9 transformations of the profound scripture. On one occasion, he attempted to forcibly advance, resulting in cracks forming in his dantian, nearly shattering it. Had he not reacted swiftly to halt his cultivation and infused a significant amount of wood's spiritual energy to nurture his dantian, he might have rendered himself incapable of further cultivation. After completing a session of the Qingyun sword technique, he still struggled to execute an entire set of moves smoothly. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he put away the wooden sword and prepared to rest before resuming his practice. Shursan, where did you acquire that sword technique you were practicing just now? Imo-tsang's long-awaited voice resonated in his mind. Imo Grandpa, have you finished your cultivation? Lin Shursan inquired with surprise. Almost, but I cannot leave just yet. Tell me about the sword technique you were practicing, Imo-tsang replied. Having spent a year in deep meditation, Imo-tsang had regained a significant portion of his spiritual power, though he remained somewhat weakened. Thus, while he had awakened, he was not yet fit to depart from the 5 elements mysterious stone. The technique is called the Qingyun sword technique, which I purchased at qingshihall.it, is said to be a foundational sword art. But despite practicing diligently for an entire year, I still have not fully mastered it. Lin Shursan recounted his experience with the Qingyun sword technique. Your sword technique appears peculiar. It seems to lack a certain element, with each move only usable in isolation. Do not forcefully attempt to string them together as a complete technique. Practice each move independently for now, and you may uncover significant insights later, Imo-tsang advised after contemplating Lin Shursan's account. Chapter 24. Clarifying Doubts, Gaining News of the Fire Cloud Tiger. How long have I been in cultivation? Imo-tsang subsequently inquired of Lin Shursan. 1 year and 10 days. Imo Grandpa, have you successfully cultivated your techniques? Lin Shursan asked with concern. Not quite, but I no longer need to enter seclusion as before. Feel free to ask me any questions you have, Imo-tsang replied, warmth flooding his heart as he spoke in an unassuming tone. Previously, He had told Lin Shisan he needed to enter seclusion to refine a technique, wishing to spare him worry. Now, having regained much of his strength, he was capable of remaining awake at all times, needing only to recuperate gradually within the 5 elements mysterious stone. Now, tell me what challenges you have encountered in your cultivation over the past year, Song prompted. Aside from the difficulties with the Qingyun sword technique, I have been unable to complete the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the profound scripture at the Dantian stage. I am uncertain where the issue lies. While still elated by Song's awakening, Lin Shisan composed himself to seek guidance earnestly. I have spent over 10 times the usual duration refining my Dantian, yet it still does not meet the required resilience for the 9th transformation. I attempted a forced breakthrough once, which nearly caused my Dantian to shatter. Since then, I have been nurturing Itidai in your situation. You will likely need spiritual herbs to assist in your cultivation, preferably of the wood attribute. Wood attribute herbs are imbued with vitality and possess restorative properties. Easily obtainable options include wood spirit mushrooms and wood lotus seeds. The older, the better. Given your current cultivation level, you will require herbs that are at least 200 years old for them to be effective. Upon hearing his words, Song pondered for a moment before responding. Tomorrow, I shall visit Qingxi Hall to ascertain whether there are any wood spirit mushrooms available for sale. If they are indeed in stock, how many contribution points would be required? Should they not be found, given my current cultivation level, might I venture to the back mountain to seek them out myself? The herbal compendium provided by the sect indicated that wood spirit mushrooms have been sighted on the back mountain of Qingyun Gate. Upon hearing that Song believed that the wood-type spiritual herb could assist him in resolving this matter, Lin Shisan could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, I see you have already attained the 4th level of qi refinement. Achieving such a level in merely a year is comparable to the speed of those with exceptional spiritual roots. However, if you insist on cultivating your Dantian to the 9th transformation, not only will your cultivation level regress to the 2nd level of qi refinement, but your future cultivation speed will also dwindle to half of what it is now. Are you still determined to reach the 9th transformation? Song, wishing to test Lin Shisan further, replied, a solid foundation is of utmost importance. I understand this principle, Grandfather Mo. He continued, although my cultivation speed will slow after reaching the 9th transformation, my foundational strength will surpass that of others at any stage. This is the very essence of my future strength. No sooner had Song finished speaking than Lin Shisan solemnly remarked, is Grandfather Mo concerned that I might regret my slower cultivation pace in the future? I assure you, I shall not harbor any regrets. It is indeed a blessing. Though my cultivation speed may be half that of those with exceptional spiritual roots, it is still exponentially faster than that of my original mixed spiritual root, allowing me a stronger foundation than others. Lin Shisan silently reflected, if that is the case, then show me how your martial skills have progressed during this period. If the sect does not have what you seek, you may attempt to search the back mountain with your current cultivation level. Hearing Lin Shisan's response, Song stroked his beard with satisfaction. Subsequently, Lin Shisan demonstrated the Qingyun fist and the Lingbo step for Song, seeking advice on the challenges he faced in his cultivation. After observing, Song nodded discreetly, recognizing that Shisan had indeed practiced diligently over the past year, and he addressed each of Shisan's inquiries in turn. Your progress this year has been remarkable. The explosive power of your fist technique has reached its zenith. However, you have yet to comprehend the intent behind this set of techniques, leaving ample room for improvement. Such understanding must be cultivated through real combat experience. Therefore, even if you can procure the wood spirit mushroom from the inner sect this time, you must promptly allocate time to hunt demonic beasts in the back mountain. Thus, the afternoon passed, and Song concluded, very well, Grandfather Mo, I shall visit Qingxi Hall tomorrow. Lin Shisan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had longed to hunt demonic beasts. Yet Song's prolonged slumber and his own uncertainty regarding his abilities had delayed his endeavors. While you are there tomorrow, do remember to purchase some healing elixirs. Sustaining injuries during training is commonplace, and healing elixirs are essential for every cultivator. It would also be prudent to acquire a couple of escape talismans. Song advised, and upon hearing Shisan's enthusiastic voice, he realized that Shisan had likely been yearning for this opportunity to cultivate in the wild. A faint smile crept across his lips. Truly, the untried youth does not fear the tiger. However, a sapling that has not weathered the storm will find it challenging to grow into a towering tree. It was indeed time for Shisan to venture forth and gain experience. On the following morning, Lin Shursen arrived at Qingxi Hall with great enthusiasm. Upon exiting the spiritual farmland, he activated the concealment technique, masking his cultivation level to the first level of qi refinement. He had no desire to attract undue attention. After all, attaining the first level of qi refinement in just over a year was already considered remarkable, given his initial poor aptitude. Upon reaching Qingxi Hall, Lin Shursen hurried to the main hall to queue. It was as bustling as it had been during his last visit. Have you heard? A senior brother from the main peak was severely injured by a blazing flame tiger while training in the back mountain just a few days ago. Two disciples conversing ahead of him ignited his curiosity. I did hear about that. It seems that senior brother possesses a fire spiritual root and had recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Seeking a mount for himself, upon learning that a flame cloud tiger had given birth to cubs in the back mountain, he gathered several brothers to capture one to raise as a mount. Another disciple chimed in, "Is that so? But how did he end up so severely injured?" The first disciple inquired. One can only blame the unfortunate luck of that senior brother. There wasn't merely one flame cloud tiger but four. The companions he brought along managed to lure away only two. The other two remained in the cave guarding the cubs. No wonder he sustained such injuries, even though he had reached the foundation establishment stage. Facing two flame cloud tigers at once and merely suffering injuries is quite fortunate. However, it is said that those two flame cloud tigers also sustained injuries, the second disciple added. This senior brother has suffered a significant loss. Not only did he fail to capture a flame cloud tiger cub, but he must also compensate the other brothers who assisted him. Indeed, if one could possess a flame cloud tiger as a mount, their combat prowess would see a substantial increase. That is certainly true. The flame cloud tiger is renowned as a formidable beast within our Qingyun mountain range. Lin Shursen listened quietly from behind, contemplating that once he had strengthened his abilities, he too would seek to capture a powerful demonic beast cub as a mount. Chapter 25. Preparing and declining He Dinyo's invitation before long. It was Lin Shursen's turn. He approached the stone table and placed his identity jade token upon it. He first accessed the spiritual herb page to examine the offerings closely, and soon enough, he spotted both with spirit mushrooms and with lotus seeds. Both had indeed been stocked. Lin Shursen's heart surged with excitement as he hurriedly scrutinized the details. However, disappointment soon washed over his face. While both types of spiritual herbs were available, their ages were insufficient. Only those aged between 50 to 100 years were in stock, and the required contribution points were substantial. A 50-year-old wood spirit mushroom demanded 150 contribution points, while the 100-year variant required 400 points. The wood lotus seed was somewhat cheaper, with a 50-year-old seed costing 80 contribution points and a 100-year seed priced at 270 points. Nevertheless, given the smaller size of the wood lotus seed, it contains significantly less spiritual energy than the wood spirit mushroom, making one seed insufficient. Shaking his head, Lin Shursen exited the spiritual herb page and navigated to the elixir page, where he located the healing elixirs. A bottle of low-grade healing elixirs was priced at 50 contribution points and contained 5 doses. Without hesitation, he purchased 2 bottles. Exiting the elixir page, he then accessed the talisman page. Searching for escape talismans, the low-grade escape talisman was also priced at 50 contribution points each. For Qi refinement stage cultivators, activating an escape talisman can amplify their speed tenfold, making it an essential tool for retreat. Lin Shursen clicked to purchase 2 talismans. Thus, the 200 contribution points he had earned from cultivating spiritual crops were entirely spent. Yet, he felt no regret. Ensuring his safety was of paramount importance. For as long as he lived, resources for cultivation would always be available. After concluding his purchases, Lin Shursen proceeded to the window to collect his items, carefully placing the 2 bottles of healing elixirs and the 2 escape talismans into his storage pouch before turning to leave. In recent days, the sales of healing elixirs and escape talismans had surged to several times their usual volume, primarily due to those hoping to test their luck in the back mountain. The individual who had just handed Lin Shursen his items remarked to a companion, "Who wouldn't he want a flame cloud tiger cub? If it weren't for my duty today, I would be tempted to try my luck myself." His companion, filled with envy, replied, "But that disciple's cultivation level is quite low, only at the first level of Qi refinement. At such a level, he would likely become a demonic beast's meal before even reaching the flame cloud tiger's territory." The other person expressed some regret. One must venture forth to know the outcome. Besides, countless disciples have perished in the back mountain each year. Adding one more does not significantly alter the count. That is true, the second disciple responded coolly. Unbeknownst to Lin Shusan, the two behind him were discussing him as he hastily made his way out of the hall. Lin Shusan? Lin Shusan? A somewhat familiar voice called from behind him. He didn't know. Lin Shusan's mind instantly flashed with the name. He feigned ignorance, quickening his pace to escape. He did not wish for He Dinyo to discover his current cultivation level, as it would surely raise suspicions given his initial lackluster aptitude. His strength remained too feeble, and he sought to avoid attracting undue attention. Yet He Dinyo was relentless, sprinting to catch up with him and grasping his sleeve, beaming as he inquired, Lin Shusan, what are you thinking about? Did you not hear me call you? Oh, He Dinyo. I was just pondering a question regarding my cultivation and did not notice you, Lin Shusan replied, stopping reluctantly and offering a convenient excuse. It has been a year since I last saw you. You must not spend all your time cultivating. You should participate in practical training to progress even faster, He Dinyo insisted, holding onto Lin Shusan's hand without letting go. What sort of practical training? You are not suggesting the outer sect challenge rankings, are you? With my current strength, challenging those on the outer sect rankings would be nothing short of self-degradation, Lin Shusan retorted. Lin Shusan felt a stir in his heart. If there were a dedicated training ground for combat, he would be willing to spin some spirit stones. After all, he lacked practical experience, and directly hunting demon beasts in the back mountain would undoubtedly lead to setbacks. If there were a training facility, he could train for a few days and gain some combat experience before venturing into the wilderness to hunt demon beasts, which would certainly reduce the likelihood of injury. It's not about challenging the outer sect rankings. He Dinyo waved his hand, noticing Lin Shusan's interest, and deliberately paused. What is it? I haven't heard of any place in the sect for practical combat. Lin Shusan discerned his intent and followed up with his inquiry. This is a rare opportunity. If it weren't for your good fortune in coming to Qingxi Hall today, you would have missed this golden chance. He Dinyo released Lin Shusan's hand, wearing a face that expressed how fortunate he was. Oh, then I must indeed be quite lucky. What is this rare opportunity? Lin Shusan asked patiently once more. Sensing his impatience, He Dinyo wiped the smile off his face, glanced around, and leaned closer to Lin Shusan, whispering, Senior Brother Qian plans to venture into the back mountain to search for the cubs of the Huayun tiger and needs some assistance. If it weren't for the fact that we entered the sect on the same day and were both introduced by Senior Brother Zhou, I wouldn't even tell you. Are you courting death? Senior Brother Zhou has repeatedly warned against hunting demon beasts in the back mountain without at least mid-stage qi refining cultivation. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this matter, Lin Shusan looked at He Dinyo in surprise and blurted out, How could it be that dangerous? We're only going to assist Senior Brother Qian in diverting the Huayan Tiger's attention, and we can earn 100 contribution points for it. Moreover, Senior Brother Qian will distribute a mid-level escape talisman to each person, which we cannot even purchase in Qingxi Hall. It will allow us to be as light as a swallow, running at 30 times our normal speed within a quarter of an hour. No matter how fast the Huayan Tiger is, it won't catch up to us, He Dinyo dismissively replied. Isn't that just volunteering to be cannon fodder? In an instant, Lin Shusan understood Senior Brother Qian's intentions. Even if your running speed increases 30-fold, you still only possess the cultivation of qi refining first layer. I have heard that a certain senior brother on the main peak, who is at the foundation establishment stage, has sustained severe injuries. You should focus on cultivating within the sect and wait until your cultivation reaches the mid-stage of qi refining when you have some self-preservation ability before hunting in the back mountain. Although the two had little rapport, Lin Shusan couldn't bear to watch him walk towards his doom and couldn't help but advise. While the Huayun Tiger is indeed formidable, that is only when it is unharmed. Senior Brother Qian has received news that the Huayun Tiger sustained considerable injuries while battling that senior brother from the main peak. Furthermore, Senior Brother Qian has teamed up with several senior brothers at the late stage of qi refining to enter the mountain. They will be the main force in the battle. We only need to divert the Huayun Tiger's attention from a distance. We can also take this opportunity to observe the senior brothers' battles and learn from their experience. It's a win-win situation. He Dinyo, however, was not listening to Lin Shusan's words at all, his face brimming with excitement as he declared, If you want to go, then go alone. I cannot earn contribution points like that. Seeing that he was completely unyielding, Lin Shusan turned and strode away. Hey, you stubborn fool, if there is such a good opportunity in the future, I want to think of you again, He Dinyo shouted at Lin Shisan's departing figure. Lin Shisan pretended not to hear his shouts and quickened his pace. Chapter 26. Encounter with Yang Fei. Upon returning to the spiritual field, Lin Shisan practiced Qingyun Fist and Lingbo Step for several days under Song's guidance before preparing to set off to hunt demon beasts in the back mountain. He carefully stored the purchased healing pills and escape talismans in his storage bag, also preparing some food and water, and bringing along 5 flying knives forged from the tusks of a sword pig he had slain a year ago. Exiting the Qingyun sect, Lin Shisan walked eagerly towards the back mountain. After more than a year, he was finally able to hunt demon beasts. What youth does not harbor a dream of heroism? After a year of diligent cultivation, he was about to take his first step. How could he not feel exhilarated? The forest was eerily quiet, with exceptionally tall trees. Lin Shisan cautiously walked for quite a while without encountering a single demon beast. Due to the numerous spirit-gathering arrays set up by the Qingyun sect, the areas near the sect were almost devoid of spirit energy, making it impossible for spiritual herbs to grow. Therefore, the demon beasts active in this region were particularly sparse, unless some exceptionally weak demon beasts were driven out by their clans and came here to forage. Lin Shisan glanced at his direction and walked deeper into the woods. He somewhat regretted not checking if there was a map of this area for sale in the sect. Now he could only proceed inward. The deeper he went, the richer the spirit energy became. Grandpa Imo had mentioned that demon beasts possess a strong territorial awareness. The more spirit-poor areas had lower-level demon beasts, while the more spirit-rich areas housed higher-level demon beasts. However, he did not let his guard down, carefully observing his surroundings as he walked. After traversing for most of the day, the spirit energy around him began to thicken. Lin Shisan cautiously activated his concealment technique, suppressing his aura, and meticulously observed his surroundings. Senior brother, I haven't yet discovered any traces of demon beasts. He heard voices faintly behind him. Lin Shisan's heart jolted, and he quickly leaped up a nearby large tree, hiding amidst the dense foliage. Holding his breath and pushing the concealment technique to its utmost, he refrained from using his spiritual sense to check who was approaching. Aside from the disciples of Qingyun's sect who would come here to train, there were also a few disciples from other sects who would venture here, and these individuals generally possessed cultivation at least at the late stage of qi refining. Given his current cultivation level, it was easy for him to encounter someone of higher cultivation. If he were to probe with his spiritual sense, he would easily be discovered hiding nearby. He cautiously glanced in the direction of the voices. Quietly waiting, soon, 2 figures appeared in his line of sight. They moved swiftly but seemed relaxed, likely utilizing flying talismans to travel. Both wore the attire of Qingyun's sect disciples, and one of them was surprisingly Yang Fei, who had attempted to sell him a year ago. The other figure was slender, with a pale face and eyes that glimmered with a chilling light, making one feel uncomfortable at first glance. At this moment, Yang Fei was walking half a step behind him, wearing a fawning smile. Senior brother Yuan, it's my honor to assist you. Once we arrive, just tell me what to do. As the two drew closer, their conversation was clearly audible to Lin Shisan. Junior brother Yang, this is a collaboration. If we can successfully obtain the Huayun tiger cubs, your rewards will be plentiful. The glint of derision flashed in Yuan's eyes. Yet he maintained a smile as he spoke to young Fei. An honor to assist senior brother Yang. I wonder how many cubs of the Huayun tiger there are this time? I've heard that some Huayun tigers can give birth to 2 cubs in one litter. A flicker of hopeful light crossed Yang Fei's eyes. If there were 2 cubs, would senior brother share one with him? The specifics are still unclear. Just remember that if the matter is accomplished, there will certainly be rewards for you. The derision in Yuan's eyes deepened. This fool truly lacks self-awareness. Having been in the sect for 11 years, he still only has 3 layers of qi refining cultivation, and he dares to think about sharing a Huayun tiger. If it weren't for the fact that he could serve as a shield in times of crisis, I wouldn't bother carrying this burden. Thank you, senior brother. I will do my utmost to assist you. Yang Fei's face was plastered with smiles, showering flattery all the way. Lin Shisan watched as the 2 figures faded from his sight, waiting a while longer before jumping down from the tree. Just now, he had quietly checked their cultivation levels using the method Grandpa Mo taught him. Yang Fei only possessed the cultivation of qi refining 3rd layer, while Yuan's cultivation was entirely inscrutable, likely much higher than his own. These 2 were also heading towards the Huayun tiger cubs. but Yuan seemed to harbor no good intentions, and the chances of Yang Fei returning alive after following him were slim. Lin Shursen shook his head inwardly, dismissing the thought. There was little worth lamenting over a person like Yang Fei dying. Lin Shursen carefully surveyed his surroundings and decided to head in the opposite direction of where the two had gone. Since they were heading in that direction to search for the Huayun tiger, he would venture the other way. He had no desire to encounter those seeking the Huayun tiger. He simply wished to train independently, ideally harvesting some spiritual herbs to exchange for contribution points. In the future, he aimed to exchange for spirit ginseng over 300 years old. If he could gather it himself, that would be even better. However, this time he did not intend to venture too deeply, as the chances of encountering spiritual herbs over 300 years old were rather slim. Not long after he set out, a sudden commotion arose ahead. Lin Shursen cautiously halted, listening intently for a moment, ensuring he was not about to run into anyone again before carefully releasing his spiritual sense to investigate. Not far ahead, a massive golden sword pig was leisurely munching away at some foliage. This golden sword pig was significantly larger than the one he had encountered a year ago. Its fur shimmered with a faint golden glow, and its enormous tusks reflected golden light under the setting sun. Lin Shursen's heart leaped with joy, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. His luck was indeed exceptional. The first demon beast he encountered today was a solitary one. Although the golden sword pig was not of high grade, he had not fared well against it the last time. With his current cultivation at 4 layers of qi refining, dealing with it should not pose much difficulty. Now, let us practice a bit to familiarize ourselves with combat techniques. With this thought in mind, Lin Shursen released his aura, stretched his limbs, and confidently approached the golden sword boar. Shursen, this is not an ordinary golden sword boar. It appears to be the leader of the golden sword boars. Song could not help but remind him as he observed Lin Shursen swaggering toward the creature. Don't worry, Grandpa Mo, I have already used my spiritual sense to check. This is the only golden sword boar in the vicinity, and I can handle it. Upon hearing Song's warning, Lin Shursen restrained his aura but still spoke with unwavering confidence. Never underestimate your enemy, Song's serious voice echoed in Lin Shursen's mind. Understood, Grandpa Mo. Lin Shursen's heart trembled upon hearing Song's words, shedding his disdain for the golden sword boar. However, he did not abandon his intention to practice his skills on it, slowly creeping closer. Sigh. Song silently sighed. It seemed that the rapid improvement in Shursen's cultivation over the past year had left his mindset somewhat unstable. Perhaps this time he would learn a lesson to calm his heart. With this thought, Song fell silent, allowing Lin Shursen to approach the golden sword boar at his own pace. Chapter 27. Confronting the golden sword boar. Listening to Song's words, Lin Shursen, although still eager to practice on the golden sword boar, completely set aside his initial contempt. He restrained his aura and stealthily approached the creature. As he drew closer, he realized just how robust the golden sword boar was. Its physique towered nearly a person's height, and a large patch of grassland nearby had been stripped bare by its incessant grazing. It continued to munch on the tender grass beneath, occasionally lifting its head to scan the surroundings but failing to notice Lin Shursen. Once more, he unleashed his spiritual sense to confirm that no other beasts lurked nearby. Lin Shursen circulated the spiritual energy within him, converting it into golden spiritual energy that enveloped his fists. Instantly, his fists glimmered with a faint golden light. He aimed to practice the Qingyun fist on the golden sword boar. Having battled it a year prior, he knew the boar's primary weapons were its formidable tusks and brute strength. With its weakness lying beneath its neck, he had carefully observed the boar's neck and noticed that the fur there also shimmered with a subtle golden hue, albeit lighter than the surrounding color. It appeared that while the soft flesh beneath its neck was indeed a weakness, its defenses had strengthened since their last encounter a year ago. However, I am no longer the Lin Shursen of a year ago. Seizing the moment when the boar lowered its head to resume grazing, Lin Shursen swiftly activated the Lingbo step, darting to its left side. Qingyun fist, he declared, channeling 5/10 of his strength as his golden glowing fist struck toward the boar's head. The golden sword boar noticed him the instant he emerged from the thicket, yet rather than evade, it regarded him with a hint of disdain and charged forward, tossing its head defiantly. Boom! Lin Shursen's fist collided with the boar's head. Producing a resounding clash of metal, he staggered back a step, while the boar's massive body was also jolted backward. A woo! Clearly surprised that such a diminutive human possessed such strength, the boar let out an enraged howl and charged at Lin Shusan. Its formidable tusks aimed menacingly. Lin Shusan felt a surge of joy. It seemed that while its defenses were formidable, they were merely thick-skinned. As the tusks neared him, he calmly executed the lingbo step to evade. Oh, whoa! The golden sword boar, realizing its attack had failed, quickly pivoted and let out another furious howl before lunging at Lin Shusan again. Lin Shusan employed the lingbo step, circling the boar as he seized opportunities to unleash the Qingyun fist against it. Each strike sent the boar's massive frame tumbling. Yet, it showed no inclination to flee. Each time it fell, it would emit a pained wail before swiftly rising again, realigning its tusks toward Lin Shusan and charging once more. Even if it were to be knocked down again, the boar remained undeterred, incessantly attacking Lin Shusan while occasionally throwing its head back in a fierce howl. Lin Shusan perceived its actions as mere expressions of anger following his assaults, and he gradually increased the force behind his punches. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Shusan danced around the boar, delivering punch after punch, each impact echoed with a thunderous sound, and the boar's howls grew increasingly mournful. Lin Shusan, however, became more exhilarated, his strikes accelerating as the golden sword boar's massive form appeared to be engulfed in his flurry of punches. Whimpering, fear finally flickered in the boar's eyes, and it emitted low whines. After being struck once more and sent flying, it turned to flee into the depths of the forest. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Shusan bellowed, employing the lingbo step to pursue. Just as he was about to catch up, Lin Shusan gathered his strength, preparing to unleash his full might in hopes of breaking through the boar's defenses. He believed that with sufficient power, he could breach the golden sword boar's defenses. Unexpectedly, the fleeing boar suddenly halted. Boom! Lin Shusan's fist landed heavily upon its rear. Crack! A chilling howl escaped the boar as the sound of slight bone fractures, accompanied the thud of flesh meeting flesh, reached Lin Shusan's ears. Success! Its bones must have been injured. Lin Shusan's heart leaped with joy as he readied for another round of punches, but a gust of wind suddenly swept from his left. The boar's whip-like tail, wielding tremendous force, lashed toward Lin Shusan. Oh no, it can use its tail as a weapon too. Lin Shusan was alarmed. It was too late to evade, so he exerted all his strength and executed the lingbo step. Darting to the right in a hurry, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy in his left hand and struck out against the oncoming tail. Smack! Crack! The boar's tail collided with Lin Shusan's fist, producing a sharp sound, followed by the unmistakable noise of bone breaking. His left hand went numb, devoid of sensation. It seemed at least one of his finger bones had been fractured by its tail. Lin Shusan felt a wave of shock. The golden sword boar's tail was surprisingly powerful. Why had it refrained from using its tail against him earlier? Had it been waiting for him to let his guard down? If that were the case, this sword boar was cunning indeed. I must end this swiftly. With this thought, Lin Shusan gathered his full strength and unleashed another barrage of punches toward the golden sword boar. After landing a successful blow, the boar did not attempt to flee. Instead, it turned to face Lin Shusan, emitting fierce howls as its sharp tusks moved menacingly, its small eyes gleaming with triumph. Rumble! A faint rumbling sound emanated from behind the boar. Growing increasingly closer, Lin Shusan's heart raced. Could it be a powerful beast approaching? No, that couldn't be right. If a formidable beast were nearby, the golden sword boar would have surely fled in terror by now. Regardless of the beast's identity, the sheer force of the sound suggested it was beyond his current capabilities to handle. Thoughts whirled in his mind as Lin Shusan swiftly withdrew his fists, activated the lingbo step, and turned to flee, all the while releasing his spiritual sense to ascertain what creature was approaching. Upon a glance, Lin Shusan was startled, nearly stumbling to the ground, and no more than a dozen paces away. At least 30 golden sword boars of various sizes were dashing toward him. If they surrounded him, his life would be forfeit today. Awooh! The golden sword boar he had been battling raised its head, howling as it pursued Lin Shusan. The stampede of golden sword boars quickly converged with it, charging toward Lin Shusan. Clearly, the boar he had fought earlier was the leader of this group. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shusan activated the lingbo step, glancing briefly at the direction before sprinting forward with all his might. Awooh! Awooh! The pack of sword boars, led by the one he had battled, pursued him frantically, occasionally letting out ear-splitting howls. The Lingbo step was merely a low-grade technique. Even with all his effort, Lin Shusan could only slightly outpace the frenzied herd of sword boars. Though the distance between him and the boars widened, they showed no signs of relenting. As his internal spiritual energy dwindled, having exhausted nearly half during the previous battle, after nearly half an hour of running, he found himself with less than 1/10 of his spiritual energy remaining. The pack of boars had vanished from sight, yet their thunderous howls still faintly echoed in the distance. It seemed he had not managed to shake off the pursuit of the golden sword boars. With his remaining energy dwindling, he needed to escape the herd and find a safe place to recover. Otherwise, once his spiritual energy was fully depleted, he would become the prey of the sword boar pack. With this thought, Lin Shusan decisively produced a shield talisman, activating it to instantaneously boost his speed tenfold, his form shooting forth like a sword, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 28. Healing and Reflection. A quarter of an hour passed, and Lin Shusan's pace slowed as his internal energy dwindled to nearly nothing. Coming to a halt, he assessed the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy, noting it was significantly denser than before, indicating he had ventured deeper into the mountains. He should have evaded the relentless pursuit of the sword boars. Grandpa Imo, do you think that group of sword boars will still pursue me? Lin Shusan, filled with unease, inquired of Emotsong. Although Emotsong had previously informed him of the distinct levels of demon beasts, explaining that the sword boar was merely the lowest tier of these creatures, typically inhabiting the fringes of the beast forest, the current concentration of spiritual energy in his vicinity was significantly denser than that of the area where he had previously encountered a sword boar. It seemed he had ventured beyond the creature's active territory. You should have exited the sword boar's domain, yet undoubtedly, more formidable demon beasts reside here. You must hasten to find a secluded spot to restore your spiritual energy and tend to your wounds. Imo Tsong cautioned. Understood, Grandfather Imo, Lin Shusan replied, cautiously extending his spiritual sense to search for a discreet cave nearby. Before long, he stumbled upon a small cave not far ahead. Utilizing the Lingbo step, he swiftly approached the entrance, carefully inspecting the surroundings for any signs of wild beasts. Only after confirming the absence of footprints did he feel secure enough to enter the cave. The cave was modest in size, dry and well suited for a temporary refuge. Once he assured himself of the lack of danger, Lin Shusan collected a few stones at the entrance, arranging them in a specific formation, and ultimately placed a spiritual stone within. The entrance to the cave instantly vanished, blending seamlessly with the surrounding rock wall. Should anyone pass by, they would merely perceive a stone wall without the need for a meticulous examination of spiritual senses. This was a small-scale concealment formation that Grandfather Imo had taught him during his preparations for hunting demon beasts in the mountains over the past few days. He possessed a commendable talent for formations. After a brief explanation of the formation's principles and a couple of demonstrations from Emotsong, he had swiftly mastered its arrangement. Emotsong had previously inquired if he was interested in studying formations. Yet Lin Shusan had declined, focusing solely on enhancing his cultivation. Although formations held a certain allure, he preferred direct confrontation with adversaries. Thus, he intended to allocate only a fraction of his time and effort to grasping some foundational knowledge of formations and learning a few commonly used ones. Satisfied with the stone wall before him, Lin Shusan nodded and approached, his figure disappearing from sight. Inside the cave, he selected a relatively flat area to sit cross-legged and communicated with Emotsong. Grandfather Imo, I will commence my healing. Very well, Emotsong replied, falling silent thereafter. Lin Shusan began to channel the Qingyun technique to heal the wounds on his hands. He chose not to employ healing elixirs. As the cave was deemed relatively safe, he could gradually heal through cultivation, reserving the elixirs for future emergencies. This cultivation persisted until the following morning, at which point his injuries had fully healed, and his internal spiritual energy had returned to its peak state. Lin Shusan opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within, as he restrained his aura and retrieved provisions and water from his storage bag, slowly consuming them. Having neglected dinner in his haste to heal the previous day, his stomach now growled with hunger. After satisfying his appetite, he did not rush to depart, but instead began to meticulously recall the details of the battle from the day prior. During his confrontation with the sword boar, He had gleaned some insights, yet the memory of his final moments of desperation left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. His cultivation level remained too low, and it was only through the talismans purchased from the sect that he had evaded the sword boar's pursuit. On the very first day in the forest, he had expended a shield talisman, revealing his lack of experience. Nonetheless, he held no regrets. Had he not utilized the shield talisman to escape yesterday, he would have been relentlessly pursued by the sword boars until his spiritual energy was depleted. Ultimately becoming their prey, it seemed his luck was rather poor, encountering not just any demon beast but the leader of a considerable pack. Shur-san, now that you've experienced yesterday's battle, what are your thoughts? Song, who had emerged from the Five Elements Mystic Stone, seated himself opposite Lin Shur-san. Through my encounter with the sword boar, I have gained a deeper understanding of the power of the Qingyun fist and acquired some practical experience. Lin Shur-san articulated his reflections. Do you comprehend why you found yourself in such a precarious situation yesterday? Song continued his inquiry. I did not anticipate it could summon so many sword boars. Lin Shur-san admitted, a tinge of shame evident in his voice. I warned you from the outset. That creature could very well be the leader of the sword boars. Song stated sternly, noting Lin Shur-san's failure to grasp the crux of the issue. Lin Shur-san's face flushed with embarrassment, recalling how he had disregarded Song's words. I do not blame you for ignoring my advice. Rather, I wish to convey that when facing adversaries in the wild, one must not entertain other thoughts but rather seek to conclude the battle swiftly, for you cannot foresee what may follow. This is not a training ground. It is a realm of genuine slaughter, where battles are often a matter of life and death. Prolonging a confrontation, as you did yesterday, invites unforeseen dangers. Fortunately, you only encountered the lowest tier of sword boars. Had you faced a beast renowned for its speed or exceptional tracking abilities, you might not have survived. Seeing Lin Shur-san's expression, it was evident he had yet to comprehend the fundamental issue, prompting Song to speak more directly. Lin Shur-san felt a jolt within. Indeed, Grandfather frequently spoke of the cruelty of the cultivation world. Yet he had utterly forgotten, naively assuming that the sword boar's strength was negligible and treating it as mere practice. Had he approached the battle with a resolute determination to eliminate the sword boar from the outset, he might have dispatched its leader before the horde arrived. Not only would he have avoided yesterday's embarrassment, but he could have also claimed a pair of sharp tusks and substantial pork, sparing himself the need to gnaw on dry rations today. With this realization, Lin Shur-san felt an even deeper sense of shame and addressed Song. Grandfather I was wrong. What was your error? Song continued to question him earnestly. I should not have looked down upon an opponent merely because they appeared weaker than I at all times. It is safest to eliminate adversaries before they can pose a threat. I should not underestimate foes when they are weak, nor should I fear them when they are strong. Rather, I must identify their weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. Lin Shur-san straightened his back, a fierce light shining in his eyes as he proclaimed, Understood. I shall remember your words today. I must return to rest now. The path ahead relies on your efforts. Song regarded Lin Shur-san's earnest demeanor, stroked his beard, and nodded in approval before retreating into the Five Elements Mystic Stone. Chapter 29. Yang Fei pursued by a pack of jackals. Lin Shur-san rose, preparing to leave in search of wood-based spiritual herbs. Approaching the cave's entrance, he did not immediately dismantle the formation but instead cautiously extended his spiritual sense to assess the surroundings. The area was tranquil, revealing no signs of abnormality. He remained uncertain about the types of demon beasts inhabiting this region. As he pondered, he raised his hand to dismantle the concealment formation when a figure sprinting wildly entered his range of spiritual perception. The newcomer was none other than Yang Fei, whom he had encountered just yesterday. In his current state, he appeared frantic, hair disheveled, clothing in tatters, and his left arm bleeding profusely, reduced to a mere stub. The jagged wound clearly indicated it had been severed by a demon beast. The condition of the wound suggested it had been inflicted not long ago. He was channeling his spiritual energy as he dashed forward, frequently glancing over his shoulder, seemingly pursued by something terrifying. Given his speed, it appeared he was utilizing a shield talisman, though it was uncertain how much longer he could maintain his pace. Observing this, Lin Shur-san withdrew his hand, fully activating the concealment technique to suppress his aura. Yang Fei soon reached Lin Shur-san, darting past him in haste. Lin Shur-san remained silent, Someone like Yang Fei was not worth saving. Should he extend assistance, it was possible that Yang Fei would turn around and bite back. Whether he could escape today depended solely on his shield talisman and the reserves of spiritual energy he had left. Lin Shursen cautiously glanced behind Yang Fei, not detecting any demon beasts in pursuit. Had he perhaps eluded them? Suddenly, with a thud, Yang Fei collapsed to the ground mid-flight. Lin Shursen heard the noise and turned to look. He saw Yang Fei lying motionless, approximately 10 zhang away from the cave entrance. His breath faint. Should I save him? Lin Shursen hesitated, two conflicting thoughts tugging at his mind. Perhaps I should help him. He is gravely injured, and as a fellow human, I cannot stand by idly, one voice urged. Forget it. Someone like him is not worth saving. He might even repay kindness with malice upon regaining consciousness. Another voice countered. If I do not assist him, the scent of his blood will undoubtedly attract demon beasts. I cannot simply watch him be devoured. Are you willing to save him only to allow him to return and prey upon more innocents? As Lin Shursen hesitated, the fallen Yang Fei stirred slightly, slowly struggling to sit up. Upon seeing him rise, Lin Shursen made a concerted effort to rein in his breath, lest he be discovered. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and upon finding no imminent danger, his expression relaxed a fraction. Satisfied that the area was temporarily safe, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his storage bag, poured out a pill, and ground it into a fine powder, which he sprinkled over his severed arm. He then tore off the hem of his clothing and wrapped it around the wound. After completing these tasks, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his already pallid complexion appeared even more ghastly. After resting for a moment, he took out a fiery red long sword from his storage bag, using it to support himself as he stood. He then produced another small porcelain vial, from which he sprinkled a fine powder uniformly over his body, even ensuring to cover the soles of his feet. Once this was accomplished, he leaned on the long sword and staggered forward. Suddenly, after traversing only 3 or 4 paces, he collapsed to the ground. There he lay, motionless for a few breaths, seemingly gathering enough strength before he once again used the sword to prop himself up. He wobbled a few steps further until he reached a dense thicket. With the long sword, he parted the underbrush and carefully inspected the area, confirming that it posed no threat before he nestled himself within it, sitting down amidst the foliage. Once settled, he retrieved the porcelain vial once more, pouring a bit of powder around him, and meticulously erased any traces of his entry into the thicket. Only after completing these tasks did his expression soften slightly. Following this, he produced another vial, taking out a pill and placing it in his mouth, beginning to circulate his energy to heal his wounds. Lin Shursen quietly observed Yang Fei's hidden spot. Without the use of spiritual sense, one would never discern that a person was concealed within the thicket. Only by approaching closely and scrutinizing could one discover his presence. Yet, could this truly allow him to evade the pursuit of the beasts? What effect did the powder have that he had just scattered over himself? Low-tier beasts rely solely on their sense of smell or sight to locate their foes. Thus, the powder he had sprinkled should serve to disrupt their scent, preventing the beasts from detecting him through their olfactory senses. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Song's voice resonated within his mind. It was indeed possible for him to evade the pursuit of the beasts in this manner. It appeared there was still much for him to learn. As Yang Fei tended to his wounds, Lin Shursen dared not venture out hastily, silently monitoring the movements around him. About 15 minutes later, a drawn-out, blood-curdling howl echoed from afar, drawing closer to Lin Shursen's ears. "Mo grandfather, what kind of beast emits such a peculiar howl?" Upon hearing the sound, Lin Shursen's spirit surged, and he focused his mind, activating the concealment technique to its utmost, ensuring that not a trace of his aura leaked. It should be a pack of jackals. They possess an acute sense of smell. If it is indeed this pack pursuing him, that young man is in grave danger, Song remarked. Lin Shursen glanced at Yang Fei, who, in response to the increasingly near howling of the jackals, emerged from his meditative state. His expression tense, he swiftly employed the concealment technique, blending his form with the surrounding thicket, making him even harder to detect. It seemed that the pack pursuing him was indeed the jackals. Otherwise, Yang Fei would not be so anxious upon hearing their howls. The howls grew ever closer, and in the blink of an eye, several figures appeared within Lin Shursen's line of sight. Leading the charge was a particularly large jackal, towering at half a man's height. Evidently the alpha of the pack, followed by 4 others of slightly smaller stature. They raced forward with remarkable speed, each leap covering nearly 2 paces, swiftly arriving at the spot where Yang Fei had collapsed. The lead jackal halted, throwing its head back to let out a long howl, prompting the other 4 to stop as well, circling around the position of their leader, searching for any signs of life. Lin Shusan held his breath, not daring to relax even slightly, carefully observing the crouching alpha jackal. Its coat was a rich reddish-brown, gleaming with oil, and a pure white stripe of fur adorned its back, extending from its neck to the base of its tail, resembling a lavish silver sash. Its sharp canines glinted menacingly. There it sat, vigilantly scanning its surroundings, exuding an aura of bloodlust, regal yet terrifying. After a considerable time of searching, the 4 jackals failed to uncover Yang Fei's presence. The alpha jackal howled again, its companions joining in a chorus of cries. Lin Shusan felt a jolt of fear, his breath caught in his throat. Nearly betraying his position, he hastily focused his mind, fully activating the concealment technique. Yang Fei, however, was not so fortunate. His injuries had not yet healed, and the jackal's howl threw him into disarray, causing his concealed aura to leak. He quickly attempted to gather his wits and activate the concealment technique again, but it was too late in that instant, as his aura betrayed him. The alpha jackal emitted a howl and sprang forth, its powerful hind legs propelling it toward the thicket where Yang Fei was hidden. The pack followed suit, howling as they lunged toward Yang Fei's concealed refuge. Yang Fei's complexion turned ashen, trembling as he raised his long sword, aiming it at the approaching jackals. Yet before he could make any move, the pack pounced upon him. The alpha jackal's robust form slammed into Yang Fei, knocking him to the ground, its maw gaping wide as it aimed for his neck. Before he could utter a scream, the jackal's teeth severed his throat, a violent tug sending his head rolling aside, his eyes wide with terror and despair. The remaining jackals pounced upon his limbs, tearing into him ravenously. Chapter 30. Acquiring the map. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Lin Shusan felt a shudder run through him, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The alpha jackal, engrossed in its feast, suddenly lifted its head, casting a wary glance in the direction of Lin Shusan's hiding place. Lin Shusan's heart raced. Could it have detected him? With his current strength, he was likely no match for the pack. He quickly reined in his thoughts, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he activated the concealment technique within him. The alpha jackal scrutinized the rocky wall for quite some time, yet failed to discern anything amiss. However, it did not relent. Instead, it approached the cave where Lin Shusan was concealed, sniffing the air meticulously. Watching the jackal's massive head sway before him, blood and flesh clinging to its sharp teeth, Lin Shusan felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he dared not move a muscle as the alpha jackal continued its search. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his lashes, and he refrained from raising a hand to wipe them away. After several thorough inspections around the rocky wall, the jackal found nothing and finally turned to leave. It took a few steps but paused, glancing back toward Lin Shusan's hiding spot, staring intently for a while before ultimately retreating to continue its meal. Once the alpha jackal departed, Lin Shusan let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet he did not reach to wipe the sweat from his brow. Instead, he quietly continued to circulate the concealment technique, merging his aura with the surroundings. Fortunately, Mo grandfather had imparted the concealment formations to him. Otherwise, he would surely have been discovered by the alpha jackal. The pack quickly devoured Yang Fei's remains, not even sparing the severed head that had rolled away. Licking its lips, the alpha jackal led the pack in a thorough patrol of the area before slowly departing. It wasn't until the figures of the jackals had vanished from sight that Lin Shusan finally relaxed. Raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he did not rush to venture outside to assess the situation. His experience was still too limited. Had it not been for Mo grandfather's teachings regarding the concealment formations, he would have undoubtedly been detected. He was uncertain how many jackals he could contend with at his current strength, but facing 5 simultaneously would undoubtedly leave him flustered. Even if he were victorious, the cost would be exorbitant. In this forest teeming with beasts, being grievously injured or losing one's life amounted to little difference. After waiting for a quarter of an hour without any signs of movement outside, Lin Shan resolved to step out and inspect the situation. Wait a moment. Jackals are cunning creatures. After you revealed your aura and were detected by the Alpha, it might very well be lurking nearby. Watching this place, immortals cautioned, halting Lin Shan's departure. Oh grandfather. That howl from the jackals earlier stilled my blood and caused Yang Fei to expose himself. This pack is truly formidable, Lin Shan replied. Returning to inquire of immortals. That is a unique skill possessed by certain alpha jackals, capable of unsettling the minds of their foes. However, it is only effective against lower-tier cultivators and must be employed unexpectedly. Now that you are aware of its ability, as long as you remain vigilant, you can avoid its effects. Immortals meticulously explained to him that it was indeed the case. He had previously thought that the skill of the Wolf King was effective against everyone. However, since it merely required vigilance to avoid its influence, this skill was now rendered ineffective for him. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the Wolf King returned to check once more. It circled the cave where Lin Shan was hiding several times, finding nothing amiss. The confusion in its eyes finally dissipated, and after casting one last glance at the rock wall, it swiftly turned and left. Lin Shan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, yet he did not rush out. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to cultivate the Qingyun Ju. The wolves preferred to roam in the early morning and evening. Resting at noon, he planned to cultivate for an hour before venturing out. By that time, it would be nearly noon, and the wolf pack would surely return to their resting place, at that moment. He would go out and walk in the opposite direction of the Wolf King, ensuring he would not encounter them. After an hour, Lin Shan opened his eyes, stood up, and walked outside. He did not hastily dismantle the concealment array, but first approached the thicket where Yang Fei had met his demise. The grass was stained with blood, with only tattered remnants of clothing, a few scattered bones, and a fiery red longsword remaining. Grandfather Imo often spoke of the cruel realities of the cultivation world. And today, he had truly witnessed it for himself. Tio claimed he felt no fear would be a lie. However, it also deepened his awareness of his own frailty. Only through diligent cultivation to become strong could he escape the fate of being exterminated. He did not rush to retrieve the longsword. Instead, he gathered the scattered bones with the tattered cloth from the ground. Though he was not a good person, Lin Shan still intended to bury the remains of Yang Fei. After collecting the scattered bones, he picked up the longsword and found a suitable spot to dig a grave. Once he had dug the hole, he placed the wrapped bones inside and meticulously searched the area again for any overlooked fragments. Finding no additional bones, he stumbled upon a storage pouch hidden in the grass. Lin Shan weighed the pouch in his hand, surmising it belonged to Yang Fei. He did not hasten to open it, but tucked it away in his robe. This place was not safe. He decided to leave first and examine its contents later. After burying Yang Fei's remains, Lin Shan returned to the cave and dismantled the concealment array. He picked up the spirit stone, scrutinizing it closely. Its luster had significantly faded, and it might not last an entire night upon its next use, but it could still serve to replenish spiritual energy. He stored the spirit stone and the fiery red longsword in the storage pouch, activated his concealment technique, and headed in the opposite direction of the Wolf King's departure. An hour later, assured that he had distanced himself from the wolf pack's territory, he found a tree with dense foliage. After ensuring there were no potential dangers, he climbed to the top and concealed himself among the thick branches. After consuming some dried provisions to satiate his hunger, he retrieved Yang Fei's storage pouch, eager to discover its contents. Since Yang Fei was deceased, the spiritual consciousness he had inscribed upon the pouch had dissipated, allowing Lin Shan's own spiritual awareness to easily penetrate the pouch and reveal its contents. Inside were several porcelain vials, a few low-grade spirit stones, several talismans, a small booklet, a map, and his identity jade token, along with some miscellaneous items. Hoping for a map of the back mountains of Qingyun Mountain, Lin Shan carefully unfolded the map. Indeed, it was a detailed map of the back mountain range, specifying which areas were inhabited by which demonic beasts and where certain spiritual herbs had been previously harvested. He quickly spotted a note that someone had once gathered with spirit grass on Spirit Ape Peak. Lin Shan stood atop the tree, meticulously surveying the surrounding terrain to ascertain his current location and the distance to Spirit Ape Peak. To his dismay, he soon discovered he was on the outskirts of White Tiger Peak, not far from the lair of the Fire Cloud Tiger, while Spirit Ape Peak lay on the opposite side of the map. However, it mattered not. With this map in hand, he could follow its guidance, making his search far easier than before. Chapter 31. Thousand Illusions. After storing the map away, Lin Shursan examined the porcelain vials. There were 5 in total. 2 contained a pungent powder, one of which was nearly depleted, likely used by Yang Fei previously. This was presumably the powder that could mask one's scent. The other 2 vials held low-grade healing pills, identical to those he had purchased, one containing 5 pills and the other only 3. There was also a vial containing 5 pills of a medicine he had never encountered before. Grandfather Mo, do you know what kind of pill this is? Lin Shursan inquired, holding one of the pills in his hand, a fragrant aroma wafting from it, invigorating him with its essence. This should be a low-grade qi condensation pill, which allows those in the qi refinement stage to rapidly replenish their internal spiritual energy. Check the bottom of the vial. It should indicate the name of the pill, Song advised, secretly contemplating that while Shursan was quite capable, his knowledge of the cultivation world was still lacking. He resolved to encourage him to venture out more often and impart some essential knowledge about the cultivation realm. Realizing the truth, Lin Shursan turned the vial over and indeed found the words qi condensation pill inscribed on the bottom. Is this qi condensation pill faster than using spirit stones to restore spiritual energy? He asked, confirming its identity. Certainly faster than using spirit stones. The qi condensation pill is crafted from various spiritual herbs, and upon consumption, the spiritual energy is released from within the body, making absorption easier and minimizing waste, thus allowing for a quicker recovery. After hearing Song's explanation, he delightedly stored the qi condensation pill away. Subsequently, he examined the remaining 4 vials. The 2 vials contained healing pills, while the 2 powders were identified as concealment powder, perfectly aligning with their effects. After securing the porcelain vials, he counted the talismans, discovering a total of 8. By carefully comparing the patterns inscribed upon them, he categorized the talismans into 3 types. 4 of one kind, with the remaining 2 types each having 2. The 4 talismans bore familiar patterns. Resembling the escape talisman he had purchased, he hurriedly retrieved the last shield talisman from his storage pouch for comparison, and indeed, they were identical. Lin Shursan's heart soared. He had previously worried that once his escape talisman was used up, he would struggle to escape from danger, but now he had gained 4 more. How could he not be thrilled? However, he could not discern the other 2 types of talismans. These 2 types of talismans are a defensive earth shield talisman and an offensive fire talismans. Hold them in your hands and feel. The fire talismans emit fire spiritual energy, while the earth shield talismans emit earth spiritual energy. Song interjected before Lin Shursan could ask further. Upon hearing Song's words, Lin Shursan picked up one of the talismans, carefully sensing it, and felt a faint earth spiritual energy emanating from it. I can sense it. The energy released from the talisman is earth spiritual energy. This is the earth shield talisman, Lin Shursan exclaimed excitedly. After confirming the faint earth spiritual energy, he picked up another type of talisman to sense it, and indeed, he felt a trace of fire spiritual energy. Having identified the types of the talismans, he carefully stored them in his pouch, recognizing their potential to save his life in critical moments. He then opened the small booklet to peruse its contents. Upon reading, Lin Shursan's anger flared. The booklet recorded Yang Fei's actions during his years in the Qingyun sect. From the very beginning of his entry, he had helped a senior brother named Wang to frame a senior brother namely, ultimately causing that individual to be expelled from the sect. The booklet was filled with accounts of Yang Fei's misdeeds, detailing how he had caused the deaths of nearly 70 or 80 individuals over the years. The more Lin Shursan read, the angrier he became, regretting having buried his remains. He should have left them to rot in the wilderness, becoming food for wild beasts. Nevertheless, he suppressed his rage and continued reading, discovering records of Yang Fei's hunting exploits in the back mountains. He hoped to find useful information for himself. Enduring through the booklet from start to finish, he found no clues regarding wood-type spiritual herbs. But he did uncover another piece of information. A year prior, Yang Fei had attempted to force him to sell or under the instruction of a senior brother named Zhang from the main peak. That senior brother had sought to strip Lin Shursan of his cultivation resources, leaving him unable to cultivate. However, the name of that senior brother was not recorded in the booklet. There were not merely 1,000 but several hundred brother Zhangs on the main peak, including the peak master, who also bore the surname Zhang. Determining which senior brother Zhang sought to harm him would not be an easy task. Yet, Lin Shursen pondered how a mere novice disciple like himself could have offended someone from the main peak. He contemplated for a long while but could not arrive at a conclusion, momentarily setting the matter aside. As long as he remained alive, there would inevitably be opportunities to clarify things. Since he had been so weak a year ago, it was no surprise that someone would target him. In the future, as his strength grew, that individual would surely strike again. He did not discard the booklet, but instead tucked it away, vowing that once he gained the ability, he would seek out evidence to ensure that those recorded within would face the consequences they rightly deserved. Subsequently, he also stowed away several inferior spirit stones into his storage bag. He then retrieved Yang Fei's identity jade token to inspect it. There remained merely 6 contribution points within, indicating that he had likely expended all his points on life-preserving items. Despite the meager amount, Lin Shursen took out his own identity jade token and overlapped it with Yang Fei's, transferring those 6 contribution points onto his own token. Afterward, he casually discarded Yang Fei's identity jade token. What remained were some miscellaneous items, which Lin Shursen examined meticulously. Apart from 2 sets of disciple robes, there were only a few daily necessities. After rummaging through, he finally unearthed a thin mask. A human skin mask? This thought flickered in his mind, prompting him to inquire of immortals. Indeed, it was a mask. Appearing to be a pseudo-spiritual artifact, immortals, glancing at the mask Lin Shursen held, expressed a measure of surprise. For him in the past, this mask was of little consequence, yet it was astonishing that Yang Fei possessed a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Although this mask bore no offensive capabilities, it nonetheless evoked a sense of wonder. A pseudo-spiritual artifact? Lin Shursen asked, somewhat perplexed. The weapons and items we utilize are categorized into magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and divine artifacts. A pseudo-spiritual artifact is superior to a top-tier magical artifact, but has yet to attain true spiritual artifact status. Immortals elucidated. So, is this mask quite formidable? Lin Shursen inquired eagerly, as he had yet to possess a powerful weapon. To stumble upon a pseudo-spiritual artifact was indeed thrilling. The mask lacks offensive capabilities. It merely allows you to alter your appearance at will. Only those whose strength surpasses yours by 2 realms can discern any irregularities. Immortals' response doused the flames of excitement within Lin Shursen. Go change my appearance at will? During my external excursions, if I wish to remain unrecognized, must I not merely don this? With this thought, Lin Shursen felt a resurgence of joy. He picked up the mask to scrutinize it closely, discovering the inscription Qian Huan in one corner, indicating that the mask was indeed named Qian Huan, aligning perfectly with its purpose. After inquiring about its usage from immortals, Lin Shursen promptly affixed the Qian Huan mask to his face, transforming into a round-faced youth. One could imagine that even he Daniu, passing by him, would not recognize him. Chapter 32. Hunting the Wind Wolf. Lin Shursen then took out the fiery red longsword, playing with it for a while. This was a fire attribute, inferior magical artifact. Though its grade was not particularly high, he finally possessed a sword of his own, which filled his heart with exhilaration. After securing all his belongings, he retrieved the map to examine it closely. His current location lay on the outskirts of White Tiger Peak, an area frequented by wind wolves. Conversely, Spirit 8 Peak resided on the opposite side of White Tiger Peak, necessitating a return journey to reach it. Now, he faced 2 paths. The first involved returning to the outermost perimeter and circumventing through the edge of the mountains to reach Spirit 8 Peak. The advantage of this route lay in the fact that the outskirts hosted only the lowest-tier demon beasts, thereby minimizing danger, though it would require more time. The second option was to traverse directly through his current position. The benefit of this route was the reduced travel time, as the journey was shortened by a third. However, this path was inhabited by second-tier demon beasts, and given his present strength, he would possess no means of resistance should he encounter a pack of them. After contemplation, he ultimately resolved to venture through the territory of the second-tier demon beasts. In the realm of cultivation, one must inevitably confront numerous life and death struggles. Now equipped with a map, he merely needed to exercise caution, stealthily navigating through the territory of the pack beasts, and devising a strategy to eliminate solitary second-tier beasts. Engaging in combat with second-tier demon beasts would serve as an excellent opportunity to hone his fighting skills. He could not forfeit such a splendid chance for temporary comfort. Having determined his route, Lin Shursen stowed the map and leaped down from the tree, heading towards Spirit 8 Peak. After cautiously traversing for half an hour without encountering any wind wolves, he remained vigilant. Typically, during this time, the wolf packs rested after feeding, with only a few that had failed to find food daring to venture out. Just as he contemplated this, two azure figures materialized within his line of sight. Wind wolves, he immediately suppressed his breath, lightened his footsteps, and stealthily approached the two wind wolves. Wind wolves were wind attribute demon beasts, renowned for their incredible speed, capable of unleashing wind blades to assault their foes. It appeared that this was a pair of mate wolves, at present. They lounged together in a clearing, basking in the sun, and even while lying down, their imposing stature was apparent. Wolves are creatures adept at slaughter, and the wind wolves boasted particularly well-developed leg muscles, their sharp fangs bared, exuding an aura of ferocity. Once he had drawn close enough, Lin Shursen halted to release his spiritual sense for reconnaissance. No other demon beasts were present nearby, indicating that this area constituted the territory of these two wind wolves. The head and throat were the weak points of most demon beasts. Should he engage them with his sword or employ his fists? The thought of the sword he had just acquired ignited a spark of eagerness within him. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against using the sword. While the sword would facilitate the swift decapitation of a wind wolf, he had yet to master a truly effective sword technique. In contrast, he had made considerable progress in understanding the Qingyun fist, which might yield greater lethality. With this in mind, he entirely dismissed the notion of wielding the sword. Employing fist techniques would necessitate close combat. Given his current strength, he should be capable of handling a single wind wolf without issue, yet confronting two would plunge him into a predicament of being overwhelmed. The strategy was clear. He must catch one of the wind wolves off guard to eliminate it swiftly. Dealing with the remaining one would be considerably less daunting. Should his initial strike fail, he could utilize an escape talisman to flee rapidly. Otherwise, prolonged engagement with two wind wolves would surely invite disaster. Having resolved this, Lin Shursen gathered his focus and stealthily approached the two wind wolves. The closer he drew, the more advantageous his surprise attack would be. Employing the lingbo step, he darted behind a large tree. This position was at the edge of the clearing, affording him the closest proximity to the wind wolves. And he was situated slightly behind them, minimizing the risk of detection. The nearer of the two wind wolves appeared smaller in size, likely the female. The two wind wolves remained oblivious to his approach, blissfully enjoying the warm afternoon sunlight, their fluffy tails occasionally swaying. Now was the moment. Lin Shursen activated the lingbo step, propelling himself at his utmost speed towards the closer female wolf, unleashing the Qingyun fist aimed squarely at its head. Just as his fist was about to connect with the female wolf's head, the two wind wolves finally registered his assault, and the female wolf sprang into action, leaping to evade his blow. Disaster! If it escaped, I would be in trouble. Lin Shursen felt a surge of urgency. His entire being surged with spiritual energy, and his speed increased by a third. Bang! Crack! His fist landed squarely on the female wolf's back, producing a sharp crack. Thud! The leaping female wolf's massive form was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Howl! The downed female wolf emitted a mournful howl, attempting to rise but only managing to support herself on her front legs. The rear half of her body rendered immobile. I struck true. From the sound, her spine must have been broken. Lin Shursen's heart raced with excitement. This was his first encounter with a second-tier demon beast, and he had managed to inflict severe injury with his initial strike. Though he had not delivered a fatal blow, the thrill coursing through him was exhilarating. After a year of diligent cultivation, he was finally witnessing the fruits of his labor. Awoo! Before he could revel in his triumph, the imposing figure of the male wolf surged towards him, accompanied by a tempest, its sharp fangs glistening with a chilling aura. Lunging for his neck, Lin Shursen remained unperturbed, executing the lingbo step to sidestep and evade the onslaught. It appeared that this wind wolf lacked intelligence, opting for close-quarters combat. Were it to create distance and employ wind blades, he would likely find himself flustered. Now, its choice provided him with a chance to eliminate it. Having evaded the wind wolf's attack, Lin Shursen seized the opportunity to strike again at the airborne beast. Shursen, watch out behind you! Emotsong's anxious voice echoed within his mind. Oh no, I forgot about the injured female wolf. Though wounded, she had not lost her capacity to attack. Lin Shursen's heart jolted. yet his body reacted instinctively. As he swiftly pivoted away using the lingbo step, a wind blade narrowly grazed his ear. How careless! A cold sweat broke out on Lin Shusan. Without Grandpa Mo's warning, he would have been decapitated by that wind blade. Oh, whoa! As he evaded, the male wolf landed safely, howling to the heavens before lunging at him once more. The injured female wolf also unleashed a barrage of wind blades towards him in an instant. Lin Shusan found himself in a state of chaos, desperately dodging with the lingbo step. He could not allow this situation to persist. The wolf's howl had undoubtedly echoed far and wide, likely serving as a distress signal from the male wolf. If a horde of wind wolves were to arrive, he would be in grave danger. What means do I possess to extricate myself from this predicament? In an instant, the various offensive techniques at his disposal flashed through his mind. The two fire symbols, while formidable in their destructive capability, were not yet required. The Qingyun's sword technique, with its simple slashes and thrusts, lacked sufficient lethality for the current situation. Oh, how could I have forgotten my flying daggers? After a year of practice, he had mastered the ability to control the daggers with his spiritual sense, guiding them within a 3-zhang radius. With this thought, Lin Shusan evaded the combined assault of the two wind wolves. Retrieving a flying dagger from his storage pouch, infusing it with a surge of golden spiritual energy, he deftly maneuvered closer to the injured female wolf, measuring the distance. 5 zhang, 4 zhang, 3 zhang. The male wolf seemed to sense his intent. Leaping to block his path just as he was 3 zhang away from the female, it bared its teeth, unleashing a massive blade of wind towards him. Desperate, Lin Shusan's fist, enshrined in golden spiritual energy and radiating a faint golden glow, struck the incoming wind blade, propelling himself forward with a powerful step towards the male wolf. Meanwhile, his spiritual sense directed the flying dagger to swiftly pierce the immobilized female wolf's throat. Bang! The wind blade launched by the male wolf was shattered by his punch, a dull ache resonating through his fist. The male wolf's massive head lunged towards him, its gaping maw aiming for his own. In a moment of desperation, Lin Shusan clasped its jaw with both hands. Applying force to push it back, thud! The dagger plunged deeply into the female wolf's throat, and Lin Shusan exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. The female wolf emitted a chilling cry before collapsing. Oh, whoa! Upon hearing her anguished wail, the male wolf's eyes turned crimson with fury, and it unleashed a wind blade from its clenched jaws, hurling it directly at Lin Shusan. In this critical moment, he summoned all his spiritual energy, propelling himself forward and flipping the towering male wolf onto the ground, narrowly evading the wind blade it had shot forth. With swiftness, he directed the flying dagger straight into its throat. As the strength in his hands dissipated, the male wolf's blood-red eyes swiftly dulled. Lin Shusan sprang up from the ground, swiftly stowing both wind wolves into his storage pouch. He then sprinkled some concealing powder over himself before employing the lingbo step to make his hasty escape. Chapter 33. Encountering robbers after racing for the duration of 2 incense sticks, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, prompting Lin Shusan to seek refuge in a concealed cave. He set up a concealment formation at the entrance before entering the cave. Collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath, as soon as his breathing steadied, he immediately sat cross-legged and began cultivating the Qingyun technique to restore his internal energy. 2 hours later, his spiritual energy returned to its peak condition. Lin Shusan opened his eyes, dispelled the technique, and glanced outside the cave. Night had descended. His stomach growled with hunger, and recalling the 2 wind wolves he had slain at noon, he decided to feast on roasted wolf meat that evening. He extended his spiritual sense to assess his surroundings, finding no immediate danger, and quickly gathered some firewood nearby before returning to the cave. Shielded by the concealment formation, he ignited a fire without fear of detection. After relishing a delightful meal of roasted meat, he felt the nourishing energy of the second-tier beast's flesh flowing through his meridians. He promptly cultivated the Qingyun technique to refine and absorb this energy. Though it was not much, cultivation is indeed a process of gradual accumulation. With some leisure time, Lin Shusan began to reflect on the battle from earlier that day. This encounter had been quite enlightening, as he had honed his proficiency in the Qingyun fist and lingbo step. However, he felt a deep sense of shame for having overlooked the injured female wolf, nearly falling prey to a surprise attack. He realized he was still not cautious enough. You performed admirably this time. When faced with adversity, one must not only act decisively but also analyze the situation rationally. Though your negligence regarding the wounded female wolf was a significant flaw, it has also illuminated your shortcomings, Song remarked, offering consolation. Thank you, Grandpa Mo. If it weren't for your assistance these past few days, I would have surely been devoured by the beasts, Lin Shusan sincerely replied. The concern from Grandpa Mo reminded him of the times spent with his own grandfather. What need is there for thanks between us? Just remember your promise to me once you become stronger. Song chuckled, stroking his beard. Rest assured, Grandpa Mo, I will not forget, Lin Shusan replied earnestly. The forest at night posed far greater dangers than during the day, and hearing the distant howls of wolves. He resolved to wait until dawn before continuing his journey. At the break of day, Lin Shusan awoke from his meditative state, consuming some leftover roasted meat from the previous day before dismantling the formation at the cave entrance. He stepped out of the cave, climbing a tall tree to consult his map and confirm his direction towards Lingyuan Peak. Along the way, he encountered 2 packs of wind wolves but managed to detect their presence in advance. Carefully avoiding any direct confrontations, after crossing this mountain, I'll find a place to rest, Lin Shusan thought, checking the map once more. Putting the map away, he continued along the path. Stop. Just a few steps later, a figure leaped down from a dense tree, shouting at Lin Shusan. The individual appeared to be quite young, around 18 or 19 years old, tall and slender, dressed in the blue robes of an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. With a cultivation level around the 3rd layer of qi refinement, his face marred by a fierce expression. With his commanding shout, a loud thud echoed from behind. Lin Shusan turned to see a sharp-featured, monkey-faced youth blocking his path, also clad in the attire of an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect, sharing the same 3rd layer cultivation. Seeing Lin Shusan glance back, the latter raised his short knife, pointing it menacingly at him, his eyes gleaming with malice as he growled, "Do not even think about escaping. Hand over all your spirit stones, elixirs, and talismans." As he spoke, he advanced slowly towards Lin Shusan. Knife raised, the tall and lean youth also assumed an aggressive stance, closing in on Lin Shusan. Lin Shusan had been suppressing his cultivation at the 1st layer of qi refinement with the concealment technique, leading these two to underestimate him due to his apparent low level. The small booklet belonging to Yang Fei recorded how they preyed upon weaker individuals during their hunts in the back mountains, robbing them of their resources and often leaving them to be devoured by beasts. A surge of anger welled up within Lin Shusan. Were they not all weaklings who should be helping one another? Yet this group only bullied those weaker than themselves. Observing the two advancing toward him, Lin Shusan forcefully quelled his rising fury. Although both possessed lower cultivation, facing them simultaneously would still prove challenging. His best strategy was to eliminate one before the other could react. The knife wielder had presumably trained in knife techniques, while the one with the fists practiced boxing. His own swordsmanship had not progressed significantly, and the long sword he had just acquired was still unfamiliar to him, making it ill-suited for combat. He resolved to deal with the fist-fighting youth first. With this decision, Lin Shusan secretly channeled his internal energy, transforming it into golden spiritual energy enveloping his fists. Qingyun Fist, shattered clouds. Before either of the two could strike, he activated the Lingbo step, charging towards the tall, slender youth. Aiming for a swift victory, he unleashed the most powerful technique from the Qingyun Fist. His 3rd strike, shattered clouds. His fist, enveloped in a dazzling golden light, surged towards the youth's chest. The slender youth, clearly taken aback by Lin Shusan's audacity in resisting with such speed despite being at the 1st layer of qi refinement, initially wore an expression of shock, which soon transformed into contempt as he unleashed a punch radiating intense heat towards Lin Shusan's head. Bang! Crack! Just as his fist moved, Lin Shusan's punch collided with his chest, producing a resounding thud followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. With those two sounds, the slender youth let out a piercing scream, his body propelled backward by the force of Lin Shusan's punch. Bang! He crashed into a large tree, ultimately collapsing at its base, motionless and possibly lifeless. Having dealt with the slender youth, Lin Shusan swiftly turned towards the knife wielder. Witnessing the fate of his companion, the knife wielder turned to flee. Lin Shusan hesitated for a moment but did not slow his pace, pursuing him relentlessly. Soon, He caught up to the fleeing knife wielder and prepared to strike his back. "Spare me, brother. Spare me," before Lin Shusan's fist could connect. The knife wielder's legs buckled, and he tossed aside his knife, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Observing this, Lin Shusan coldly retracted his fist. He imagined that many had likely kneeled and begged for mercy before them. But had they ever spared those who pleaded? Chapter 34. News of Baihu Peak. "Brother, spare me. I have everything right here. I'll give it all to you." The knife wielder's heart raced as he met Lin Shusan's icy gaze. Hastily retrieving 2 low-grade spirit stones and 2 talismans from his storage pouch, raising them above his head in offering, Lin Shusan let out a cold laugh, accepting the items and stowing them in his own pouch. Seeing Lin Shusan accept his offerings, the knife wielder's eyes flickered with hope as he cautiously rose to his feet. "I didn't tell you to get up." Lin Shusan's eyes glinted with coldness as he barked. "Thud, brother. Today I have offended you due to my ignorance, and I humbly beseech your magnanimity to spare my insignificant life." The knife wielder, startled by Lin Shusan's sharp reprimand, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. "Where do you hail from?" Lin Shusan, unfazed by his entreaties, coldly inquired, "From the direction of White Tiger Peak." "Are you also venturing into the mountains to seek the cubs of the Fire Cloud Tiger?" After answering Lin Shusan's question, the knife wielder's eyes darted as he cunningly asked, secretly calculating in his mind. They had just escaped from White Tiger Peak, and the horrific scene there still sent shivers down their spines. "This man has killed Lu Yi and seized my resources. If I could lead him to the battlefield at White Tiger Peak, perhaps I could avenge myself. Just say what you need to say." "Why so much unnecessary chatter?" Lin Shusan glared, his voice sharp. Yes, it is indeed my fault for being so talkative. Please feel free to inquire, and I shall answer without reserve." Seeing Lin Shusan's anger, the knife wielder slapped himself twice and, looking up with a sycophantic grin, asked, "What sort of individuals are currently at White Tiger Peak? Have the cubs of the Fire Cloud Tiger been captured?" Upon hearing Lin Shusan indeed inquire about the cubs, the knife wielder's eyes shifted, and he replied, "There are several Peak Chi refinement brothers guarding White Tiger Peak. When we departed, the cubs had yet to be found. If you head there now, you might still have a chance to obtain the Fire Cloud Tiger's cubs." As he spoke, a fawning smile returned to his face. Lin Shusan, noticing the knife wielder's shifty eyes during his reply, suspected the truth of his words was questionable. Just the previous time, Dainyu had mentioned several late-stage Chi refinement brothers entering the mountains. After days of escalation, surely there would be more individuals trying their luck. He had encountered several groups himself. There were definitely more than a handful of late-stage Chi refinement brothers. Moreover, this news originated from the inner sect. There might even be Foundation establishment disciples involved. Without further ado, Lin Shusan mercilessly struck the knife wielder's arm with a punch. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the knife wielder's left arm was shattered. "Ah, please spare me, brother. I spoke nothing but the truth." The knife wielder howled in agony while clutching his severed arm, still pleading for mercy. "Do you think I cannot discern truth from lies? Speak honestly, and if you utter one more falsehood, I shall break your other arm. Should you continue to deceive, I will shatter your legs." Lin Shusan barked, ignoring his pleas. "Brother, I shall speak. I promise to tell the truth." Realizing his lies had been exposed, the knife wielder felt fear as he clutched his severed arm and hastily confessed the situation at White Tiger Peak. There are not merely a few late-stage Chi refinement brothers at White Tiger Peak, but 15 of them. Along with 2 Foundation establishment brothers, the territory of the Fire Cloud Tiger is already embroiled in conflict. The information we received was flawed. There are not just 4 Fire Cloud Tigers but 7. Furthermore, those Fire Cloud Tigers are unharmed. The reason such news has spread is that the brothers from the main peak wish to utilize the outer sect disciples to deplete the Fire Cloud Tiger's combat strength. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Lin Shusan's expression, occasionally revealing a glimmer of malice. Listening to his incessant recounting of the situation at White Tiger Peak, Lin Shusan furrowed his brow. He could not trust all of his words. Suspecting the situation was worse than he claimed, "Brother, I have revealed all that I know. Please show mercy." The knife wielder, sensing Lin Shusan's frown, panicked and continued to plead fervently. Lin Shusan cast a dispassionate glance at the continually begging knife wielder. This individual had repeatedly attempted to deceive him with lies. Though the hatred he had briefly revealed was subtle, Lin Shusan had nonetheless caught a glimpse of it. His words had also tempted him to raid White Tiger Peak for the Fire Cloud Tiger cubs, indicating he harbored ill intentions. To let such a person go free would endanger many others. With that thought, he bent down, picked up the short knife abandoned by the knife wielder, and without hesitation, swung it to sever his head. The knife wielder, still pleading for mercy, was caught off guard by Lin Shusan's decisiveness. Maintaining a facade of sycophantic supplication, his head was sent flying. Lin Shusan swiftly rummaged through the fallen man's clothing, retrieving a storage bag, and without looking back, headed toward the fallen, lanky figure. The lanky man still possessed a faint breath of life, and Lin Shusan raised his short knife to deliver a final blow, extinguishing his life completely before extracting another storage bag from him. He did not hasten to inspect his spoils, but instead turned and departed in haste. The stench of blood emanating from the two would soon attract beasts to feast upon them. This place was no longer safe. After cautiously proceeding for half an hour and ensuring he had distanced himself from the battlefield, Lin Shusan sought refuge in a lush tree, climbing to the top to ascertain his bearings and take the opportunity to rest. He did not head toward the designated habitat of the Fire Cloud Tiger marked on the map, but instead followed his own plan toward Ling Yuan Peak. At this time, White Tiger Peak was a place of chaos. With his cultivation level, he might lose his life before even reaching the Fire Cloud Tiger's territory. Moreover, he held little interest in the cubs of the Fire Cloud Tiger. What he urgently sought was to discover whether there were any wood spirit herbs over 300 years old at Ling Yuan Peak. Only by finding such herbs could he potentially cultivate his Dantian to the 9th revolution. Taking advantage of his rest, Lin Shusan pulled out the 2 storage bags to examine their contents. Both bags contained little of value. The lanky man's bag held merely 5 low-grade spirit stones and 2 healing pills, while the knife wielder's bag contained 2 escape talismans. It appeared that their purchased items had been nearly exhausted in the preceding battle. He collected the empty storage bags. Although he might not need so many, he could take them back to the sect for contribution points. The sect's management would surely understand the intricacies of the back mountain. While the materials for crafting storage bags were not particularly rare, over time they represented a significant expenditure. By recycling storage bags for 10 contribution points, it would also save the sect a substantial amount of resources. After organizing his findings, Lin Shusan descended from the tree and continued on toward his intended direction. Chapter 35. Changing routes. After more than an hour of travel, the sky was nearly dark. Yet he had not encountered a single beast. Lin Shusan planned to walk for another quarter of an hour before finding a place to rest for the night. Bang bang. Not long after, faint sounds of battle reached his ears. Who is fighting up ahead? Should I go take a look? He paused, hesitating in his mind whether to turn back and circumvent the area or to proceed and investigate. Grandpa Mo, I still wish to see what is transpiring over there. After much contemplation, Lin Shusan ultimately decided to investigate the situation. Observing others in battle is a method to enhance one's own experience and knowledge. However, recalling Grandpa Mo's constant reminders to act cautiously while outside and to avoid unnecessary troubles, he deemed it necessary to express his intentions to immortals. Go ahead, just be careful. Watching others fight can also be a means to improve your own strength. To his surprise, immortals fully supported his idea. Though the sounds seemed near, they were actually quite distant. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Shusan finally crested a hill and approached the site of the conflict. The scene before him left him utterly astounded. Is this the power of cultivators? Is this the blood and gore of the path of cultivation? Shock and awe intertwined within his heart. The battlefield lay still far from him, halfway up the opposite slope. However, from his vantage atop the hill, he could see the entire spectacle. Towering trees lay uprooted. Rocks and soil were thrown about, creating a scene of devastation. 2 enormous fire cloud tigers were locked in a fierce battle with a man and a woman, both likely possessing Foundation establishment cultivation, as they could hold their ground against the fire cloud tigers. He observed the man wielding a long sword, unleashing radiant sword strikes aimed at the fire cloud tiger. The fire cloud tiger, unwilling to yield, let out a thunderous roar, unleashing torrents of flames to counter the oncoming sword light. Bang, bang, bang. The flames and sword light collided, shattering rocks and toppling trees, the overwhelming force radiating outward. Even though Lin Shusan stood at a distance from the battlefield, he could still feel the might emanating from the clash of their spiritual powers. The female cultivator also wielded a crimson whip, launching it toward the opposing fire cloud tiger, with flames erupting from the whip with each flick of her wrist. The fire cloud tiger, not to be outdone, deftly evaded her attacks by stepping on 4 flames. Its massive jaws snapping toward the woman, Lin Shusan's heart tightened. Yet the woman gracefully evaded the fire cloud tiger's assault, countering with a whip strike aimed at its forepaw. Grandpa Mo, do you think they can defeat the fire cloud tiger? Lin Shusan watched with bated breath, unable to discern which side held the upper hand. With their current strength, they could likely survive against the fire cloud tigers, but defeating 2 of them would require more. Unless they possessed formidable treasures, Song spoke softly. I find that senior brother's swordplay quite formidable. Moreover, he seems to be employing water-based spiritual power, which is precisely the nemesis of the fire cloud tiger. How is it that he cannot subdue it? Lin Shusan inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, water extinguishes fire, but that young man's cultivation level is still somewhat lacking. He is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The fire cloud tiger he is battling possesses strength equivalent to the late stage of foundation establishment. Under sufficiently intense flames, if the water is too meager, the inevitable conclusion will be that it gets evaporated. Song meticulously elucidated, offering a simple analogy to ensure Lin Shusan comprehended the underlying reasons. I understand. Grandfather Mo? Lin Shusan nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 combatants and the 2 tigers continued their fierce struggle. Yet it seemed they were aware of their inability to defeat the fire cloud tiger. After a fierce exchange, the man unleashed a full-force strike, momentarily repelling the fire cloud tiger that had been entangled with him. He tossed his sword into the air and leaped onto it in an instant. The sword propelled him skyward, soaring towards the female cultivator. The female practitioner also wielded her long whip to drive away the fire cloud tiger that had been grappling with her, then leapt onto his flying sword. Together, they sped away on the blade, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing the 2 fleeing, the 2 fire cloud tigers roared in fury, igniting flames beneath their feet as they pursued. Their speed was scarcely less than that of the fleeing pair, and soon they too vanished from view. Lin Shusan gazed at the mountains before him, which had been nearly razed to the ground, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. Contemplating the possibility of wielding such immense power in the future, perhaps even greater, his blood surged with fervor. Solidifying his resolve to seek out the wood spirit herb, he must find a wood-based spiritual medicine that is over 300 years old and cultivate his dantian to the 9th transmission of the 9 transformations of the profound classic. After calming his emotions, he resolved to traverse the fire cloud tiger's habitat under the cover of night. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that all the fire cloud tigers on the White Tiger Peak had congregated, now engaged in battles with those seeking their cubs. As long as he detected any signs of combat, he would keep his distance, significantly reducing his chances of encountering a fire cloud tiger. The path from White Tiger Peak led directly to Spirit Monkey Peak, and within a day or 2, he could reach his destination. Song concurred with his plan. The wood spirit monkeys of Spirit Monkey Peak and the fire cloud tigers are both 4th-tier magical beasts. Traversing from White Tiger Peak would allow Lin Shusan to experience the pressure exerted by 4th-tier beasts in advance. Moreover, as long as he refrained from provoking them, the fire cloud tigers would certainly lack the time or inclination to attend to him. Having confirmed his new route, Lin Shusan retrieved a map to pinpoint his current location. He oriented himself, activated his concealment technique to suppress his aura, and strode purposefully towards White Tiger Peak. Along the way, he heard sounds of battle and wisely kept his distance, encountering no danger whatsoever. After crossing another mountain ridge, a pungent smell of blood assailed his senses, prompting him to halt cautiously. Although he heard no fighting, the overwhelming stench in the pitch-black night was enough to send chills down his spine. Listening intently, he discerned no sounds, so he cautiously extended his spiritual sense to investigate. What he beheld sent his pupils contracting, and his heart trembled, causing him to involuntarily step back. Not far ahead, in a valley, lay a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs. He could even see severed heads rolling about, their wide-open eyes filled with terror. The world of cultivation is indeed brutal. In the relentless pursuit of power and the acquisition of resources, it is either you perish or I do. Song's voice reverberated in his mind like a resonant bell, snapping him back to reality. Grandfather Mo, Lin Shursen murmured softly. Encountering such a cruel spectacle on his first outing left him momentarily unable to accept it. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. Such scenes are bound to recur on your journey, and you may even find yourself embroiled in them. If you cannot bear it, then you might as well abandon cultivation now to spare yourself the torment of wavering resolve and the descent into the demonic path. Song remarked coldly, observing the dazed expression on Lin Shursan's face. Grandfather Imo, I was wrong. Lin Shursan's heart jolted, and the flicker of doubt in his mind dissipated in an instant, his previously wavering resolve solidifying. Indeed, it was not only Grandfather Imo who often recounted the brutality of the cultivation realm. The tales his grandfather shared were equally rife with bloodshed. If one were to shy away from violence and forsake the path of cultivation, that would be a grave mistake. The cultivation world operates on the principle of the strong preying on the weak. Their desire to seize the fire cloud tiger's cubs to bolster their own strength is not inherently flawed. Just as you seek to locate a wood-based spiritual herb over 300 years old to complete the 9th transformation of your training, you too must wrest it from the clutches of the guardian beasts. Your actions are not erroneous. The error lies in their failure to recognize their own strength and the unscrupulous scheming of those who devised such plans. What you must do is discern your own limits and steadfastly uphold that boundary. Song gently guided him, continuing his discourse. Chapter 36. Finding the wood spirit herb. Song's words left Lin Shursan momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Am I not engaged in similar pursuits as they? This is the survival law of the cultivation world. The strong thrive while the weak perish. With this realization, Lin Shursan's expression softened, and he strode towards the valley. His goal is to embark on the path of immortality, to become an unparalleled powerhouse, aiding the weak while vanquishing the wicked. Having already embarked on the path of cultivation, his duty now is to strive for strength. When encountering the weak, he would assist them, and when confronting evildoers, he would eradicate them. Crossing the valley and scaling 2 more mountains, he would enter the realm of Spirit Monkey Peak. Upon entering the domain of Spirit Monkey Peak, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of wood spiritual energy. The trees that flourished upon these mountains were of a singular species, towering high and brimming with life. As he traversed this verdant expanse, his fatigue gradually dissipated. For those of the wood's spirit root, training here would yield remarkable results. Had he not been in a hurry to find the wood spirit herb, he would have sought a suitable spot to cultivate here. No wonder this place yields the wood spirit herb. The trees upon this mountain are a type of low-tier ancient spiritual wood, Ling Song. Sensing the abundant wood spiritual energy, Song could not help but extend his spiritual sense to probe further. Indeed, these are ancient spiritual woods. Are they not treasures that blanket the mountains? Why has no one come to fell them? Upon hearing Song declare these trees as ancient spiritual woods, Lin Shursan expressed his astonishment. Such spiritual wood has limited utility. It merely produces wood spiritual energy, and the output from each tree is minimal. Only in vast plantations like this can it have a certain effect. However, the concentration of wood spiritual energy generated by the Ling Song on this mountain is only sufficient to accelerate the cultivation speed of those in the Qi refinement stage, providing little benefit to those in the foundation establishment stage. Of course, if left to proliferate for tens of thousands of years, the concentrated spiritual energy in the central region would surely benefit those in the foundation establishment stage. But by that time, the beasts spawned in the forest would undoubtedly be much stronger. Nevertheless, there exists a 1 in a billion chance that this Ling Song could mutate into undying wood. Song elaborated enthusiastically on the properties of this spiritual wood. Undying wood? Lin Shursan inquired with curiosity. It is said that undying wood possesses the power to resurrect the dead. Song continued. Can it truly bring the dead back to life? Lin Shursan's mind suddenly raced to his grandfather, his eyes lighting up with urgency as he asked. It is said to be effective for those who have just passed away. If someone employs undying wood to rescue them, they can return to life. However, in my many years of existence, I have yet to witness it firsthand, so I cannot ascertain its veracity. Upon hearing Song mention that it was only effective for those recently deceased, Lin Shursan's flickering hope was swiftly extinguished. Are you wishing to resurrect someone? Song inquired, sensing his despondency. Lin Shursan began to recount the tale of his grandfather to Song. Life, aging, sickness, and death are the natural laws of existence. None can defy them. Do not become overly fixated. Perhaps your grandfather has already found himself in a prosperous household, living a life of comfort and ease. Emotsong patiently reassured him, emphasizing that cultivators particularly abhor the cultivation of obsessions. Is there no way to know where my grandfather has been reincarnated? Lin Shisan mused, contemplating the wonders of celestial arts. Even if he could not resurrect his grandfather, it would be nice to see how he was faring. Ordinary individuals cannot casually glimpse the reincarnation of others, unless you successfully transcend tribulation and gain the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. Only then can you utilize the power of the heavenly Tao to observe someone else's rebirth. Emotsong hesitated for a moment before speaking. Is it truly possible? I must strive hard in my cultivation to transcend tribulation at the earliest opportunity, Lin Shisan exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, it is possible, but do not become too obsessed with this matter. Otherwise, forming an obsession may easily lead to inner demons. Emotsong cautioned Lin Shisan, yet inwardly he shook his head. Children are indeed Navi. How easy is it to cultivate to the tribulation stage? Even with the 5 elements mysterious stone, it is no simple feat, yet he speaks of aiming for the tribulation stage. Nevertheless, Emotsong refrained from dampening his spirit, recognizing that the path of cultivation is driven by the belief in one's aspirations. Grandfather Emo, I understand. Lingyuan Peak serves as the territory of the wood spirit monkeys. Lin Shisanjian suppressed his presence, channeling the wood's spiritual energy within him while sprinkling concealment powder over himself, stealthily making his way toward the heart of the spirit pine grove. As he ventured deeper into Lingyuan Peak, the concentration of wood's spiritual energy intensified, and the spirit pines grew more robust and towering. After 2 days of cautious exploration, he astonishingly discovered a wood spirit fungus that was over 300 years old. Gazing at the enormous spirit pine in the valley ahead, which could easily be encircled by 30 to 50 people, Lin Shisanjian felt a profound shock within. How many years must it have taken to grow to such a size? Perhaps the entire mountain's spirit pines descended from this one. In the middle of the trunk sat a massive wood spirit monkey, larger than any he had encountered before, evidently the king of the spirit monkeys in this region. Beside it, on the trunk, grew a large yellow spirit fungus, at least the size of a bowl. Grandpa Emo. It's the wood spirit fungus, Lin Shisanjian exclaimed excitedly to Emotsong. Indeed, it is the wood spirit fungus. Judging by its appearance, it must be at least 350 years old, possibly nearing 400, Emotsong confirmed. However, with the Monkey King guarding it, it would be quite difficult to obtain. Watching the motionless Monkey King beside the wood spirit fungus, Lin Shisanjian expressed his frustration. He began to understand why so many were determined to acquire the offspring of the fiery cloud tiger. Nevertheless, one must still act within their means. After much contemplation, he decided to remain and observe the Monkey King's habits, hoping to quietly gather the fungus while the king was out foraging. After 10 days of watching, Lin Shisanjian was disappointed to find that the Monkey King had not left the tree even once. Each day, smaller monkeys brought it food, and after eating, it would merely move slightly on the large tree, never straying more than 3 zhang from the wood spirit fungus. It seemed the Monkey King had sustained severe injuries and was unable to fully recover. It was likely that he intended to nurture the fungus for a certain period to heal his wounds. Emotsong relayed his observations to Lin Shisanjian. Unwilling to give up, Lin Shisanjian continued to wait for another 10 days. Yet the Monkey King never budged. It appeared he could only find ways to earn more contribution points in exchange for lower-aged wood spiritual medicines within the sect. Ultimately, Lin Shisanjian decided to abandon the wood spirit fungus. With his current cultivation, seizing it from the Monkey King was utterly impossible. He resolved to seek other means to gather wood spiritual medicines. As he pondered this, he descended the mountain in a dejected manner. Chapter 37. Half a Jade Talisman. Shisanjian, retreat. While walking, Emotsong suddenly shouted anxiously. Without a second thought, Lin Shisanjian swiftly employed the wave step technique to retreat. Clenching his fists and assuming a combat stance, bang! Just as he moved from his previous position, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down where Lin Shisanjian had just stood, producing a thunderous sound. Lin Shisanjian warily regarded the motionless figure on the ground. The person wore the white disciple robes of the Qingyun sect, obscuring their features. From the hairstyle, it was evident she was a woman, and a green long sword lay at her feet, with a faint scent of blood wafting in the breeze. She appeared to be a senior sister from the inner sect, though he could not discern from which peak. It seemed she had been flying on her sword and had not been noticed by Lin Shisanjian until now. It was likely that she had sustained serious injuries, her spiritual power insufficient to sustain the flight of her sword, causing her to fall. After so many days, were these individuals still vying for the fiery cloud tiger's cubs? Lin Shisanjian mused, observing the figure sprawled on the ground. Shisanjian, hurry, those pursuing her will arrive soon. As Lin Shisanjian prepared to turn away, Emotsong urged him anxiously. Upon hearing Emotsong mention that someone was chasing her, Lin Shisanjian halted his departure and hastened toward the fallen woman. Shisanjian, what are you doing? Emotsong asked urgently as he saw Lin Shisanjian approaching the woman. Grandpa Mo, I want to find a place to hide her. She should be a disciple of the inner sect. Perhaps I can save her life, Lin Shisanjian replied while carefully lifting the woman from the ground. The woman exhibited no visible external injuries, but blood trickled slowly from the corner of her mouth. Her face extraordinarily paled. It seemed she had sustained internal injuries. Lin Shisanjian took out a low-grade healing pill and placed one in her mouth. Yu Emotsong was so enraged he could not find words. Junior brother, do not concern yourself with me. You must escape quickly. Lin Shisanjian picked up the nearby longsword, intending to carry the woman to a cave he had previously discovered when a delicate hand grasped his sword hand. And the woman weakly spoke, Junior brother, there is a hidden cave not far ahead. I will take you there. Then leave. As Lin Shisanjian spoke, he pried the woman's hand away and lifted her to head toward the cave. Junior brother, do not waste your efforts. The person has placed a tracking talisman on me. Wherever I go, he will find me. If you truly wish to help me, quickly find a place to hide this half of a jade talisman. As she spoke, she produced half of a jade talisman and handed it to Lin Shisanjian. Shisanjian, hurry, Emotsong urged again, anxious. Gazing at the half-jade talisman before him, Lin Shisanjian hesitated for a moment, then set the woman down to take the talisman, asking, Senior sister, to whom should I give this half-jade talisman? He thought, since he could not save her, helping to return her belongings to her family would fulfill a part of her wishes. Keep it for yourself. I have no family, I merely wish to prevent that person from succeeding. A trace of indignation crossed the woman's face, and she continued to instruct Lin Shisanjian, you must remember. Never let anyone know you possess this half-jade talisman. After giving her instructions, she removed her storage bag and placed it in Lin Shisanjian's hands. I am also giving you my storage bag. There may not be much inside, but it will still be useful for you at your current level. Lin Shisanjian considered briefly, accepted the storage bag, and swiftly headed toward Lingyuan Peak. The woman watched Lin Shisanjian's retreating figure, silently sighing. I hope you can escape safely. In truth, she had not lost consciousness when she fell from the flying sword. She had merely noticed someone nearby feigning unconsciousness, and as Lin Shisanjian approached her, she thought he might be there to take advantage of the situation. Realizing that the pursuer would not cease until he obtained the half-jade talisman, she resolved to let Lin Shisanjian take her storage bag, making him her accomplice in death. Little did she know, Lin Shisanjian genuinely intended to save her. At that moment, her heart was torn in conflict. She could not allow that person to obtain the half-jade talisman. Should she destroy the jade talisman or let this junior brother escape with it? If she destroyed it, given that person's nature, he would not rest until he found it, and the nearby junior brother would likely be discovered as well. In such a case, it would be better to entrust the jade talisman to him to hide. Perhaps he might gain an opportunity from it. Thus, she presented the jade talisman to Lin Shisanjian. She was uncertain whether her actions would endanger this junior brother, but from the moment she produced the talisman, she had decided that when the pursuer arrived, she would self-destruct her Dantian, perishing alongside him. Even if she could not perish with him, she would at least inflict heavy injuries upon him, leaving him unable to search for others nearby. If her plan succeeded, the opportunity from the half-jade talisman would serve as her way of repaying this junior brother's kindness. If, in the end, this junior brother fell victim, she would have to repay him in the next life. Not pondering further, she crossed her legs and began to circulate her techniques to heal her internal injuries, striving to accumulate strength before the pursuer arrived, hoping to buy Lin Shisanjian more time to escape. After setting the woman down, Lin Shisanjian swiftly turned and made his way toward Lingyuan Peak. After walking a short distance, he retrieved the woman's storage bag and the half-jade talisman, burying them beneath a large tree along with the other storage bags he had previously acquired. He marked a secret spot in a concealed corner of the tree, carefully observing the surrounding environment before cautiously advancing deeper. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Shisanjian had scarcely departed when the sounds of a fierce battle reached his ears. His heart jolted. The pursuer had arrived. Run, to the left. At this moment, Song disregarded his earlier vow not to interfere with Lin Shisanjian's trial and began directing him on which path to take. Lin Shisanjian activated a fleeing talisman, concentrating all his spiritual power in his feet, executing the wave step to its utmost. Tio, an observer, he appeared as a fleeting shadow, quickly vanishing from sight. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, shaking the entire mountain peak, sending forth a colossal wave of spiritual energy. Lin Shisanjian stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He hastily gathered his spiritual power to stabilize himself, casting his gaze toward the source of the explosion. It was the place where he had encountered that senior sister. She self-destructed, Song remarked with regret. Self-destructed? Lin Shisanjian gazed blankly in the direction of the explosion. Let us go, Shisanjian. That person will be searching for us soon. Although Song's soul was frail, his spiritual awareness extended across a vast expanse. He clearly observed that the male cultivator had utilized a magical artifact to shield himself from the explosive surge of the female cultivator's self-detonation. Sustaining only minor injuries. Chapter 38. Revealing one's tracks is he unharmed? Lin Shisan inquired, astonished. With such immense power, that mountain peak must have been obliterated, yet he emerged unscathed. How formidable he must be! It was evident that he possessed a powerful defensive artifact that had protected him in a critical moment. Resulting in merely slight wounds, Song recounted what he had witnessed to Lin Shisan, who, upon hearing this, quickened his pace. The spirit monkeys in the mountains sensed the pressure of the energy fluctuations, emitting a chorus of panicked cries as they scattered in all directions. The spirit monkey king climbed to the treetop, peering toward the source of the explosion. Shisan, run toward the spirit monkey king's dwelling. Song urged as he noticed Lin Shisan advancing forward. Without hesitation, Lin Shisan altered his course toward the valley where the spirit monkey king resided. Although he was puzzled by why Grandpa Mo wanted him to head toward the spirit monkey king's lair, given that the spirit monkey king was an insurmountable presence for him, one he could only look up to, he trusted that Grandpa Mo would not lead him astray, thus proceeding without a moment's doubt toward the valley. Do not fear that he will discover you. I shall assist you in concealing your presence. Follow my guidance and proceed along the path I indicate. Song glanced at the male cultivator soaring through the air, scanning the surroundings, and raised his hand to cast a spell upon Lin Shisan. Instantly, Lin Shisan's aura was entirely suppressed, rendering him invisible. Understood, Grandpa Mo. Lin Shisan replied as he continued to fleet. A frantic wood spirit monkey dashed past him in the direction he was escaping. Lin Shisan halted abruptly, adopting a defensive stance, only to realize that the creature did not seem to notice him, zipping past a short distance away. Shisan, pay it no mind. Run swiftly. As Lin Shisan pondered this, Song's urging voice resonated in his mind. Surely, Grandpa Mo has aided me, Lin Shisan mused, his feet hastening toward the valley where the spirit monkey king dwelt. Grandpa Mo, what spell did you cast? That wood spirit monkey was so close, yet it could not see me, he queried curiously as he ran. Despite the urgency of the situation, he felt assured that Grandpa Mo had devised a solution. Hence he remained relatively calm. It is merely an invisibility spell that conceals your aura, rendering those of lesser cultivation incapable of sensing you, allowing only visual observation, Song, while monitoring the movements of the male cultivator and the spirit monkey king. Took a moment to respond to his question. When will I be able to learn such techniques? Lin Shisan asked enviously. Your current cultivation level is still too low. Many techniques cannot be effectively employed. Focus on solidifying your foundation, and when your cultivation improves, you may then study more powerful spells. Grandpa Mo, ahead lies the concealment formation I previously set up. Should I directly enter that valley? Lin Shisan inquired while maintaining vigilance. Observing the surroundings. No need. Simply enter the formation directly. We will adapt our actions as the situation unfolds, Song replied, continuing to observe the spirit monkey king and the male cultivator searching the skies. The spirit monkey king had already detected the male cultivator's presence in the IT, seemed to comprehend that this human was not to be trifled with, returning to the side of the wood spirit fungus. its gaze fixed on the male cultivator's trajectory, assuming a defensive posture as it vigilantly watched him. The male cultivator appeared to recognize the spirit monkey king's prowess and was reluctant to provoke it, opting instead to circle around the spirit monkey peak at a distance, yet his spiritual awareness did not neglect the area. Now is the moment. Lin Shursan was merely several paces away from the concealed formation. The spirit monkey king remained alert, focusing on the male cultivator, while the latter's spiritual awareness was about to sweep across again. Seizing the opportunity, Song dispelled the invisibility spell surrounding Lin Shursan. Shursan, quickly hide within the previously arranged concealment formation. Song urged, a hint of concern in his tone. Understood, Grandpa Mo. Lin Shursan channeled all his spiritual energy into his feet, swiftly darting toward the concealment formation beneath the tree at the valley's entrance. As he emerged, the male cultivator in the sky spotted him. At that moment, the spirit monkey king was entirely focused on the male cultivator, and by the time it sensed something amiss, Lin Shursan had already taken refuge within the concealment formation. The spirit monkey king glanced at the valley's entrance, finding no anomalies, and then turned its attention back to the male cultivator. The male cultivator had witnessed Lin Shursan suddenly darting from behind a large tree and disappearing into the valley where the spirit monkey king resided. Observing Lin Shursan vanish into the valley, the male cultivator furrowed his brow. Should he intrude upon the spirit monkey king's domain now, it would undoubtedly provoke the creature. Although he was not intimidated by the spirit monkey king's strength, dealing with it would require considerable effort, however. Recalling the significance of the jade medallion, any flicker of hesitation in his heart dissipated instantly, even if all his magical artifacts were to be destroyed. Obtaining that half of the jade medallion would be worth the risk. With this thought, the male cultivator flew toward the valley without a trace of hesitation. The concealment formation where Lin Shursan hid was situated beneath a large tree on one side of the valley entrance. Previously, to observe the spirit monkey king's habits without being detected, Lin Shursan had spent a day excavating a small hole beneath this tree, connecting the interior of the valley with the outside. Entering from the valley entrance would not attract attention, and he had merely carved a small opening on the valley side, allowing him to clearly observe the valley's conditions. Once Lin Shursan entered the hole, he cautiously peered at the spirit monkey king above. The spirit monkey king wore a grave expression as it gazed at the approaching figure. Noticing that the individual was flying directly toward the valley, it leaped down from its perch on the spirit pine. You! It emitted a piercing cry, brandishing its massive fists against its chest, warning the male cultivator to keep his distance. Quickly, channel your spiritual energy to protect your ears. Song alerted as he observed the spirit monkey king leaping down from the tree. Understood. Lin Shursan hastily directed his spiritual energy toward his ears. Although he managed to shield his ears in time, the spirit monkey king's roar still resonated painfully within him, causing his mind to tremble with agony. So this is the power of sound wave attacks, capable of assaulting one's consciousness. Lin Shursan endured the pain in his mind, recalling the spirit monkey king's innate skill that Song had mentioned prior to their arrival at the spirit monkey peak. Sensing the turbulence in Lin Shursan's consciousness, the 5 elements mystic stone suspended in his mind radiated a circle of multicolored light. The turmoil in his mind quickly subsided, and the pain dissipated, leaving him with a clarity of thought. Does the 5 elements mystic stone possess such capabilities? Lin Shursan inquired in astonishment, looking toward Song. The 5 elements mystic stone is inherently capable of nurturing souls. Since it recognizes you as its master, it will naturally exert its strength to protect you from attacks on your consciousness. Its functions are numerous, and you must discover them gradually for yourself. Does this mean I no longer need to fear soul attacks from others? Lin Shursan asked, excitement evident in his voice. Not at all. If you were to suffer a soul attack of overwhelming strength that directly annihilates your consciousness, even the 5 elements mystic stone would be unable to restore you in time. The spirit monkey king's attack was not directed at you specifically. It was merely residual waves. The 5 elements mystic stone could stabilize your consciousness in time. Were it to target you directly, with your current ability to wield spiritual awareness, you would undoubtedly suffer immediate annihilation. Becoming a soulless husk, upon hearing this, Lin Shursan broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he had been cautious and discreet, for had he been discovered by the spirit monkey king, even its roar would have been unbearable. Chapter 39. The Secret Behind the Spirit Monkey King. The individual hurtling through the sky showed no signs of being intimidated by the Spirit Monkey King's roar, maintaining his speed as he approached. You? Realizing that the adversary was undeterred, the Spirit Monkey King glanced back at the colossal spirit pine where the wood spirit fungus resided, let out a furious roar, and leaped toward the valley's entrance. Despite its massive form, it moved with incredible swiftness, reaching the top of a tree outside the valley in the blink of an eye. It unleashed two more ferocious roars at the incoming figure. The male cultivator clearly lacked any artifacts to counter soul attacks, as evidenced by the pained expression on his face following the Spirit Monkey King's two roars. Evidently, he was exerting all his might to resist. And the flying sword beneath him began to wobble dangerously, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. Realizing that its attack was effective, the Spirit Monkey King continued to roar at the male cultivator. Sher-san, quickly excavate this area, but be cautious and refrain from using spiritual energy. Lin Sher-san, brimming with excitement and curiosity, was eager to turn and witness the clash between the man and the monkey. Yet Imo-sang's voice echoed in his mind. Grandpa Imo, this valley has no exit. If I dig open this side, I won't be able to escape. Lin Sher-san pulled out his fiery red sword and began chipping away at the stone before him. Still questioning Imo-sang with curiosity, he had spent over 10 days in this place and was well aware of the valley's layout. There was only this single exit. The other side was blocked by thick rock, leaving no escape. Behind that spirit pine lies a sophisticated concealed formation, within which is hidden a cave harboring several treasures. Is there indeed a cave obscured by the formation behind the spirit pine? Lin Sher-san scrutinized the mountain wall meticulously but made no discoveries. Previously, the Spirit Ape King had vigilantly guarded that spot, preventing our approach. With that formation standing as a barrier, it is unlikely that an ordinary person would discern the existence of the cave. I had planned to wait until your strength had grown before returning to retrieve the items inside. Imo-sang elucidated. Fortune favors the bold. The same holds true in the realm of cultivation. To acquire greater resources for advancement, one must seize every opportunity. Upon hearing the female cultivator mention that someone was pursuing her, I contemplated whether I could lure that individual over, drawing the Spirit Ape King away. When they engage in battle and their attention is diverted, we could stealthily enter the cave. Perhaps we could even escape through it. Indeed, it was previously impossible to divert the Spirit Ape King. But now that an opportunity has arisen, it is worth attempting. The recent events in the mountains have allowed Lin Sher-san to confront the brutal competition of the cultivation world, leading to a significant shift in his perspective. Had this been before, he would have been reluctant to risk being discovered by two formidable opponents to seize a treasure. Now, however, he feels compelled to try whenever an opportunity presents itself, and even to create opportunities when none exist. Boom! Just as Lin Sher-san was lost in thought, a tremendous noise erupted, causing stones within the cave to tumble about. Reacting swiftly, he plunged his sword into the earth beneath him, averting the risk of losing his balance. It seems that the confrontation has commenced between that individual and the ape. Steadying himself, Lin Sher-san contemplated silently. The individual had been forced down from his flying sword by the Spirit Ape King's sonic attack, and they were now engaged in direct combat. Imo-sang's voice resonated in his mind at that moment. Who possesses greater strength between the two? Lin Sher-san inquired curiously, his hands continuing their task. Their strengths should not differ significantly. However, the Spirit Ape King bears old injuries, and the other individual likely possesses formidable magical artifacts. If the latter were to reveal such artifacts, the Spirit Ape King would likely be unable to endure for long. Should he refrain from using magical artifacts, this battle may drag on indefinitely. With his experience, Imo-sang discerned the disparity in their powers and commented coolly, I must hasten my pace. The individual is determined to obtain that half of the Jade Decree. As evidenced by his willingness to confront the Spirit Ape King directly, Lin Sher-san felt a surge of anxiety. Given that the cave was inherently small, and he had refrained from using spiritual power for fear of attracting the Spirit Ape King's attention, he had only managed to carve out a hole the size of a bowl. Haha, do not worry. Even if he wields magical artifacts, the battle will not conclude within a quarter of an hour. Moreover, you can now utilize your spiritual power to excavate the mountain stone before you. The tumult of their battle is so great that any noise you make here will not draw their attention. Imo-sang chuckled lightly to reassure him. Lin Sher-san suddenly understood and, channeling his spiritual energy, quickly cleared the stones before him, creating a large opening nearly half his height. Grandfather Mo, when would it be suitable for me to emerge? I wish to harvest that wood spirit mushroom as well. Will there be enough time? Lin Shursan pointed towards the wood spirit mushroom growing on the spirit pine where the spirit ape king resided. Wait a moment longer. My current abilities cannot conceal you again. You will need to employ the stealth technique you have learned to hide yourself and only act when their battle reaches its peak, leaving them unable to attend to other matters. Do not attempt to harvest the nearly 400-year-old wood spirit mushroom. The spirit ape king has left a trace of spiritual awareness upon it. If anyone attempts to disturb that mushroom, he will undoubtedly sense it immediately. Then I shall have to forego it. Upon hearing Imo Tsang's words, Lin Shursan gazed at the wood spirit mushroom on the spirit pine. Disappointment flickering in his eyes. There is no need for dismay. As long as you can successfully enter the cave, there will be treasures within that you require. Imo Tsang smiled gently to comfort him. Grandfather Imo, I simply feel that I will have to pass by it shortly. Being so close yet unable to take it feels quite regrettable, Lin Shursan explained somewhat sheepishly. Haha, Imo Tsang laughed heartily. On the path of cultivation, one must always make choices. We must select what benefits us most. Observing the battle between the strong is also a form of cultivation. Now you may watch their conflict. And I shall call you when it's time to depart. Very well, Grandfather Imo, Lin Shursan replied excitedly, turning to gaze outside the cave, eager to witness the unfolding battle. Previously, he had watched the clash between the fiery cloud tiger and the two individuals from a distance, and he had found it profoundly captivating now. Being so close to the battlefield, he yearned to see it firsthand. Yet, preserving his life and ensuring a successful escape remained paramount, thus he had suppressed his curiosity. Chapter 40. The Battle Between Man and Ape, Part 1. Their battlefield lay at some distance from the valley, and from Lin Shursan's vantage point, he could observe the skirmish. The man had a dark complexion, a lean physique, and eyes filled with malice. He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, clad in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns, presumably an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect. At that moment, the battlefield was in disarray, littered with shattered spirit pines, and the once even ground was now riddled with immense craters. Neither the man nor the ape had sustained injuries. They were merely somewhat disheveled. Should they continue to battle here, it would only be a matter of time before this mountain peak was laid to waste. Just as Lin Shursan turned to position himself, he witnessed the man standing atop his flying sword. Hovering in midair, with a swing of his long sword, a massive, earthy yellow sword light surged toward the grounded spirit ape king. Yao, yao. The spirit ape king, unwilling to be outdone, roared defiantly, his fists radiating with azure spiritual energy as he unleashed a flurry of punch shadows to meet the incoming sword light. Boom! The punch shadows and sword light collided in midair, producing a tremendous roar. Boom, boom, boom. The azure punch shadows and earthy yellow sword light clashed repeatedly, creating a symphony of thunderous sounds and dazzling azure and yellow flashes. Yao, yao. Seeing the two forces stalemated in the air, the spirit ape king threw back his head and let out two more furious roars, sending invisible waves toward the man suspended above. The black-faced male cultivator's visage contorted in agony as he struggled to maintain his balance on the trembling flying sword. The earthy yellow sword light above him dimmed considerably in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The azure punch marks of the spirit ape king burst forth, advancing nearly 100 yards toward the figure of the male cultivator in midair. The black-faced cultivator hastily maneuvered his flying sword, retreating in a frantic bid to evade the spirit ape king's advancing punches. Grandfather Imo, is the spirit ape king going to win? Lin Shursan inquired. His face etched with tension. The black-faced cultivator is clearly no virtuous character. On one hand, he hoped the spirit ape king would defeat the male cultivator, ideally inflicting severe injuries that would prevent him from pursuing. On the other hand, he wished for the black-faced cultivator to possess enough strength to match the spirit ape king, thus providing him an opportunity to access the hidden cave. It is still too early to determine the victor. Both parties are merely testing the waters at this stage and have yet to unleash their full power. Moreover, that young man has not yet revealed his formidable artifacts, Imo Tsang replied, unfazed. Still merely testing the waters? Lin Shursan surveyed the chaos around him in disbelief. Cultivators defy the heavens. If their power is too weak, How can they contend against the Tao and break through the ultimate shackles to achieve supreme enlightenment? When your cultivation level rises in the future, such scenes will seem inconsequential, Emotsang said, stroking his beard nonchalantly. From his perspective, this skirmish could only be deemed trivial, akin to children playing House Point 13. That young man is about to unleash his ultimate move. Emotsang urged Lin Shursan to watch closely. Instantly, Lin Shursan focused intently on the battlefield. Yao, Yao. The Spirit Ape King, having pushed back the black-faced cultivator, let out two triumphant roars, continuously pounding his chest with his fists. The black-faced cultivator retreated several hundred yards before regaining his footing. A flicker of anger crossed his dark face, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes as soon as he steadied himself. He sheathed his longsword and summoned a palm-sized circular object from his storage bag. The ring bore intricate black patterns, evoking an immediate sense of dread upon a mere glance. He tossed the ring into the air, began forming seals with his hands, and chanted incantations. A cloud of black mist began to emanate from the ring, which gradually expanded, eventually surpassing the massive form of the Spirit Ape King. An invisible chill radiated from the ring, instilling fear and extinguishing any thoughts of resistance, rendering one helpless to resist. Even Lin Shursan, hidden within the cave, felt a tremor of apprehension, his face paling with fear as a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes, compelling him to rise and move toward the exit. The bracelet of the demon god. 13. Shield your mind with your spiritual awareness. Emotsang let out a startled exclamation, instantly rousing the dazed Lin Shursan from his stupor. The haze of confusion in Lin Shursan's eyes dissipated in an instant. As he regained his senses, clarity returned to his gaze. Realizing he was about to step outside the cave, a cold sweat broke out on Lin Shursan, and he swiftly retreated to his original position. Just moments ago, he had seen his grandfather smiling and waving at him. Grandfather Emo, what level of treasure is this demon god's bracelet? Its power is tremendous even before it has attacked. Lin Shursan questioned Emotsang, his voice trembling with apprehension. No, this is merely a counterfeit. Given this boy's strength, he likely cannot wield the true demon god's bracelet. That is a treasure of the demon god level. With his current abilities, unless he possesses a divine artifact for protection, he would probably be consumed by demonic forces the moment he touches it. It seems the influence of the demon cult has expanded in recent years. They can now even replicate the demon god's bracelet. Emotsang appeared to be explaining to Lin Shursan, yet it also seemed like he was talking to himself. The demon cult, is that the sect of villains from the stories? Lin Shursan asked, glancing at the black-faced male cultivator in mid-incantation, showing no signs of fear, but rather a look of disgust. The circular object suspended in the air exuded an unmistakable aura of malevolence, instilling a deep sense of dread. Had it not been for Grandfather Emo, he might have already lost his mind. It is not yet clear that treasures do not inherently possess good or evil. It depends entirely on the wielder and their intentions. If a righteous individual can suppress the malevolent aura of a demonic treasure, unimpeded by its influence, they can use it to vanquish demonic cultivators. However, one should never wield a demonic treasure when lacking sufficient strength, as it is all too easy to be corrupted and commit acts against one's own nature, thereby falling into the path of darkness. I have not detected any signs of demonic cultivation from him. Either he has not fallen into the path of darkness, or he is concealing it exceptionally well. Even for me, Emotsang's voice was clearly distracted as his gaze remained fixed on the circular object in the sky. A grave expression crossing his features. Look, Grandfather Emo, is the Spirit Ape King about to counterattack? Lin Shursan, captivated by the unfolding scene, failed to notice Emotsang's unusual demeanor and excitedly inquired. The Spirit Ape King, too, was affected by the malevolent aura emanating from the circular object, and a flicker of agitation flashed in its eyes. Since the ring was directed at the Spirit Ape King, the pressure it felt was magnitudes greater than what Lin Shursan experienced. Ooh, ooh. The moment the ring flew from the black-faced male cultivator's hand, the Spirit Ape King let out two long howls, waves of sound rushing toward him. Perhaps due to the ring obstructing its path, the sound wave attack from the Spirit Ape King had significantly less effect on the black-faced male cultivator, who merely furrowed his brow slightly while his hand movements remained undeterred, continuing to form seals with increasing speed, until all that could be seen were fleeting afterimages. as the speed of his incantation heightened. The black mist released by the ring became denser, and the pressure it exuded intensified. Chapter 41. The Clash of Beasts, Part 2, Ooh. Ooh. The spirit ape king's eyes ignited with a crimson glow as it pounded its chest and let out two mighty roars. With each roar, the blood-red hue in its eyes diminished slightly. Ooh, ooh, understanding that its sound wave attack could counter the effects of the artifact, the spirit ape king threw back its head and howled. Gradually, the blood-red color in its eyes receded, and its gaze began to clear. Bewitchment! Just as the spirit ape king seemed on the verge of breaking free from his control, the black-faced male cultivator bellowed, hastily forming seals with his hands, intensifying his output of spiritual energy. The spirit ape king's eyes, which had begun to regain clarity, now gradually turned blood-red once more. Ooh, ooh. Sensing that it was about to lose its mind again, the spirit ape king began to howl incessantly. The crimson hue in its eyes fading once more, with each furious roar from the spirit ape king. The black-faced male cultivator coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura swiftly weakening. Grandfather Mo. Is the spirit ape king about to break free from his control? Lin Shursen asked, his excitement palpable. That may prove difficult. The greatest offensive capability of the demon god's bracelet is its ability to erode the opponent's mind, causing them to lose themselves and subsequently become demonized, resulting in a violent eruption of their internal spiritual energy, ultimately leading to self-destruction. As long as their strengths are comparable, even a tribulation stage cultivator will find it exceedingly challenging to escape its control if even a trace of demonic energy infiltrates their body. Although he is merely wielding a counterfeit, the effectiveness is far inferior to that of the true demon god bracelet. However, the spirit ape king's cultivation level is too low. Breaking free from the counterfeit's control will likely be quite challenging, and the outcome will likely lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, that boy should still possess high-quality elixirs. He is currently just overexerted. Once he consumes a replenishing elixir, he will swiftly regain control. This demon god's bracelet is so formidable. Is there any way to counter it? Upon hearing Imo Tsang's explanation, Lin Shursan's expression turned grave as he inquired. Observing the black-faced male cultivator, it was evident that the half-amulet was of great importance to him. He would not relent until he found it. He might discover my presence at any moment. The spirit ape king still possesses sound wave attacks to contend with him, whereas I have no means of resisting such an assault. Had his previous attack been aimed at me, I would have succumbed to the bewitchment without Grandfather Mo's timely intervention, falling into the trap. If your spirit is slightly stronger than that of the wielder, he will find it challenging to control you. If your spirit is significantly more powerful, you can easily dispel his attack and retaliate, causing him to suffer backlash. Although my spiritual consciousness is strong, it likely pales in comparison to his. Lin Shursen shook his head as he gazed at the black-faced male cultivator in the sky. Additionally, you could practice incantations like the cleansing heart spell or techniques for spiritual consciousness attacks. As Imo Tsang's words fell, the male cultivator waved his hand, retrieving a porcelain vial from his storage bag, and a pill radiating a faint glow shot forth, directly entering his mouth. Upon consuming the pill, a flush of color instantly appeared on the black-faced male cultivator's face, waves of spiritual energy emanating from him, dispelling the earlier lethargy and revitalizing his entire being. Grandfather Imo, what kind of pill did he take? How could it restore his spiritual energy so rapidly? Lin Shursen asked in astonishment. That is a recovery pill, which enables one to restore spiritual energy in a short period. Judging by its color, it appears to be a low-grade recovery pill. However, since he has not absorbed and refined it, directly converting it to spiritual energy has wasted a significant portion of its efficacy. Imo Tsang responded nonchalantly. A mere low-grade recovery pill can have such remarkable effects, even when most of its potency is squandered. Lin Shursan looked enviously at the black-faced male cultivator suspended in the AI art. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will have access to all manner of cultivation resources in the future. Imo Tsang glanced at Lin Shursan with a gentle smile. We are approaching a pivotal moment. We must prepare to act. As Imo Tsang's words concluded, the black-faced male cultivator altered his hand seals, amplifying his output of spiritual energy. With the increase in his spiritual force, the black mist pouring from the circular object in the air thickened even further. Lin Shursan merely glanced at the roiling black mist, feeling a surge of intimidation wash over him. He quickly shifted his gaze back to the Spirit Ape King. Ooh, ooh. The Spirit Ape King began to howl desperately, the clarity in its eyes gradually fading, its gaze slowly turning blood-red, blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. Grandfather Mo, the Spirit Ape King may not be able to hold on much longer. Should we leave now? Lin Shursen asked, observing the Spirit Ape King's dire state. Let us wait a little longer. This is not yet the optimal moment, Emotsong remarked, glancing at the group of wood spirit apes congregating not far from the battlefield. The Spirit Ape King has not yet unleashed its full power. However, it is on the verge of collapse. Once it falls, we will lose our opportunity to escape. Lin Shursan expressed his urgency in such a situation. Lin Shursan dared not use his spiritual consciousness to investigate. He had not noticed the wood spirit apes gathering on the opposite side of the battlefield. The Spirit Ape King will not fall so quickly. His offspring have yet to make their move. Once those wood spirit apes take action, they will surely provide him with a moment's respite. Emotsong replied calmly. Those wood spirit apes are nearby as well? I thought they had all fled. Upon hearing that the wood spirit apes were close by, Lin Shursan sighed in relief and continued to observe the battlefield with composure. The hierarchical awareness among is quite strong. As long as the Spirit Ape King remains here, they will not dare to flee independently. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Before Emotsong could finish his sentence, a horde of wood spirit apes of all sizes surged forth from behind the black-faced male cultivator, howling as they lunged toward his suspended figure. The black-faced male cultivator, seeing the wood spirit apes charging at him, displayed a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, these low-tier would not dare approach him. Remaining motionless, he controlled the ring with one hand while drawing forth a long sword with the other, slashing at the oncoming wood spirit apes. The wood spirit ape that lunged at him was instantly cleaved in two, blood splattering across the sky and staining his pristine white robes. Shursan, we must depart. Emotsong stated calmly. Yes, Grandfather Emo. Lin Shursan cast a glance at the wooden spirit ape still lunging towards the black-faced male cultivator, then retracted his aura and turned towards the excavated hole. At this moment, the black-faced male cultivator was likely too preoccupied to notice his surroundings, making it the perfect opportunity for him to escape. Chapter 42. The Five Elements Illusion Array. Shursan, once you exit, run directly behind that tree and enter the dense thicket there. That is the entrance to the formation. I will guide you on how to proceed. Emotsong earnestly instructed. Understood, Grandpa Emo. Lin Shursan carefully examined the patch of grass Emotsong had mentioned before stepping out of the cave. Although both the Spirit Ape King and the black-faced male cultivator were currently too engaged to pay attention to him, he still focused intently on concealing his presence through the use of his stealth technique. He cautiously peered out from the opening, surveying his surroundings once more. After confirming there were no additional dangers, he activated the Lingbo step, moving agilely towards the large tree where the Spirit Ape King resided. As he passed the tree, he refrained from plucking the wooden spirit fungus, instead leaping directly over it. Though the battle between the Spirit Ape King and the black-faced male cultivator had reached a critical juncture, his foremost priority was to leave without a trace. Should he disturb the Spirit Ape King by harvesting the fungus, the black-faced male cultivator would certainly take notice. With Emotsong's assistance, escaping the black-faced male cultivator unscathed would still prove to be a formidable challenge. Approaching the thicket, Lin Shursan did not immediately enter, but instead concealed himself behind the large tree, inquiring of Emotsong, Grandpa Emo, how should I proceed from here? This is a complex 5-elements illusion array. I have only encountered it in an ancient text, and the individual who set it up is undoubtedly a master of formations. I must enter to assess the situation before I can instruct you on how to navigate it. You must follow my directions precisely. Any deviation could lead you to become lost within, ultimately resulting in your demise due to depleting spiritual energy. Emotsong cautioned with a grave tone. I understand, Grandpa Emo. I will follow your instructions without fail, Lin Shursan replied earnestly, sensing the seriousness in Emotsong's voice. First, enter from the left, 3 feet away from the rock wall. The circumstances within the array are constantly changing, and there will be myriad illusions. Once inside, do not move. Remain calm and trust my guidance. Now, hurry and enter the formation. Though Lin Shursan was typically prudent, his lack of experience led Emotsong to reiterate his warnings. I comprehend, Grandpa Emo. Lin Shursan replied with a serious expression. With that, he executed the Lingbo step, darting towards the location Song indicated. Upon stepping into the thicket, he immediately halted. The scenery before him shifted, and Lin Shursan found himself seemingly transported to another realm, entirely different from the valley he had just left. This valley, devoid of the towering spirit pines, was instead filled with ominous rock formations. To his astonishment, these bizarre stones were ablaze, and massive flames danced in the air. He stood at the entrance of a fiery valley. Waves of heat assaulted him, and soon, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead point. One more step forward would plunge him into a sea of flames. It was akin to the treacherous paths depicted in stories. He quickly summoned the water spirit energy within him to alleviate the overwhelming heat. Grandpa Mo, did you not say these were all illusions? Why do I still feel so hot? Lin Shursan exclaimed, bewildered by the scene before him. This is the formidable aspect of this array. It possesses an offensive capability. Although all of this is illusory, if you are scorched by the flames within, you will still sustain injuries. Therefore, you must not make a single misstep. Song explained patiently. Is it possible for the black-faced male cultivator to break through this array with sheer force? Lin Shursan asked, undeterred by fear, contemplating the black-faced male cultivator who was currently battling the Spirit Ape King. With his strength, defeating the Spirit Ape King and the horde of wooden spirit apes was only a matter of time, and he would undoubtedly search the valley afterward. Given his demeanor, even if he did not notice anything amiss, he would likely obliterate the valley in his quest. If he lacked knowledge of formations, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to discern this place's peculiarities. Upon hearing Lin Shursan's query, Song stroked his beard, internally acknowledging the boy's keen insight. Even if he were to utilize brute force to destroy this valley, as long as he does not continuously attack the formation, it will not collapse immediately. However, to be safe, we must make our departure swiftly. Now, take 3 steps forward, then 2 steps to the right. Lin Shursan gazed at the fiery valley, a flicker of trepidation lingering in his heart. Yet, he trusted that Grandpa Mo would not lead him astray. Steeling himself, he channeled his spiritual energy and took large strides into the valley. 1, 2, 3. Right turn. A massive fireball grazed the back of his head, releasing an acrid scent of singed hair. Lin Shursan inhaled deeply, dismissing any lingering thoughts, and quickly moved 2 steps to the right, narrowly evading another fireball that soared past him. He had momentarily faltered at the sight of the incoming flame, almost allowing it to strike him. But he was grateful he had remembered Song's words. Take 3 steps and then turn right, continue straight for 2 steps, then right for 5 steps. Song's voice echoed in his mind once more. Lin Shursan dared not lose focus, concentrating intently as he followed Song's guidance, moving forward without hesitation. Outside the valley, the black-faced male cultivator observed the relentless wave of wooden spirit apes, a look of exasperation crossing his face. If he could soar a bit higher, the apes would be unable to reach him, but his current abilities were limited. Ascending too high would weaken his control over the Spirit Ape King. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to waste no more time. He swiftly slashed his sword, dispatching yet another attacking wooden spirit ape, then swiftly withdrew his sword and retrieved a porcelain vial containing recovery pills from his storage bag. With a pained expression, he poured the last pill into his mouth. Under normal circumstances, he would never have dared to consume such a precious recovery pill. The 2 pills had been rewards from the sect leader for his significant contributions. They were life-saving elixirs in critical moments. However, with half of the Jade Decree snatched from him today, if he failed to retrieve it, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment upon his return, possibly even losing his life. The mere thought of the consequences awaiting him sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to increase his output of spiritual energy towards the circular artifact. Streams of black mist erupted from the ring as he altered his incantation, laboriously directing a plume of black fog towards the oncoming wooden spirit apes. In no time, several of the wooden spirit apes exhibited a glimmer of red in their eyes, baring their teeth as they turned to attack their comrades. Several unsuspecting wooden spirit apes were sent flying through the air in the span of a few breaths. More wooden spirit apes exhibited the same red glow in their eyes, abandoning their assault on the black-faced male cultivator to turn against their companions instead. With the wooden spirit apes no longer hindering him, The black-faced male cultivator turned his gaze toward the spirit ape king, who was still howling desperately, fighting to retain the last vestiges of clarity. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he controlled the circular artifact, slowly advancing toward his target. Chapter 43. The Harvest of Wooden Spirit Fungus Hymph. With a disdainful sneer, the black-faced male cultivator swung his sword towards the spirit ape king's neck, unleashing a massive yellowish sword light aimed at its vital point. Bang! The spirit ape king, despite being under the control of the circular artifact and barely holding onto its last shred of clarity, managed to throw a punch at the last moment, successfully blocking the black-faced male cultivator's sword light. However, the spirit ape king's strength had been severely compromised. Although he managed to deflect the attack, his colossal form was violently hurled backward, producing a thunderous sound as he landed, a substantial gash appearing on his arm. Prepare to die. The black-faced male cultivator did not afford the spirit ape king a moment's respite. With a fierce shout, he swung his long sword again, unleashing two more sword lights aimed at the heart and head of the fallen spirit ape king. Lying there on the ground, the spirit ape king was on the verge of collapse. Blood gushing from its mouth in torrents, with blood pouring from the grievous wound on its right arm inflicted by the earlier sword energy. The black-faced male cultivator's sword energy hurtled towards him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the spirit ape king's eyes. With a swift roll, it evaded the lethal attack just in time. Bang bang, two resounding booms echoed as the ground fractured, and the very spot where the spirit ape king had been lying vanished, replaced by a massive pit. Yowl, yowl, yowl. Perhaps due to the severity of the injury that had profoundly stimulated it, the king of the spirit monkeys regained a semblance of consciousness. He threw his head back and let out a few anguished howls. Casting a reluctant glance at the wood spirit mushroom perched high upon the great tree in the valley before turning to flee, disappearing into the distance with several agile leaps. Meanwhile, some of the wood spirit monkeys, whose minds remained unaffected, heard the king's cries and scattered in a frantic escape. A few of the wood spirit monkeys, only slightly impacted by the dark mist, also awakened to the king's final roar and hastily followed suit. Soon, only the black-faced male cultivator and those wood spirit monkeys who had yet to regain their senses, still engaged in mutual destruction, remained. However, he did not pursue. Instead, he brandished his sword and made his way toward the valley. For that half-piece of jade decree was of utmost importance. At this moment, Lin Shan, under Song's guidance, quickly navigated his way out of the formation. Just 3 more steps to the right, and he would exit the formation and enter the cave. Upon uttering this, Song silently exhaled in relief. Although he had maintained a calm demeanor, it was indeed Shan's first encounter with such a formation, and he harbored concerns about potential mishaps within it. Nevertheless, Shan did not disappoint him. Apart from a momentary daze at the outset, nearly getting struck by a fireball, he managed to face the myriad changes within the formation with composure. All right, Grandpa Mo. With Song announcing their impending exit from the formation, Lin Shan's tone lightened considerably. Though they had not traversed far, the sights he beheld were indeed awe-inspiring. He first traversed through a sea of flames, then entered a plain where earth spikes could erupt unexpectedly, and finally passed through a forest where trees seemed poised to topple at any moment. Song had mentioned that there were knife mountains and glaciers inside, yet they had not ventured that way. Despite his outward calm, the unpredictable nature of the surroundings demanded his utmost concentration, leaving no room for complacency. Upon exiting the formation, he maintained his vigilance, adopting a defensive stance as he took 3 steps to the right. Just as he completed his 3rd step, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. He found himself standing within a modest cave. Upon entering, he began to examine the surroundings meticulously. The cave was profound, extending into darkness. And about 2 zhang ahead, there appeared to be a smaller cave, its entrance flanked by the roots of spiritual pines. Previously, Song had mentioned that there were several treasures within the cave, prompting him to hasten in his search and leave this place. At this moment, the black-faced male cultivator might have already slain the king of the spirit monkeys and commenced his search in the valley. To be on the safe side, he decided to retrieve the items swiftly and depart. Shan, there are no other dangers in the cave. Quickly go to the left, 3 feet away from the cave entrance, where you will find the wood spirit mushroom you need, and 2 feet away from that, There is a soul-replenishing herb. As soon as Lin Shusan discerned the situation within the cave, Song urged him onward. Without hesitation, Lin Shusan promptly proceeded to the left side of the cave. Soon, he spotted an enormous wood spirit mushroom atop a thick tree root, exuding a rich aura of wood spirit energy. Grandpa Mo, how many years must this massive wood spirit mushroom have? Lin Shusan exclaimed in delight, carefully plucking the mushroom and retrieving a wooden box from his storage bag to place it within. This was something Song had instructed him to prepare prior to their journey into the mountains. Originally, these spiritual herbs should have been stored in specially crafted jade boxes to better preserve their medicinal properties. However, his contribution points had been insufficient to purchase a jade box, and he had thought that he would soon use the wood-based spiritual herbs after acquiring them, so he had prepared 2 wooden boxes for temporary storage. This wood spirit mushroom is likely nearing 1,000 years old. It will be perfectly suitable for your current cultivation level, Song remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the wood spirit mushroom. Grandpa Mo, you mentioned there is also a soul-replenishing herb here. Is it the one you require? Lin Shusan inquired excitedly, not forgetting Song's previous mention of the herb. After securing the wood spirit mushroom, he stood up and continued his search for the soul-replenishing herb. Yes, it is the herb that aids in the restoration of one's soul, Song replied, his heart also racing with excitement. Though he maintained a calm tone, if it were the old him, this several hundred-year-old soul-replenishing herb would hardly have caught his eye, but given his current condition, it was indeed a rare treasure. Lin Shusan took a few steps forward and soon spotted a pale blue herb nestled in the crevices of the tree roots. It was indeed the soul-replenishing herb. He approached it with joy, noting that it had only 3 leaves, slender and exuding a faint blue glow. The soul-replenishing herb grows a leaf every 100 years. Thus, this was a 300-year-old specimen. As he drew near, he felt a surge of vitality. The intense mental strain he had experienced while traversing the 5-element illusion formation began to ease. Indeed, this is the soul-replenishing herb. Exactly as described in the texts, it is a superb remedy for mending the soul. Following the instructions he had meticulously studied regarding the soul-replenishing herb, he carefully uprooted it. Since he had promised Song to assist in searching for the herb to restore his soul, he had thoroughly researched the soul-replenishing herb beforehand, allowing him to extract it intact. Song did not emerge. He simply observed quietly as Lin Shusan unearthed the soul-replenishing herb. He understood that if he were to step out, Shusan would undoubtedly hand over the herb without hesitation. However, the soul-replenishing herb was not only beneficial to him. It was equally significant for Lin Shusan in his current state. He could sense Shusan's excitement upon seeing the soul-replenishing herb, which left him pondering whether or not to reveal himself. Grandpa Mo, you should come out and take the soul-replenishing herb. Unexpectedly, after Lin Shusan unearthed the herb, he did not even spare it a second glance. Urging him to take it, hearing Shusan's call, Song was taken aback and then chuckled softly. Indeed, I have grown old, overthinking things. This child, with his pure heart and steadfast mind, having promised to assist me in seeking the remedy for my soul, would never think of claiming it for himself now that he has found the soul-replenishing herb. Grandpa Mo, are you all right? Not seeing Song emerge, Lin Shusan asked anxiously. Shusan, I am fine. I merely lost my focus for a moment. Song replied as he floated out from the 5-element profound stone. Grandpa Mo, this truly is the soul-replenishing herb. Please take it quickly. As soon as Song appeared, Lin Shusan eagerly presented the soul-replenishing herb before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Very good, very good. Song repeated the words several times while observing the soul-replenishing herb, his eyes unwittingly glistening with moisture. With a gentle wave of his hand, the herb flew into his grasp, and he scrutinized it closely. Although its age was relatively low, it was still a significant boon for his currently weakened soul. Without further hesitation, he directly absorbed the soul-replenishing herb into his soul, planning to gradually assimilate it once they reached a safe location. Chapter 44. The Box in the Stone Chamber. Shusan, let us depart. This place was likely once the cave dwelling of a cultivator, and in the cave ahead, there are remnants left behind by him, Song remarked as he secured the soul-replenishing herb, not immediately entering the 5-element profound stone, but instead gesturing toward a side cave. Let us hasten to investigate. A Upon hearing that this had once been a cultivator's dwelling, with relics left by a predecessor, Lin Shusan immediately expressed his enthusiasm. Though exhilarated, he did not lower his guard. Adopting a defensive posture as he cautiously advanced into the cave, Song smiled gently, following closely beside him as they floated deeper into the cavern. Upon reaching the side cave, Lin Shusan did not rush inside but instead stood at the entrance. Peering cautiously within, what met his gaze was a stone chamber, with a stone platform directly opposite the entrance, upon which rested a box. The stone wall behind the platform bore an inscription in elegant script. Fortunate are those who possess it. 3 feet in front of the stone platform lay a mat, presumably used by the previous owner for meditation. Shusan, I have inspected the area. There is no danger inside. Hurry and retrieve the items so we can leave. Song urged, as a fragment of his remaining consciousness noted that the king of the spirit monkeys had led the wood spirit monkey group to flee, while the black-faced male cultivator was approaching the valley with his sword drawn. Understood, Grandpa Mo, Lin Shusan replied, hastening into the stone chamber. However, he did not immediately reach for the box on the stone platform. Instead, he knelt before the mat, bowing 3 times toward the stone platform with utmost reverence. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your gift. His grandfather had always taught him to accept gifts from the elders with gratitude. Although the venerable one residing here had long departed, he had left behind the contents of this box for a fortunate soul. He could not simply take what belonged to another without acknowledgement of their absence, Song observed from the side, nodding in quiet approval, while secretly contemplating, how foolish I am to have forgotten. This child possesses a clarity of mind that surpasses my own. Crack. As Lin Shusan completed his 3rd bow, a faint sound emanated from the wooden box. Song, astonished, floated over to inspect it. Previously, he had scrutinized the box with his consciousness, detecting no signs of spiritual energy or concealed poison, which had led him to allow Lin Shusan to retrieve it without worry. Now, it appeared he had been somewhat careless in this vast world. There are countless mysteries. My consciousness is not infallible. Had it not been for Shusan's pure heart, kneeling in reverence, we might have encountered unforeseen circumstances. Upon contemplating this, he meticulously examined the box once more, yet found no anomalies. The box appeared entirely unremarkable, and the source of the earlier faint sound remained a mystery. Lin Shusan, after completing his bow, stood up and approached the stone platform. He too had heard that subtle noise. Grandpa Mo, is there something amiss with this box? Lin Shusan scrutinized the box for a considerable time, but could not discern anything unusual. I cannot perceive any irregularities. However, exercise caution and avoid direct contact with the box when handling it. Song circled the box a few times, finding nothing out of the ordinary. He furrowed his snow-white brows and cautioned Lin Shusan, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Very well, Grandpa Mo, Lin Shusan nodded, retrieved a garment from his storage pouch, and delicately covered the box before gingerly lifting it and securing it within his storage pouch. Throughout this process, Song maintained a vigilant watch over the box, prepared to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred until the box was safely stowed, allowing him to exhale in relief as he remarked to Lin Shusan, "It seems the master of this cave is a formidable individual. Take a look at that mat on the ground. See if you can bring it along, as it may also be of value." Lin Shusan nodded and turned to collect the mat into his storage pouch. Boom! Just as the mat was secured, a tremor shook the ground, causing Lin Shusan to stumble, nearly losing his footing. Thankfully, he quickly grounded himself by channeling his spiritual energy into his feet, stabilizing his balance and preventing an embarrassing fall. Has he discovered our presence here? Lin Shusan anxiously inquired, glancing at Song. No, we must hurry, Song replied. He has not located us. He is merely conducting a thorough search of the valley, since he could not find you. He is resorting to a carpet-bombing approach throughout the valley, attempting to flush you out with that, Song set off, gliding swiftly ahead. Lin Shusan activated his limbo step, closely trailing Song deeper into the cavern. Boom, boom, boom! The dark-faced male cultivator swung his long sword, cleaving through the spirit pines in the valley, sending debris crashing against the surrounding cliffs. Trees toppled, and rocks flew, soon rendering the original landscape unrecognizable. Come out. Hurry and show yourself. I know you are here. If you surrender what you possess, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet a gruesome end," the dark-faced cultivator shouted as he wreaked havoc in the valley. He had discovered the cave where Lin Shursan had previously lingered and noted fresh excavation marks at the entrance, confirming that someone had recently departed from the cave. Since he had found a clue, he would not let the one hiding inside escape easily. Today, he would turn this valley inside out until he found that person. The thought of the punishment he would face if he failed to retrieve that half of the Jade Decree sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to resume his search with renewed vigor. Chapter 45. Deeper into the cave, Lin Shursan followed closely behind Emotsong, racing deeper into the cavern. A tremendous crash echoed shortly after their departure. As the dark-faced cultivator struck the stone wall with his sword, the mountain trembled violently, and soon the entrance was engulfed in a cascade of rubble. Lin Shursan felt the vibrations within the cave. He did not pause to investigate. Instead, he pushed his lingbo step to the limit to accelerate his pace. Only when the commotion behind him subsided, confirming that the dark-faced cultivator had not detected him, did he allow himself to focus on the surroundings of the cave. He cautiously extended his spiritual perception to assess the situation ahead. Although he believed that Emotsong would alert him to any dangers, he understood the importance of remaining vigilant. Together, they traversed the cavern, which proved to be quite deep. In some areas, it was spacious, resembling a grand stone chamber, while in others, it narrowed to a single-file passage. Fortunately, there were no forks in the path, alleviating concerns of becoming lost. The cave walls appeared to be naturally formed, not man-made. "Grandpa Emo, why is it so eerily quiet in this cave?" Lin Shursan remarked. Having progressed for almost half an hour without encountering any threats. Initially, he had observed some snakes, insects, and rodents, but now, not even the most mundane creatures were present. Logically, such a cave should harbor some low-level spirit beasts. He had initially attributed the absence of wildlife to the ruckus caused by the dark-faced cultivator outside, scaring them into hiding. However, having distanced themselves from that area, the uncharacteristic silence raised suspicions. The instinct of a hunter soon alerted Lin Shursan to the anomaly, prompting him to inquire of Emotsong. "Indeed, your caution is commendable. There is indeed something amiss. Ahead lies a fork in the cave. Let us take a moment to rest there." Although Emotsong's spiritual essence was currently diminished, he had once been a formidable figure during the tribulation stage. He had sensed the cave's strangeness long before, and now that they had mostly evaded the threat posed by the dark-faced cultivator, he intended to halt Lin Shursan for a moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Shursan had already detected the abnormality. The two quickly arrived at the fork, where Lin Shursan thoroughly inspected the area, confirming its safety before stepping inside. The fork was not deep, and they soon reached its end. The space was relatively spacious, with clean rock walls and floor, as if regularly maintained. Small holes dotted the rock walls, likely excavated by ordinary rodents and snakes. Observing this, his confusion deepened, and he instinctively grew more vigilant. 13. What are your thoughts on the current situation? Emotsong inquired of Lin Shursan, who was still meticulously examining the area. This scenario suggests that either a formidable spirit beast resides deep within the cave, having consumed the weaker ones, or that a great danger lurks within, prompting the weaker beasts to retreat. Lin Shursan pondered before responding. Your analysis is quite astute. Now, focus on the distribution of spiritual energy within the cave. Emotsong affirmed, acknowledging Lin Shursan's reasoning while also prompting him to assess his own observations. Lin Shursan promptly calmed his mind and activated the Qingyun technique to sense the spiritual energy within the cave. Soon, he noticed several points of fire spiritual energy converging towards him, followed by earth, wood, and a trace of water spiritual energy. Since Xiaohong had entered his consciousness, his affinity for fire spiritual energy had significantly increased, making it the first to attract during his meditation. The fire spiritual energy in the cave seemed particularly abundant, comprising a substantial portion of what he had attracted. While it was common for fire spiritual energy to be the most prevalent in his practice, typically it constituted only a third of his total attraction. Moreover, considering their current location in the cave, one would expect a greater concentration of Earth's spiritual energy. Grandpa Mo, the fire spiritual energy here appears unusually dense, even surpassing that of the Earth's spiritual energy. Lin Shursan shared his discovery. Indeed, the fire spiritual energy is indeed more concentrated than the Earth's, Emotsong confirmed, continuing. This phenomenon suggests either the presence of precious fire-type spiritual herbs deep within the cave or a connection to subterranean magma. There is also a slight chance of a fire spiritual stone vein below, though that possibility is minimal. At this point, Emotsang paused and looked at Lin Shisan. Regardless of the circumstances, I suspect a powerful fire-type spirit beast resides within. Lin Shisan, noting Emotsang's gaze, instinctively responded, I share the same sentiment. However, I believe that the spirit beast may be trapped for some reason. Emotsang glanced around the impeccably clean environment and remarked, Grandpa Emo, how can you deduce that it is confined? Lin Shisan curiously inquired after observing the pristine ground. The cleanliness here suggests that the spirit beast is foraging for food. It may possess a talent for devouring. In places where powerful spirit beasts dwell, the weaker ones dare not approach. It is trapped, unable to leave, relying on a powerful suction to draw distant food towards itself. Thus, we see the ground remains so immaculate. Were it not confined, it would venture out to hunt, and the ground would not be so unblemished. Given the current situation, we are likely quite close to it. Emotsang elaborated, recognizing Lin Shisan's limited understanding of the cultivation world. Should I retreat some distance? Lin Shisan pondered, recalling that the cave he had traversed a quarter of an hour ago still bore small stones on its surface, reasoning that returning there might be safer. Let us withdraw a bit and find a place for you to recover your spiritual energy, Emotsang agreed with a nod. However, before he could finish speaking, a faint whimper emanated from the depths of the cave. Accompanied by a sudden force drawing inward, Grandpa Emo quickly returned to the five elements mystical stone. Lin Shisan exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Emotsang was being slowly pulled outward. It dawned on him that the force must have affected Emotsang. 13. This force also impacts the spirit. Stay close to me, or I may not be able to return to the five elements mystical stone, Emotsang urged. Emotsang spoke with some difficulty. In just this brief moment, Lin Shisan noticed that Emotsang's figure had indeed become somewhat faint. The force pulling at him was still resistible, yet he felt it increasingly challenging to maintain control over his body. He hurriedly stepped closer to Emotsang. As soon as Lin Shisan approached, Emotsang transformed into a beam of light and entered his body, merging with the five elements mysterious stone. Grandfather Emo, are you still affected? Lin Shisan struggled to steady himself against a depression in the mountainside, gripping the protruding rocks with both hands. I am no longer affected. His power cannot reach the five elements mysterious stone. Emotsang's voice sounded somewhat weak. Grandfather Emo, are you all right? Lin Shisan asked with concern. I am fine. I just need a moment to rest. You must protect yourself. That force will likely grow stronger. Suddenly, a wailing sound erupted. Louder and clearer than before, accompanied by an even greater pull, Lin Shisan's body was involuntarily tugged outward. He could not respond to Emotsang. Instead, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his hands and feet, straining to anchor himself against the pulling force. Another wail echoed, and Lin Shisan felt himself being pulled by an immense force. Had he not chosen a depression to brace himself, he might have already been swept away. With a sudden increase in the force, he caught a glimpse of a dark figure being yanked from a small hole in the mountainside, swiftly disappearing into the void. Soon after, a second and then a third shadow emerged. As the shadows multiplied, he finally discerned that they were small snakes and mice. After a dozen creatures had been drawn out, no more small animals appeared from the holes. Surely it must stop now? Lin Shisan thought quietly, feeling he could not hold on much longer as sweat began to bead on his forehead from the exertion. Yet, the pulling force showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. The mournful sounds growing more deafening. It seemed unwilling to relent until it had drawn him in completely. Was it still hungry, or had it caught his scent and was determined to consume him? Lin Shisan furrowed his brow in contemplation. If this continued until his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would inevitably be drawn in. What should he do now? He began rummaging through his storage pouch, seeking anything that might be of use. The two wind wolves and a sword pig he had previously hunted surged to mind. Should he toss out a wind wolf to test the waters? Lin Shisan weighed the options in his mind. If it was merely hungry, tossing a wind wolf might not satisfy it. If it had detected him, would the carcass even distract it? Just as he hesitated, another wail resonated from the depths of the cave, louder than before, imbued with an impatient fury. The pulling force surged, doubling in intensity. In that critical moment, He remained composed, swiftly retrieving the red longsword from his storage pouch and forcefully plunging it into the adjacent rock wall. The sound of the sword slicing through stone echoed in the cave. Even as he embedded the blade until only the hilt remained visible, the force continued to tug him slowly outward. As he felt himself nearing the cave's entrance, sweat poured down his forehead. His remaining spiritual energy was nearly depleted, yet he did not call for Imo-sang's assistance. Given the circumstances, the moment Imo-sang emerged, he would likely be swept away in an instant, becoming fodder for the beast. In moments of peril, he remained ever more composed. The sound of the sword scraping against stone persisted. His lower body was already being pulled out of the cave, leaving only his upper half inside, and no choice remained. He would have to try tossing out a wind wolf carcass. Shur-san, it must have caught your scent. You need to throw your clothes out and quickly conceal your aura. Imo-sang's weak voice resonated in his mind. Understood, Lin Shur-san replied succinctly, unable to spare energy for more words. He pressed his body tightly against the cave's edge, angling himself to alleviate the force's pull. One piece of clothing likely wouldn't deceive it. He would need to wrap his clothes around the wind wolf's body and toss them together. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shur-san's thoughts sharpened. He concentrated his remaining spiritual energy in his right hand, gripping the sword hilt firmly while using his left hand to slowly peel off his outer garment. To avoid being pulled away, he moved deliberately. Once he had the garment in hand, he was drenched in sweat, and the veins in his right hand bulged from the effort. This would be his final gambit. Struggling, he raised the clothing and simultaneously retrieved the wind wolf from his storage pouch, in an instant. As the wind wolf was drawn out, it was immediately consumed by the force, and Lin Shur-san released his grip on the clothing. He then summoned the last of his spiritual energy to invoke the concealment technique. Hiding his aura, success or failure hinged on this moment. After the wind wolf's carcass was drawn away, the pulling force gradually diminished, ultimately settling into silence. Lin Shur-san sighed inwardly with relief, yet he remained vigilant. His right hand still firmly grasping the sword hilt as he wiped the sweat from his brow with his free hand. Before he could lower his hand, another wail erupted, accompanied by an even stronger pulling force that tugged at his body. Despite having firmly pressed himself against the rock wall, he was pulled outward several paces. He could no longer maintain a perfect 90-degree angle. His lower half dangled in midair. Was it possible he had not fooled it after all? As he felt the tremendous force tugging at him, the sound of the sword scraping against stone continued, and doubt flickered through his mind, causing him to momentarily loosen his grip. Shur-san, maintain your grip and keep the concealment technique active. This may be your last chance. Imo-sang's calm voice echoed in his thoughts. I can do this. I will endure. I have yet to reach the transcendent stage. I have yet to witness grandfather's reincarnation. Lin Shur-san quickly regained focus, a surge of determination filling him. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, using the opportunity to bring his other hand to grasp it as well. Don't worry, Grandfather Imo. I will hold on. Lin Shur-san spoke with great effort. He was now entirely reliant on the sword embedded in the rock to prevent himself from being drawn away. The only fortunate aspect was that this sword was not an ordinary weapon but a magical artifact. Though it was merely a low-grade artifact, it was not easily broken. His body was now entirely pulled from the side tunnel, beginning to slide slowly back into the depths of the cave. He could not afford to slacken. The concealment technique must not falter. These two thoughts occupied his mind. Time passed, and the pulling force gradually eased. Perhaps only a fleeting moment had elapsed, yet it felt like an eternity. Lin Shur-san cautiously controlled his body, gently lowering himself to the ground to avoid making noise that might alert the beast in the cave's depth. He did not immediately rise to flee but instead maintained his grip on the sword hilt. Quietly lying there, controlling his breath and carefully executing the concealment technique to merge with the surrounding rocks, a quarter of an hour passed without a sound, and the life-threatening pull ceased. He still did not rise, but began to slowly cultivate the Qingyun technique to replenish his nearly depleted spiritual energy. Imo-sang remained silent, seemingly engrossed in his own cultivation. After half an hour, feeling some of his spiritual energy restored, Lin Shur-san gently sat up, enveloping the long sword in his energy and carefully extracting it. The moment the sword was freed, he activated the Lingbo step and cautiously retraced his steps. After running for nearly a quarter of an hour, he encountered a stretch of large rubble and chose a modest depression to halt his progress. Grandfather Mo, I wish to cultivate here for a while to restore my spiritual energy. Very well. I too shall recuperate. Once your energy is replenished, rouse me. I shall protect you while you absorb that with spirit herb. It should not only aid you in refining your ninth transformation in the Dantian, but also provide surplus energy to enhance your cultivation. Understood, Grandfather Mo. Though aware that it was unlikely for any other magical beasts to appear in this place, Lin Shursan prudently set up a concealment array before immersing himself in meditation. Watching his actions, Emotsang nodded with approval and began his own cultivation. They had managed to escape peril for the time being. Chapter 47. The Ninth Transformation. After an entire day, Lin Shursan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of spirit flashing within them. The arduous struggles of the previous day had drained all his spiritual energy. But after a day of cultivation, he sensed a hint of a breakthrough in his cultivation level. It was no wonder that those with slightly higher cultivation levels ventured out for training. Although fraught with danger, continuous trials could hasten the enhancement of their abilities. I, too, must venture out more often for training. This thought flickered through Lin Shursan's mind. He did not immediately rouse Emotsang, but instead stretched lazily, standing up to loosen his somewhat stiff limbs. He then retrieved some provisions from his storage bag and began to eat slowly, reflecting on his experiences during this time. "Oh, Grandpa, I am ready to begin." After satisfying his hunger, Lin Shursan called out to Emotsang. Upon hearing his call, Emotsang exited his meditative state and emerged from the five elements' mysterious stone. His form still appeared quite ethereal, yet it had solidified significantly compared to when he first entered the stone. It seemed that with the aid of the soul-replenishing herb, his recovery speed had markedly accelerated. In just one day, he had regained much of his vitality. "Shursan, once you are prepared, commence your training. Remaining here for another day only increases the risk." Emotsang spoke as soon as he appeared. "I share the same sentiment," Lin Shursan replied, opening a box containing wood spirit mushrooms from his storage bag. A rich aroma of wood spirit energy wafted out, invigorating the senses. "So, Grandpa, should I consume it directly or gradually absorb it through my hand?" Lin Shursan inquired, holding the wood spirit mushroom towards Emotsang. "Direct consumption is more effective. The spiritual energy contained within this wood spirit mushroom should provide surplus energy once you complete the ninth transformation of your Dantian. Do not waste any unused spiritual energy. Absorb it and convert it into your own cultivation." "Understood, Emo Grandpa. Let us begin at once. You will assist me when I need to consume the wood spirit mushroom." Emotsang nodded in affirmation. Lin Shursan settled into a cross-legged position. He had consistently worked on refining his Dantian, and now he simply needed to guide the fire spirit energy into his body to expand his Dantian. He intended to consume the wood spirit mushroom when his Dantian could no longer withstand the violent influx of fire spirit energy, using its pure wood spirit energy to mend his Dantian. He began to channel the surrounding fire spirit energy into his body. The fire spirit energy here was already abundant, and with a high affinity for it, his Dantian was soon filled with the raging fire spirit energy. Before long, a look of anguish crossed his face, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Gradually, his complexion turned pale, and his muscles began to twitch involuntarily. Most ordinary individuals would have succumbed to the pain and collapsed, wailing in agony. Yet Lin Shursan remained silent, maintaining his meditative state. If one did not observe the convulsing muscles across his body, they might believe he was unaffected by pain. Emotsang, watching him, felt a mix of empathy and admiration. This child's resolve was remarkably steadfast. Such suffering would likely be unbearable for most adults. Yet this young boy had braved it multiple times before and still possessed the courage to persevere. As long as he did not falter midway, he would undoubtedly achieve great results in the future, and being by his side might prove to be a stroke of fortune. With this thought, the slight reluctance in Emotsang's heart about being compelled to assist Lin Shursan vanished entirely, and he became alert to the surrounding changes. As Lin Shursan's Dantian expanded, his cultivation level began to gradually decline. From the peak of the fourth level of Qi refinement to the mid, and then to the early stages of the fourth level. After a day, his cultivation had dropped to the mid-stage of the second level of Qi refinement. Lin Shursan continued to absorb the fire spirit energy into his Dantian. Could it be that, after extensive refinement of his Dantian, he could reach the 9th transformation without the aid of the wood spirit mushroom? Song regarded Lin Shishan, who remained unmoving, with curiosity. His cultivation continued to drop, nearing the early stages of the 2nd level of qi refinement. If he could achieve the 9th transformation without the wood spirit mushroom, it would indeed be advantageous. After all, the fissures forming in his dantian posed considerable danger to cultivators. Even with the timely repairs of wood spirit energy, there could be no guarantees of success. Observing Lin Shishan, whose cultivation was on the verge of falling to the early stages of the 2nd level of qi refinement, Song contemplated this. Suddenly, Lin Shishan, who had remained seated in stillness, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his upright posture collapsing into a huddled form. Quickly, consume the wood spirit mushroom, Song shouted, using his consciousness to propel the wood spirit mushroom towards Lin Shishan's mouth. At this point, Lin Shishan was in such pain that his consciousness was slightly hazy. Upon hearing Song's call and sensing something near his lips, instinctively, he bit down hard. A wave of pure wood spirit energy erupted in his mouth, cascading down his throat, revitalizing him as if every cell in his body had been cleansed, alleviating much of his pain. Previously, he had thought that consuming it raw would be difficult to swallow, yet he found it to be a delightful experience. Driven by instinct, he devoured the large mushroom in great bites. The pure wood spirit energy erupted within him, making him feel as though he was undergoing a complete transformation. With all pain vanishing except for the lingering ache in his dantian, more wood spirit energy surged within him. He began to feel a swelling sensation throughout his body. If it continued, he would be on the verge of bursting from the immense spiritual energy. He swiftly directed the spiraling energy towards his dantian. At this moment, the fire spirit energy within his dantian was still rampaging, and the fissures on his dantian indicated that if this continued, it would soon shatter, rendering him unable to cultivate ever again. A torrent of wood spirit energy was guided into his dantian to mend the wounds. The raging fire spirit energy continued to erupt within his dantian, relentlessly expanding it further. The repaired fissures soon threatened to crack open again, prompting Lin Shishan to hastily channel even more wood spirit energy into his dantian. As the fire spirit energy continued to explode within, he persisted in guiding wood spirit energy for repairs. Once the intensity of the fire spirit energy's eruption diminished, he would again draw in more fire spirit energy. This cycle of destruction and restoration allowed his dantian to gradually expand, wider and wider. Uncertain how much time had passed, he sensed that the wood spirit energy was becoming increasingly difficult to use for repairing the fissures in his dantian. Lin Shishan glanced at his now vast dantian, satisfied, and ceased drawing in fire spirit energy, commencing the absorption of the remaining wood spirit energy with the azure cloud technique. His 9th transformation of the changing mysteries had finally reached the 9th transformation, and his cultivation aptitude now rivaled that of the finest spiritual roots. In terms of the dantian alone, he was even 3 points stronger than those with exquisite spiritual roots. Song, who was guarding him from outside, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw Lin Shishan finally begin to operate the azure cloud technique. His anxious heart had finally settled. Previously, upon witnessing Lin Shishan's cultivation decline to the early stages of the 2nd level of qi refinement without pausing his training in the 9th transformation of the changing mysteries, and then witnessing it drop further to the mid and early stages of the 1st level, he had grown increasingly concerned. He feared that Shishan's youthful exuberance might lead him to mismanage his cultivation, risking the shattering of his dantian, which would spell disaster. Thankfully, his worries had not come to fruition, as Lin Shishan was now refining the remaining wood spirit energy in his body. His cultivation began to steadily rise once more. From the early stages of the 1st level of qi refinement to the mid stages, ultimately stabilizing at the early stages of the 2nd level of qi refinement. Chapter 48. Seeking a Path. Gaining techniques. Grandpa, I have succeeded. My dantian has expanded more than twice its original size. As the last trace of wood spirit energy was refined and absorbed into his dantian, Lin Shishan opened his eyes, bright beams emanating from them, and excitedly declared to Song, "Good child, I have witnessed it. You have done excellently. From now on, your foundation will surpass even those with exquisite spiritual roots. However, do not let this success breed complacency. A larger dantian means that every level of cultivation will require more spiritual energy than others. Song cautioned, though his heart swelled with pride. Rest assured, Grandpa. I will strive diligently to cultivate and seek out more resources for enhancement. Lin Shusan replied earnestly, excellent, but do not become overly fixated on the elevation of your cultivation. One must always act within their means. Song nodded in satisfaction. Grandpa, shall we prepare to depart now? The abundant spiritual energy within him made Lin Shusan feel as though he possessed boundless strength. He was eager to leave this place and seek out a magical beast to test his newfound prowess. We may need to remain here for another 2 days, Song replied, shaking his head. Is it because of the magical beast deep within the cave? Lin Shusan quickly pondered the reason. Indeed, 3 days prior, it had consumed food once again. Today or tomorrow might mark another day for its feeding. If we were to intrude at this moment, we could easily become its next meal. Song nodded. A flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. Shusan was indeed sharp-witted. It fed 3 days ago. So how many days have I been cultivating this time? Lin Shusan asked in astonishment. You have been cultivating for a full 7 days. Today is the 8th day. That beast likely requires sustenance every 4 to 5 days, and during the rest of the time, it should be in a dormant state. Song replied, I can hardly believe I have cultivated for such a duration. Lin Shusan exclaimed in surprise. Time is irrelevant in the realm of cultivation. Once you advance further, a solitary retreat lasting a century will seem trivial, Song remarked, observing the boy's astonished expression with a gentle smile. A retreat lasting a century? Lin Shusan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. Once your cultivation reaches the integration stage, your lifespan could extend to over 10,000 years. A retreat of a century would no longer be extraordinary. If I were to cultivate to the tribulation stage, wouldn't my lifespan be even greater? Lin Shusan inquired, his eyes gleaming as he envisioned what it would be like to reach that stage. Certainly, at the tribulation stage, your lifespan could extend by several tens of thousands of years. However, for now, you must contemplate how to exit this place, Song interjected, stifling a chuckle at the boy's innocent musings. Touched by the purity of youth, Grandpa shall we first return to examine the situation at the entrance? Lin Shusan suddenly snapped back to reality and suggested after a moment of thought. That sounds reasonable, Song agreed. They were at least aware of the strengths of the spirit ape king and the black-faced cultivator, yet the strength of the beast deeper within the cave remained uncertain. Without hesitation, upon receiving Song's approval, Lin Shusan rose and stepped out of the concealment array, heading back in the direction they had come. However, he soon discovered that the path they had taken was completely blocked. The black-faced cultivator, unable to locate him, must have vented his frustrations in the valley, causing a significant collapse within the cave. To exit from this side would require clearing away the fallen stones, which would undoubtedly create a commotion. If the black-faced cultivator had not departed, or if the spirit ape king returned, they would easily notice the disturbance. Shaking his head, he abandoned the thought of leaving through this route. Grandpa, let us wait until it has fed before devising an escape plan. Upon reaching a relatively spacious area, Lin Shusan found a place to sit and spoke. I wish to open that box and see what lies within. Perhaps the esteemed senior left behind some information regarding the beast deeper in the cave. As he spoke, Lin Shusan retrieved the box wrapped in clothing from his storage bag and placed it on the ground before him. Exercise caution, Song advised. Lin Shusan nodded and carefully removed the clothing from the box. The box was not locked, and there appeared to be no unusual features from the outside. He drew his sword and cautiously pried open the box. Then activated the Lingbo step, instantly leaping back a considerable distance. With a sharp sound, the lid flew off and landed on the ground, yet no hidden weapons were unleashed. Lin Shusan observed for a moment longer before cautiously approaching the box. He had thoroughly scanned it with his spiritual sense and confirmed that it contained only 2 jade slips and a book, devoid of any concealed toxins. Upon drawing closer, he scrutinized the contents again, ensuring there was no anomaly before taking the clothing that had wrapped the box and carefully extracting the items within for further examination. Both jade slips were transmission slips, one inscribed with the words 5 Elements Technique, while the other bore the characters Immovable King Seal. These items appeared to be free of poison. Song, observing closely, found nothing amiss either, drawing upon his experience. Grandpa, I will first see what is written in this book. Lin Shusan, not rushing to examine the 2 transmission slips, picked up the book instead. He was eager to learn about the beast in the depths of the cave. Since the owner of the box had cultivated here long ago and left it behind, he must have possessed some understanding of the creature's nature. Confirming that there were no issues, Lin Shusan eagerly opened the book to read. The text was sparse. It was more akin to a letter than a book. Lin Shusan quickly finished reading its contents and, feeling somewhat disappointed, shook his head at Emotsong. There is no information about the beast in the cave. The senior who left this box was named 5 Elements Wanderer, a cultivator with 5 elemental roots. This location lies in the most remote part of the Xintian continent, where there were no sects at that time. Countless years ago, he planted a spirit pine here to comprehend the laws of wood. He never took on disciples in his lifetime, and the 2 transmission slips within the box were left for those fated to find them. The 5 Elements technique is a top-tier celestial technique suitable for those with 5 elemental roots. The immovable King Seal is a demon-suppressing technique he acquired in an ancient secret realm, a nemesis to demonic cultivators and those with impure intentions. However, one must possess a pure heart to cultivate this technique. Otherwise, success would be elusive. Thus, he set a restriction on the box and the mat, requiring anyone who approaches to first kneel on the mat to unlock the restriction and take the box. If one were to force it open, the box would explode automatically, destroying all its contents. There is another exit on the other side of the cave, where he also laid a maze formation. The text made no mention of a beast within the cave. The spirit pine, where the spirit ape king resides, should be the one he planted, having grown for at least several tens of thousands of years given its immense size. The spirit pines across the entire spirit ape peak likely originated from the seeds of that tree, suggesting that the beast in the cave appeared later. Chapter 49. Cultivating Earth Escape Technique. Grandpa Mo. Do you know the 5 Elements Wanderer? After recounting the contents he had read, Lin Shusan inquired. The 5 Elements Wanderer? It is indeed the 5 Elements Wanderer. No wonder I failed to detect the restriction on the box. Emotsong's previously calm demeanor showed signs of strain as he spoke excitedly. Upon first seeing the 5 Elements technique, he felt a sense of familiarity. This is what it states. Lin Shusan shook the book in his hand. Looking quizzically at the excited Emotsong, is the 5 Elements Wanderer a significant figure? Shusan, you may not know, but the 5 Elements Wanderer was already a cultivator at the integration stage when I first stepped into the cultivation realm. The 5 Elements technique he cultivated accelerates the training speed of those with 5 elemental roots, making it a coveted technique for them. The demon-suppressing spell, however, is something I have not heard of. It must have been a technique he acquired later. Lin Shusan effectively addressed his curiosity. This book also recounts some experiences of the 5 Elements Wanderer. However, he later vanished from public view, apparently traveling to enhance his cultivation. Having received his answer, Emotsong continued, Did he ultimately ascend? Perhaps, Emotsong replied, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Ascension is the dream of every cultivator. A flicker of yearning crossed Lin Shusan's eyes as he thought. One day, I too shall tread the path of ascension. Shusan, since we cannot leave for now, you should begin learning the 5 Elements technique. There may be a means for us to escape within it. Emotsong quickly concealed the spark in his eyes and advised Lin Shusan's there a means of escape within the 5 Elements technique. Lin Shusan's excitement surged upon hearing this. The 5 Elements Wanderer's 5 Elements technique is something desired by all with 5 elemental roots. But he also possesses a set of Earth Escape technique, a top-tier celestial method for concealment and evasion, one of the most sought-after techniques in the cultivation world. The Earth Escape technique encompasses water escape, fire escape, earth escape, wood escape, and metal escape. It does not require 5 elemental roots. As long as one possesses any one of the 5 elemental roots, they can cultivate the corresponding escape technique. Those who have mastered the Earth Escape technique can evade searches conducted by opponents of 2 major realms higher than themselves. Provided they hide in advance, if the 5 Elements technique includes the Earth Escape technique, once you learn the Earth Escape, you can perfectly conceal your aura, potentially allowing us to leave safely. Then I will learn the 5 Elements technique now. After hearing Emotsong's explanation, Lin Shusan immediately sat cross-legged and pressed the jade slip inscribed with the 5 Elements technique against his forehead. A torrent of immense information surged into his mind, which he calmly absorbed. Once the information was fully received, he immediately began his studies. The Earth Escape technique, encompassing metal escape, wood escape, water escape, fire escape, and earth escape, allows one to utilize the corresponding escape technique wherever the 5 elemental energies are present, enabling evasion and concealment. Indeed, the Earth Shield technique exists. Upon hearing this, Lin Shusan was filled with excitement. Yet he swiftly managed to calm his fervent emotions and continued his studies. He was in urgent need of mastering the Earth Escape technique to ensure his safe passage out of the cave. "Grandfather Mo, is there truly a method for the 5 elements escape?" he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "I shall begin my comprehension at once." As the last echo of his words faded from his mind, Lin Shusan promptly opened his eyes and excitedly addressed Emotsong. "Very well, commence your understanding now. I shall protect you," Emotsong replied without hesitation. Lin Shusan nodded, closed his eyes, and began to recall the intricate details of the Earth Escape technique. In its initial stages, this technique allowed practitioners to blend their aura with that of the surrounding Earth, rendering them undetectable to others' spiritual senses. Upon reaching the intermediate stage, one could burrow into the ground and traverse freely beneath the surface. At its perfected state, one could harness the Earth's spiritual essence from the air and instantly escape to a distance of 1,000 miles. This cannot be merely an ordinary technique. It is likely the divine ability that Grandfather Mo mentioned. A wave of fervor surged within him at this thought. Once he mastered it, he too would possess a divine capability. Forcing himself to calm his mind and delve into profound contemplation, he soon found himself engrossed in its mysteries. After an hour, he opened his eyes and began to practice the Earth Escape technique. However, even after exhausting all the spiritual energy within him, he could not entirely transform his aura into that of the Earth. The previous concealment technique merely required him to retract his aura to prevent its leakage, but the 5 elements escape was a higher-level skill, necessitating a process of transformation, which was fundamentally different from the rudimentary concealment techniques. Lin Shusan did not despair. Upon restoring his spiritual energy, he resumed his practice. He became so absorbed in it that he lost track of time. Eventually, he entered a state of profound understanding, feeling as though he were on the verge of merging with the surrounding Earth's spiritual energy. A sudden force tugged at him, swiftly depleting the Earth's spiritual essence around him. "Grandfather Mo, what is happening?" He was jolted from this state, his gaze momentarily bewildered as he turned to Emotsong. "The beast is feeding again." Emotsong pointed towards the depths of the cave. "How long have I been practicing? It has begun to feed once more." Lin Shusan was instantly alert, fully emerging from his meditative state. "Approximately 12 hours have passed. Now that the beast is feeding, this environment is not conducive to cultivation. You should sit down and rest for a while and have something to eat," Emotsong advised with concern. "It seems it indeed requires sustenance every 4 to 5 days, Lin Shusan nodded, taking out some provisions and beginning to eat slowly. The influence of the beast's attraction on their current location was minimal, so there was no need for him to exert defensive energy. "How is your Earth Escape technique coming along?" Emotsong inquired after Lin Shusan finished his meal. "I have become quite proficient with the technique. I just need a little more refinement to achieve success." Lin Shusan shared his insights on the Earth Escape technique with Emotsong. The execution of the technique did not consume much spiritual energy, making it quite suitable for his current level of cultivation. Once the beast ceased feeding and the spiritual energy within the cave returned to normalcy, Lin Shusan resumed his practice. After 3 more days of training, he managed to successfully employ the Earth Escape technique 7 times out of 10. Continuing to practice diligently for another 3 days, he became fully adept at the technique. Emotsong observed Lin Shusan's progress with astonishment at his innate talent. In his youth, he too was considered exceptionally gifted, taking 2 months to grasp a heavenly-level technique. He had thought that, even with the 5-element Xian stone, it would take Lin Shusan at least a month to make any headway. To his surprise, Lin Shusan had already grasped a heavenly-level technique in just 7 days. Although his spiritual roots were rather poor, his comprehension was remarkably high. Now that his spiritual roots had improved, coupled with such outstanding insight, his path in cultivation would surely be smooth. As Lin Shusan perfected the Earth Escape technique, he resolved to also reacquaint himself with the Fire Escape technique. After all, he might need to pass near the beast, and the area where the beast resided was likely rich in fire spiritual energy, which could prove useful. Given his affinity for fire spiritual energy and the similarities and principles between Fire Escape and Earth Escape techniques, he managed to master the Fire Escape technique in just 4 days. He then spent another 2 days practicing the alternating use of both techniques. after the beast began feeding once more. A day later, they decided to attempt their departure from this place. Chapter 50. Xiaohong's anomalies emote song returned to the five-element Xian stone, while Lin Shisan swiftly employed the earth escape technique. Moving along the cave wall, if anyone were to scan with their spiritual senses, they would perceive merely a mass of moving earth spiritual energy. In such circumstances, as long as the beast did not directly spot him, his movements would remain concealed. Before long, he arrived at the junction he had encountered previously. Gazing at the sword mark on the ground, a shiver of trepidation coursed through Lin Shisan. Had that beast exerted its pulling force just 2 more times, he surely would have exhausted his strength and relinquished his hold. Despite having become quite skilled in the initial stages of the earth escape technique, he dared not let his guard down. Quickly regaining his composure, he summoned his spiritual energy and fully activated the earth escape technique. Not long after, he encountered a vast, deep pit with a narrow path sloping downward. Dense fire spiritual energy continuously emanated from within, prompting him to transition from the earth escape technique to the fire escape technique, merging his aura with the potent fire spiritual energy. Carefully surveying his surroundings, he noted that aside from the path leading downward, there were no other places to set foot. Lin Shisan refrained from releasing his spiritual senses to investigate, as the beast below was likely far more powerful than he. If he were to probe with his spiritual senses, he might easily attract its attention. Before setting out, he had agreed with Emote Song not to conduct any probing, especially since he had narrowly escaped being drawn away last time, a memory that remained fresh in his mind. He worried that if Emote Song were discovered, it could lead to trouble, even though Emote Song repeatedly emphasized that as long as Lin Shisan did not encounter any accidents, he would be safe within the five-element Xian stone. Emote Song also felt it appropriate to allow Lin Shisan to handle matters independently, as his current state did not offer much assistance, and he readily consented to refrain from investigating the beast's situation without permission. Lin Shisan carefully approached the edge of the deep pit, peering down. Below lay a colossal volcanic crater, with steam rising and magma bubbling. A fiery red lotus blossomed within, its form swaying gracefully, fully unfurled. And at the center, 6 fiery red lotus seeds glimmered with a faint red light, exuding a sense of sanctity and purity. Fire lotus seeds. Grandfather Emo, there is a fire lotus flower below that has already borne seeds. Lin Shisan exclaimed with excitement. His 9 turns to change scripture had fully completed the cultivation of his meridians, and he wished to use it to further refine his muscles, bones, and internal organs. However, Grandfather Emo had informed him that this required some spiritual herbs as assistance for optimal results. The fire lotus seeds before him were a superior spiritual herb for body refinement. Previously, he had searched at the Qingxi Hall and found only inferior iron vine, which was not only costly, 10 contribution points for a single piece, but its efficacy remained uncertain. Indeed, it is a fire lotus seed, but the petals must fall entirely for it to be considered mature. It seems it will take about another year for it to fully ripen, Emote Song remarked, observing the fire lotus seed floating amidst the swirling magma through Lin Shisan's perspective. However, his gaze lingered above the fire lotus seed. On a large protruding rock, where a shadow of fiery red interlaced with dark patterns loomed, a year from now, Shisan's strength will have increased. At that time, retrieving the fire lotus seeds will be just right. Emote Song's words swiftly extinguished the flames of excitement in Lin Shisan's heart. Yet, contemplating the presence of the beast here, he realized that with his current strength, he was no match for it. Perhaps after a year of growth and power, he might just be able to contend. With this thought, he began to meticulously search for the beast. He started his search near the fire lotus seeds. As beasts typically guarded spiritual herbs closely, however, amidst the rolling magma, he found no sign of the beast. Could it be lurking beneath the magma? If so, that would pose a significant challenge. He had no way of knowing whether it was awake or in slumber. Perhaps I should explore other areas first, he pondered, recalling his earlier deduction that the beast might be confined. It could also be hiding on one of the rocks. As Lin Shisan gazed upon the uneven rock faces, he pondered the fact that the stones, situated about 10 zhang from the magma, had been scorched into a fiery red hue. The beast capable of surviving in such an environment was likely a fire-type creature. Typically, fire-type beasts are characterized by their crimson coloration, and if it were in a state of dormancy, the difficulty in locating it would only increase. With this thought in mind, He scrutinized the protruding rocks with heightened diligence. Before long, he discerned an anomaly. A massive, fiery red figure coiled upon one of the rocks. Its length was likely over 3 zhang, and its robust body was too substantial for a mere human to encircle. Unlike the fire python described in texts, this creature bore faint black patterns along its body, indicating it was a mutated variant of the fire python. However, it appeared somewhat emaciated, its form reduced to little more than skin and bones. At that moment, it lay with its eyes closed, curled up in slumber, clearly suffering from prolonged malnutrition, having not ventured from its rocky perch to hunt for quite some time. Lin Shursan examined it closely, seeking to uncover what had ensnared it. An object capable of binding a mutated fire python could not be of ordinary origin. Just then, Xiao Hong emerged from the 5 elements mysterious stone. Darting toward the slumbering fire python, Xiao Hong, danger. What are you doing? Lin Shursan urgently conveyed a warning. Since their arrival, Xiao Hong had exhibited an unusual excitement, persistently transmitting a signal, home, home. Lin Shursan assumed that the rich aura of fire energy in this locale had evoked a sense of homecoming in it. Home, return. Xiao Hong reaffirmed this signal, plunging headlong into the body of the fire python. Yet, it became evident that Xiao Hong had not merely entered the fire python's body. Instead, it had dived into the very object that bound the creature. Lin Shursan closely inspected the protrusion just beneath the python's head, which appeared to be the hilt of a broken sword, firmly lodged and preventing any movement. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The broken sword emitted a brilliant red light, overshadowing the surrounding magma. This was dire. Its awakening was imminent. With this thought flashing through his mind, Lin Shursan turned on his heel and fled, calling out to Xiao Hong in his heart, Xiao Hong, come back quickly, danger. A piercing cry resounded, reverberating painfully in his ears. Even though he had reacted swiftly and distanced himself, he hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy to shield his ears for relief. The anguished cries of the fire python escalated, and it began to retaliate as Lin Shursan was in the midst of his escape. He felt a sudden, powerful tug, almost dragging him back. However, having anticipated this shift, he had run alongside the stone wall and had already drawn his sword, thrusting it into the wall to stabilize his footing. He soon realized that the force of the pull was significantly weaker than before, not entirely insurmountable. Channeling his spiritual energy into his limbs, he leveraged the rock's protrusions to slowly maneuver himself. The cacophony of the fire python's cries and its guttural sounds of exertion filled the air. Unlike their previous encounter, the pulling force did not intensify. He painstakingly advanced step by step, all while maintaining the operation of his earth escape technique, which rapidly depleted his spiritual energy. Feeling the pulling force weaken and his energy reserves diminishing, he hastened his pace. Before long, he completely broke free from the influence of the attraction but remained cautious, returning to the earlier spot where he practiced the earth escape technique before halting. Chapter 51. A safe departure. Grandpa Mo? Are you well? I wonder how Xiao Hong is faring. Upon reaching a safe location, Lin Shursan addressed Song. I am well, and you need not worry about Xiao Hong. That it likely has a significant connection to the broken sword that binds the fire python. During the upheaval, Song had extended a wisp of his consciousness and witnessed the sword morphing and emanating powerful pressure as Xiao Hong entered it, which led to the fire python's awakening and subsequent distress. However, he refrained from elaborating further. The fire python's cries persisted for half an hour before finally subsiding. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Hong returned, seemingly dejected. Having spent over a year atop the 5 elements mysterious stone, it had transformed, akin to a small fire spirit stone, now visible to the naked eye. The moment it floated back, Lin Shursan immediately recognized it. Xiao Hong, what troubles you? Lin Shursan did not reproach it for its earlier actions. After all, it was still in the early stages of developing its consciousness and often acted on instinct. Home, not coming. Do you wish to take that sword with you? Lin Shursan contemplated, grasping its intent, and inquired further. Come, follow brother. Xiao Hong eagerly bounced up and down, conveying its message. You wish to accompany it with me? Lin Shursan understood its meaning and asked. Xiao Hong responded with joyful hops, not now. My strength is too low to contend with that fire python. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong immediately ceased its exuberance, hovering in a state of shock. But I assure you, I shall return in a year to help you retrieve it. During this year, you may choose to stay with it or accompany me back. We shall return together then." Observing Xiao Hong's demeanor, Lin Shishan felt a pang of compassion and spoke softly to it. Throughout this past year, while their conversations had been few, Xiao Hong had always emerged to lift his spirits during his moments of hardship, and he had come to regard it as his companion. "All right, I will return with brother and come back." Upon hearing Lin Shishan's words, Xiao Hong beamed with happiness, resolutely indicating its desire to first return with him and revisit later. "You must promise not to seek it out again. If you do, I cannot leave safely. Only by exiting can my cultivation progress swiftly, enabling me to assist you in retrieving it," Lin Shishan patiently explained. Not going, waiting for brother's help. Xiao Hong bounced up and down, affirming its understanding. Having reassured Xiao Hong, it joyfully entered Lin Shishan's consciousness, obediently settling atop the five elements' mysterious stone. Song observed the interaction between them, nodding in approval in the realm of cultivation. It is rare to treat one's chosen friends with such genuine sincerity. With Lin Shishan's mindset, he need not worry about forming true friendships in the future. After discussing with Song, Lin Shishan decided to remain for a few more days to assess the situation before making any further decisions. Following the recent incident, the fire python now consumed food every 2 days. Given this new pattern, Lin Shishan dared not take risks by attempting to venture out. Instead, he resumed his study of the five elements escape technique. He quickly grasped the wood escape technique, but the water escape technique and metal shield technique proved to be more challenging. The cave contained scant water and metal spiritual energy, rendering it unsuitable for cultivating those skills. Consequently, he opted to temporarily set aside the study of these two techniques, planning to revisit them when a more suitable environment presented itself. Unable to practice the water escape technique and metal escape technique, Lin Shishan began to explore the five elements formula. His time spent cultivating the Azure Cloud formula had been relatively brief, and there was still time to adopt a different method a month later. Lin Shishan opened his eyes, a flash of multicolored spiritual light flickering within them. His aura had entered the mid-stage of the Qi refinement second layer. Previously, both he and Song had believed that after cultivating the five elements formula, he would have to start from scratch. To their surprise, the five elements formula proved to be an exceptionally profound technique. As long as the spiritual energy was within the five elements, he could refine it, and the speed of refinement was notably swift. Although the Azure Cloud formula also absorbed five-element spiritual energy, it was considerably slower in comparison. For instance, had he previously cultivated the Azure Cloud formula, the amount of spiritual energy he could refine in one cycle would be akin to a droplet of water, while with the five elements formula, he could refine an amount equivalent to a cup of water. Therefore, after a month of refinement, his strength had not only remained stable but had actually increased, reaching the mid-stage of the Qi refinement second layer, comparable to the peak of the Qi refinement fifth layer among other cultivators. "Grandpa Mo, let us depart now." Song, concerned about unforeseen circumstances, had been diligently safeguarding him during this time. Lin Shishan, not one to be overly sentimental, resolved in his heart that when the opportunity arose, he would assist Grandpa Mo in seeking more treasures to restore his spirit. If possible, he would even help him reconstruct his physical form. The fire python resumed its feeding schedule of once every 4 days a fortnight ago. At that time, Lin Shishan was at a critical juncture in his comprehension of the five elements technique. Song decided to wait until he completed his understanding of the technique before departing. Now, Lin Shishan has fully grasped the five elements technique and has refined all the spiritual energy previously cultivated from the Qingyun technique, resulting in a significant enhancement of his cultivation level. The day before yesterday, the fire python had just fed, and after a full day's passage, it should have succumbed to a deep slumber. Today, therefore, is the most opportune moment to leave. Before departing, Lin Shishan took a moment to instruct Xiao Hong, who resided on the five elements mystic stone, with great care. Xiao Hong sluggishly assured him that it would not come out. With Xiao Hong's promise secured, Song entered the five elements mystic stone. He then performed the earth escape technique, cautiously making his way deeper into the cavern. Drawing from previous experience, Lin Shishan switched to the fire escape technique as he neared the volcano's mouth. Meticulously examining the situation below, the fire python lay coiled upon a large rock, entranced in slumber. Fire lotus seeds unfurled gracefully in the searing magma, with one petal nearly falling off, while several lotus seeds in the center glowed a deeper red. emanating a radiant crimson light. Having assessed the situation at the volcano's mouth and found no other dangers, he began to tread carefully down the narrow path. Upon reaching the bottom, he realized that this was not a true path, but merely a series of uneven geological fractures created by the initial volcanic eruption, fortuitously forming a narrow connection between the two ends. With each step he took downward, the temperature escalated. By the time he reached the lowest point of this path, even with the protection of the fire escape technique, Lin Shusan could hardly bear the heat. He felt as though, in the next moment, he might be incinerated by the scorching magma, becoming one with it. As he approached the segment closest to the fire python, Xiaohong on the Five Elements Mystic Stone began to show signs of restlessness once more. After the last incident, Lin Shusan had been vigilant of Xiaohong's behavior. Sensing that its emotions were amiss, he softly reassured it in his heart. He quickly passed above the fire python, starting to climb up using the protruding rocks. At last, he stepped over the final rock and leaped out of the volcano's mouth. Lin Shusan let out a slow breath of relief, yet he remained on high alert. Upon emerging from the volcano's mouth, he swiftly switched back to the earth escape technique, proceeding cautiously, for he was still unaware of the circumstances surrounding the cave's exterior. Although the absence of low-tier demon beasts due to the fire python's feeding schedule suggested relative safety, it did not imply the absence of other dangers. After traversing for a full hour, Lin Shusan finally glimpsed a long-lost ray of sunlight. Chapter 52. The Battle with the Wind Wolf Pack. Emo Grandpa, we are out. We have reached the cave entrance, Lin Shusan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. After several perilous encounters within the cave, where he nearly lost his life, the prospect of finally leaving that treacherous place filled him with exhilaration. For a 14-year-old experiencing his first venture into the world, how could he not be thrilled? Emote Song, being an ancient being with over 10,000 years of cultivation, had faced countless life and death situations, and thus merely smiled gently while stroking his beard, his demeanor far more subdued than Lin Shusan's exuberance. Once the initial excitement faded, Lin Shusan quickly regained his composure. You can use the formation to survey the outside before we prepare to go out. I will first recover my spiritual energy. After speaking, he sought out a relatively flat area and sat cross-legged. Otsong quietly observed Lin Shusan as he recuperated his spiritual energy, planning to enter seclusion only after Lin returned to Qingyun sect. With the soul-replenishing herb now in hand, he anticipated a lengthy period of retreat. During this extended time frame, he felt a twinge of concern and resolved to convey important matters to Shusan upon their return, granting him peace of mind for his own cultivation. Once he emerged from his seclusion, his spirit would stabilize, no longer dissipating as easily as it did now. After restoring his spiritual energy, Lin Shusan scrutinized the surroundings at the cave entrance. It was precisely noon, and he noted that no demon beasts were active in the visible area. Detecting no potential threats, he decided to remove the mask he wore and concealed it within the cave before allowing Emote Song to lead him out. The dark-faced male cultivator was an inner sect disciple of Qingyun sect, and having failed to locate him in the Ling Yuan Valley, he would undoubtedly search within the sect. Until his own strength improved, he could not allow the cultivator to discover the existence of his mask. Although he had initially been seen at the fourth layer of qi refinement, thus escaping suspicion, it was always wise to exercise caution. He resolved to retrieve the mask at a later date. After all, with his current cultivation level, he wouldn't stray too far from the sect, rendering the mask less useful to him. Otsong guided Lin Shusan through the formation several times, ensuring he memorized the entry and exit steps. Upon returning, he would enter seclusion, and it was uncertain whether he would awaken a year hence. Lin Shusan would then need to rely on himself to navigate in and out of the cave. Once outside, Lin Shusan meticulously examined his surroundings and compared them with the map he had. To his astonishment, he found that he had reached the opposite side of Feihu Peak, indicating that the cave spanned both Ling Yuan Peak and Feihu Peak. The map did not indicate any demon beasts residing in this area. It appeared that fire cloud tigers dwelled atop the peak, while lower-tier beasts likely roamed the area below. Considering his need for iron vine for body refinement, he resolved to search nearby. Should he encounter any low-tier demon beasts, he would hunt a few to bring back for contribution points. Although the storage pouch left by that senior sister likely contained valuable items, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks at present. After determining the direction, he activated the wood escape technique and headed towards Qingyun sect. whether it was sheer bad luck or the fact that the demon beasts in this area did not inhabit the surface. He traveled for the better part of the day without encountering a single beast. As night fell, he inadvertently entered the territory of the wind wolves and golden sword boars. A-woo, a-woo. The howls of wolves echoed in the distance. With the 5 elements escape technique at his disposal, he no longer feared that his presence would be detected by the beasts. Selecting the closest sound, Lin Shusan stealthily approached. As he drew nearer, he soon spotted a small pack of wolves pursuing a solitary golden sword boar. He nimbly leaped into a nearby tree, observing as the pack of wolves raced past beneath him in pursuit of the boar. There were 5 wind wolves in total. Given his current strength and the element of surprise, he believed he could handle them. Weighing his options, Lin Shusan descended from the tree and executed the lingbo step to trail the wolf pack. Renowned for their speed, the wind wolves quickly closed in on the golden sword boar, surrounding it with alarming swiftness. The boar, now encircled, displayed a frantic look in its small eyes. The instinct for survival overcame its fear of the wolves. With a desperate cry, it charged at the wolf, blocking its path. Alwu, the lead wolf, glancing at the boar with disdain, leapt aside just as the boar was about to collide with it, landing squarely on its back and sinking its teeth into the boar's hindquarters. The boar shrieked in pain, leaping in a futile attempt to shake off the wolf clinging to it. However, the wolf's claws gripped tightly, its jaws clamped firmly. The remaining 4 wind wolves surged forward, pouncing on the injured golden sword boar. Unable to rid itself of the wolf on its back, the boar was soon toppled by the other 4, who bit at its head and legs. The golden sword boar howled pitifully, struggling weakly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The wind wolves began to feast. One slightly larger wolf commenced its meal first, while the other 4 stood guard, vigilant. Once it had finished, the 4 would take turns to eat. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shusan resolved to eliminate the wolf that was eating first. Without the leading wolf, the pack would be akin to soldiers without a general. Easily dispatched, Lin Shusan channeled his golden spiritual energy into his fists, enveloping them in a golden glow as though donning metallic gauntlets. Cautiously sneaking up behind the lead wolf, he unleashed the Qingyun fist. Striking directly at its head, the lead wolf, quick to react, sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade as Lin Shusan swung his fist. Bang! Lin Shusan did not afford it the chance to escape. His fist, aglow with golden light, struck the wolf's head with tremendous force, sending its massive body flying. The lead wolf did not even emit a sound before being felled by a single blow. Though he was currently at the mid-stage of the second layer of Qi refinement, his speed and vitality had improved significantly since his arrival in the back mountain. Coupled with the combat experience he had accumulated, he felt confident in facing the remaining wind wolves. Alwu, the wolves, witnessing their leader's demise, were engulfed by fury. They howled in unison and lunged toward Lin Shusan. Lin Shusan swung his fist to strike the first wolf that charged at him. Ugh! The wolf's head burst upon impact, falling lifelessly to the ground. With the lingbo step at his disposal, Lin Shusan deftly evaded the assaults of the other wolves. Another wind wolf had been dispatched. Lin Shusan swiftly turned to face the remaining 3 wind wolves. With blood-red eyes, the wolves lunged at him, but Lin Shusan, undaunted, advanced to meet them, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of the first wolf that charged at him. Chapter 53. Did I just find a little puppy? After dispatching another wind wolf, the remaining 2 wolves displayed a flicker of fear in their eyes before hastily retreating with their tails between their legs. Observing their flight, he withdrew his spiritual energy and began to collect his spoils. The area was now teeming with foraging wind wolves, complicating any pursuit. He first stowed the 3 wind wolves into his storage bag, then approached the partially devoured golden sword pig. His storage bag was nearing its capacity, so he intended to sever the tusks of the golden sword pig to take with him, leaving the remaining pork for the mountain beasts. However, before he could draw closer, he noticed a small white figure gleefully feasting on the golden sword pig. Grandpa Mo, what kind of beast is that? It looks just like a little dog. Lin Shusan did not rush over but instead observed cautiously. When had this little dog appeared? He hadn't even noticed. It seemed to be a cub of a tiger. Emotsong's voice was tinged with confusion. As soon as Emotsong finished speaking, the little cub noticed Lin Shusan's gaze. It lifted its head and wagged its tail eagerly at him, emitting soft whimpering sounds. its pair of dark eyes glimmering in the shadows. Could a tiger cub really wag its tail at a human? It must be an ordinary little white dog that somehow ended up here, fortunate enough not to have been devoured by a beast. Lin Shusan was instantly charmed by its adorably innocent demeanor. A wave of tenderness washing over him. Seeing that Lin Shusan did not respond, the little white dog bounded to his feet, pleadingly barking at him while joyfully wagging its small white tail. It seemed to be a harmless creature after all, given the lack of danger. Lin Shusan chose to ignore it for the moment. He approached the golden sword pig, tore off its tusks, and prepared to depart. The overwhelming stench of blood lingered in the air, and it would not be long before other beasts were drawn here. Better to leave swiftly. Noticing Lin Shusan's indifference, the little white dog grew anxious. It leaped to his feet, wrapping its front paws around his calf, lifting its head to gaze up at him with its wet, pleading eyes, as if to say, "Please take me in." Lin Shusan's heart softened instantly. Recalling the helplessness he felt when he had arrived alone at Qingyun Gate after his grandfather's departure. The little dog before him was so reminiscent of his own plight, surviving alone in the wild at such a tender age. It was so small and vulnerable that it would inevitably become prey for the mountain beasts if left behind. Though its presence here was somewhat perplexing, Lin Shusan made the decision to take the little puppy back with him. "Grandpa Imo, I want to bring it home." Though he had made up his mind, he did not forget to seek Emotsong's opinion. "If you wish to keep it, you may take it back and see how it goes." Emotsong had been pondering whether the little white dog was a beast, and if so, what kind it might be. To claim it was an ordinary dog seemed implausible in such a remote mountain setting where even larger dogs could not survive. If it were indeed a beast, he had never encountered a pure white tiger beast before. Thus, when Lin Shusan inquired, Emotsong did not oppose his intention to adopt the cub. With the confirmation that Emotsong had no objections, Lin Shusan's eyes sparkled with joy. He bent down, grasped the little white dog by the nape of its neck, intending to tuck it into his arms, only to be met with a comical sight that left him both amused and bewildered. The little puppy looked up at him with pitiful eyes, its tail wagging eagerly, while its hind paws clutched a piece of meat nearly the size of its own body, to his surprise. It was a gluttonous little creature. "Quickly drop that chunk of meat, or you'll have to follow me on your own. If you get lost, I won't come back for you." Lin Shusan chuckled, attempting to pry the meat from its grasp with his other hand. Smack! To his astonishment, as his words fell, the little dog dropped the piece of meat to the ground with a resounding thud. After discarding the meat, it eagerly arched its body, bringing its paw to its mouth and licking it clean in just a few strokes. Before looking back at Lin Shusan with a pleading expression, could it possibly comprehend his words? Observing the little dog's comical struggle to lick its paw, Lin Shusan felt not amusement but genuine surprise. Was it not an ordinary cub but a creature of higher pedigree? Emotsong was equally astonished. Even the cubs of advanced beasts would not typically understand human speech upon birth. Could it be that Lin Shusan had stumbled upon a treasure? The little puppy, noticing his astonished expression, wagged its tail even more joyfully. "Since you enjoy meat so much, let us call you Ruzi." Lin Shusan glanced at the piece of meat discarded by the little white dog and said with a smile, Little Ruzi seemed to approve of the name, responding with enthusiastic whimpers and a wagging tail. "Awoo, awoo." A chorus of howls echoed from afar, the scent of blood having attracted other wolf packs. They could not linger here any longer. Lin Shusan wasted no time, stuffing the little puppy into his arms and employing the wood escape technique to make his swift exit. On his way, he encountered 2 solitary windwolves, which he dispatched without hesitation, hoisting them over his shoulder as he made his way back to Qingyun Gate. Meanwhile, little Ruzi remained quietly nestled in his embrace, appearing to be asleep. Chapter 54. Encountering an inspection after traversing the mountain ahead. Qingyun Gate was just within reach. Lin Shusan steeled himself and quickened his pace. Dawn was approaching, and he wished to return to his small courtyard as soon as possible. Over the past year, he had come to regard the spiritual field as his home. Exiting the current grove, he would arrive at Qingyun Gate. Ahead lay the sole exit from this forest, through which all disciples returning from training in the back mountains must pass. With an unwavering sense of urgency, Lin Shusan, despite shouldering 2 wind wolves, moved with remarkable lightness. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in his line of sight. They were disciples of Qingyun Gate, identifiable by their attire as servant disciples. Throughout his journey, he had remained vigilant, continuously employing the wood escape technique to conceal his presence. Although he was not far away, the trio had yet to detect him. Lin Shursan quickly sensed something amiss. They seemed to be waiting for someone. Recalling the inner gate disciple's attire worn by the dark-faced man, he immediately heightened his alertness and leapt up into a nearby tree to hide himself. The three were engaged in conversation, occasionally glancing in his direction, showing no intention of departing for the sect. From a distance, Lin Shursan could not clearly hear their words. Casting a glance at the two wind wolves draped over his shoulder, a fleeting pang of regret crossed his eyes, yet he still descended from the tree, retreating to find a place to drop them. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to use the wood escape technique to slip past. The scent of the wind wolf's blood could increase the risk of detection, prompting his decisive choice to abandon them. After discarding the two wind wolves, he retrieved the scent-masking powder he had acquired earlier, sprinkling some on himself to conceal the blood odor before employing the wood escape technique to stealthily approach the trio's location amidst the cover of the trees. They were stationed at the forest's exit, ensuring that no one emerging from within could escape their notice. Lin Shursan concealed himself in the nearest large tree to the exit, seeking an opportunity to slip away. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the trio's movements and overhear their conversation. The three appear to be in their 40s or 50s, and with Lin Shursan's cultivation level, he discerned that the two on the left were at the 5th layer of qi refining, one at the initial stage and the other at the mid-stage. The third person, however, was beyond his perception, evidently possessing a higher cultivation level. The last individual was at the initial stage of the 6th layer of qi refining. Emotsong swiftly clarified his curiosity. Brother He, we've been stationed here for almost a month without any sign of the person Brother Qian mentioned. How much longer must we wait? Among them, the one at the initial stage of the 5th layer, with a smile, addressed the one at the initial stage of the 6th layer. Zhao Gang, as long as Brother Qian hasn't instructed us to leave, we should remain here diligently. Besides, we earn a low-grade spirit stone for each day we stand guard. What's wrong with that? Brother He, don't you agree? Before Brother He could respond, the one at the mid-stage of the 5th layer interjected. And don't provoke Zhao Gang. I'm not suggesting that standing guard here is a bad thing. I'm merely curious about the significance of that person. Brother Qian is willing to spend so many spirit stones searching for him. Just the three of us guarding here for a month amounts to 90 low-grade spirit stones. Not to mention the others stationed at different exits. Zhao Gang quickly clarified, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. This Lu Qingshan, relying on his slightly superior cultivation, strutted around with an air of arrogance. One day, he would make him regret it. The expenditure of spirit stones was a matter for Brother Qian to handle. Did it require his concern? It seemed to Lin Shursan that he was merely trying to pry into Brother Qian's secrets. Lu Qingshan spoke with a mocking expression. This Zhao Gang has an incessant penchant for prying into the secrets of others, only to spread them indiscriminately. Last time, he had his eye on a rare spirit herb, only to have it snatched away by someone else. This time, I shall teach him a lesson. I did not, Zhao Gang retorted. Lu Qingshan, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's words, Zhao Gang's complexion changed drastically. If this were to reach the ears of senior Brother Qian, and he were to think that Zhao Gang was attempting to uncover his secrets, would he have any pathway to survival? Is it not true? Who is unaware of your insatiable curiosity regarding the private affairs of others? This time, you audaciously attempted to pry into senior Brother Qian's matters. The two soon fell into a heated argument. Enough! What is this quarrel about? Keep your eyes peeled. If someone slips past us unnoticed, neither of us will have a favorable outcome. Brother He interjected, observing the escalating tension between the two. Yes, Brother He. They exchanged glances and reluctantly fell silent. Focus, someone approaches. Brother He glanced at the two, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he remarked coolly, you squander your thoughts on bickering instead of cultivating. It is no wonder your progress remains stagnant. Lin Shursan turned his gaze to the approaching trio, and indeed, they appear to have had a fruitful endeavor, judging by the expressions on their faces. Point two, possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of qi refinement, while one was at the mid-stage of the 4th. Opportunity had presented itself. Lin Shursan mused as he observed the trio drawing nearer. They quickly noticed the 3 guardians stationed there, their expressions darkening. Greetings, esteemed seniors. They hastily approached to pay their respects. Junior brothers, we are merely carrying out Senior Brother Chin's orders and have no intention of causing you any trouble, the trio hastily reassured them. Brother, he scrutinized the three, and though his words were polite, his demeanor exuded an air of superiority. Were it not for Senior Brother Chin's instructions to keep matters from escalating, I would not bother to waste my breath on you worthless wretches. Senior brother, please, speak. We shall not hesitate to assist in any way we can. The trio felt a wave of relief wash over them at Brother He's words. The one at the fourth stage of chi refinement stepped forward, saying, please turn around so we may examine you from behind. Zhao Gang retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and smugly addressed the trio. After a moment of hesitation, they obediently turned away. Zhao Gang stepped forward, scrutinizing the paper closely, while Lu Qingshan and Brother He stood alert behind him. Lin Shursen peered at the paper in Zhao Gang's hands, and a jolt of alarm coursed through him as his pupils constricted. From his vantage point, he could clearly discern the contents of the paper, which depicted a figure's silhouette, his own form navigating through the thicket. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting recklessly earlier, or he might not have escaped so easily. Although his cultivation level did not match that of the time, they would likely not let him off without a fight. Zhao Gang directed the image toward the man at the fourth stage of chi refinement, prompting him to mimic a fleeing motion. Soon, he shook his head and pocketed the image. Observing this, disappointment flickered in the eyes of Brother He and Lu Qingshan. Now, produce the contents of your storage bags for inspection, Zhao Gang coldly demanded. Though the three wore expressions of discomfort, they begrudgingly began to extract items from their storage bags. Given the higher cultivation levels of these individuals, even if they wished to flee, it would prove difficult. Outside the sect, any unforeseen incidents would go unchecked. Zhao Gang and his companions watched with glimmering eyes as the three produced item after item. At this moment, anything of value would be theirs. Now was the time. Lin Shursan, having meticulously observed the trio's demeanor, silently descended from the tree and slipped past them, racing toward the direction of the sect. Chapter 55. The beginning of body refinement. I'm home. Standing before the three archaic characters of Qingyun's sect, Lin Shursan exhaled a sigh of relief. He dispelled the wood escape technique he had been employing and hurried toward the towering mountain gate. He presented his identity jade token to the gatekeeper for verification. Having established itself for many years, Qingyun's sect harbored countless disciples, inevitably allowing some ill-intentioned individuals to infiltrate. Thus, identity checks were mandatory upon entering or exiting. Junior brother, where have you returned from? The gatekeeper smiled warmly as he verified Lin Shursan's identity jade token, returning it to him while casually inquiring. Lin Shursan immediately sensed a twinge of wariness, but maintained an unflustered demeanor as he calmly replied. One cannot practice in solitude. I went to the nearby town to procure a small dog for companionship and to guard my abode. As he spoke, he produced the small dog he had concealed in his arms for the gatekeeper to see. A rather fine dog indeed. The gatekeeper cast a dismissive glance at the creature, his expression revealing a hint of scorn, signaling Lin Shursan that he could proceed. If a cultivator cannot endure solitude, they are unlikely to achieve greatness. Lin Shursan sighed inwardly, accepted the jade token, and hastily made his way toward the Qingxi Hall. The atmosphere within Qingxi Hall remained as bustling as ever, teeming with individuals. A long queue formed at the window where contributions were exchanged for demonic beasts. However, the overall mood appeared somewhat tense, with many faces etched with concern. Every individual at the fourth stage of chi refinement faced renewed scrutiny. Lin Shursan was taken aback. It seemed that the half-jade slip held immense significance for the dark-faced male cultivator, who had expended considerable resources to interrogate the outer sect's servant disciples rigorously. Moreover, it was evident that this individual wielded considerable influence within Qingyun's sect, enabling him to audaciously interrogate the entire outer sect's servant disciples. Luckily, Lin Shursan had successfully completed the 9th transformation of his Dantian, expanding his capacity, which allowed his cultivation to be lowered to the 2nd stage of chi refinement. Otherwise, he would have found himself under intense scrutiny as well. And in such a stringent investigation, he would likely have revealed his true identity. Lin Shursan quietly joined the end of the line, striving to diminish his presence. The 3 wind wolves had only garnered 9 contribution points, while the pair of tusks from the sword boar netted a mere single contribution point. The value of low-tier demonic beasts was limited, and the resources available for cultivation were scant. Lin Shusan checked his storage bag. Aside from the newly acquired medicinal pills, the 50 low-grade spirit stones left by his ancestor had dwindled to 20 after a year of cultivation, although he had previously elevated his realm. With sufficient spirit stones, he could rapidly restore his cultivation to the 5th stage of qi refinement. However, this period was evidently not conducive to hastily advancing his cultivation. Hunting low-tier demonic beasts no longer posed a challenge, and targeting higher-tier beasts was not a viable option under the current circumstances. Ultimately, he resolved to remain low-key for a while and diligently practice the body refinement techniques of the 9 transformations of the mystical essence in the spirit field. He would then assess if there were suitable sect missions to undertake, enabling him to acquire the necessary resources for cultivation. The shopping window. Lin Shusan exchanged 10 low-grade spirit stones for 20 iron-threaded orchids. Upon returning to the spirit field, he finally allowed his tense demeanor to relax. Song had imparted certain cultivation tips to him before he immersed himself in his training. Lin Shusan conducted a thorough inspection of the spirit field before commencing his cultivation. With limited resources at his disposal, Song advised him to first refine his muscles using spiritual energy, and when that yielded no results, to incorporate medicinal herbs into the process. He initiated the 5 elements technique, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy. Once the energy entered his body, he activated the body refinement method of the 9 transformations of the mystical essence, beginning to forge his entire physique with the spiritual power he had drawn in. He immediately felt as if countless tiny hammers were pounding at his body. The more spiritual energy he infused, the greater the force of the hammers. He continuously drew spiritual energy into his body to refine it. And soon, the spiritual energy in his room began to dwindle. His complexion shifted from a healthy glow to a pallid hue, and dark substances began to ooze from his skin's surface. When the last vestige of spiritual power was utterly consumed, Lin Shusan let out a long sigh and ceased his cultivation. As he emerged from his meditative state, a foul odor assailed his senses, startling him into an upright position as he frantically scanned his surroundings. For a moment, he feared that someone had invaded his courtyard to poison him. Upon discovering that the odor emanated from his own body, his face transformed instantaneously into a vivid palette, alternating between shades of red and black. He hurried outside to fetch water, meticulously washing himself until he was certain that no trace of the unpleasant scent lingered. Once he had tidied himself up, he prepared some food for Mikai and partook of a small meal himself, engaging in play with Mikai for a brief while before allowing him to entertain himself. Since arriving here, Mikai had evidently adapted remarkably well. While Lin Shusan meditated and cultivated, Mikai roamed freely about the spiritual fields, returning to rest beside Lin Shusan when fatigued. When hunger struck, he would scavenge from the food bowl Lin Shusan had prepared specifically for him. Despite his diminutive size, Mikai exhibited remarkable agility, darting about energetically each day. During Lin Shusan's practice of the Qingyun fist, Mikai would accompany him, adding his enthusiastic howls to the atmosphere. Lin Shusan commenced his training in the courtyard, practicing the Qingyun fist. To his astonishment, he realized that his strength had increased significantly, and the efficacy of his Qingyun fist had improved considerably. It was not until he had completely depleted his internal spiritual energy that he retreated to refine the 5 elements technique. Previously, after exhausting his spiritual energy within the cave, he had felt a notable acceleration in his cultivation speed, prompting him to ascertain whether this method truly bore results. Thus, he resolved to exhaust the energy within his dantian daily before commencing his practice of the 5 elements technique. After employing this method for a period, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a genuine enhancement in his cultivation speed. Previously, he would utilize a piece of spirit stone to assist his training. However, with his current stock dwindling and needing to reserve them for purchasing body-refining spirit herbs, he had refrained from using spirit stones during this training phase. Nonetheless, his cultivation speed appeared to surpass even that of his earlier practices with spirit stones. He experimented for several more days, finding that meditating without fully depleting his energy yielded evidently inferior results. Although the practice of the 5 elements technique had indeed accelerated his progress compared to before, Lin Shusan decisively reverted to his previous training regimen. 2 months later, the influx of spiritual energy into his body while practicing the 9 transformations of the profound changes had diminished in effectiveness. Lin Shusan produced 10 iron line lotus, the minimum quantity advised by Song. Any fewer would significantly diminish the results. He intended to consume the Iron Line Lotus today in conjunction with his practice of the 9 transformations of the profound changes, hoping to elevate his progress to the second transformation. However, he was taken aback to find that refining his body had become at least tenfold more challenging than before. After such an extended duration, he had only managed to achieve the first transformation, with the second now reliant on the aid of spiritual herbs. To accelerate his cultivation, resources were indispensable. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed all 10 Iron Line Lotus at once, the potent and violent medicinal energy erupting within him. Enduring the pain, he began to channel this energy throughout his body, simultaneously directing a portion of his spiritual awareness to guide the spiritual energy inward. The searing pain akin to being cut by blades surged through him from every part of his being. The agony from consuming the Iron Line Lotus was at least double what he had previously endured, yet still somewhat milder than during the refining of his dantian. Although the process was excruciating, the results were conspicuously effective. This session of cultivation following the consumption of Iron Line Lotus propelled him directly into the second transformation. Upon entering this stage, Lin Shursan's skin began to exhibit a faint metallic sheen, his muscles radiated a powerful aesthetic, and his overall demeanor underwent a profound enhancement. After joyfully taking a bath, Lin Shursan resumed his practice of the Qingyun fist in the courtyard. Now, even without the enveloping force of golden spiritual energy around his fists, he could shatter a massive stone with a single blow. Chapter 56. Sect Mission. I must devise a strategy to acquire some cultivation resources. Lin Shursan pondered as he gazed at the boulder he had just pierced with a punch. Over the past 2 months, he had stealthily ventured to the Lingyuan Peak twice, aiming to retrieve the storage bag he had buried there. However, he discovered that numerous disciples were perpetually training in the vicinity of Lingyuan Peak. Several individuals within the sect were also discreetly monitoring the movements of those disciples who had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He did not act recklessly and quietly withdrew, only hunting a few low-level demonic beasts to bring back, leaving some as provisions for Mikai while exchanging the remainder for contribution points. The tasks published by the sect did not align with his current cultivation level. Although he possessed the strength to accomplish certain tasks, his cultivation level precluded him from qualifying to undertake them. Fortunately, the 5 elements technique he was currently cultivating absorbed spiritual energy at a much faster rate than the Qingyun technique. Although the amount of spiritual energy required for each level of cultivation had increased, his training speed remained commendably swift compared to before. After 2 months of diligent cultivation, he was nearing the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. He began attempting to practice the immovable king seal. As the black-faced male cultivator appeared to be a demonic practitioner, while the immovable king seal was specifically designed to counter such practitioners and demonic beasts. Should he succeed in mastering it, his capacity for self-defense in future encounters with the black-faced male cultivator would be significantly enhanced, potentially even enabling him to counterattack. The immovable king seal comprises 4 forms. First form, the king manifestation, capable of summoning the immovable king's golden body to suppress the demons of the world. Second form, the king's fury, invoking the king's wrath to obliterate demons from 1,000 miles away. Third form, the king's binding, ensnaring all demons of the world within its grasp. Fourth form, the king's slash, unleashing the king's sword to vanquish demons and dispel evil. Without yet delving deeply into comprehension, merely studying it once stirred Lin Shursan's emotions profoundly. The immovable king is revered among the populace, a guardian deity dedicated to eradicating demons and safeguarding humanity. Should he master this set of seals, vanquishing demons in the future would surely be within his grasp. He promptly commenced his understanding of the first form, the king manifestation. However, despite his pure intentions, he lacked sufficient experience. After a month of continuous contemplation, he successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. The body-refining technique of the 9 transformations of the profound changes was nearly at the brink of the 3rd transformation, especially after he resolutely exchanged his remaining 10 low-grade spirit stones for Iron Line Lotus for this cultivation. Unfortunately, his comprehension of the immovable king seal had made no progress whatsoever. Each time he neared grasping a flicker of insight, it would elude him in an instant, on a day when he once again failed to comprehend the immovable king seal. Lin Shursan decided to take a break and venture to the back mountain to see if he could recover the buried storage bag. As he prepared to leave, a tremor emanated from his storage bag. Startling him at first, but he quickly realized it was coming from his identity jade token. The entry manual stated that if there were large sect missions and not enough participants signed up, an announcement would be made within the sect, allowing nearby disciples who wished to join to promptly return and register. He swiftly retrieved his identity jade token to check. Sect mission. The Yellowstone town under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect has been besieged by a multitude of demonic beasts wreaking havoc upon the civilian populace. The sect is now recruiting 200 disciples of Qi refinement level 3 and above to eradicate these demonic beasts, offering 10 contribution points for each low-level demonic beast slain. Such tasks typically offer substantial rewards and are a priority choice for many low-level disciples. This presented an excellent opportunity. Hunting a low-level demonic beast in the back mountain yielded only 3 to 5 contribution points, yet now it promised 10, more than doubling the reward. Lin Shusan's cultivation level had just reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, allowing him to seize this chance. With this thought, Lin Shusan promptly redirected his course towards the Qingxi Hall. Upon arriving at the Qingxi Hall, he found a throng gathered at the registration area, and he quickly queued up. Most of those registering were disciples at levels 3 and 4 of Qi refinement, lacking substantial experience in outdoor training. Most had merely hunted low-level demonic beasts on the outskirts of the back mountain. Now, with an opportunity for outdoor training and doubled rewards, these low-level disciples eagerly rushed to sign up. Such sect missions are typically led by elders at the foundation establishment stage. They only need to hunt low-level demonic beasts while the elders handle the higher-level ones, ensuring a degree of safety. Conversely, those disciples with higher cultivation levels often disdain such tasks, finding the hunting of low-level demonic beasts meaningless. They typically opt for more challenging missions. Unless there were genuinely no other suitable tasks available, they would rarely register. Lin Shusan's luck was favorable. When it was his turn to register, he received number 195. The senior brother at the task window handed him a token and pointed towards the side of the hall, instructing him to wait there. Lin Shusan took the token, glanced at the lengthy queue behind him, and quietly moved to a corner of the left side crowd to stand. Fortuitously, he had run swiftly. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this opportunity. Watching the dejected crowd behind him who had failed to secure a task leaving, Lin Shusan silently reflected. Those who received their tokens gather at the front. A disciple clad in the attire of a steward proclaimed loudly to the crowd. With that, he led the way out, and everyone immediately followed him. Lin Shusan quietly trailed the crowd as they exited. Upon reaching the plaza outside, nearly 100 individuals awaited them. "You all wait here." The disciple in charge, after finishing his words, retreated into the Qingxi Hall. It appears that those who arrived earlier had already registered to partake in this mission. Familiar faces began to engage in hushed conversations, and the atmosphere quickly grew lively. Lin Shusan discreetly cast his gaze in that direction. The majority inside were at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement, yet there were still about 10 individuals whose cultivation he could not discern. These individuals either had not received suitable tasks from their sects or were specifically assigned to protect the less capable disciples. However, amidst the crowd, he spotted a figure that surprised him. Daniu was among them. To his astonishment, he had managed to survive the recent incident with the fire cloud tiger. It seems that despite his lackluster talent in cultivation, he possessed strengths in other areas. That moment, Daniu was wearing a sycophantic grin while conversing with a person whose cultivation Lin Shusan could not see through. Although a hint of exasperation flickered in that person's eyes, he did not dismiss Daniu, occasionally responding to him in a languid manner. With each response, Daniu's smile blossomed even brighter. It appeared that Daniu had truly ingratiated himself within that small group. Otherwise, given his peak 1st level of Qi refinement, a practitioner in the later stages would hardly spare him a glance. Every creature has its path. As long as he ultimately succeeds in cultivating the Great Way, that is sufficient. Lin Shusan silently withdrew his gaze, patiently awaiting the next developments. Chapter 57. Preparing to depart, an elder has arrived. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, and the surrounding individuals instantly fell silent, all raising their heads to gaze ahead. Lin Shusan followed suit. Looking towards the distant sky, he beheld 2 ethereal figures, clad in the robes of the Qingyun sect, soaring towards them on flying swords at remarkable speed. As they drew nearer, Lin Shusan recognized one of them as Elder Zhou Xing. After more than a year of absence, he noticed the elder's face bore some wrinkles. It seemed his lifespan was indeed drawing to a close. Otherwise, cultivators nourished by spiritual energy would not exhibit such signs of aging. The other figure was tall and appeared relatively young, likely in his 30s or 40s, radiating vigor and confidence. Is that the newly appointed Elder Qin Yun? A voice beside him whispered, "Indeed. I have heard that Elder Qin, despite possessing a low-grade earth spirit root, entered the Foundation establishment stage at the age of 50. Another replied, eyes filled with envy. Elder Qin is truly remarkable. Achieving Foundation establishment by 50 is no small feat. Yes, for those of us with low-grade spirit roots, merely stepping into Foundation establishment before our lifespans expire is commendable." Lin Shursan listened quietly to the murmurs around him. No wonder the man exuded such confidence. It turned out he was a newly appointed elder. Elders Zhou Xing and Qin Yun landed gracefully before the crowd, one after the other. "We have met Elder Zhou and Elder Qin." Upon their arrival, everyone immediately bowed in respect. Everyone present. Elder Zhou's voice was calm as he scanned the crowd. Though it was soft, it resonated clearly, as if he were speaking directly into each person's ear. "Elder Zhou, all 200 participants for this hunting mission have gathered." A tall servant disciple stepped forward, respectfully replying to Elder Zhou. Noticing that the disciple spoke directly to Zhou Xing, Qin Yun's brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. However, he said nothing, quickly suppressing his discontent. In their eyes, only Zhou Xing, this elder nearing the end of his lifespan, was worthy of attention. Once they reached Huangshi town, they would see firsthand what he was capable of. Then they would know whom they should curry favor with. "Now, I shall explain the specifics of this mission," Elder Zhou said, giving a slight nod to the disciple, signaling him to return to the ranks. The disciple performed a respectful gesture and returned to his place. Recently, a large number of rat demons have been causing chaos in Huangshi town. Reports indicate the presence of a rat king, along with hundreds of low-level rat demons. Elder Qin and I will be responsible for exterminating the rat king, while your task is to eliminate the low-level rat demons scattered throughout Huangshi town. Elder Zhou succinctly outlined the situation in Huangshi town and the rewards for the mission. Finally producing a storage bag, he addressed the earlier responding disciple, saying, "Liang Yi, within this bag are 200 low-grade escape talismans, provided by the sect for your safety, to be distributed among you." "Yes, Elder Zhou," Liang Yi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was astonished that Elder Zhou remembered his name. He stepped forward to take the storage bag from Zhou Xing's hands and pointed out a few individuals to assist him in distributing the talismans. What a fortunate turn of events, indeed. If we were to purchase even a single talisman, it would cost 50 contribution points, equivalent to 5 low-grade spirit stones. That is why many rush to sign up for such large sect missions. If there were several such missions each month, we wouldn't have to worry about resources for cultivation. Dream on. It's rare to encounter such opportunities even once a year. With the talismans in hand, excitement rippled through the crowd. Lin Shursan, however, was curious about how they would reach Huangshi town. Could the two elders' cloud sailing techniques accommodate such a large group? Just as he pondered this, he saw Elder Zhou wave his hand, casting a boat-shaped magical artifact into the sky. As the artifact ascended, it expanded against the wind, quickly exceeding 10 zhang in length, and continued to grow until it reached approximately 20 zhang long and 3 zhang wide before gently descending to the ground without a sound. What kind of magical artifact is this? Some disciples participating in a sect mission for the first time gaped in astonishment at the enormous vessel. It's a flying boat. Haven't you seen one before? It's the sect's flying apparatus. Some disciples who had previously taken part in sect missions sparkled with excitement, though they struggled to maintain a facade of nonchalance. A flying boat that can soar through the sky? Indeed, it not only flies but does so swiftly and steadily. Smaller sects lack such artifacts. An older disciple proclaimed with pride. It appeared this was the flying boat that Grandpa Mo had spoken of. A means of transport in the cultivation world. Nonetheless, it seemed somewhat rudimentary. He wondered if it could truly withstand spatial storms and traverse through temporal turbulence as Grandpa Mo had described. Lin Shursan gazed at the flying boat, which occupied a significant portion of the square, with a contemplative mind. However, if Emotsong were awake, he would undoubtedly scoff at such a simplistic flying artifact being called a flying boat. Elder Zhou Xing and Qin Yun ascended the massive vessel in succession, and a staircase slowly descended from the ship. "Please form an orderly line and board." Upon seeing the staircase, Liang Yi stepped forward to direct the disciples in lining up. Lin Shursen followed the throng of exuberant disciples toward the flying boat, his heart racing with unexplainable excitement. Once aboard, he found a corner to stand in, quietly awaiting the vessel's departure. The disciples around him continued their hushed discussions, and Lin Shursen listened intently, hoping to glean some useful information. Lin Shursen, you managed to secure a spot for this mission as well. Hidaniu unexpectedly appeared beside him, a hint of intrigue in his voice. I was fortunate enough to obtain a spot. Lin Shursen replied with a slight smile, glancing at Hidaniu, whose face was alight with self-satisfaction. The recent experience in the back mountain had revealed the fierce competition in the cultivation world, allowing him to understand Hidaniu's actions. However, that path was not suited to his character, so he neither disliked nor particularly liked Hidaniu's approach. Have you reached the third level of chi refinement? I never expected you, with your mixed spirit root, to cultivate to the third level in such a short time. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy flickered in Hidaniu's eyes, yet he feigned delight. As Hidaniu's words fell, several individuals nearby turned to look at them in confusion. I was fortunate. During my last excursion to the back mountain, I stumbled upon a storage bag filled with spirit stones. Moreover, a few of the stones contained particularly abundant spiritual energy. I only just entered the early stage of the third level yesterday after exhausting the stones. Sensing the curious gazes from those around him, Lin Shursen immediately grew wary and feigned excitement. If individuals with ulterior motives noticed his rapid advancement in cultivation, it would surely attract trouble. You are truly fortunate. Elder Zhou just mentioned that during the mission, it's best to form groups. I'll be accompanying Senior Brother Wang, who is at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Would you like me to speak to him on your behalf and see if he would take you along? Hidaniu subtly pointed to Senior Brother Wang standing ahead, his eyes glinting with calculation. If Lin Shursen agreed to join them, then Hidaniu would have no chance of receiving any rewards from this mission. Lin Shursen followed Hidaniu's gesture, seeing the individual he had previously stood beside. No need. Lin Shursen firmly refused. In the cultivation world, no protection came without a price. Chapter 58. Arrival at Huangshe Town. Everyone is in position. We are about to depart. Hidaniu had nothing more to say, as Wang Yi called out loudly from the bow of the ship. Lin Shursen immediately turned to look outside. The massive spacecraft gradually ascended, soaring towards the outer reaches of Qingyun Gate. As the vessel climbed higher, its speed increased, and the howling winds at high altitude caused the less experienced disciples aboard to sway unsteadily. Some quick-witted individuals immediately channeled their internal spiritual energy to steady themselves, gripping the ship's railing firmly, while others, caught off guard, were knocked to the deck, eliciting a wave of laughter. Observing this, Zhou Xing, standing at the bow, waved his hand, conjuring a protective spiritual shield that enveloped the entire flying vessel. Only then could the disciples aboard regain their balance and take a moment to appreciate the scenery along the way. Hidaniu, however, had been thrown to the ground and lay there for quite some time before managing to rise. Once the protective shield was in place, he got to his feet, feigning nonchalance as he dusted off his clothes, not exchanging a single word with Lin Shursen as he pushed forward. Had he not feared that Elder Zhou would discover his inadequate strength and expel him from the group, he would have been indifferent to hiding at the back. Now that the ship had taken off, even if Elder Zhou were to realize it, he would no longer send him back, given Lin Shursen's apparent lack of awareness. Hidaniu deemed it unnecessary to waste any more time there, stewing in resentment as he moved forward. The spacecraft had been airborne for approximately an hour when its speed began to diminish, and it soon descended outside a small town. This must be Huangshe Town. Once everyone disembarked, they stood in silence, awaiting instructions from the two elders. Hidaniu cautiously positioned himself behind Brother Wang, keeping his head lowered. Although they had reached their destination, he sought to avoid drawing the elders' attention. Upon stepping off the ship, Lin Shursen began surveying the small town, surrounded by rice fields. The scene before him was one of desolation. As dusk approached, only a few wisps of smoke rose from the town, and the rice in the fields lay in disarray, with stalks toppled in various directions, indicating a poor harvest ahead. Watching the nearly ripe rice being wasted, a surge of anger ignited within Lin Shursen. Grain was the lifeblood of these common folk, yet it was being ravaged by those vile rat demons. Such wicked creatures, not content to dwell in the beastly forest, had invaded the realm of mortals. He vowed to leave no trace of them. Observing the scene, Lin Shursen seethed with indignation. Elder Zhou Xing furrowed his snow-white brows at the sight of the devastated farmland. His eyes flashing with in contrast. Elder Qin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he contemplated how to overshadow Zhou Xing's authority in the forthcoming events. Once everyone had disembarked, Zhou Xing waved his hand, causing the enormous spacecraft to rapidly shrink until it was no larger than a palm, flying into his hand. After storing the vessel in his waist pouch, Zhou Xing turned his gaze to the young disciples before him. Upon reaching their destination, they all exhibited eager expressions, even the more seasoned disciples. They were still a group of fledgling youths, likely unaware of the true cruelty of the cultivation world. Little did they know that even the safest of missions could harbor unexpected dangers. When his gaze swept over Lin Shan, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. While others were animated by the prospect of hunting demons for rewards, Lin Shan likely pondered the extent of harm this would inflict on the common folk. Nevertheless, despite his admirable character, it remained uncertain whether he could flourish within the sect without anyone to support him. If only I were not nearing the end of my days, I would wish to take him as my disciple. Thoughts raced through Zhou Xing's mind. The rat demons typically emerge at night. Let us first head into the town to gather information. Zhou Xing ceased his reflections and signaled for Qin Yun to lead all the disciples toward Huangshi town. Qin Yun, preoccupied with finding an opportunity to seize control, caught the glimmer of Zhou Xing's words and promptly called out to the group of disciples before him. "Follow me." With that, he set off toward Huangshi town. Zhou Xing did not accompany Qin Yun but remained behind, observing the disciples as they practiced their skills, eagerly chasing after Qin Yun. Lin Shan, noticing Zhou Xing standing still, refrained from departing hastily. This was a prime opportunity to engage with Elder Zhou. For over a year, he had sought a chance to ascertain whether Elder Zhou was indeed the one who returned the relic to his ancestor. However, as a mere outer disciple with no status, he could not approach someone of Elder Zhou's stature. He had considered inquiring with the disciples of Qingxi Hall, offering spirit stones for information, but events from over a century ago were not within the knowledge of these young disciples. Besides, Lin Yuan had not been a particularly outstanding figure. Thus, no one would remember his story. Once everyone had left, he finally approached the still-standing Zhou Xing. "What is your name?" Just as Lin Shan pondered how to initiate a conversation with Elder Zhou, Zhou Xing smiled and asked him, "Elder Zhou, my name is Lin Shan." Lin Shan replied respectfully, "Lin Shan, a fine name. How old are you this year?" Zhou Xing inquired as he employed his techniques to follow the advancing group. Lin Shan, inspired by Zhou Xing's interest, replied, in response to the elder, "I am 14 years old this year, and there is a reason behind my name." "Oh? What reason might that be? Please enlighten me." Zhou Xing appeared intrigued by his name, prompting Lin Shan to share, while secretly contemplating Zhou Xing's thoughts. At 14, he entered the sect 2 years ago as an outer disciple, with mediocre spiritual roots. That he has cultivated to the 3rd level of qi refining is already commendable. My family had an ancestor named Lin Yuan over a century ago, who joined Qingyun Gate for cultivation, only to be treacherously slain during an expedition. Since then, no one in the family has shown any aptitude for cultivation. I am the 13th generation, so my grandfather named me Lin Shan. Lin Shan spoke while cautiously observing Zhou Xing's expression, but found no discernible change. Though Zhou Xing's face remained impassive, upon hearing the name Lin Yuan, a flicker of recognition stirred within him. Could this be my friend from youth? As he scrutinized Lin Shan's appearance, he noted a resemblance to Lin Yuan and promptly asked, "Where is your ancestral home?" "Hubian Town, Liang County, Qi Nation," Lin Shan replied, his heart swelling with joy. "You have any evidence?" "An esteemed friend of my ancestor assisted in returning his relics, contained within this box," Lin Shan said as he retrieved the wooden box holding Lin Yuan's relics from his storage pouch. Presenting it respectfully to Zhou Xing, fortunately, he had kept his ancestor's relics close at hand. As Zhou Xing's gaze fell upon the wooden box, a glimmer of intrigue passed through his eyes, yet he refrained from taking it for inspection. "Child, quickly put it away. I had no idea you were a descendant of Lin Yuan. He and I were life and death friends. Should you encounter any issues within the sect, feel free to seek me out. Though my lifespan is nearing its end, I still possess some influence within the sect." Zhou Xing's face softened with nostalgia as he patted Lin Shan on the shoulder. "Elder Zhou, you were the one who returned my ancestors' relics." Upon hearing Zhou Xing's words, Lin Shan felt a surge of gratitude, confirming that Zhou Xing was indeed the immortal he had sought. Such a debt of gratitude cannot be overstated. It was merely the duty of a friend. From now on, you may call me Grandfather Zhou in private. Zhou Xing quickly reined in his emotions, smiling lightly. Grandfather Zhou, do you know who was responsible for my ancestors' demise? Lin Shisan, abandoning any pretense, promptly inquired about the events of that time. Such matters are not suitable for you to know at present. When the opportunity arises, I shall inform you. They are about to enter the town. We should hasten our pace. Zhou Xing, unwilling to divulge more, gestured toward the Qingyun Gate disciples who were quickly disappearing ahead. Very well, Grandfather Zhou. Once I have improved my strength, you shall tell me. Lin Shisan did not press further. It was not the right time to discuss the matter. They quickened their steps to catch up with the advancing group. Chapter 59. Inquiry. The immortals have arrived. The immortals are here. Before they even reached Huangshe town, Lin Shisan heard a chorus of excited shouts, akin to a drowning man seizing a lifeline. Even at the back of the line, he could hear it clearly. It seemed the townsfolk had long arranged for someone to await their arrival outside the town. In that moment, he felt the weight of responsibility that came with being a cultivator. Our cultivation is not solely for the enhancement of personal strength or the pursuit of immortality. It is also our duty as cultivators to eliminate demons and safeguard the peace of the common folk. Zhou Xing's resolute words reached Lin Shisan's ears. Though his voice was not loud, it still imparted a deafening sense of shock to Lin Shisan. I have here a middle-grade escape talisman and 2 middle-grade defensive earthwall talismans for you. Take them, for I may not have the time to look after you later. Without waiting for Lin Shisan to respond, Zhou Xing retrieved 3 talismans from his storage pouch and discreetly pressed them into his hand. Over the years, he had exhausted all his resources in pursuit of a breakthrough to the golden core stage, leaving him with little to offer now. Only these 3 talismans remained, which might prove useful to Lin Shisan in critical moments. Thank you, Grandfather Zhou. Please ensure your own safety. When I venture out for training, I will seek the Bodhi fruit to assist you in your breakthrough, Lin Shisan expressed earnestly, his small face adorned with solemnity as he spoke. From their first encounter, upon learning of Zhou Xing's limited lifespan, Lin Shisan had pondered ways to assist him. Later, while perusing the sect's introduction to spiritual herbs, he discovered that the Bodhi fruit could aid one in transcending their current limits. He resolved that one day, he would procure a Bodhi fruit for Elder Zhou to help him break free from his present constraints. Very well, I shall await that day. I will proceed ahead. Zhou Xing's face broke into a smile, and without contradiction, he quickened his pace towards the front of the group, secretly reflecting, indeed, he is a descendant of Lin Yuan, a person of genuine disposition. However, he was acutely aware that the Bodhi fruit was not so easily found. Over the past century, he had devised numerous methods but had never managed to acquire even one. He had come to terms with his dwindling lifespan, realizing that compared to an ordinary person, he had lived for over 100 years. Throughout this time, he had acted in accordance with his true self, engaging in endeavors that left him with no regrets. Even in death and reincarnation, he believed he could return as a human. As Zhou Xing moved forward, he encountered an elderly man with white hair, kneeling with a throng of townsfolk from Huangshe town, who were reverently bowing. Rise! Before Zhou Xing could take action, Qin Yun, adopting an air of an otherworldly sage, addressed the kneeling citizens of Huangshe town. Zhou Xing furrowed his brow in silence, recognizing that this was not the appropriate moment for contention. Prior to their departure, Chu Hall Master from Qingxi Hall had specifically instructed him to look after Qin Yun. Yet Elder Qin likely did not share this sentiment. Contemplating this, he halted his actions, waiting for Qin Yun's next directive. The disciples trailing behind observed the scene, instinctively straightening their backs, their superiority as cultivators evident. The trembling townsfolk gradually rose but dared not meet their eyes. Which one of you is the town chief? Step forward and explain the current situation, Qin Yun inquired, a sense of fulfillment swelling within him, though he endeavored to maintain an expression of indifference. I am the old man Huang Yuliang, honored to meet the immortal. As his words fell, the elderly figure at the forefront of the crowd, frail and quaking, emerged and bowed his head in response. When did the demon rats appear? Qin Yun, perceiving Huang Yuliang's precarious state, frowned but pressed on with his inquiry. The demon rats emerged 3 days ago, Huang Yuliang replied, struggling to maintain his posture. We should find a place in the town to discuss further. Just as Qin Yun was about to continue questioning, Zhou Xing interjected ahead of him. Qin Yun felt a surge of anger at being interrupted. Yet remembering his uncle's counsel to heed Zhou Xing's advice, he suppressed his ire and stated curtly, "Lead the way." Huang Yuliang exhaled a sigh of relief, bending to instruct, "Where, please guide the esteemed immortals ahead." A young man in his 20s promptly emerged from the welcoming crowd, bowing respectfully to the members of Qingyun's sect before turning to lead the way. Two strapping young men followed, assisting Huang Yuliang to the roadside. Qingyun cast a glance at the supported elder, scoffing, and took the lead, following the youth into Huangshi town. Zhou Xing observed the unfolding scene, shaking his head inwardly, being in the twilight of his years. As he passed Huang Yuliang, he discreetly infused a thread of spiritual energy into the elder's body. Instantly, Huang Yuliang felt revitalized, his waning vitality restored. "Thank you, immortal!" He broke free from the support of the two young men and knelt, fervently expressing his gratitude. It was only after the Qingyun sect members had distanced themselves that he rose from the ground. The two young men stared at him in astonishment, as he now stood unassisted, steady on his feet. The townsfolk's reverence for the immortals of Qingyun's sect grew even stronger. The young man named Yuer led the group to a square in Huangshi town. Along the way, the townspeople would kneel in respectful greeting. Many houses in the town bore the scars of destruction, with walls riddled with large and small holes, and several structures had even collapsed. "What is the quantity of the demon rats, and what means of attack do they possess?" Qingyun, now realizing the impropriety of having Huang Yuliang stand to respond, turned to the leading youth. No longer waiting for Huang Yuliang. "There are likely 200 to 300 of them. The areas where the demon rats appear are marked by the sudden emergence of massive earthen spikes." Huang Yue replied, his eyes filled with fear. "How did the demon rats come to be?" Qingyun continued his inquiries. "We do not know. Initially, they only destroyed crops in the fields, but subsequently, they invaded the town, wreaking havoc on homes and even—" Huang Yuer's body began to tremble slightly as he spoke. "Even what?" Qingyun pressed, seemingly oblivious to his fear. "Even consuming the living," Huang Yuer blurted out under Qingyun's relentless questioning. While demon rats were omnivorous creatures, instances of them attacking the living were rare. "What evidence do you have to support such a claim?" Qingyun probed further. Thud. Despite Qingyun's voice remaining steady, Huang Yuer was terrified and dropped to his knees, hastily stating, "Please, immortal. Yesterday over 10 people in the town vanished without a trace at night, which led us to suspect that the demon rats might consume humans. Return for now. We shall eradicate those demon rats tonight and restore your peaceful lives," Qingyun declared, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he addressed the kneeling Huang Yuer. Zhou Xing, however, harbored a glimmer of concern. This matter seemed far from simple. As this thought crossed his mind, he instructed the standing Huang Yuer, "You go and summon everyone in the town to gather here. I will protect you tonight. Thank you, immortal." Huang Yuer's face lit up with joy, and he knelt thrice in gratitude before departing. Beside him, Qingyun's expression darkened with indignation. These foolish townsfolk, swayed to tears by mere words. Zhou Xing is indeed a cunning old fox. Chapter 60. Task Allocation. Elder Qin. This matter seems more complicated than it appears. We must exercise caution, Zhou Xing remarked after Huang Yuer's departure. It is merely a horde of demon rats. Even their king would pose little threat to any one of us. Since they dare to take lives, let me be the one to eradicate them tonight. Qingyun replied, his face full of disdain, eagerly claiming the task of eliminating the Rat King. Given their cultivation levels, it was indeed overkill to deal with mere earth element rats. Yet the sect had its rules, so Qingyun did not take the assignment too seriously. If the Rat King appears tonight, let it be entrusted to junior brother Qin. I shall merely guard these young ones. Seeing that he could not persuade Qingyun otherwise, Zhou Xing lost interest in continuing the conversation. Very well, since you are so determined, I shall rest and restore my spiritual energy. I leave these disciples in your capable hands. Qingyun chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery lacing his words. Without waiting for Zhou Xing's response, he found a spot, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate. Lin Shursan stood among the disciples of Qingyun's sect. Having gleaned a rough understanding of the current situation in Huangshi town, he discerned some anomalies. The demon rats had not previously invaded the town, yet they later emerged, causing destruction and taking lives. There must be a reason behind this shift. As Grandpa Mo had once said, demon beasts typically do not invade human settlements without cause. However, given his limited experience, Lin Shursen pondered for a long while, yet still found himself at a loss. It seemed that they would have to act according to circumstances as they arose. As their discussion unfolded, the sky gradually darkened, and night approached swiftly. Zhou Xing glanced at the encroaching darkness. The demon rats would soon emerge to stir. He began to allocate tasks among the disciples of the Qingyun sect, calling for the 20 highest in cultivation to step forward. At once, 20 individuals stepped forward, advancing to the forefront of the crowd. Zhou Xing glanced at the 10 disciples who had emerged, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Their cultivation levels were generally not very high. Most were at the 5th level of qi refinement, with 5 at the 6th level and only 2 at the 7th level. However, this was quite normal, as those with higher cultivation had already embarked on more challenging tasks that offered substantial rewards. Tasks like this one, which posed little difficulty and offered meager compensation, were typically ignored by them. From now on, we shall form teams of 10, with each team required to include at least 4 disciples at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Zhou Xing instructed the assembly. Initially, he had considered forming teams of 5 and allowing free combinations, but upon hearing reports of unexplained disappearances, he altered his strategy. He decided that stronger individuals should accompany several weaker ones, thereby increasing their chances of survival in case of unforeseen events. As Zhou Xing's words echoed in the air, a stir rippled through the crowd. Many had already organized their teams prior to departure, and no one desired to include unfamiliar burdens. Lin Shursen furrowed his brow. Over the past year, he had not forged many friendships and had intended to act independently, hunting lesser vermin. Given that his cultivation appeared to be merely at the early stage of the 3rd level, he feared no team would welcome his presence. Never mind, he thought, I'll let the others choose first, and then I'll join whichever team is still short on members. Do any of you have objections? Zhou Xing's expression hardened, his voice infused with a hint of authority, and the crowd fell silent. The disciples dared not protest, quickly bowing in respect and apology. Although Elder Zhou was known for his amiable disposition, he was still an elder, and his commands were not to be defied by the likes of them. Let us commence the team formation, Zhou Xing declared sternly. While he was generally gentle, he did not hesitate to be firm when necessary. This time, no one dared utter a word, and individuals began to contemplate which team to join. Most chose to band together with those they knew well. Brother Wang's team swiftly exceeded 10 members. Frowning, he excluded several disciples at the 4th level of qi refinement, retaining 3 peak disciples at the 3rd level and He Daniu, who was at the pinnacle of the 1st level. Another team, led by a brother at the 7th level, also quickly assembled 10 members, similarly keeping 4 peak 3rd level disciples. Only after all the others had selected their teams did Lin Shursen leisurely approach the lone group that was still short of members. The captain of this team was a brother at the early stage of the 5th level, accompanied by 2 mid-level 4th level disciples. The remaining 7 members were all at the 3rd level, among whom Lin Shursen was included, with 3 others at the early stage of the 3rd level. Zhou Xing observed this arrangement with a frown, yet he refrained from commenting further. Everyone naturally wished to align with the strong, but sometimes, being with the powerful was not necessarily advantageous. Moreover, as the task itself was not particularly arduous, his arrangement was merely a precaution to enhance their chances of survival. Thus, upon seeing Lin Shursen positioned within the weakest team, he felt no excessive concern. You 4 teams will patrol the eastern part of the town, while the remaining 4 teams will patrol the fertile fields outside the town. Zhou Xing began assigning each team's designated area, ensuring that every direction included disciples above the 6th level of qi refinement. He then distributed signal talismans to each team leader. In the event of danger, they could crush the talisman to send out a distress signal, allowing nearby individuals to rush to their aid. The 4 teams assigned to patrol the fields outside the town appeared somewhat disheartened. They had just heard that the vermin had already infiltrated the town, and the fields beyond might harbor fewer of the creatures. However, they voiced no objections, leading their teams outward toward the town. Lin Shursen's team was allocated to patrol the eastern side of Huangshe Town, where the strongest team, led by Liang Yi, was also stationed. Although Zhou Xing believed that without undergoing trials, it would be difficult to enhance one's abilities, Lin Shursen's cultivation was indeed too low. The peculiar circumstances surrounding Huangshe Town left him uncertain, and thus he felt more at ease with a stronger individual nearby. All disciples proceeded to their designated patrol areas. The townsfolk began to trickle into the open space, with families from nearby villages seeking refuge after the appearance of the vermin. Consequently, the entire populace of Huangshe town had gathered, totaling only around 600 or 700 souls. Qin Yuan also concluded his practice, rising to investigate the situation regarding the vermin, while Lin Shursen followed his team toward the eastern side of Huangshe town. The captain of their team, surnamed Yang, was known simply as Jin. He was tall, sporting a full beard, and possessed a straightforward demeanor. Most of the team members were only at the third level of qi refinement, a source of frustration for him, but his own cultivation level was not particularly high either. After adjusting his mindset, he began to fulfill his responsibilities as captain. He instructed the two fourth-level disciples to position one in the middle of the group and the other at the rear, while he took the lead at the front. Subsequently, he asked everyone to introduce the techniques they specialized in. Among the two fourth-level disciples, one possessed a water affinity and excelled in water-based techniques such as mist technique and water sword technique, suitable for ranged attacks. The other had a fire affinity and practiced the fiery sword technique, ideal for close combat. Among the 7 third-level disciples, including Lin Shursan, for express proficiency in the Qingyun fist. The remaining 3 included 2 skilled in sword techniques, while the last specialized in fire-based spells such as fireball technique and firewall technique. Chapter 61. The initial appearance of the vermin from Qin Yun's inquiries. It became apparent that the creature they were facing was likely a soil rat. Lin Shursan had previously noted that he was particularly sensitive to fluctuations in earth-based spiritual energy when utilizing the earth escape technique. Thus, he had activated the technique early, hoping to detect the vermin's emergence at the first opportunity. The night was eerily tranquil. Apart from brief exchanges between the two teams upon their encounters, an almost suffocating silence enveloped the surroundings. Heightening the tension in the air, Lin Shursan, "When do you think these vermin will appear?" inquired a slightly frail disciple walking ahead of Lin Shursan, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with excitement. He was Shirley, the team's sole practitioner of fire-based techniques and the only one specializing in ranged combat. "I cannot say for certain. We must remain vigilant. The moment the vermin appear, we will undoubtedly sense their presence." Lin Shursan replied quietly. "I'm not particularly adept at scouting," Shirley admitted, a hint of shyness in his tone, revealing a trace of anxiety. "Brother Yang possesses profound cultivation. He will surely detect the vermin's movements before us and will alert us in due course." Lin Shursan reassured him. "Indeed, with Brother Yang around, those vermin will not escape," Shirley replied, before asking, "Have you ventured out on a trial before?" "This is my first time," Lin Shursan said casually. "I have only ventured into the Qingyun mountain range once before." "This marks my second outing for training," Shirley responded. "Did you encounter the golden sword pig during your last expedition to the Qingyun mountain range? Is it as formidable as they say? Are its tusks truly sharp?" Shirley's eyes gleamed with envy as he excitedly inquired, assuming Lin Shursan had also been among the disciples who ventured around the mountain's periphery. "Indeed, I did encounter it. Its tusks are exceptionally sharp, and its hide is incredibly tough. Ordinary blades cannot harm it," Lin Shursan recounted. "Did you manage to slay it?" As time slipped away and the midnight hour approached, the vermin remained conspicuously absent. The stillness of the night was only punctuated by the sound of their footsteps. Initially, they had all cast concealment spells upon themselves to avoid detection, but they soon realized that using such spells drained their spiritual energy. Although the energy required for concealment was minimal, it could not be replenished swiftly. The initial stage third-level disciples soon began to feel fatigued. If the vermin were to appear while their energy was depleted, their combat effectiveness would be severely compromised. Thus, Yang Jin decisively commanded everyone to retract the spells cast upon themselves, maintaining only the operation of the Qingyun Ju, ensuring that the spiritual energy within them remained abundant. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was the early hour of the tiger, yet no sign of the demon mice had emerged. In the central square of the town, the common folk huddled together in groups of 3 or 5, having fallen into a deep slumber. Disturbed by the demon mice in recent days, they had been unable to rest properly. Today, under the protection of the immortal, they felt secure even in the open wilderness, allowing themselves to drift into a peaceful sleep. Zhou Xing sat cross-legged to the side, observing as dawn approached, yet the demon mice still failed to appear. Instead of feeling relieved, a sense of gravity weighed heavily upon him. Qin Yuan had gone to investigate the whereabouts of the demon mice, and they had agreed to meet here every half hour. Previously, he had always returned on time, but this time he had been gone for over 15 minutes without a trace. A sense of unease inexplicably crept into Zhou Xing's heart. He could not leave. The entire town's populace was gathered here. Although Qin Yuan had just entered the foundation establishment stage, his cultivation should suffice to deal with a Mouse King. Zhou Xing cast a glance at the slumbering townsfolk in the square, closed his eyes, and released his spiritual consciousness to envelop the entirety of Huangshi town, surveying the surroundings. Still, no demon mice appeared. The disciples were patrolling their respective areas, yet they seemed noticeably more relaxed than before. Everyone, heighten your vigilance. We must guard against a surprise attack from the demon mice, Zhou Xing immediately declared upon sensing the dissipating focus among the crowd. He infused his voice with a minor spell that would not disturb the sleeping townsfolk but would impart a resonating urgency to the patrolling disciples in the distance. At the instant his command rang out, the disciples of Qinjianmen felt their spirits uplifted. The demon mice are coming! The demon mice are coming! In that moment, cries of alarm erupted from all directions of the small town. Be cautious! The demon mice are upon us! Yang Jian and Lin Shursen sounded the alert almost simultaneously. Yang Jian cast a look of astonishment toward Lin Shursen, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. How had this junior disciple, only at the early stage of qi refinement, detected the presence of the demon mice so swiftly? However, there was no time or energy for him to ponder this matter now. As their voices fell, a swarm of earth rats, each the size of a piglet, burst forth from the surrounding houses, numbering at least 20 or 30. Watch your feet! Lin Shursen felt a tremor beneath him and immediately shouted. At the same time, he activated his spiritual energy, transforming it into golden energy that enveloped his fists and legs. With the ample energy at his disposal, he could sustain this spell for an extended period. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the earth rats emerged, spikes of earth erupted from beneath their feet. Yang Jian and the two disciples at the fourth level of qi refinement exhibited considerable combat experience. They assumed defensive postures the moment the earth rats appeared, swiftly employing their techniques to shatter the spikes that threatened them. Yang Jian even assisted the two junior disciples behind him, averting the peril of being impaled by the spikes. The two fourth-level disciples also shielded one individual each. However, Shirlei and another third-level disciple, Tianqi, remained obliviously excited, watching the scurrying rat shadows, entirely unaware of the danger lurking beneath them. The more experienced disciples had no spare strength to assist them at the critical moment. Lin Shursen reached out with both hands, grasping the arms of the two and lifting them up. His feet glimmered with a faint golden light as he danced through the air, evading the spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground. Quickly slay the demon mice! Yang Jian bellowed, swinging his long sword toward the frantically darting rat swarm. Having evaded the initial onslaught of spikes, Lin Shursen set the two down and charged toward the emerging rat horde. Fists raised, Shirlei and Tianqi snapped to attention, glancing gratefully at Lin Shursen's figure before springing into action themselves. Shirlei began to chant incantations, and soon a fireball the size of a fist materialized before him. He pointed, and the fireball shot toward a frantically darting earth rat. Tianqi swung his long sword, lunging at the approaching earth rats. Everyone began to unleash their talents, attacking the encroaching rat swarm. The earth rats were agile and swift, often spitting out earthen spikes to disrupt their assaults. Lin Shursen, with his body refinement technique, the 9 turns to change the mysterious, was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer. Even without the protection of spiritual energy, ordinary blades could not harm him. Moreover, he was currently enveloped in golden energy, rendering the emerging spikes nearly harmless. He merely needed to shatter the spikes shot from the mouths of the earth rats with his fists, as their attacks posed no threat to him. Though the earth rats moved with remarkable speed, he fully activated the wave-stepping technique, effortlessly dispatching the lower-tier earth rats in no time. He had slain 4 of them. Chapter 62. Group battle against the earth rats. Apart from Lin Shursen, Yang Jian quickly dispatched 3 demon mice as well. Flames erupted from his long sword, and any earth rat that was struck by his fiery sword energy was instantly cleaved in 2. The 2 fourth-level disciples also wielded their long swords, each slaying 2 demon mice. The remaining 6 were besieged by the spikes erupting from the ground and the sharp projectiles spat from the mouths of the earth rats, causing them to flounder in disarray. 1 individual, through sheer luck, managed to slay an earth rat with his longsword. Shirlei, however, found himself unable to cast spells and, while dodging and hiding, barely managed to form a fireball, only for it to dissipate before reaching its target due to his inability to focus. In such circumstances, his legs had already been pierced and bloodied by the spikes emerging from the ground. Though it was merely an external injury, it nonetheless hindered his movements. Despite their combined efforts in slaying 10 demon mice, the number of earth rats showed no signs of dwindling. Rather, they seemed to multiply. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They incessantly chattered, continuously launching sharp earthen spikes from their mouths. Spikes would sporadically burst forth from the ground, suddenly aiming for the legs of the crowd. They gradually became scattered. Yang Jian and the 2 fourth-level disciples found themselves surrounded by over a dozen earth rats, while Lin Shisan was also encircled by a similar number. The rats leapt and bounded, keeping their distance as they spat out spikes from afar, preventing the group from easily dispatching them as they had at the outset. The few third-level disciples quickly sustained minor injuries, forced to evade the pursuing earth rats with their agility. Gather together and devise a plan to fend off the demon mice's assaults, Lin Shisan shouted. As those with higher cultivation levels could not afford to tend to them, and he himself lacked the energy to assist against the swarm of earth rats. Hearing Lin Shisan's suggestion, the disciples immediately began to employ their respective agility techniques to cluster together. They quickly devised a strategy, forming a circular formation, for individuals took turns fending off the flying spikes, while Shirley in the center launched fireballs to attack the earth rats from a distance. The remaining disciple rested in the center, ready to replace anyone who grew weary. As their circular formation solidified and they grew accustomed to the arrangement, they were struck less frequently by the flying projectiles. Occasionally, Shirley's fireballs would connect with an earth rat caught off guard. After slaying several more earth rats, Lin Shisan fell into deep contemplation. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. The number of earth rats appeared to increase with each kill. Though his spiritual energy was profound and, due to his mastery of body refinement, he expended little energy with each punch, he could not withstand the prolonged drain. These earth rats were the lowest tier of demon beasts. Theoretically, with their constant spitting of projectiles, they should lack the energy to simultaneously unleash the spike technique, causing the ground to erupt with spikes. Initially, he suspected that there might be more earth rats lurking underground. But after thorough investigation, he found no ambushes awaiting him below. Moreover, such a widespread use of the spike technique was beyond the capabilities of these low-tier earth rats. Could it be the Mouse King? A surge of anxiety coursed through Lin Shisan's heart. If the Mouse King were present, they would certainly be unable to contend with it, destined to become its meal. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. If a Mouse King were nearby, it would not need to hide and ambush them, but could simply emerge and devour them in a matter of moments. Could it be that there are earth rats that have not fully evolved into Mouse Kings? Lin Shisan suddenly recalled that Imo had previously informed him that the evolution of demon beasts is not an instantaneous process. Without special opportunities, they must rely on long periods of accumulation, representing a gradual path of growth. Before officially becoming a demon king, they are referred to as little demon kings. Although the strength of a little demon king does not rival that of a true demon king, it far exceeds that of ordinary demon beasts. However, most demon kings will attempt to kill or expel little demon kings once they detect their potential to grow, to prevent them from competing for leadership within the clan. With this thought, Lin Shisan ceased his eagerness to slay the earth mouses. He deftly maneuvered through the swarm, releasing his spiritual awareness to meticulously survey the surroundings within a 10-zhang radius. However, after a thorough exploration, he found nothing amiss. Undeterred, Lin Shisan continued his investigation. This time, he was even more meticulous, scrutinizing the gaps in the furniture within the houses, until he finally discovered something unusual. Beneath the stove in a house to his right, he sensed a profound surge of earth spiritual energy. Clearly, there was a more formidable earth-type demon beast concealed within. Perhaps it was orchestrating the attacks of these earth mouses, which explained their organized onslaught. Recognizing the anomaly, Lin Shisan resolved to investigate further, but he needed to remain inconspicuous, for mouses are incredibly perceptive creatures. He could only enter the house casually or launch a sudden attack to avoid arousing suspicion and securing an opportunity for escape. Yet, his companions were also besieged and lacked the capacity to provide cover for him. Although everyone likely still possessed some means of self-preservation, the battle had only just begun. The number of earth mouses was uncertain, and until a critical moment arose, none would reveal their survival tactics. it seemed the only option was to eliminate foes while stealthily approaching that room, followed by a sudden assault. With this in mind, Lin Shusan ceased to conserve his spiritual energy and intensified the force behind his strikes. Instantly, a brilliant golden light enveloped his fists, and the speed of his punches more than doubled. Squeak, squeak. Two earth mouses darting past were struck by his fists, letting out sorrowful cries as they were sent flying, landing lifelessly on the ground. Crush, you foul rodents! With one successful strike, Lin Shusan bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches. With each blow, an earth mouse was sent soaring away. Yang Jian and the others seemed to be spurred on by Lin Shusan's fervor, each shouting in unison as their spiritual energy erupted, swiftly dispatching several earth mouses. Shirley and his group also felt invigorated, gradually honing their collaboration and managing to eliminate some earth mouses. The earth mouses surrounding Lin Shusan were quickly decimated, creating a gap in the encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, he darted through the opening and charged toward the room on the right. However, before he could enter, a large group of earth mouses surged toward him. It appeared there was indeed something amiss inside. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Shusan's eyes as he unleashed his full strength. The gleaming Qingyun fist striking out relentlessly, he paid no heed to the incoming earth spikes. One by one, the earth mouses were sent reeling from his blows. Soon, he cleared the path before him. And taking advantage of the moment before the other earth mouses could rush in, he stepped into the room and aimed his fist at the stove. With a resounding crash, as Lin Shusan's fist approached the stove, it exploded into fragments. A figure of earthy yellow shot forth from the debris, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning that lunged at Lin Shusan. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanying the rushing figure were three massive earth spikes that erupted from its mouth, all aimed at Lin Shusan's vital points. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Shusan swung his fists in rapid succession, executing the third form of the Qingyun fist, shattering clouds. 108 fist shadows struck the incoming spikes and the earthy figure. The rapidly approaching earth spikes were obliterated, and the earthy figure was driven halfway into the ground by his strikes. Without pausing, Lin Shusan advanced while the demon beast was still reeling, seizing the creature from the pit and mounting it. Delivering a relentless barrage of punches, the agile rodent demon beast cried out in distress, its shrieks growing weaker as Lin Shusan felt something fall from the creature he held. The figure gradually darkened to a grayish black, its cries diminishing to silence. It was only when the demon beast beneath him fell completely silent that Lin Shusan ceased his assault. At this juncture, he finally took a moment to observe the creature he had subdued. It was indeed a mouse, but its size was akin to that of a small calf, 3 times larger than those earth mouses that had attacked them outside. The yellowish substances he had previously struck down were clumps of earth, likely the result of the earth defense technique it had deployed. It appeared he had truly encountered a little demon king among the earth mouses. The earth spikes that had previously disrupted their advance must also have been unleashed by it. It was unexpected to find a little demon king here. Their group was exceedingly fortunate. As Lin Shusan pondered this, he stored the corpse of the little demon king into his storage bag. This would yield far greater cultivation resources than the ordinary earth mouses outside. Unbeknownst to him, other teams were facing similar circumstances. Most teams had yet to detect any anomalies and were still struggling against the ceaseless tide of earth mouses. Only Liang Yi and the team led by Brother Wang had managed to uncover the little demon king commanding the earth mouses in their area. After securing the little demon king's remains, Lin Shusan turned to collect the corpses of the dozen or so earth mouses at the entrance. With the absence of the little demon king's command, the external earth mouses quickly fell into disarray. Yang Jian was the first to break free from the encirclement, slaughtering the numerous earth mouses that had surrounded him, then proceeding to assist Shirley and the others in eliminating their attackers. Once he had helped clear the earth mouses besieging Shirley's group, the 2 disciples at the 4th layer of Qi refinement also finished off the earth mouses surrounding them. At this moment, Lin Shusan emerged from the room, and all eyes turned to him in astonishment. "Brother Yang, what shall we do now?" Lin Shusan feigned ignorance of their surprise and inquired of Yang Jian. "Lin Shidi, it was you who killed the leading earth mouse, wasn't it?" Yang Jian pressed, showing no signs of letting up. The others regarded him with keen interest. There was indeed a little demon king concealed within. I stumbled upon its aura by chance and, utilizing a mid-grade attack talisman I had received earlier, managed to injure it severely, allowing me to defeat it by sheer luck. Theo avoid drawing attention. Lin Shisan concocted a lie, relieved that no one had witnessed his battle with the little demon king. Had anyone learned that he, at the third layer of chi refinement, had vanquished a little demon king, his future would undoubtedly be fraught with strife. Upon hearing that he had employed a mid-grade talisman to slay the little demon king, the astonishment in their eyes dissipated. However, they were secretly awed by Lin Shisan's wealth, as possessing a mid-grade talisman was a rarity, even among some senior disciples at the later stages of chi refinement. It seemed they would need to tread carefully in the future. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, Lin Shisan reminded himself to stay vigilant. Everyone, let us quickly tidy the battlefield and then assist the other teams. With this resolution, Yang Jian gestured broadly to everyone. Given Lin Shisan's current cultivation level, this explanation was indeed plausible. The two disciples at the fourth layer of chi refinement began cheerfully gathering the earth mouses they had slain. Shirley and his group collected their kills collectively, planning to divide the spoils equally once the task was completed. After the recent battle, they finally understood why the sect did not support them venturing out alone for training before reaching the fourth layer of chi refinement. Their low cultivation level meant they had insufficient spiritual energy stored within them, unable to sustain prolonged combat. If they were to venture out alone, they would easily become prey for demon beasts. They resolved that in future battles, they would collaborate as a group. This approach would not only enhance their combat experience, but also ensure their safety. Lin Shisan, however, found himself awkwardly standing aside, as his storage bag was already full. Lin Shisan, why aren't you collecting the earth mouses you've slain? Shirley asked, noticing Lin Shisan's dazed state as their group swiftly finished gathering their kills. I have an extra storage bag here, unmarked by spiritual awareness. You may borrow it for now, and return it to me once we are back. Lin Shisan was contemplating how to respond when Yang Jian produced a storage bag and presented it to him. Before Shirley could speak to Lin Shisan, Yang Jian had already noticed his unusual demeanor. However, with his experience, he quickly discerned the root of the problem. Yang Jian had witnessed Lin Shisan's performance during the battle. Although his cultivation was currently low, his combat experience was remarkably seasoned. He had refined the Qingyun fist to the 10th level, which sparked his desire to befriend him, and now the opportunity lay right before him. Thus, he quietly erased the spiritual imprint on one of his storage bags. Brother Yang, this isn't appropriate. You've given me your storage bag. What will you use later? Lin Shisan did not immediately reach out to accept it, but instead politely declined. Although Yang Jian appeared to be a person of good character, their friendship had not yet reached the level where he could borrow a storage bag from him. Last time in the mountains, I collected several storage bags. Missing this one wouldn't matter. If you feel bad about it, you can share 1/10 of the spoils from this bag with me later. Seemingly having seen through his thoughts, Yang Jian smiled and said, Then I thank you, Brother Yang. It seemed that while Yang Jian's personality was straightforward, he also possessed the astuteness characteristic of a cultivator. This storage bag was likely obtained during the recent incident with the Fire Cloud Tiger, suggesting that he had gathered quite a bounty from that event. Accepting the storage bag from Yang Jian, Lin Shisan did not imprint his own spiritual mark on it, but instead began collecting the scattered earth mice from the ground. Chapter 64. The Emergence of the Mouse King. Boom. Just as they finished gathering their spoils and were about to depart, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction where Zhou Xing was located. Squeak! A series of piercing mouse cries echoed in the ears of the crowd, as swarms of mice from all directions squealed excitedly, seemingly welcoming the arrival of their king. Zhou Elder is under attack. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Shisan's mind. He looked up towards Zhou Xing's location, where Zhou Xing was floating in midair, battling a gigantic demon rat while wielding a long sword. What about the common people? He immediately thought of the citizens gathered there. Brother Yang, let us go take a look. The folks from Huangshe town are there. Although he understood that with his current strength, he could not intervene in that battle, he still wanted to see if he could be of any help. Rest assured, Junior Brother Lin, for tasks like this, the sect always deploys a defensive formation. Before the Mouse King appeared, Elder Zhou would surely have sensed any disturbances and activated the formation to protect the civilians there. Yang Jian, clearly experienced in such sect missions, promptly explained to Lin Shisan. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Lin Shisan felt reassured. With Elder Zhou's strength, he would not need to divert his attention to safeguard the common people, allowing him to focus on dealing with the Mouse King with ease. With this thought, he felt at ease and followed the group to support his fellow disciples. That moment, as the earth mice appeared, Zhou Xing swiftly retrieved an array plate from his storage bag and tossed it into the air. A massive milky white shield enveloped Huangshe town, safeguarding all the citizens within. The slumbering townsfolk were startled awake by the alarmed sounds. Panic spread across their faces, yet the elders made an effort to shield the younger children in their midst. "Do not be afraid. I have activated the protective formation, and even if the Mouse King comes, my battle with it will not affect you." Zhou Xing pointed to the milky white shield, soothing the frightened citizens with gentle words. Upon hearing Zhou Xing's reassurance, the citizens' panic subsided slightly, though their vigilance remained. As they continued to protect their children, having calmed the people within the formation, Zhou Xing began to remain alert to the surrounding situation. The earth mice were adept at hiding and had the ability to burrow underground. Although he was constantly aware of the surrounding movements, he could not ascertain from which direction they might come. Just then, a strange sound emanated from behind him. A gigantic earth spike shot toward him at great speed. "Be careful, immortal!" The citizens within the formation clearly saw the sudden appearance of the enormous earth spike. Though frightened, they still shouted loudly to warn Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing maintained a calm expression, clearly having anticipated this situation. As the spike was about to pierce his back, he remained motionless, raising his hand slightly. A fist-sized azure energy sphere shot forth from his fingertips. Sizzle! The azure energy sphere met the earth spike 2 zhang away from Zhou Xing's back, instantly halting its momentum. The energy sphere and the spike became locked in a standoff in the air, emitting a screeching sound. Although the small energy sphere appeared minuscule compared to the massive earth spike, it quickly began to dissipate the spike at a visible rate from the point of contact. As the spike vanished entirely, the energy sphere shrank to the size of a fingernail before dissipating into thin air. The citizens within the formation were left in stunned silence by this display. "Immortal is mighty! Immortal is mighty!" It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but soon the townsfolk began to chant excitedly. The fear that had enveloped them vanished in an instant, replaced by a spirit of fearless resolve. Zhou Xing, however, did not turn to acknowledge the now emboldened citizens. Instead, he remained vigilant, watching for any movements around him. From the tentative exchange he had just experienced, he recognized that this Mouse King was formidable and possessed a high level of intelligence, unlike ordinary Mouse Kings. Squeak! The shrill cries of mice echoed from all directions. But Zhou Xing remained unfazed. These were merely the calls of the lower-tier earth mice from the town, meant to disrupt his focus. Though he saw through the Mouse King's ruse, Zhou Xing did not let his guard down. In his years of experience, he understood that behind this seemingly innocuous distraction, a deadly attack was surely being prepared. Sizzle! Indeed, as Zhou Xing remained unaffected, 3 loud sounds erupted to his left. 3 enormous earth spikes surged toward him in a straight line. Simultaneously, spikes erupted from the ground, towering as high as 2 men, quickly encircling him, leaving only a small opening on his left side. The tips of these spikes glimmered with a faint earthy yellow light. Should any of them strike him, even with Zhou Xing's advanced cultivation and protective energy, he would likely suffer injury. The citizens within the shield fell silent, observing how the attacks could not penetrate the protective barrier. Their previous fear began to dissipate. Zhou Xing, surrounded by the spikes, displayed no sign of concern. His foot glimmered with spiritual light, and he nimbly evaded the spikes that continued to erupt from the ground. With a flick of his fingers, 3 azure energy spheres, each double the size of the previous ones, shot forth to intercept the oncoming spikes. However, this time, the 3 earth spikes did not directly engage the approaching energy spheres. Instead, they suddenly altered their trajectory, evading the 3 azure energy spheres while continuing to charge toward Zhou Xing. Seeing this, Zhou Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. He quickly waved his hand, and the 3 azure energy spheres reversed course, accelerating even faster than before. They swiftly caught up to the 3 earth spikes. In an instant, the 3 energy spheres collided in midair, erupting in a brilliant display of energy. Boom! A resounding thud resonated, unleashing a massive wave of spiritual energy that obliterated the 3 earth spikes, reducing them to dust in the air. Witnessing yet another failed assault, the concealed Mouse King ceased its attacks, and the spikes that had emerged from the ground began to collapse. Yet Zhou Xing's expression grew grave. He waved his hand, retrieving a blue long sword from his storage bag, remaining alert to the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. Suddenly, he sensed a faint surge of spiritual energy beneath his feet. He swiftly formed a hand seal with his left hand, channeling energy into his legs, and leaped backwards several zhong. Whoosh! The moment he leaped back, a colossal, earthy yellow figure erupted from the ground below. It stood 4 to 5 zhong tall. With a pure white stripe of fur extending from its head to its tail, It was a mutated earth mouse, seemingly having awakened a trace of ancient bloodline, having evolved into a mouse king. Zhou Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. His spiritual energy surged rapidly. If it were merely a mouse king, he would not regard it with much concern. However, facing this mouse king, he knew he had to exert his full strength, or he would surely find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 65. A sudden change. Seeing the mouse king with blood-red eyes, Zhou Xing felt a hint of foreboding. However, the mouse king did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. Thud, thud, thud. The mouse king, realizing its ambush had failed, immediately lunged forward with its mountain-like physique, launching a barrage of sharp earth spikes toward Zhou Xing, targeting his vital points. Vile creature, Zhou Xing bellowed, his thoughts racing as he summoned his spiritual energy, brandishing the long sword in his hand as he leaped toward the charging mouse king. The mouse king stood upright, its long claws glistening with a dark sheen as it swung its massive forelimbs to counter Zhou Xing's incoming sword strike. Clang, clang, clang. As the long sword clashed with the elongated claws of the Earth Mouse King, it failed to sever them, instead producing a resonant sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. In this exchange, neither the human nor the mouse seemed to gain the upper hand. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Xing's eyes. The claws of the Earth Mouse King were astonishingly resilient. His long sword, a low-grade spiritual weapon, had not left even a faint mark upon them. The tumultuous waves of battle surged forth. With a powerful shout, Zhou Xing formed a seal with his left hand and swung his sword with his right, unleashing a torrent of formidable azure sword energy that surged toward the colossal form of the Earth Mouse King. With fierce cries, the Earth Mouse King retaliated, summoning a layer of earthy armor that enveloped its body. It propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, its forepaws striking the ground with great force, defiantly charging into the oncoming wave of sword energy. The collision was thunderous, sending spiritual energy scattering in all directions, as the surrounding buildings crumbled and debris flew, causing the entire town to tremble. The townsfolk, shielded by a protective barrier, were gripped by terror, huddled together in fear. Though the tumultuous sounds outside did not penetrate their sanctuary, the sight of chaos and destruction instilled profound dread within them. The Earth Mouse King's massive frame was thrown backward by the explosive force, crashing into several buildings before coming to a halt, its earthy armor shattered. Zhou Xing, too, was forced to retreat a dozen paces before regaining his balance. The world was but a grain of sand. Without waiting for the Earth Mouse King to regroup, Zhou Xing continued to unleash a flurry of sword strikes upon its vast form. Meanwhile, Lin Shusan and his team hurried toward the source of the commotion, guided by a senior brother of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Upon arrival, they found several disciples of the Qingyun sect, injured and barely fending off the relentless assault of the Earth Mice. Lin Shusan, attempt to locate the nearby Mouse King. The rest of you, assist. Yang Jian, observing the dire situation reminiscent of their own previous encounter, quickly surmised that a commanding mouse was orchestrating the attack. Although Lin Shusan had claimed to have fortuitously discovered the Mouse King earlier, Yang Jian suspected that there must be some special means at play, which Lin Shusan was reluctant to divulge. Thus, without hesitation, he directed Lin Shusan to seek out the leader of the mice. After issuing his orders, he charged toward a wounded disciple of Qingyun's sect on the verge of collapse, while the others surged forward to confront the marauding Earth Mice. The group had no objections to Yang Jian's strategy. Though defeating the Mouse King would yield greater rewards, it was contingent upon their ability to locate it. Lin Shusan, undeterred, extended his spiritual sense, meticulously searching the area. With the benefit of prior experience, he soon detected an anomaly within a desolate courtyard's dry well. However, he had no intention of confronting this Mouse King alone. During his previous encounter, he had mentioned using a mid-grade talisman for the kill. Though he possessed such talismans, they were reserved for emergencies, not for slaying Mouse Kings. Therefore, he resolved to leave this particular Mouse King for Yang Jian and another senior brother of the 5th layer of Qi refinement to dispatch together. Yang Jian, in the courtyard's dry well, you should go with that senior brother. I will scout other areas for more hidden leaders, Lin Shusan urged. assisting Yang Jian in clearing the surrounding earth mice. Speaking softly, "Understood. Exercise caution," Yang Jian cautioned, casting a deep glance at Lin Shusan. Acknowledging the merit of their partnership, it seemed that this Lin Shusan was indeed a worthy ally, having merely lent him a storage bag. Lin Shusan had promptly bestowed upon him a significant boon. Slaying the Mouse King not only promised greater rewards, but also served to enhance his combat experience. "Thank you, Yang Jian," Lin Shusan replied. Turning to stealthily advance toward another location where fighting could be heard, he intended to investigate quietly, as these Mouse Kings typically concealed themselves in obscure places. If he could determine their location and eliminate them discreetly, he would draw no attention while reaping rewards. Should a leader mouse be hidden in plain sight, he would inform the highest-ranking senior brother in the vicinity to deal with it. Before long, he discovered a concealed Mouse King within a dilapidated courtyard. Silently, he crept into the room where the Mouse King was hiding. Suddenly, he sprang forth, plunging his fiery red sword into the Mouse King, rendering it lifeless. The 5-element escape technique was indeed remarkable. Having approached so closely, the Mouse King had remained oblivious to his presence. Lin Shusan now fervently wished for his cultivation to advance swiftly, so he could comprehend the subsequent realms of the 5-element escape technique. If he could master the art of concealment, few would be able to detect his movements. Having slain the leader mouse in this area, he refrained from emerging to assist those outside. Without the leader's guidance, the earth mice would soon be disorganized and easily overwhelmed by the disciples of Qingyun's sect. He continued his stealthy pursuit to the next location. In this manner, Lin Shusan swiftly eliminated 4 more leader mice. His storage bag was now full, and upon checking his internal spiritual energy, he found it had been depleted by more than half. He promptly retrieved a condensation pill from his storage bag, consuming one to replenish his strength. Finding a concealed corner, he set up a concealment array to restore his energy. "You insolent wretch, how dare you!" Just as Lin Shusan began to recover, Zhou Xing's furious roar jolted him awake. Assessing his internal energy, he discovered that he had regained nearly 80 to 90% of it. He immediately ceased his cultivation but did not exit the concealment array. Instead, he released his spiritual sense to observe the situation outside. Boom, 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 squeak, squeak. With Zhou Xing's furious shout, the sounds of battle intensified. Lin Shusan was astonished to see a beam of earthy yellow light ascend into the sky. However, the source of the light was not in the direction of Zhou Xing's confrontation with the mouse, but rather from the grain fields outside the town. "All teams, retreat immediately, gather here." Zhou Xing's voice echoed throughout the town. Was there an unforeseen calamity beyond the town? Could that beam of light have been a distress signal? Lin Shusan instantly contemplated this possibility. Chapter 66. The young man in black. The unexpected turn of events unfolded too suddenly. Just as Zhou Xing and the Earth Mouse King were locked in a fierce battle, a distress signal shot up from outside the town. Initially, Zhou Xing paid little heed, having observed some teams successfully dispatching the troublesome earth mice and moving to assist others. The team that had sent the signal would surely receive aid. Yet, in the next moment, another distress signal arose from outside the town, prompting him to sense something amiss. He slowed his offensive and sent out a wisp of spiritual sense to investigate the situation. What he beheld was a sight that made his blood boil. A young man in black was mercilessly tormenting the injured disciples of the Qingyun sect. He did not kill them but left them severely wounded. The earth mice did not attack him. Instead, they aided him in incapacitating the Qingyun disciples. With the support of the earth mice, the young man in black swiftly rendered an entire team of Qingyun disciples gravely injured. A malevolent grin spread across his face as he summoned tendrils of black mist from his hands, which slithered into the bodies of the motionless, wounded disciples. Lin Shusan watched in horror as the disciples writhed in agony, their flesh and blood vanishing at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, those who had once been vibrant and full of life were reduced to mere skeletons. The black mist that had entered their bodies returned to the young man in black. With a flick of his hand, the surrounding earth mice surged forward, devouring the remains of the 10 skeletons until nothing was left. Zhou Xing then realized that the young man's cultivation had dramatically increased. He was a demonic cultivator, one who absorbed the flesh and blood of others to enhance his own power. Observing that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refinement, it was clear that he was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. This incident in Huangshe town might very well have been a trap set by him to facilitate his own ascension. Zhou Xing instantaneously grasped the crux of the matter. No wonder he had always sensed an air of peculiarity surrounding the recent events. The man in black must have been acutely aware of the operational style of their Qingyun sect. Cognizant that in such precarious circumstances, they would at most dispatch 2 elders in the Foundation establishment stage to confront the threat, it seemed that this Earth Rat Emperor was likely under some form of peculiar control. He pondered how the man had dealt with Qin Yun. Prior to the Earth Rat's assault, he had utilized the communication talisman dispatched by the sect to contact Qin Yun. Yet an inordinate amount of time had passed without any response from the talisman in his storage pouch. Either Qin Yun was ensconced in an area devoid of any means of receiving messages, or he had sustained grave injuries and was thus incapable of replying in a mere span of time. Distress signals from outside the town ascended in quick succession, yet Zhou Xing found himself ensnared by the Earth Rat Emperor, unable to extricate himself. Since the appearance of the cloaked youth, the Emperor's eyes blazed with a frenzied crimson light. Launching a relentless assault against him, at that moment, Zhou Xing observed 2 teams of disciples preparing to venture outside the town to offer assistance. They must not be allowed to venture forth to their demise. Consequently, he shouted for everyone to retreat toward the square. He intended to draw them into the protective barrier. Though the Earth Rat Emperor was formidable, he was confident in his ability to fend off its attacks while simultaneously opening the shield to allow the disciples entry. However, those disciples remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding peril. Even if they were cognizant of the situation, most would find it impossible to extricate themselves in such a short time, as they were still ensnared by swarms of earth rats. In this brief interval, yet another group of Qingyun sect disciples fell victim to the black-clad cultivator, reduced to lifeless husks. Zhou Xing made several attempts to break free and render aid, but the Earth Rat Emperor clung to him tenaciously, even inflicting injuries upon itself in its fervor. Whenever Zhou Xing unleashed a powerful attack, the Emperor would burrow underground to evade. Conversely, when he sought to seize the opportunity to strike back at the cloaked youth, the Emperor would re-emerge from the earth, erecting layers of earthen walls to obstruct his onslaught. Lin Shursen bore witness to the second distress signal. Upon hearing Zhou Xing's shout, he refrained from recklessly rushing toward the town's exterior. Instead, he unleashed his spiritual sense to probe the origin of the signal. Although his cultivation was modest, his spiritual sense, enhanced by the 5 elements mysterious stone, surpassed that of many early-stage foundation builders, enabling him to easily assess the situation beyond the town. A look of fury quickly spread across Lin Shursan's face. At that moment, the black-clad youth grinned malevolently, extending his hand without hesitation to gouge out the eyes of a young disciple from the Qingyun sect. Subsequently, he tossed the extracted eyeballs to the earth rats behind him. 2 robust leader rats leaped forward to devour the gruesome prize, while the young disciple writhed on the ground in agony. He appeared to be no more than 30 years old, having likely joined the Qingyun sect not long ago. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce inferno of rage within Lin Shursan. However, what he did not anticipate was that the subsequent events would be even more brutal. From the black-clad youth's palm, tendrils of black mist began to emanate. The blood that stained his hands quickly vanished as if absorbed by his skin, while the emerging black mist slithered into the wounds of the fallen Qingyun disciples. In an instant, anguished wails erupted from all around, and they swiftly transformed into mere skeletons. As the black smoke retreated from their bodies, the earth rats surged forward, consuming the remains of the disciples in an instant. After completing this horrific act, the black-clad youth turned to taunt Zhou Xing, clearly aware that he had been discovered. Yet, with the Earth Emperor ensnaring Zhou Xing, he felt no fear. Luring the disciples of Qingyun's sect into his trap to aid him in breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage had been a long-conceived plan. To cultivate his blood refinement technique, which sought to breach the Foundation establishment stage, he required the essence blood of cultivators. At this juncture, the blood and flesh of mere mortals held little value for him. Conversely, consuming the essence blood of demon beasts could potentially introduce fatal flaws into his technique. Thus, although he commanded a vast horde of rats, he had no intention of utilizing their blood or flesh to enhance his own cultivation. Lin Shursan, despite being consumed by fury, maintained an extraordinary composure. Many of his fellow disciples remained entangled with the earth rats outside. He had to assist them. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. dispelled his concealment formation and charged toward the nearest sounds of combat. After previous searches, he had become acutely attuned to the scent of the leading rat in a matter of breaths. He pinpointed the location of the leader rat's hiding place. Without regard for whether his own strength would be exposed, he unleashed a full-force strike the moment he spotted the leader rat. In such a manner, he swiftly dispatched 5 or 6 of the leading rats. Meanwhile, he witnessed the black-clad youth employing the same method to mercilessly slay 2 additional teams of Qingyun's sect disciples outside the town. A formidable enemy approaches. All who can escape, gather swiftly at Elder Zhou's location. Lin Shisan shouted urgently upon spotting the man in black employing his swift techniques toward Huangshi town. Some individuals, having freed themselves from the earth rat's grasp, continued their pursuit of the rodents. Lin Shisan's voice rang out in desperation. As he shouted, he channeled his internal spiritual energy, ensuring that nearly everyone in the town could hear him. Naturally, the man in black took heed of his warning as well. Chapter 67. The eerie bone flute. A strange smile crept onto the black-clad youth's face as he took notice of the Qingyun sect disciple who dared to sound an alarm in such dire circumstances. His curiosity was piqued. He resolved to investigate what manner of individual possessed such audacity. With that thought in mind, he leisurely produced a black bone flute, placing it to his lips and gently blowing. The bone flute emitted a jarring sound, while the expression on the black-clad youth's face was one of rapturous delight. The moment the flute's melody resonated, all the earth rats besieging the Qingyun sect disciples descended into madness. They emitted ecstatic squeaks, frantically lunging at the encircled disciples, biting and clawing without regard for their own safety. In an instant, the cacophony of rat cries reverberated throughout Huangshi town. Those who were slow to react soon bore numerous wounds, while even the quicker ones found themselves in disarray. Upon hearing the flute's sound, the Earth Rat Emperor's eyes flared with a furious crimson light as it let out a deafening howl. Heedless of its numerous injuries and charged toward Zhou Xing, at that moment, Zhou Xing's internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Under the relentless assault of the Earth Rat Emperor, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Sustaining several lacerations, the azure robes of the elder were torn and tattered, rendering him a pitiable sight. Lin Shisan had been closely monitoring the movements of the black-clad youth and felt an ominous premonition upon seeing him brandish the black bone flute. Sure enough, after the youth played the flute, all the earth rats erupted into chaos. Lin Shisan soon found himself surrounded by a throng of earth rats. Perhaps the black-clad youth underestimated him due to his lower cultivation. The swarm encircling him consisted solely of low-tier earth rats, none of which were the lesser demon kings. Brother Yang, quickly lead them to retreat and regroup with Elder Zhou, Lin Shisan urged, having encountered Yang Jian, who was assisting their group in providing support. Just as he was about to explain the situation, the black-clad youth blew the flute. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled a functionality activated on the 5 elements mysterious stone that he had previously employed. It was evident that the black-clad youth had yet to break through to the foundation establishment stage. His own internal spiritual energy was equivalent to that of a typical disciple at the 6th layer of qi refinement, augmented by the techniques of body refinement he had practiced. Although his strength could not match that of the black-clad youth, he believed he could delay him enough to escape. With this in mind, Lin Shisan resolutely decided to remain behind to buy time. Lin Shidi, you should come with us. Elder Zhou has already instructed us to retreat. Yang Jian, panting from having slain 2 frenzied earth rats, implored. Their spiritual energy had been severely depleted after prolonged combat. Originally, they had planned to assist their fellow disciples before retreating to Elder Zhou. However, they had not anticipated the sudden frenzy of the earth rats, which seemed to have doubled in number. Rest assured, Brother Yang, I will manage this. I still have several mid-grade talismans. Should I find myself unable to contend with him, I will deploy the talismans and make my escape. To reassure Yang Jian and encourage him to take the others to safety, Lin Shisan mentioned his remaining mid-grade talismans. Then I shall take the others and leave. Yang Jian cast a deep glance at Lin Shisan, choosing not to voice any further concerns. With someone to hold off the enemy from behind, their chances of safely retreating to Elder Zhou would increase significantly. At this juncture, preserving their lives took precedence. Only by surviving could they contemplate anything else. Having deeply experienced the ruthless dynamics of the cultivation world, Yang Jian felt no qualm in his decision to retreat first. At that moment, He was too preoccupied to ponder how Lin Shursan had discerned the whereabouts of that individual, let alone recognize that the man's cultivation had yet to reach the foundation building stage. After a relentless slaughter, the number of Earth-type rodents besieging them had dwindled significantly. Yang Jian annihilated the remaining Earth-type rodents attacking him and then proceeded to assist his less experienced junior brothers in eliminating their assailants, leading them away towards Elder Zhou without looking back. Watching Yang Jian and the others distance themselves, Lin Shursan exhaled a sigh of relief, exerting all his strength to break free from the encircling Earth-type rodents, and leaped into a nearby house. Observing the pursuing rodents, he sprinkled a powder to mask his scent over himself as he darted into the interior of the building. Once inside, he swiftly executed the wood escape technique. Most of these houses were wooden structures, and upon employing the technique, his aura seamlessly merged with that of the house. Coupled with the previously scattered scent-masking powder, even the keenest of rodent noses would struggle to locate him. Having evaded the pursuit of the Earth-type rodents, he stealthily approached the black-clad youth. When he decided to remain, he had already resolved to take the initiative, by employing the 5 elements escape technique. The black-clad youth's spiritual perception would be unable to detect him, while Lin Shursan could clearly sense the youth. Thus, he could stealthily approach and utilize the mid-tier talisman gifted by Elder Zhou to strike at the black-clad youth. When the youth noticed Lin Shursan's sudden disappearance from his spiritual perception, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper intrigue. However, he made no effort to search for Lin Shursan. His priority was to absorb the essence blood of these Qingyun sect disciples to facilitate his breakthrough to the foundation-building stage. As for that young disciple, he would remember him, hoping for another encounter in the future. He headed towards the nearest group of Qingyun disciples, which happened to be led by Senior Brother Wang, although He Danyu was unfortunately absent from their ranks. This team, guided by Senior Brother Wang, who possessed profound cultivation and bore an earth spirit root, had detected the hidden little demon king early on and had already exterminated the rodents attacking them. Thinking of the generous rewards for this mission, they immediately commenced slaying the Earth-type rodents. Upon hearing Elder Zhou's call, bolstered by the presence of Senior Brother Wang, a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement, they decided to slay even more. However, they were taken aback when the Earth-type rodents suddenly attacked them with reckless abandon. As though driven mad, and 3 little demon kings emerged to besiege Senior Brother Wang. At that moment, escaping became exceedingly difficult. Before long, the black-clad youth was less than 30 zhang away from them, yet they remained oblivious. Lin Shursan cautiously observed the movements of the black-clad youth and quickly confirmed his intended destination. He employed a combination of earth escape and wood escape techniques, alternating them seamlessly under the cover of darkness, ensuring he did not reveal a single trace of his presence, soon positioning himself ahead of the black-clad youth. With only 20 zhang remaining to reach the location of the Qingyun disciples, the black-clad youth detected faint sounds of battle ahead, and a cruel smile crept across his face. Among those individuals, one possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Absorbing his essence blood would bring him a step closer to foundation building. Thus, he had already commanded the 3 little demon kings to ensnare that Qingyun disciple. Just as he fantasized about the surge in power from absorbing the blood of the disciples, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy emanated from his left side. Chapter 68. The Might of the Ming Wang Seal Boom. A fireball, nearly 20 times larger than that cast by Shirley, hurtled towards him in ambush. The black-clad youth reacted swiftly, a layer of black mist enveloping him. He struck out with both palms, unleashing a surge of black fog to counter the oncoming fireball. Boom! Squeak! Yet, his hurried defense lacked power, amounting to only a third of its usual strength. The black-clad man was flung backward, blood seeping from his lips. The earth-type rodents beside him were far less fortunate, screeching as they were swiftly reduced to ashes. Who is it? Show yourself. Coming to a halt, the black-clad man swiftly drew a serpent-shaped long sword, adopting a defensive posture as he called out towards the direction from which the talisman had been thrown. Meanwhile, Lin Shursan, having thrown the mid-tier talisman, immediately executed his movement technique to change his hiding spot. Apart from the agonized squeals of the burning earth-type rodents, there was no other sound in the vicinity. Lin Shursan concealed himself within a house 5 zhang away, quietly observing the black-clad youth. This individual had reacted with remarkable speed and possessed formidable power. Despite his surprise attack with the fire talisman, the youth managed to evade it just in time, sustaining only minor injuries. Had someone slower reacted, they would have faced dire consequences, potentially suffering grave injuries if they had not yet reached the foundation building stage. Zhou Xing had provided him with 3 mid-tier talismans, 1 defensive Earthwall talisman and 2 offensive Fireball talismans. However, he did not intend to use the last one immediately, as long as he could delay the youth's murderous intentions toward his fellow disciples. He would have achieved his goal. The flames extinguished after consuming the nearby Earth-type rodents, restoring the darkness around them. After a brief wait, seeing no one emerge, the black-clad youth waved his sword, unleashing a series of serpent-shaped sword energies that demolished the surrounding houses. Lin Shursan furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene, cautiously retreating while operating his technique. This individual was far too vigilant. It seemed there would be no further opportunity for a surprise attack. Lin Shursan cast a regretful glance towards Senior Brother Wang. Although he longed to save them, it had to be under the condition of ensuring his own safety. The sheer number of Earth-type rodents surrounding Senior Brother Wang and his companions was overwhelming, leaving him incapable of rescuing them in such a short time. Casting one last glance at the black-clad youth, who was still wreaking havoc on the nearby houses with his serpent-shaped sword, Lin Shursan resolutely made his way toward another team of disciples besieged by the Earth-type rodents. Soon, he witnessed the black-clad youth's grotesque expression as he advanced towards Senior Brother Wang and the others. Before getting close, he swung his sword, instantly wounding 2 individuals, one of whom was Senior Brother Wang. The others, witnessing this scene, turned pale as their already beleaguered spirits faltered. The 2 weakest disciples among them, in a state of panic, were swiftly overwhelmed by the Earth-type rodents, falling to the ground amidst a flurry of biting and groaning. The black-clad youth approached with a sinister grin, and before the Earth-type rodents could inflict further harm on the remaining disciples, he eagerly began to siphon the essence blood from the fallen individuals. Though he had narrowly avoided injury from the previous attack, he still bore significant internal wounds, and this disciple from the 7th level of Qi refinement was precisely the tonic he needed. The 5 disciples, still struggling for their lives, could only watch helplessly as Senior Brother Wang and the others became gaunt and lifeless, spurring them into a desperate bid for resistance. Ironically, this rallied their spirits. Yet, after draining the essence blood from Senior Brother Wang and the others, the black-clad youth turned his malicious gaze towards the remaining 5, slowly approaching them with his serpent-shaped sword in hand. Watching this dreadful scenario repeat before his eyes, Lin Shursan's fury surged, prompting him to halt his advance. If only I could successfully comprehend the Ming Wang seal, perhaps I should attempt it once more. With this thought in mind, he decisively moved towards the black-clad youth's location, halting within a house only 10 zhang away. Observing the black-clad youth consuming the blood and flesh of Senior Brother Wang, Lin Shursan silently assured himself, I can do this. I will surely manifest the Ming Wang and vanquish this fiend. He slowly closed his eyes, his hands continuously forming seals as he began to chant the incantation for the manifestation of the Ming Wang. Everything that exists is but an illusion, as he recited. Lin Shursan's seated figure emanated a solemn majesty, a Buddhist aura radiating from him, and a profound enlightenment flashed within his mind. With his hand seals shifting rhythmically, Lin Shursan declared, Ming Wang's Dharma body, myriad forms manifest. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from within him, coalescing into a wrathful figure of the Ming Wang. I have succeeded. Lin Shursan's heart swelled with joy. But the ensuing rush of spiritual energy made his heart race with trepidation. At this rate, he would be completely drained in mere moments. Yet, relinquishing the manifestation of the Ming Wang now was unthinkable. Moreover, even if he halted now, he would suffer a backlash, likely incurring severe injuries. I shall risk it. Completing the manifestation of the Ming Wang might leave me exhausted from the depletion of my spiritual energy, and I would be quickly discovered by those Earth-type rodents. But with the 5 elements mysterious stone as my trump card, I need not fear the mere Earth-type rodents once the black-clad youth is eliminated. Now, ceasing his exertions could very well result in severe repercussions. Although he could quietly depart even in a state of serious injury, he was unwilling to concede. Reflecting on the last encounter in the Spirit Ape Valley when the dark-faced male cultivator had been unable to sustain his spiritual energy and had directly consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, Lin Shursan retrieved several vials containing qi-condensing pills from his storage bag, pouring the entire contents into his mouth without a second thought. The potency of the qi-condensing pills erupted within him, overwhelming him with the sensation of being on the verge of bursting. He frantically circulated the 5 elements technique within his body to absorb the surging spiritual energy. However, he soon discovered that he need not worry about the rampant energy within him. The spectral figure of the King of Light swiftly absorbed all the chaotic energy. The figure, which had initially been a mere apparition, gradually solidified into a semi-corporeal form. At that moment, Lin Shursan's internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He glanced at the 3-foot-tall, yet imposing, statue of the Buddha before him. His hands deftly transformed the incantations, and he uttered a low command. The King of Light manifests, go! The statue instantaneously soared towards the dark-clad youth. The young man, reveling in the consumption of the remaining 5 individuals' vital essence, suddenly felt a tremor of foreboding and leaped forward in a panic. But it was too late. A radiant figure of the King of Light loomed above him. And as it enveloped the dark-clad youth, it unleashed its inner power in a dazzling explosion of light, encasing him entirely. The youth emitted a scream of despair, collapsing to the ground and writhing helplessly as tendrils of black mist poured from his body, causing the surrounding earth mice to scatter in an instant. Soon, the youth's skin aged prematurely, and his raven hair turned stark white. When the black smoke ceased to emanate from him, the dark-clad youth had transformed into a frail, elderly figure, lying there on the brink of death. Chapter 69. The dark-clad man perished. Lin Shursan sat in stunned silence. As the dark-clad youth, no, now an old man, showed no signs of life, the fierce visage of the King of Light gradually dissipated. Despite being utterly exhausted himself, Lin Shursan staggered from his hiding place towards the elderly figure. Drawing forth a fiery red longsword, he summoned the last vestiges of his spiritual energy and struck at the man's neck. Please, no! The old man's eyes widened in terror as he uttered a desperate plea. With unwavering resolve, Lin Shursan cleaved the sword through the air, a torrent of dark blood gushing forth. The aged head rolled away. The lifeless eyes wide open, filled with an expression of unfulfilled defiance. After severing the head, Lin Shursan crouched down to retrieve the storage bag from the old man's waist, hastily imbuing it with his spiritual mark, and collected the serpentine longsword lying on the ground. He then stumbled over to the spot where his senior brother Wang had fallen. The corpse had been entirely consumed by the earth mice, leaving behind only 2 solitary storage bags as evidence of a cultivator's presence. Lin Shursan, with an impassive expression, picked up both bags, then proceeded to gather the storage bags of the 3 slain disciples of the Qingyun sect. He intended to exchange the contents of these bags for spiritual stones and later seek an opportunity to return them to the families of the deceased. Though Wang and his companions may not have been virtuous individuals, they had perished while on a mission for their sect, and their belongings deserved to be returned to their kin. As for the remaining 5, who still exhibited faint signs of life, Lin Shursan refrained from taking their storage bags. Having completed these tasks, he mustered the strength to leave. He walked to the nearest intact building and, upon entering, finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. The excessive depletion of his spiritual energy rendered him weak. Every cell in his body clamoring for respite, a dull ache throbbed in his head, and he felt on the verge of losing consciousness. He admonished himself, reminding that the danger had not yet fully abated. With this thought, he braced his frail body against the wall and sat down to steady himself. He then extended his spiritual awareness to inspect the storage bags he had just collected. Most were filled with the remains of earth mice. Ultimately, he found a few low-grade spiritual stones and a bottle of qi-condensing pills in Wang's storage bag. Upon examining the bottle, he discovered only a single pill remained. It seemed their supply of medicinal pills had been exhausted prior to the incident. After swallowing the last qi-condensing pill, Lin Shursan began to meditate, circulating the 5 elements technique to absorb the energy radiating from the pill. The crimson glow in the eyes of the Earth Mouse Emperor extinguished the moment the dark-clad male cultivator was slain. It immediately ceased its assault on Zhou Xing, emitting a series of chirps before swiftly retreating. Following the Earth Mouse Emperor's call, all the Earth Mice halted their attack on the disciples of the Qingyun sect, vanishing without a trace. Although Zhou Xing had been besieged by the Earth Mice, His spiritual awareness remained vigilant to the movements of the dark-clad man. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the fierce visage of the King of Light, which purified the dark cultivator's power, his face was filled with astonishment, nearly falling victim to the Earth Mouse Emperor's assault. He quickly focused on confronting the Mouse Emperor, thus missing the moment Lin Shisan emerged to slay the dark-clad man. As soon as Lin Shisan departed, Zhou Xing's figure appeared beside the corpse of the dark-clad man. Confirming the man's demise, he checked on the injuries of the surviving disciples of the Qingyun sect and, with a heavy heart, produced healing pills to administer to each of them. Though they clung to life, the dark-clad man had drained most of their vital essence. Even if their wounds healed, their cultivation would likely regress significantly. Their foundational roots had been damaged, making future cultivation exceedingly arduous, a near-ruinous fate. Which Buddhist friend has vanquished this demonic cultivator? The Qingyun sect, Zhou Xing, expresses profound gratitude for your salvation of our disciples. Please reveal yourself, Zhou Xing called out, surveying the surroundings but finding no one present. His voice echoed into the silent night sky. Given the power displayed by the statue, the one who intervened must have only recently broken through to the foundational level. Thus, Zhou Xing addressed the figure as a friend. Yet, he waited in vain, the silence of the night unbroken. I extend my deepest gratitude for saving the numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect. Please, I implore you to show yourself. Upon returning to the sect, I shall ensure you are amply rewarded. To convey his respect, Zhou Xing refrained from probing with his spiritual awareness, reiterating his appeal to the stillness of the night sky. But still, no one appeared. Could it be that the individual, having expended considerable spiritual energy in that last strike, feared I might pose a threat? Zhou Xing mused silently, aware of the wariness prevalent in the cultivation world. If he were in a similar state of exhaustion, he too might hesitate to reveal himself. Before long, a cacophony of voices erupted around him. The surviving disciples of the Qingyun sect had arrived. They had heard Zhou Xing's call, and, combined with the earlier sighting of the King of Light's fierce visage, they hastened to his side upon confirming the retreat of the earth mice. Let us retrieve the storage bags of our fallen comrades and regroup at the square. Zhou Xing urged the advancing disciples, his tone heavy with sorrow. Yes, Elder Zhou. The disciples, though curious about the identity of the one who had manifested the Buddhist powers, merely exchanged furtive glances before departing to seek the storage bags left behind by the slain disciples. Those disciples who were embarking on their first mission with Zhou Xing displayed excitement upon being tasked with recovering the lost storage bags, while those who had previously accompanied him wore expressions devoid of joy. Elder Zhou is truly a good man, permitting us to search for the storage bags of our fallen brethren, remarked a nascent disciple of the third level of Qi condensation to his companion. Indeed, I did not anticipate Elder Zhou to be so considerate, his companion replied, equally elated, though not rejoiced too soon. All the bags we recover must be submitted to Elder Zhou, who will return them to the families of the fallen disciples. Interjected a sixth-level disciple with a scoff, interrupting their exchange. Is that true? Surely he wouldn't use this as a pretext to amass resources for himself, exclaimed the first speaker, astonished. In the cultivation world, who does not toil for a modicum of resources? How could Elder Zhou simply relinquish what he has obtained? The sixth-level disciple asserted, I cannot speak for other elders, but when Elder Zhou promises to return the belongings of the deceased to their families, he will do so without fail. At this juncture, the admiration in the eyes of the sixth-level disciple flickered. If he were in Elder Zhou's position, he would find it impossible to act with such integrity. More resources for cultivation directly correlate with greater opportunities for breakthroughs to higher realms. Yet, Elder Zhou had steadfastly maintained his principles throughout the years, ensuring that whenever he led a mission, the possessions of the fallen disciples were always returned to their families. Chapter 70. Conclusion. Shisan, how fare you? Are you injured? Now is not the time for cultivation. After Lin Shisan's spiritual energy restored to 20%, he withdrew from his meditative state. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhou Xing standing before him. A look of urgency etched across his face. Previously, Lin Shisan had taken a risk to return and delay the advance of the demonic cultivator, an act Zhou Xing had witnessed. However, he refrained from intervening, recognizing that some matters must be undertaken by individuals themselves, and certain paths must be traversed alone. After the other disciples departed, he expanded his spiritual awareness to scrutinize the surrounding buildings, ultimately discovering Lin Shisan. who was in the process of regaining his spiritual energy. Grandpa Zhou, I'm fine. I merely exhausted too much spiritual energy and felt a bit faint, but I have already recovered quite a bit. Lin Shisan replied promptly as he stood up. That is good to hear. You were nearby earlier. Did you happen to see who employed the Buddhist techniques to eliminate that demonic cultivator? Zhou Xing inquired. Knowing Lin Shisan had been in the vicinity, Grandpa Zhou, can we discuss this after we return? Lin Shisan hesitated before responding to Zhou Xing. Then let us wait until we return, and once you have rested, you may come find me at my residence, Zhou Xing remarked, sensing Lin Shisan's reticence and choosing not to press further. Although he was unaware of the connection between Lin Shisan and the Buddhist practitioner, he trusted Lin Shisan's integrity. All right, Grandpa Zhou. Zhou Xing's decision to refrain from further questioning allowed Lin Shisan to breathe a sigh of relief. He had faith in Zhou Xing's character, yet he had yet to devise a suitable way to explain things. After all, with his current cultivation level at the third layer of qi refinement, it was somewhat incredulous to reveal that he had unleashed a power comparable to that of an initial foundation establishment stage practitioner. Are you able to move on your own? Zhou Xing asked, observing Lin Shisan's somewhat pale complexion. I still feel a bit empty inside, but I have regained about 20% of my spiritual energy. So using my movement technique should pose no issue. Then let us return to the square where the common folk have gathered, and you can continue to replenish your spiritual energy there. Zhou Xing stated, turning to lead the way out of the courtyard. Lin Shisan activated his light wave step to follow closely behind Zhou Xing toward the square. Upon arriving at the square, they found several disciples of Qingyun sect seated on the ground in meditation, recovering their spiritual energy. Lin Shisan quickly spotted He Daniu sitting near the edge of the spiritual energy shield. While the others were meditating, he sat there with a pale face and an anxious demeanor, clutching his hands tightly across his chest, as if fearful of anyone seizing his belongings. Seeing Zhou Xing's figure approach, He Daniu visibly relaxed. However, upon noticing Lin Shisan following Zhou Xing, he first froze, then a flicker of fear passed through his eyes. Finally, after casting a tense glance at Lin Shisan, jealousy flashed in his eyes, prompting him to lower his head and clutch his storage bag even tighter. When he came to the square, he had not intended to accompany Brother Wang and the others in hunting demonic beasts. From the outset, he had planned to opportunistically gather the storage bags of unfortunate disciples who had perished, just as he had done during the last trip to White Tiger Peak. Thus, knowing they were to confront rodent-type demonic beasts, he had purchased ample concealment powders before their departure. From the start of the patrol, he found a secluded spot to hide. The others relied on Brother Wang, so they did not voice any objections. Moreover, given his feeble strength, accompanying them would only hinder their efforts, and they were glad to let him withdraw. He had remained hidden throughout the battle, allowing him to evade disaster. Interestingly, he had chosen a hiding place near a leading rodent. When Lin Shisan discovered the black-clad male cultivator slaughtering the Qingyun sect disciples outside the town, he recklessly struck down the leading rodent, which happened to be close to He Daniu's hiding spot. Due to the pressing circumstances, Lin Shisan did not take the time to ascertain if anyone else was nearby. Even if he had noticed, he would have unhesitatingly slain the leading rodent, He Daniu, who had witnessed Lin Shisan's decisive execution of the leading rodent, remained in hiding and silent. The friendly faces he had encountered during his year in the sect had led him to distrust anyone other than himself. This was one of the significant reasons he had survived the previous incident at White Tiger Peak despite his lowly cultivation. After the rodent horde retreated, He Daniu immediately emerged from his hiding place, scavenging the storage bags left behind by the slain Qingyun sect disciples, including the one belonging to the leading rodent Lin Shisan had killed, which he took without hesitation. Thus, upon seeing Lin Shisan, he instinctively recalled the swift and decisive manner in which he had dispatched the leading rodent, causing a look of fear to unconsciously surface in his eyes. Yet, reflecting on their simultaneous entry into the sect and Lin Shisan's inferior aptitude compared to his own, he could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy at Lin Shisan's current strength. Lin Shisan merely cast He Daniu a curious glance before finding a spot to sit and begin cultivating once more. Before long, those who had ventured outside the town in search of the slain disciples' storage bags began returning one after another. Zhou Xing gestured for them to sit and recover their spiritual energy. The sun gradually ascended above the horizon, casting golden rays upon the earth and dispelling the darkness. The meditating disciples gradually awakened, with some who had not sustained serious injuries regaining their vigor. while only a few severely wounded individuals remained pale and weak. Zhou Xing surveyed the dilapidated town under the sunlight, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Upon his return, he had dispelled the formation, recognizing that maintaining it required a considerable amount of spirit stones. Now that the danger had passed, there was no need to keep the formation active. However, he did not urge the townsfolk to leave immediately. For darkness often instills fear. As dawn broke, Zhou Xing approached town chief Huang Yuliang, producing a fist-sized piece of silver from his storage bag and offering it to him gently. Town Chief Huang, the sun has risen. You may all return to your homes. Take this piece of silver to assist those whose houses have been damaged in repairing their homes. This is unacceptable. The immortal has protected us. How can we allow the immortal to incur expenses? Huang Yuliang hastily refused, a look of trepidation on his aged face. I have no family left. These items are mere external possessions to us cultivators and hold little significance. Keeping them only takes up space. Giving them to you allows them to fulfill their true purpose. Zhou Xing stated calmly, employing a spell to cause the piece of silver to fly directly into Huang Yuliang's embrace. He then waved his hand, signaling for them to depart quickly. Thank you, immortal. The townsfolk knelt before Zhou Xing and the disciples of Qingyun's sect, bowing deeply in gratitude. Most disciples observed this scene with indifferent expressions, while only a select few exhibited flickers of emotion in their eyes. Lin Shisan watched this unfold, suddenly feeling a surge of motivation to cultivate with greater diligence. Only by becoming stronger could he pursue his aspirations and protect those he wished to safeguard. Chapter 71. The unfortunate Qin Yun. The townsfolk left, glancing back in hesitation as they departed. Once they were gone, Zhou Xing saw that everyone had exited their meditative states and instructed the team leaders to collect the storage bags belonging to the slain disciples. The 4 teams of Qingyun's sect disciples assigned to patrol the grain fields outside the town had all been annihilated, with none returning. Among the remaining 16 teams, in He Daniu's small group, only he and 5 gravely injured disciples had miraculously survived. Other teams had suffered heavy losses, with only a few low-level disciples remaining after being devoured by the earthrat swarm. Consequently, only 153 disciples of Qingyun's sect remained in the square. Most of them surrendered the storage bags they had found, though it remained uncertain if the contents had been diminished. Lin Shisan also handed over the storage bags belonging to Brother Wang and the others to Yang Jian, trusting that Zhou Xing's intention in collecting them was not for personal gain. Finally, Liang Yi presented the recovered storage bags to Zhou Xing, totaling 45, although 2 were still missing. Zhou Xing did not inquire further. Collecting 45 was already quite commendable in the cultivation realm. Individuals like him were indeed rare. He waved his hand to store the bags, allowing everyone to continue resting. Qin Yun had yet to make contact. Zhou Xing planned to wait for another hour. If there was still no news, he would have to lead the disciples back to the sect to report on the mission circumstances, leaving it to the sect leader of Qingxi Hall to decide whether to send someone to search for him. Lin Shisan refrained from further cultivation and approached Zhou Xing. Grandpa Zhou, this storage bag contains the earth rats I hunted. Could you assist me in exchanging it? He softly inquired, holding the storage bag that Yang Jian had lent him. Certainly, I will exchange it for you and allocate the contribution points accordingly. Zhou Xing nodded, accepting the storage bag. Thank you, Grandpa Zhou. Lin Shisan expressed his gratitude with a smile. Only someone like Grandpa Zhou would aid him without asking for reasons. Go and rest a bit more. Zhou Xing waved him off. All right, Lin Shisan replied, turning back to the group to begin his meditative practice once again. Zhou Xing observed Lin Shisan's retreating figure, admiration evident in his eyes. What a cautious child he was. He is undoubtedly aware of the contents of this storage pouch. From the moment that the demonic cultivator made an appearance, he has been vigilantly observing Lin Shisan, anxious for his safety. He has also taken note of Lin Shisan's continuous slaying of several minor demon kings. By entrusting this pouch, filled with the remnants of the minor demon kings, to himself for exchange, he has cleverly avoided drawing attention when returning to claim the sect's rewards. Simultaneously, in the gaze of the onlookers, his close proximity to Lin Shisan might cause those who witnessed his exploits against the minor demon kings to reconsider their intentions. He Daniel has been closely monitoring Lin Shisan. Upon observing Lin Shisan engaged in intimate conversation with Zhou Xing, a look of realization flickered in his eyes. Since he first saw Lin Shisan join them on the mission, he has been perplexed by the rapid pace of his cultivation. It appears that Zhou Xing serves as his formidable backing. No wonder Lin Shusan has consistently snubbed his invitations. His swift progress to the third level of qi refinement must have cost Zhou Xing a substantial amount of resources. It is said that Elder Zhou has no relatives. He wonders what methods Lin Shusan has employed to ensnare Elder Zhou's favor. This thought stirs a twinge of resentment within He Danyou. However, he recalls what his senior brothers have said. A swift rise in cultivation is not necessarily a blessing. For someone of his limited aptitude, an accelerated advancement can easily lead to an unstable foundation. Even if he manages to ascend rapidly to the latter stage of qi refinement, establishing a solid foundation may prove exceedingly difficult in the future. As for him, by diligently progressing step by step and solidifying his foundation, although his advancement may be slower, the probability of successfully establishing a foundation later on will undoubtedly be greater than Lin Shusan's. Contemplating this, a smirk of schadenfreude crosses his face, that moment. The communication talisman within Zhou Xing's storage pouch finally stirred to life. He hurriedly retrieved it to find a message from Qin Yun, informing Zhou Xing that he would rendezvous with them outside the town in a quarter of an hour. After reading this, Zhou Xing's eyes flickered with confusion. For cultivators of their caliber, a quarter of an hour is sufficient to cover a considerable distance. In fact, Qin Yun was merely a few miles away in the mountains. If he were to depart immediately, in his usual state, he could return in but a few breaths. Earlier, while on patrol, he had detected the presence of a soil-dwelling mouse. From its emanating aura, Qin Yun deduced that it was likely the Mouse King. Considering it merely a mid-tier beast, he found it somewhat challenging to slay before reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, it was now merely a matter of exerting some effort. With this thought, he left Zhou Xing without a word, pursuing the unusual aura into the mountains beyond Huangshe town. Yet, the Mouse King was exceptionally astute. Just as he was about to close the distance, it promptly concealed its presence. After searching the area for quite some time without success, he was on the verge of giving up when the Mouse King's aura re-emerged on the opposite side of the mountain. This cat-and-mouse chase consumed more than half an hour, and he still could not capture the Mouse King. This led him to feel as though the Mouse King was mocking him, igniting a furious resolve to catch and slay it. Had he been more composed, he would have realized that for the past half hour, he had merely been circling the mountain, occasionally taking larger or smaller loops. In his fit of rage, he found himself led into a valley, where the Mouse King, rather than fleeing, brazenly appeared before him. Enraged, Qin Yun immediately drew his sword and swung it at the demon mouse, leaving a deep gash on its body after only a few strikes. Just as he intended to press on and finish off the Mouse King, he felt his internal energy rapidly depleting, diminishing to less than a layer of his usual capacity. The Mouse King, undeterred, lunged at him recklessly. In that critical moment, he recalled the talismans within his storage pouch and cast several mid-grade talismans to halt the Mouse King's advance. However, after discarding these talismans, he realized that not only was his energy diminishing rapidly, but his mind was also becoming increasingly foggy. Just when he thought he might meet his end there, the Mouse King turned and fled without hesitation. It was then that realization dawned upon him. He had fallen victim to a trap. Regardless of the safety of his surroundings, he swiftly retrieved an antidote pill from his storage pouch and consumed it, settling down to refine its medicinal properties. Once he had processed the antidote, his mind cleared somewhat, but his internal energy remained largely depleted. By this time, dawn had broken, and he noticed that the communication talisman within his storage pouch was still flashing. Clearly, Zhou Xing had sent him a message. After reviewing its contents, he promptly replied. Glancing at his disheveled appearance and recalling his earlier boast of slaying the Mouse King, a tinge of embarrassment crossed Qin Yun's face. He retrieved a fresh set of clothing from his storage pouch, tidied himself up to appear more presentable, and then set off on his flying sword to rejoin Zhou Xing. Chapter 72. Returned to Qin Yun's sect upon receiving the message sent by Qin Yun. Zhou Xing led a group of disciples out of Huangshe town to a spacious area outside the town, awaiting Qin Yun's arrival for their return to the sect. Before long, Qin Yun arrived on his flying sword. Approaching the group, "Junior brother Qin, are you unharmed?" Zhou Xing inquired with concern, noting that while Qin Yun stood tall, his flight was not particularly steady. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Zhou. I am quite well," Qin Yun replied stiffly, harboring a silent resentment. Zhou Xing seemed intent on embarrassing him before the other disciples. Asking such a question in front of so many, in a wonder, he had remained merely a peripheral elder all these years. Observing Qin Yun's less-than-stellar demeanor, Zhou Xing surmised that Qin Yun had suffered a significant setback. However, the fact that he had returned unscathed could be considered fortunate. With this thought, Zhou Xing chose not to dwell on Qin Yun any longer and produced a flying vessel from his storage pouch. Casting it into the air, the enormous flying ship soon appeared before the group. Having learned from their earlier experience, everyone lined up to board the vessel in an orderly manner. The ship quickly ascended, heading toward the direction of Qin Yun's sect. Following the battle, a somber mood had descended upon most of the passengers, particularly those disciples at the third level of Qi refinement, who were experiencing their first excursion. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. This oppressive ambience began to dissipate only upon their return to the sect and as everyone queued at the Qingxi Hall to exchange their task rewards. Due to the multitude of soil-dwelling mice encountered during the mission, most individuals had slain several, resulting in an unexpectedly high number of contribution points for all. Familiar faces exchanged hushed discussions about what cultivation resources to acquire with their points, gradually rekindling the lively atmosphere, banishing the earlier gloom. The storage pouch left by Lin Shisan contained a minor demon king and 21 ordinary soil-dwelling mice, yielding a total of 310 contribution points. A single minor demon king had surprisingly equated to 100 contribution points. It was no wonder everyone was eager to participate in such large-scale sect missions. Typically, slaying a beast of that caliber would only yield 30 contribution points. Realizing that the pouch he entrusted to Zhou Xing contained 5 additional minor demon kings, he anticipated an exchange of 500 contribution points. Even after allocating 50 points to Yang Jian, he would retain 450 points. With this in mind, he promptly exchanged his contribution points for 10 low-grade spirit stones and 42 iron thread lotus seeds. This battle had afforded him a profound understanding of the benefits of physical cultivation techniques, and he resolved to take this opportunity to successfully cultivate the third transformation of the body refinement technique. As for the contribution points from the soil-dwelling mice, he would later assess any suitable techniques to learn. He yearned to acquire another combat technique. After this conflict, he felt that his methods of engagement were still too singular, with only the Qingyun fist serving as an effective offensive technique. Upon returning to the Lingdianyuan, before he could step inside, Ruzi leaped into his arms, joyfully barking, its little tail wagging vigorously, as if to ensure Lin Shisan knew just how delighted it was to see him. Lin Shisan affectionately stroked its little head, carrying it into the courtyard and retrieving a piece of dried meat from its food box to feed it. He had no idea what breed of dog Ruzi was, but he had found it several months ago. Despite daily feedings of demon beast meat, it had not grown significantly in size. Ruzi, be a good pup and enjoy your meat. I still have to cultivate. Lin Shisan did not dwell on the matter for long. He set it aside and proceeded into the house. He first took a refreshing bath and then sat cross-legged on the bed, reflecting on the gains and losses from the recent battle. He meticulously retraced his steps, recalling the state of mind and the profound sensation he experienced when he unleashed the manifestation of the king. It seemed that Grandpa Mo's assertion, that one's cultivation must be refined through experience, held considerable truth. Without this battle, he would not have grasped the essence of the manifestation of the king. The unwavering conviction to face death, vanquish demons, and rescue the innocent formed the foundation upon which this technique could be executed. Had he not possessed the resolute determination to save a few lives at that moment, he surely would have failed to manifest it. The second crucial element was the need for formidable spiritual energy to support the technique. A requirement he had yet to fulfill, however. With diligent training, he was confident he would eventually break through to the foundation establishment stage, at which point he could invoke the manifestation of the king without external aid. The most significant gain from this battle was not merely the source of cultivation obtained, but rather his profound understanding of the essence of the demon-subduing incantation. After thoroughly immersing himself in the enigmatic sensations tied to the manifestation of the king, he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Although his spiritual energy had already been restored, the exertion from manifesting the technique had drained not only a significant amount of his energy, but had also heavily taxed his spiritual consciousness, which accounted for his current fatigue. Lacking any incantations for refining his spiritual awareness, he had no choice but to rely on sleep for rejuvenation. When he awoke again, it was 2 mornings later. Unbeknownst to him, as he believed he had merely enjoyed a single night's rest. Meatball lay obediently beside him, and upon noticing his awakening, joyfully leaped into his embrace, rolling around gleefully, awakening from such a deep slumber. Lin Shurshan felt invigorated, his body brimming with energy. It had been quite a while since he had slept so soundly since embarking on his training journey. He ventured into the courtyard to practice the Qingyun fist, feeling a rush of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Although he had already mastered the final stage of the Qingyun fist, capable of producing 108 fist shadows in perfection, Grandpa Imo had mentioned that his technique, though possessing form, lacked intent. He urged Lin Shurshan to persist in his practice and contemplation, suggesting that unexpected rewards might await him. Therefore, he resolved to dedicate an hour each day in the Lingtian garden to hone his skills. After finishing his practice, he took Meatball with him to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Once satisfied, he did not rush to resume his cultivation, but instead retrieved the storage bag belonging to the cloaked figure. Intending to explore its contents, Meatball remained quietly by his side. To his astonishment, he discovered that the space within this storage bag was more than double that of the one provided by his sect. It was filled to the brim, predominantly with a peculiar type of small grass that nearly concealed all other items. Lin Shurshan curiously extracted several strands of the blue grass, examining them closely. This particular grass emitted a soft blue glow, with each sprig boasting only 4 leaves. Beyond that, nothing else seemed particularly remarkable, and upon closer inspection, he could not sense any spiritual energy within the grass. Were it not for its luminescent quality, he would have mistaken it for mere weeds by the roadside. Yet, the demonic cultivator would not have gathered such an abundance of this grass without reason. As Lin Shurshan pondered this, hoping to identify the grass from the herbal compendium he had perused, Meatball suddenly let out a joyful yip, leaping over to snatch the blue strands from his hand and swallowing them whole. "Meatball, no! Spit that out!" Lin Shurshan exclaimed, startled, as he hurriedly attempted to pry open Meatball's mouth to retrieve the grass. However, his usually obedient companion stubbornly refused to open up this time, gazing up at him with innocent, glistening eyes. Lin Shurshan dared not use his spiritual power to force it open, for Meatball was merely an ordinary dog, and excessive force could easily cause harm. "Meatball, if you don't open your mouth, I will become angry," he finally declared, feigning annoyance. Seemingly understanding Lin Shurshan's words, Meatball let out a pitiable whimper and reluctantly opened its mouth, but alas, the strands of grass were long gone, having been swallowed. "Spit it out, hurry! Spit it out!" Lin Shurshan urged, lifting Meatball and shaking it upside down. Meatball, realizing its earlier actions had displeased Lin Shurshan, endured the uncomfortable shaking with a few soft whimpers, offering no resistance, as if to say it would never dare to do so again.